One point that I want to make is that the Jats may not have the largest majority in Haryana, but they've always set the narrative. Now, BJP, through its cadre, attempted to create a counter narrative. So you had Khattar as CM, but the hegemony in terms of the political discourse of the Jats remains formidable, and perhaps this election demonstrates that it's more sustainable than the counter narrative.
Absolutely.
And secondly, the point is that even though as a cadre-based party, the BJP's vote share may not come down, but as you pointed out, that either it's a factor of the index of opposition unity, that all the others have coalesced together, or people are voting smartly as they often have. Tactically.
What about the voter turnout? What about, see, the critical pockets? I just want to make one more caveat. Some critical pockets of the BJP, the voter turnout has not been significantly very high. It's below the average number.
Including Mr. Hooda's.
The same applies to the Congress party also, that the voter turnout largely has not been very high. So in certain pockets. And if you look at the exit pollster, there's no pollster, Zaka, who's saying it will be a 3-5 except for C voter. C voter is the only one who's giving about 10 to 14 seats to the others. These may be rebel candidates of any political party or whatever they are, but 10 to 14 seats. And also Dainik Bhaskar, which is saying 15 to 17 seats. So there are two pollsters who are saying that there will be a fair share of vote percentage, which will shift to the others beyond Congress and the BJP. How likely is a scenario like this? Because BJP needs this to happen.
I don't think that is plausible, because you can't have 15 to 17 others, whether it is JJP, AAP, Independence, whatever it is, and still the Congress ends up with 45 plus. Or in the case of the C voter survey, it's 50 plus, right? 10 to 14 independents and 50 plus. It doesn't happen. I think that's
there is one voter that we are forgetting, and that's the woman voter, because she doesn't really actually, from all the anecdotal evidence, and this is where Mr. Mattu's analysis comes through, because he says that the Jat vote sets the narrative, and the Jat, the female voters in the Jat community tend to listen to the males. So it's very patriarchal in that sense. And if that continues to be the case, then the BJP has been doing well amongst women voters. That may not kick in for
but this
the BJP.
This time, the other thing that's happened, Rahul, is because of the wrestlers, the women wrestlers being dragged away.
Right.
This whole thing, Bitiya ko matlab ye kar di. I think that narrative kind of stuck. And I think a lot of women have turned out to listen to Vinesh Phogat.
Does that story actually apply to Vinesh Phogat? Because Vinesh Phogat, after all that event happened, which was closer to the Lok Sabha election, she went to Paris. And there was all effort made to fight for her, but it's those 100 grams eventually which happened, which you can't blame it on the politics. I think
again we're making
the other thing is that this entire protest, was it orchestrated by the Congress, and did they do it for the Congress? Because she eventually joined the Congress party. So does that prove to be counterproductive? Will people say, "Arey, ye to pura politics," does that batter on ground or no?
See, again we're making the same mistake. We're thinking of it as a monolith. You did have a Sakshi Malik who came forward and did have her objections about Phogat joining the Congress and what that did to the movement. So it was perceived as a self-serving move by many who are sympathetic to the wrestler cause. So I don't think it's necessarily that cut and dry. And again, I think Rahul brought up the SC/ST part. The fact that Shailja has been sidelined in the way she has, and she is also a tall leader of Haryana. So what impact is that going to have? And will it also have an impact on women voters? Because there is a tendency in the state to be very male-dominated.
No, and not just that. The situation in Haryana, is it better in the last decade for women and things overall in terms of governance than when it was under Jat plan? And it's not always been favorable to the Congress. Congress has been lent on because as an opposition party when there is anti-incumbency. Not that it's a favored party in Haryana. That's also history writes itself. Bhupinder Hooda, quickly, to our guests here in the studio, quickly, word on the former Haryana Chief Minister and what works for him and what doesn't work for him. Experience face, leading front runner for the Chief Minister's post. He's the person who's drafted this entire campaign for the Congress party. That almost single-handedly, he's the face. Not even his son, it's him. They're out there, putting himself out there. But there is this entire issue of corruption. Will that come back to haunt him? He's a two-time chief minister. He came back and he came as a nobody, and then he continued to lead the story. And today for the Congress party, if there is one leader who's perhaps pan-Haryana, is Bhupinder Hooda. And he has been, on the sidelines for a while. But he's under ED scanner, 834 asset seizures case. But has the voter started looking beyond this? Because the BJP, Rahul,
Well, I
in
mean,
the
look,
last
you've
decade or
just had
so
a Lok
has done
Sabha
nothing
election.
about these cases.
Anand, you just had a Lok Sabha election 3 months ago. So I think all of those things have been factored in. You wouldn't have actually had that kind of consolidation behind the Congress. Look, it's all going to come down to whether, and the BJP is betting big on it, whether the counter caste consolidation takes place or not. Now, this is nothing to do really with performance, economic indicators. This is pure caste derivative politics.
So what
If
about
it
all
happens-
the Damad and Dalal and all of that? You don't think that that's going
Not
to have
at
a
all.
play
Not
at
at all. Because look, I mean, you had a commission of inquiry sat to look at what Mr. Vadra had done. Then you had the CBI come out a few months later, just earlier this year, and told the court that we have nothing that is prosecutable on Mr. Vadra. So I think all of that is gone.
So if it doesn't stick on Mr. Vadra, it's surely not going to stick on Mr. Hooda.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
And you've
so-
already had a Lok Sabha election. And look, I mean, there's been a lot of corruption allegations against various opposition leaders, specifically in Karnataka, where again you saw the BJP not sweeping Karnataka in the Lok Sabha. So, there were other states also,
Yeah.
Jharkhand, for
Unless
instance.
you act on corruption, I don't think
Yeah,
the
I
voter is
think-
going to say it sticks on for me
But the
anymore.
Indian
Yeah.
voter has voted for corrupt politicians very
No,
often.
they have.
I mean,
they have.
you
No,
know,
the
I
Congress
don't
has the
think that
highest
that's
number
something,
of candidates, highest number of candidates with heinous crimes. And the BJP has about 8 or 9%
Yeah.
of those candidates. So you
No,
have 30%.
but let's
plus.
put it
No,
out
I
there.
think-
The BJP also cannot really say that it's cracking down on corruption when it is onboarding people who it has
Absolutely,
charged with corruption in the
Look at
past.
Maharashtra.
So
Exactly.
not just
that's
Maharashtra,
a-
Bengal, Karnataka, everywhere. It's happened everywhere. It's not that it's
Anand,
happening here.
I think the only time in a long time, I would say, post Indira Gandhi, the only time when voters actually voted against corruption was when they brought Aam Aadmi Party,
Yeah.
into power in Delhi. Otherwise, elsewhere, if you look at all the states and union territories across
No, but
the
I think the
country,
2014 mandate against the
Exactly.
Congress, against
Was
the
the
Okay,
UPA.
okay, let me quickly
Yes.
ask you,
Had a
if
lot to
Congress
do
gets
with
into
it.
pole
but
position,
But I have a-
is Hooda the chief minister or will they play the Kumari Shelja
card?
card for a temporary basis just so that it helps them to get
I
the
don't-
Adivasis and Dalits in Maharashtra?
I don't think
First woman chief minister of
good point.
Haryana, Dalit leader, and Maharashtra will play this card to Ladki Behan ka counter yahi hai. Or
Can I just say?
Anand, the first test of a democratic exercise is who has the support of how many
Legislators.
elected MLAs. In this case, over 70 have a personal loyalty towards Mr. Bhupinder Hooda. So I don't see a situation. This is Shelja's story is more of the Congress opponents are propping up Shelja's story. See, the Dalit votes are coming to Congress because of overall Rahul Gandhi's sort of sustained campaign relating to Samvidhan Bachao, whatever the political rhetoric that was it. It is nothing to do with Shelja or Ashok Tanwar or others, and all the regional parties that tied up with Chandrasekhar Ravana and Mayawati's party is a case of 0 plus 0. So it's not going to add up. And Hooda is a first
please,
among
please,
equals as far as regional satraps of Congress are concerned. In fact, not only in Haryana but anywhere in the country, there is no regional satrap who can match Bhupinder Hooda's stature.
But that's what we said about Gehlot. That's what we were saying about
No,
Baghel.
Gehlot was not
and
Gehlot's
also
Somali
that's what we
caste.
said about
What
Kamal.
is the percentage
I'm just saying.
No,
I mean,
Kamal
that's,
Nath, what is the caste percentage of Kamal Nath?
there has been an overstatement of the regional
Overstatement, no, no.
satrap as
These
well.
are all facts.
But this is about Shelja Kumari. She's been gamed. So when you say the number of MLAs and who they support, a lot of the people, actually, most of the people that she wanted tickets for didn't get them. And
Shelja
Hooda's
didn't get assembly ticket. She's a Lok
Hooda's-
Sabha MP.
Exactly. So when you're already gaming the system against the female Dalit candidate, then what are the chances that she's going
No,
to
but
get there?
has that
And
message-
We
she's
have it
exactly-
on the wall.
Yeah.
I just want to bring that. I think Rashid had a point. If 70 out of 90 candidates of the Congress are Hooda loyalists, and if he has bulk of the support in the CLP, what is the Dalit factor, the Kumari Shelja impact? Now, remember when the Jat seats, we said there are about 30 odd seats. There are 23 seats where the Dalits are a critical swing vote or a swing constituency. The Congress in the last election had 8 out of those 23. The BJP had 6 out of 23. But look at the others. Between JJP, Independence, and INLD, that's 9 seats. In fact, that is more than what the Congress got or what the BJP got. Now, the question is, when the vote finally comes in, where do these 9 seats go? And look at the vote share that is outstanding. We're looking at 35, 36% of vote that is outstanding just in these 9 seats. How does that 36% vote split? Does it split again amongst these independents, JJP and INLD, or does it go to either of these two parties? I think the BJP is hoping that this vote remains the way it is, that these seats break out the way they did, or similar to the way they did in 2019, that there are beneficiaries like JJP, INLD, and other independents, rather than a consolidation. Because if it consolidate, it generally tends to go with the anti-incumbent and not with the incumbent.
Yeah. And has the BJP been able to buck this entire trend of anti-incumbency by doing away with Khattar before the Lok Sabha elections? Naib Singh Saini, has he been able to create an impact? Will that do it? Will that, what they tried in Gujarat, will it work here? Those are all factors. The ballot has been cast. It's now about the counting, and we are counting down to that. See you after the break.
या सुनना, आजकल ये इक्विटी मार्केट ना बहुत ऊपर नीचे हो रही है।
हमारे पंडाल में दाखिल हो चुका है। बेबस मर्दों, औरतों और बच्चों की खातिर न लड़ो।
हमेशा ह्यूमन राइट्स के लिए बात आवाज बुलंद की है। मोहतरम जनाब मोहम्मद हुसैन मेहदी साहब, अमीर जमात इस्लामी सूबा सिंध, मोहतरम जनाब से 6 गुना से ज्यादा है, जिसके नतीजे में तकरीबन 50 हमास के मुजाहिदों ने आज से 1 साल कबल लुबनान को भी शामिल करने की कोशिश की है। आज
very much everyone for coming here. We already have 6 people that are holding
Shalom Aleinu Val Kol Yisrael, Avinu Shemayim.
Back on the battle for states, ladies and gentlemen, and let's take you quickly through what the scenario looks like for Jammu and Kashmir with respect to the mega poll of polls. The countdown to the counting has already started. How the voters of Jammu and Kashmir who've turned out in huge numbers for the first election post the abrogation of Article 370 at the local level or in the Vidhan Sabha. How do they come out and vote? Is it going to be fractured? Are there too many entities this time around? And will the traditional Rivaiti Parivar parties find it difficult? Or as the mega poll of polls suggests, could there be 2 parties who may have bulk of the spoils and that may be split between the Jammu region and the Kashmir region? Let's look at what the poll of polls say and then we take the conversation forward. Now, this is what the poll of polls says. The poll of polls says that the National Congress combined that could come out as the single largest pre-poll combined. Jammu and Kashmir put together, the National Conference leading in Kashmir, the Congress seemingly getting more seats in Jammu region, could have anywhere between, and if you see the pollsters, they could have anywhere between 42 to about 48 seats. Now, it's an interesting play of numbers here, because right now the polling has been done for 90 seats, but this will go up to 5 more because of the 5 nominations that the LG can make, and that makes the House 95, and the halfway number then, or the majority number, becomes 48. Now, the BJP at this time is the second largest party or entity there, with a lot of others and independents shoring up the rest of the bulk. Now, taking it to the studio and back in, delimitation ho gaya, so that's why the spread
new
constituencies, new terrain altogether.
The borders have changed, the population has changed, the number of voters has changed. And I guess Professor Mattu can weigh in on this. I mean, we don't have any reference. I mean, we can't plot this on a map, but this is how it played out in the last election, 2014, where PDP was the single largest party, BJP was the second largest party, and was basically the party that was largest in Jammu, sort of got into an alliance with the party that was largest in Kashmir. But do you see something similar happening this time as well?
Just one more aspect, there is a whole host of new voters, voters who have never voted,
correct,
who get to be part of the voter list this time. Yes.
Young voters voting in Jammu and Kashmir after 10 years. Because of the delimitation, there is no precedent that you can work on. What you can work on is roughly Jammu division, Kashmir division, within Kashmir, North Kashmir, South Kashmir, and Jammu, the Chenab region, and Jammu proper. And within that, there seems to be, if the poll polls is good evidence, and as I said, with all polls these days, you need to have a caveat lector, beware what you read, caveat auditor, beware what you hear, and a caveat videoter, beware what you see. Is that if, and in Kashmir particularly, because the one phrase that all Kashmiris speak, it's Kashmir. This is Kashmir, where all predictions go wrong. And I think the only other person who understands that is Aarti Tikku in this audience.
and Shaila.
And Shaila, of course, Shaila out there, and she'll both, I hope, will endorse ki this is Jammu and Kashmir, so beware before you make predictions. However, if this is good evidence, then it suggests that the Congress and the NC together are close to a majority. If they win a majority, it's a no-brainer. However, if they're short of a majority, then what happens? The PDP has signaled, but not actually come out openly and publicly, that they will support them. If, for instance, however, counterintuitively, the BJP emerges as the single largest party. As it is, one of their provincial leaders from Kashmir, Sufi Yusuf, has bowled a googly and said, this is the list of 5 nominated assemblies, because after the delimitation and after the new legislative assembly has been crafted, you have 5 assembly nominees going to be nominated by the government, which includes 2 displaced Kashmiri with hot pundits, and then 1 from POK, and then 2 women. Aarti Tikku doesn't figure in that list. Sadly so. Nor does Shaila, even more sadly so. It is, if that list is good evidence, then there are 2 people who you know, which is Ashok Kaul, who's the RSS General Secretary on secondment to the BJP, and Sunil Sethi. The others, frankly, I don't know who they are. So this list hopefully is not the right list. But if that happens, then BJP begins with an advantage of 5. So they require really only 43 others to come in a majority.
Sometimes these utterances are also made, Amitabh ji, just to clear the pitch for even these 5 people.
Yes, because they're saying
इनका नाम ले लो ताकि इनको दिया ही नहीं जाए. Even if they were part of the list,
नाम आ गया, तो it's one obvious person discarded, not going to figure in the list. But it will also depend, therefore, then on the number of independents, because now we know through Srinagar street gossip and Delhi cocktail gossip that many of these independents would probably support, or some of the smaller parties would support the BJP. But again, with the caveat, this is still Kashmir.
This is still Kashmir. Shaila Rashid, and then I'll bring in Aarti Tikku. Yes, Shaila Rashid.
So I'll sort of continue from what Amitabh sir was saying. Just excuse me, I have a really bad throat. So the PDP has made a really interesting statement where they have said that they will support any secular alliance. Now, the secular word can be interpreted in two ways. It can be interpreted in the alliance sense of the word, in the sense that if that's the bigger alliance, then we'll support that. Or if there is a hung assembly kind of situation where, you know, I just saw a CSDS Lokniti survey, which gives 49% of the votes in the Jammu region to the BJP. So in that kind of a situation where there is a polarized verdict between Jammu and Kashmir, the PDP might even, repeat that whole phrase of North Pole, South Pole alliance in order to save secularism, in order to, support a secular. So I think they've played it very cleverly. They are not sort of saying one thing or the other. They are saying we'll support any secular government in J&K. Now, Rahul, I actually wanted to respond to one of your tweets that I saw, where you're saying that BJP ko Kashmir se vote kyun nahi mila after doing all of this, etc. It's because they did not have. Can you name one recognizable big leader who is who has a star campaigner quality, or who has a big leader quality, whom they had fielded? They actually didn't. I mean, if you see the Rakshan Andrabi, or there is Hina Shafi Bhatt, Sajid Yusuf, these are like the recognizable faces of Kashmir Valley, but they didn't field any good candidates. No offense to the candidates that they did field. So that kind of reading that it is a communal kind of verdict, or it is a kind of verdict, driven by religion and all of that, I would disagree with that, because based on whatever the polls are showing, wherever there is a good candidate, he or she has been elected. I mean, I know that there is a lot of variation in this independence category, which we are repeatedly seeing. Ye ab kal hi pata chalega ki what is it exactly. But other than that, there seem to be no big surprises, and wherever the candidates are good, they've been elected. Okay. And that whole engineer Rashid kind of wave, which we saw in the Lok Sabha election, we'll not see it this time, because there is a tendency. It is in Kashmir, and it sort of, I think, extends to Muslims across India. As long as you are in the jail, you are a victim and you are a martyr, and you'll get the sympathy, you'll get the vote even. But the moment you step out of jail, God forbid, even for 15 days, then you are a stooge. So that I think that factor played very heavily against engineer. The only surprise that I see in the surveys that have come in so far is the good performance by PDP, because what the word on the street was earlier was that PDP might end up with 0 to 1 seats. So if they are getting 5 to 7 seats as per various polls, I think that's a pretty good result for them. The People's Conference seems to have extended its, what should you say, bastion outside of Handwara, which was typically, which is Sajad Loans. There's not word on the street. There's one survey which even gives Langate constituency, which is Engineer Rashid's constituency. It even gives that to People's Conference. So that would show like a really good performance by People's Conference.
हमारे पंडाल में दाखिल हो चुका है। बेबस मर्दों, औरतों और बच्चों की खातिर न लड़ो।
हमेशा ह्यूमन राइट्स के लिए बात आवाज बुलंद की है। मोहतरम जनाब मोहम्मद हुसैन मेहदी साहब अमीर जमात इस्लामी सूबा से, मोहतरम जनाब
से 6 गुना से ज्यादा है, जिसके नतीजे में तकरीबन 50 हमास के मुजाहिदों ने आज से 1 साल कबल लुबनान को भी शामिल करने की कोशिश की है। आज
very much everyone for coming here. We already have 6 people that are holding the
Shalom Aleinu v'Alkol Yisrael Avinu Shebashamayim.
Are you inclined to see what a Dainik Bhaskar is putting, where it's saying it's not the BJP, which is the second largest grouping, it's the others or the independents? Could a similar scenario happen where, or a scenario happen where both the Congress NC and the BJP have similar number of seats, split between the Jammu division and Kashmir division? And then what happens?
Absolutely, Anand. My guess is, because I do live in Kashmir and I do talk to common people. In fact, in the last 5 years, I have seen a paradigm shift in the thinking in Jammu and Kashmir, in people's thinking. And I will repeat myself, in fact, ad nauseum, that this particular election, 2024 assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir, is a historic election after the abrogation of Article 370. This actually is a mandate for peace and democracy in Jammu and Kashmir, and also acceptance of the decision that was taken by the central government on August 5th, 2019. Now, coming to the margins, of course, I think the margins will be very, very low. I think the contest that I saw in Kashmir particularly was quite neck and neck. And I can also tell you the fact that such numbers of voters came out to vote also shows that the government of India has actually, whatever investment it has made in terms of constitutional investment, financial investment, emotional investment, and also the kind of outreach that was shown by the BJP government in the last 5 years has actually worked on the ground. Many people may say, in fact, Sheila was also talking about, in fact, a lot of people are talking about 3% vote share to BJP in Kashmir. Well, the fact is that BJP actually did not field many candidates. I think very few candidates were contesting in this election. And also the fact that lot of people, actually chose to contest elections as independents. That again is a phenomena in itself, which we will be analyzing after the results are out tomorrow, because the fate of the government formation will depend on the victory of those independents. Also, I would like to say that the contest certainly is between the National Conference and the BJP. Congress has not performed as good as it was expecting. In fact, Congress hardly put any effort in the Kashmir Valley or even in Jammu region.
Yeah,
So-
that Jammu region aspect, I wanted to get your thoughts in, Namita Mattu and Rashid Kitwai, because Omar Abdullah made a point about it, that we would like to see Rahul Gandhi campaign a little more aggressively in Jammu.
Yes.
There are people, like Tejinder Sodhi was saying, that there was a mood against the BJP in Jammu for some other reasons, local reasons, and they thought Congress should cash in on it, but they didn't. Why?
It's a conundrum. I mean, Rashid would probably have a deeper insight, but it's a conundrum why Rahul Gandhi or Priyanka went there finally as well. Why they didn't try and actually work harder in Jammu? Is it because they took it for granted, or they thought that there is a BJP consolidation already having taken place? Because anecdotally, if you went to Jammu, there was an anti-incumbency directed against the LG's governance, which was seen by extension as being the central government's extension, particularly in terms of local governance issues as well as jobs, etc. So there wasn't, it was a natural kind of sentiment that the Congress could have exploited, which surprisingly they didn't, because strangely enough, curiously enough, the two parts of Jammu and Kashmir, the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir, which were pro-abrogation of 370 unanimously, have witnessed pockets of deep discontent.
Absolutely.
Ladakh with Sonam Wangchuk leading the protest, and Jammu itself showing disgruntlement with local BJP leaders, etc. And that's why they made at least some corrective by changing the leadership of the leadership, and as well as giving new candidates or setting up new candidates for the assembly constituencies. But it is a conundrum which I can't figure out why the Congress didn't work harder.
Aarti Tikku?
Yeah, I just want to. Yeah,
Sorry,
do you want to?
I think it had to do largely with that, faulty ticket distribution. There was a sort of difference of perception between the state unit of the Congress in Jammu region and the central leadership. And there was also many allegations that, there was a kind of, money exchange hands and all. We'll get to know. But one thing we must remember always, this is an alliance thing. So NC plus Congress. So whenever, the verdict is out, the governor will have to call single largest group, and that being, NC Congress. So NC Congress being short of BJP is very unlikely if you go by the numbers.
I think that's one of the reasons why Omar Abdullah was concerned about the Congress's lack of aggression in Jammu, because he knew that from the National Party perspective, against the BJP, the Congress had to do its work and contribute from Jammu region if the National Conference was going to pull bulk of the weight from the Kashmir division for them to come together as a part. The other thing is, for the voters of Jammu, after delimitation, more seats, more number of voters in the voter list. This should have been the time when they would have said, finally, Jammu can perhaps control the narrative of Jammu Kashmir. Why are contributing one particular party which controls the state government or the governance narrative, and thereby getting a chief minister who's actually from the Jammu region? That could have been and should have been the thought process of the voter. You're saying that wasn't.
I just want to say that, well, there is actually no conundrum on this particular issue, that why Congress wasn't really enthusiastic and passionately active in these elections in Jammu region.
The conversation continues. We continue to build up to countdown of the counting down to the counting process, ladies and gentlemen. It's the battle for the states. It's your one single destination right through this day. That is Result Day Live, CNN News 18. See you after the break.
हमारे पंडाल में दाखिल हो चुका है। बेबस मर्दों, औरतों और बच्चों की खातिर न लड़ो। فقاتلوا أولياء بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم काफिला हमारे पंडाल में दाखिल हो चुका है बेबस मर्दों औरतों और बच्चों की खातिर न लड़ो
हमेशा ह्यूमन राइट्स के लिए बात आवाज बुलंद की है मोहतरम जनाब मोहम्मद हुसैन मेहदी साहब अमीर जमात इस्लामी सूबा से मोहतरम जनाब
से 6 गुना से ज्यादा है जिसके नतीजे में तकरीबन 50 हमास के मुजाहिदों ने आज से 1 साल कबल लुबनान को भी शामिल करने की कोशिश की है आज
Very much everyone for coming here. We already have 6 people that are holding the
Shalom Aleinu Val Kol Yisrael Avinu Shebashamayim.
That's a clear, big runaway number that People's Pulse is giving again to the National Conference.
The people of Kashmir and the people of Jammu will be absolutely thrilled. We've not had one single major instance of disruption, violent disruption of the poll.
The Haryana poll of polls, ladies and gentlemen, the mega poll of polls gives the Congress a runaway victory.
जब भी यही कह रहा हूँ ना मैं टायर्ड हूँ ना रिटायर्ड हूँ
very grateful to Mrs. Mahbooba Mufti. She also wants the same things that we want. Elections are over. Let's work together.
जो इंडिपेंडेंट जीत के आ सकते हैं उनके राब्ते में आप हैं, आप बात उनसे कर रहे हो तो स्वाभाविक है बात तो करनी ही पड़ेगी.
Namaste, Jai Hind, and it's the big battle for the states, ladies and gentlemen. The one union territory that is going to the polls to vote for its local assembly after 10 years and also 5 years since the abrogation of Article 370. A lot of eyes are very keen to see how the people of Jammu and Kashmir have voted and what the kind of mandate is. The counting will get underway in just a short while from now. Haryana is the other big state. Will all the regional satraps and the regional parties be sidelined, and will it be a two-horse race between the BJP that's facing the anti-incumbency and the Congress which is riding on Hooda, who's neither tired nor is he retired? We'll have to wait and watch because the ballot is cast and it's just counting down to counting, ladies and gentlemen. It is Result Day Live. Welcome aboard the CNN News 18 election news coverage, your election news headquarters. I'm Anand Narasimhan. With me, Managing Editor, CNN News 18, Zaka Jacob, as always, on the magic wall. It's not plotting as of now. Just in about 60 minutes from now, it'll all start plotting, Zaka.
Yeah, it's all grey right now, much like the Delhi skies this morning. But in about an hour's time, at 8 o'clock, when the EVMs are unsealed and the numbers start pouring in, you'll see a riot of color, whether it is saffron or blue or green or yellow. We will have it first here on the magic wall.
So National Conference plus Congress plus PDP, Rahul Shivshankar, or will it be the BJP along with some of those who you believe should not be anywhere as far as the democratic process is concerned? This early morning, what's your feeling?
Anand, look, you know me, I'm very trepidatious about this election in Jammu and Kashmir. Things were going along swimmingly in the state. We've never had violence, figures 0% pelting. We've just had a great spring in Kashmir, and suddenly the Supreme Court swarmed in with its judgment, and I think quite prematurely decided to hold elections. Why ever they did it, I don't know, but I think the stage is set for some amount of horse trading. There will definitely be a lot of maneuvers in the background, and I just hope that the governor, who has acquired some powers greater than even the governor, the lieutenant governor enjoys here in Delhi, retains those powers. Because I don't want this state to be slipping in to the hands of all of those who put it there in the first place, to be very, very honest.
Well, that's for the voter to decide. They've seen 5 years under a central leadership and also administration under the aegis of the LG's office and via the center, and now they're going to have some of those politicians back again. Do they really want to get back into that route, or will they decide, think smartly, we'll wait and watch? But this is what the exit poll of polls say, the mega poll of polls, ladies and gentlemen. Haryana, 46 to win, 90 seats in the assembly, and there you go. Most of the pollsters, in fact, all of the pollsters have given the Congress party a runaway victory. So huge anti-incumbency that's being faced by the BJP, and despite a change in the leadership ahead, just on the cusp of the Lok Sabha elections, they did lose about 5 seats there. They got only 5 out of the 10 Lok Sabha seats. Will they lose further traction? And has the Haryana voter already decided that enough is enough? We have had 10 years of a non-Jat leadership under the BJP. We need to get back to the leadership of the Jats under Bhupinder Hooda. We'll have to wait and watch, but that's what the pollsters say. Overall, somewhere anywhere between 55 to 63 seats. That's what's predicted for the Congress party. Many believe if it's a two-horse race, then they should be taking everything. They should just be sweeping Haryana. Let's look at Jammu and Kashmir quickly. Jammu and Kashmir right now, assembly, the polling has been conducted for 90 seats. 46 is the halfway mark. There will be 5 more nominations by the LG. So that house will go up to 95, ladies and gentlemen, before they sit down to actually start governing the place. And they will, these 5, once they are nominated, they will also have a say in the floor test. So that could all throw a mix, and that number of 46 could go up to 48. But overall, it's the Congress National Conference. That's the combination that seems to be in pole position to form government, and they are a pre-poll alliance. So if they emerge as a single largest combined, the LG will have to invite them to form government first. If otherwise, it's the BJP that emerges as the single largest party, which, however, looks very unlikely based on the exit pollsters. Then the BJP will have to get that number. You will have to have 48 in your kitty minimum. Just keep that in mind overall. Aman Sharma, Pallavi Ghosh have tracked these elections. Aman has also tracked these elections from beyond Bharat's shores, because you've been covering some interesting trips of the Prime Minister to the US. But Aman, what's your sense before you left? You traveled to Haryana, you also traveled to Jammu and Kashmir.
Well, Anand, I think Jammu and Kashmir BJP is clearly looking at a very good showing in the Jammu region. That is what they're looking, 43 seats in the Jammu region. They want a very good showing, maybe even 70 to 80% of the seats here, and then back on the independents as well as those, they are silently backing in the valley to win, because BJP sources have been very clearly saying that nearly 25 to 30 candidates in the Kashmir valley, which are independents or other parties in the NC and the Congress, could win. The BJP's big hope in Jammu and Kashmir is a good showing in the Jammu region, and good showing in the Jammu region also because the abrogation of Article 370, other issues like the decrease in terrorism, the zero stone pelting, hartals having gone, it has had good resonance in the Jammu region as well as in Kashmir region. But in Kashmir region, I think the BJP is banking more on the independent this time. Let's see what happens. And opposition is already alleging that BJP is beginning from 5 seats because the 5 nominated members in the new J&K Assembly, senior BJP leader has said all will be from the BJP.
Everybody will tend to swing whichever way the hawa jis taraf beh rahi hai, rukh jis taraf beh raha hai. But Jammu is a critical aspect because many believe, Pallavi, that BJP is not so strong in Jammu as on the face of it. Have they made some ground? On the other hand, the National Conference was upset that the Congress did not put in its shoulder and weight in Jammu, whereas they could have reaped rich benefits there. And somewhere in that combination, it is National Conference that's pulling the weight in the Kashmir division, and they expected Congress to do their bit in the Jammu division.
And should the NC Congress not be able to form the government in Jammu and Kashmir, I think that grudge of Omar Abdullah, and he was quite open about it, will be out. I mean, he's certainly going to blame the Congress party for that. And for many of us who cover the Congress party, we were also a little baffled actually that, why is it that the Congress, which could have done or could have shown up a good performance in Jammu, did not even bother to make that effort. I mean, I remember Rahul Gandhi went in to do just 2 or 3 odd rallies. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra did not even do that. One last day she went, and that's only after Omar Abdullah made the point that why is it that the Congress party is not going there. So it's like a complete giveaway and giving it on a platter to the BJP because Jammu is for them to take. But yes, I think the story today is not going to be so much Haryana. I think it's going to be really J&K who really forms the government, because for the BJP, after revocation of Article 370, talking about normalcy in the valley and in Jammu, it's very important for them, politically speaking, to form the government over there.
So you feel Haryana will be run away for the Congress? It's a set.
Well, I'm going by the exit polls. I mean, I'm like Rahul, I'm very, very careful. But yeah, I think the Congress party certainly does have that edge. But in Jammu and Kashmir, the thing is those 5 MLAs that we are talking about, the right which the LG has, that stoked a lot of controversy. They are going to be a decisive factor. The independents. I mean, engineer Rashid, did you hear the comment which Omar Abdullah made yesterday that he makes a trip to Delhi and he speaks the language of the BJP? So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one.
Coming from netas who are past masters in perfecting this dual folk tongue kind of thing, they speak one language in Delhi and another language when the moment they touch down in Srinagar. That's the allegation against some of these Rivayati parties of Jammu and Kashmir. Now, let's go across to our reporters and understand what's happening on ground in Haryana. Sharon joining us from Rohtak. Arun Dhanta is joining us from Kurukshetra. Yash Koel is right outside Kumari Shelja's residence. Sharon, Arun and Yash, good morning. Sharon, whereabouts are you and what's the conversation on ground this result day live morning in Haryana?
Well, Anand, I'm outside Bhupinder Hooda's residence, and you can see slowly the supporters are in fact coming in. Right now, there are no much activity. People are in fact coming in and joining at the Hooda's residence here in Rohtak. But pretty much confident. They have in fact been saying that the exit poll have been in their favor. Apart from that, the internal survey has also in fact predicted around 55 to 60 seats for Congress in Haryana. And apart from that, last night there has in fact been a meeting where all the leaders, all the candidates have been told that they should not be overconfident. They need to guard the strong rooms. All supporters need to guard the strong rooms. Apart from that, whenever the numbers are coming, whichever, doesn't matter how many rounds are there, they need to be there for all the rounds, and until and unless the counting is not completed in each of the constituencies, the candidates will not move from there, and they will have to take their certificates once the counting is done. So this is what the message that has been sent by the AICC General Secretary to all the candidates of Haryana. The observers, Ajay Makhan, Ashok Gehlot, have also been asked that they need to be very alert, need to track all the developments that are happening in Haryana. So right now, you can see the the supporters who have in fact gathered here. Let me speak. Exit poll आप लोगों के पक्ष में है, क्या लगता है, क्या माहौल है?
हाँ, हमारे पक्ष में है, 70 सीट आएंगी मैडम, 70
सीट आएंगी
प्लस।
आपको क्या लगता है?
ये तो पब्लिक को पता है, आप लोगों को पता है 10 साल में क्या किया है। बेरोजगारी, भ्रष्टाचार और जो है ये आंदोलन, किसान आंदोलन, ये मुद्दे हैं। हर वर्ग परेशान है।
मतलब जीत रही है कांग्रेस, आप ये कहना चाहते हैं?
निश्चित तौर पे 70 प्लस कांग्रेस आएगी और चौधरी भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा जी इस प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे।
अच्छा, भूपेंद्र जी मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे।
So the sense and the
बनेंगे, जनता की डिमांड पे बनेंगे।
जनता की डिमांड पे बनेंगे। Sense in the Hooda camp, Sharon. Yeah. So what they are saying is that if they are winning, if the Congress is taking, and if it's a two-horse race, Rahul Shivshankar, if it's a two-horse race, Congress and the BJP, then the Congress will sweep it. It'll go 70 plus. There's no reason why it should stop at 55 or 60.
Absolutely. Look, this is basically what many analysts have been saying, that if this is a two-horse race, expect exactly what happened in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, just transpose that result onto an assembly map and you'll get the picture. But interestingly, even then, and you can argue that the Prime Minister was on the ticket and so on and so forth, but even then the Congress was actually too short of even the BJP. Now, what needs to happen, it's not as simple as that. What needs to happen is that the Dalit vote that came to the Congress and the OBC vote, the other OBCs apart from the Jats, will they remain with the Congress as they perhaps did, at least to great proportion, in this 2024 Lok Sabha election? Will that actually happen? And that's really where we have to be looking very closely at the magic wall, Zach, because
the projection,
will the Dalits, will the OBCs
assembly
stay? That's the fundamental
and we'll take
question.
it back to Arun Dhanta and Yash on ground.
The reason, and I keep going back to this, the reason why the BJP was able to, through the skin of its teeth, win Haryana or wrest Haryana in 2019 was because the Jat vote split almost evenly between the JJP and the Congress. But while the focus is so much on the Jat vote, if you look at what happened in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, it was split 5 seats to Congress and 5 seats to BJP. But how did the community vote split? So I'm going to put out the filter, which is the BJP leads as far as 2024 is concerned. First, let's take a look at the Jats. So the BJP's bulk of the BJP's support are in these two corridors. This is called the GT corridor, which is Panipat, Sonipat, Karnal, going all the way up to Ambala and then further into Punjab. And then there is the southern sort of stronghold, which is Gurgaon, Faridabad, largely the urban part of the state bordering the national capital region. So these are the two pockets of support that the BJP has. Essentially, these are their firewalls, the saffron wall, as they call it. Here, the BJP, if you were to transpose the Lok Sabha results, 5 Lok Sabha seats into assembly constituencies, the BJP would end up with 44, 28 of which were seats that they had won even in 2019. So the worst case scenario possibly, the bottom line for the BJP is 28. The Congress, the starting line is 12. Now, if you were to impose the Congress's leads in 2024 Lok Sabha onto the Vidhan Sabha, you can see the regions are different. This is, of course, the Rohtak belt, which is the stronghold of the Hoodas. There's also a huge bunch of seats that have come from the Sirsa belt, which is where Kumari Selja hails from. There is, of course, the Dalit vote there as well. There's the Dera vote in this whole Sirsa belt, which is also very crucial. So if you look at the map for the Congress, it's very different. You don't see much here in this GT corridor. You don't see much here in the Gurgaon, Faridabad urban belt of southern Haryana. Much of their wins are in this Jind, Hisar, Sirsa, the Rohtak belt. Here, the Congress would have got 42. So the starting point for the Congress is 20 seats. These 20 seats are virtually almost assured for the Congress party, just like 28 were virtually assured for the BJP. The question is, where do the others go? Even in the Lok Sabha, even in Lok Sabha 2024, in these seats, the JJP had 20% vote, which means 1 out of 5 voters were voting for the JJP. Will they do that in the assembly?
See, and if you see, there is a clear about 2% vote percentage difference between the Congress and the BJP, but there is a 9-seat plus for the Congress. So their seat conversion, despite a lower vote share, is higher in this belt.
Correct.
And did the JJP cause that damage to the BJP? We don't know.
Possibly. I mean, they did fight
in alliance.
Yeah, in an alliance in the Lok Sabha. But then everybody in Haryana knew that things were not good between the two parties.
What has changed? There are 2 or 3 things that have changed. There's the Vinesh Phogat women wrestler factor that's come in. there's also, of course, been a protracted disillusionment amongst Jats and farmers. And then, of course, there is the shadow of the Agniveer. So all of those things have sort of come into the picture that perhaps weren't quite there in 2019.
Yeah,
and that's also led to the JJP
it's
sort of
as,
snapping
it's as
ties.
Mr. Huda said,
Yes.
Kisan, Jawan, Pehlwan, all three.
So there are these three
Let's ask Arun and Yash what their sense is. Arun, whereabouts are you? You're in Kurukshetra, we're given to understand.
Well, that's right, Anand. I'm in Kurukshetra, and this is the place where Chief Minister of Haryana has his residence. Remember, he was the member of parliament from this Lok Sabha seat itself, and Naib Singh Saini was in Chandigarh yesterday. He came to Kurukshetra late night, and as we reached here, we went to his residence, and we got to know that he left his residence at around 5:30 early in the morning to visit the temple, and throughout the day he will be traveling around. And 2 days back, when I spoke to Naib Singh Saini, he was very confident about the results. In fact, he was saying that the exit polls, the results which exit polls are showing will be proven wrong on the day of counting. In fact, I've been speaking to a few BJP leaders in last 2 days after the exit polls. They are saying that exit polls have gotten wrong even in the past. In fact, some of them had told me that even during the Lok Sabha polls time, when exit polls came, they were projecting BJP's full majority, and still they got 240. So some of the BJP leaders were even saying that. But as far as, of course, as you were also discussing, that what BJP has realized in the results of 2024 Lok Sabha polls is that Dalit votes which got damaged and which went away to the Congress party in those polls. So therefore, they have, of course, had their strategies that how they would gonna get those votes back to their fold. And of course, as in last 6 months, ever since Naib Singh Saini has taken over, there are a few decisions which he has taken, which of course includes providing MSP on 24 crops and increasing the creamy layer for the OBC's reservation from 6 to 8 lakhs. And the jobs
Right.
which he provided. So though essentially he had 56 days to work because other time there was a model code of conduct. The people who are praising Naib Singh Saini, that they are saying that in last 6 months he had done good job, and perhaps that will save them through.
Well, will it do that? We'll have to see. Most importantly, if it is a two-horse race, then can BJP buck the anti-incumbency? Can they retain a bulk of their Lok Sabha vote share to try and convert into seat conversions? Because the Congress, on the face of it, doesn't seem to require a higher vote share for seat conversions, and it's already holding on fort from the Lok Sabha as the projection Zaka was showing. But Yash Goyal, you're outside Kumari Shelja's residence. That belt, the Dalit belt, and where she has a sway over 9 or 12 seats, how critical is that? And how important is Ashok Tanwar on the last day? In fact, it should be embarrassing for the BJP there that within 1 hour of him being there sharing the spotlight with the Prime Minister, he was seen on stage with Rahul Gandhi and he had defected. And this was in the NHR. How much of a difference is that going to make?
Absolutely, Narayan. And in fact, the same thing has been said by the Chief Minister of Haryana himself, that you can see his statements just 1 hour before when he joined the Congress party, and you can see how he's speaking right now. So BJP is very clear that he being shifting his allegiance from the BJP to the Congress is not going to do anything. This is what the BJP has to say, but things are very different on the ground. In fact, to give you a quick update about Kumari Shelja, we are right outside Kumari Shelja's residence here in the national capital. In fact, I can tell you that some preparations are being done outside her residence. In fact, you can see this tent being put up because today there will be two people on whom all eyes will be. First will be Mr. Hooda, and then will be Kumari Shelja. In fact, yesterday we tried speaking to her, and she made it very clear that around 11 to 12 is when she will be speaking to the media, and then only she'll be putting out her very first statement on what will be the way ahead for the Congress party when it's come to the choosing of the Chief Minister. But in fact, she is someone who has made it clear that she is one of the contenders of the chief ministerial post. But what transpires today is yet to be seen, because the kind of exit polls which we have seen, that shows a clear majority for the Congress party. And in fact, Kumari Shelja is also someone who is very candid when she speaks to media, and she leaves no stone unturned to speak out her mind. And today also, we are expecting her to speak in a while, or perhaps around 11
Well, I
a.m.
think she is.
when
She has
she will be
spoken.
speaking to the media. And in fact,
She has spoken to News 18, and we will try and play that out in a bit, Yash. But thanks for that. But bringing this story back, can we just go back to the mega poll of polls of Haryana, and then we'll bring it into the studio to understand? Has any of the pollster actually looked at it, Zaka and Rahul? Has any of the pollster come out and said that it could be a 3-horse race? Now there are two who are giving the others about 15 to 17 seats and 10 to 15 seats. There are two pollsters who are giving others about 15 seats. Now what does that mean? Does that mean that the INLD and Aam Aadmi Party then get into the mix along with some of the independents? You see Dainik Bhaskar, and there is C Voter, and People's Pulse also has given 16. So 3 of them have given them at least 15 seats to others. Now, what does that mean? Does that then become a 3-horse race?
But if they're giving
Uh,
and if it's a
15
3-horse
seats,
race,
yeah.
does that then help the BJP's cause?
But Anand, if they're giving those many seats, that means there'll be a substantial vote share. I don't see how the Congress then gets up to those figures.
60.
I mean, then it'll be a hung house scenario.
Yeah,
to be
I
honest.
think, if you're looking at 15 to 17, and mind you, this is not JJP. They are then saying it's either AAP or INLD or independents, maybe rebels. There would be a whole bunch of rebels on either side. But if there are going to be anywhere between, let's say, 10 to 15, or one of the polls saying 15 to 17, one poll saying 16, then you won't have this kind of a runaway victory. You won't get a 50 plus for one of the two major parties. But I'm interested in one thing. This whole question of who will become chief minister, does that also change with the nature of the victory? Let's say if Congress gets 60 plus, then does that mean that it's Mr. Hooda who's automatically the choice? And if it's a more tentative victory, a 45 to 55 kind of a victory, is his place as chief minister not so much of a sure shot, Pallavi and then Aman?
I think it's, I think the Gandhis particularly have already made up their mind that in Haryana at least, the Hoodas are going to get the lion's share. I mean, for example, Kumari Shelja being removed as a PCC chief and Bhupinder Hooda's person being made the PCC chief, I think was the first big indication that this election is going to be about the Hoodas. And very quickly, Zaka, I remember there is this, there is this whole PR agency which has been hired, that Sunil Konagalu agency. There was a lot of grief which many within the party felt about the fact that the first few ad campaigns were only in and around the Hoodas. I mean, pictures of Bhupinder Hooda sitting in the Khet and having food with women. That did not go down well with this Kumari Shelja camp. And they had objected to it. And that's why they met the Gandhis and said that, the campaign only makes it look all about the Hoodas. Unka monopoly nahi ho sakta. But having said that, 80% of the candidates almost are chosen by the Hoodas. I mean, what more do you want? And look at the line which Bhupinder Hooda says, MLAs decide karenge. So when those 3 observers go after the results are out and should the Congress get that win, obviously the most of the MLAs are going to be most probably from the Bhupinder Hooda camp. And obviously they're going to say this, that we want him as the CM. So, I think it's almost given. I think what is going to be important is, what is it that she's going to get? Her choice as a deputy CM, if there's a deputy CM, will her people get the important portfolios?
But
and
will
what
she
next
work
for
under
her?
Bhupinder Hooda? Well, because I'm not sure if that is
So that's what
something
I'm
that
saying.
will be acceptable to
She
her.
not as a deputy CM, but maybe her person as a deputy CM, in case there is one.
But Aman, the other thing is, as you weigh in on Bhupinder Hooda and the Congress, the fact is what happens to the JJP and INLD. Then they get routed if they're done.
Well, Anand, this election in Haryana, I feel, is strongly about Jat politics. It is the Jats in the state who said, okay, 10 years there's been a non-Jat chief minister. We've had enough. We want a Jat chief minister. And that is why I think Bhupinder Hooda is in the mix of things. Even in the last elections, if you remember, Bhupinder Singh Hooda was given the charge of the election just about a month before the election. The criticism was Congress delayed it a lot. Still, the Congress could win 31 seats. And Mr. Hooda has always been saying it was because of me that we got 31 seats. If we had been given the charge earlier, I would have won the state. Congress did the course correction, gave Mr. Hooda a charge very early this time. The results were there in the Lok Sabha elections. 5 out of the 10 seats were won by the Congress. It is very clear. I think if Congress wins 50, 45, 60, Mr. Hooda is going to be the chief minister. There is no doubt about it. And this is in sharp contrast to what is happening in the BJP camp. Manohar Lal Khattar, the chief minister of almost 9 years, but heavy anti-incumbency, and BJP, I think, delayed it a lot in removing Mr. Khattar. It should have done it at least a year before the election. They did that earlier in other states like Gujarat and Karnataka, and other states. But in Gujarat, at least they won, and Uttarakhand as well. And I think Haryana BJP delayed removing Mr. Khattar a lot. They brought in Nayab Singh Saini, but Mr. Nayab Singh Saini couldn't do much in 6 months. He couldn't even fight in a seat that he wanted to fight from. He had to shift his seat to Ladwa. So clearly, I think BJP. Also, there was a lot of infighting. I think Anil Vij, who's the senior-most leader, publicly, when he was not made the chief minister, he has publicly said, I now want to be the chief minister. So I think we talk a lot about the infighting in the Congress camp in Haryana, but there was also a lot of infighting inside the BJP camp.
Anil Vij is a career RSS and a BJP man, and he's had this grouse even when Khattar was being made the chief minister. And then when he was repeated as chief minister, Anil Vij had this problem, but then things settled down. This time around, he's not, is he going to be working against the party while being in the party? There are chances, people say that there could happen within the Congress camp also. Yes, Rahul.
Anil Vij comes from Ambala. So this is that Ambala GT road belt which Zaka is speaking about, which is BJP's stronghold in Haryana. If Anil Vij is not on the same page as the rest of the party, you could see BJP facing reverses even in that.
Frankly, this is an election for the Congress to lose. Anand, let's be very honest about this in Haryana, because the trend has been sort of gathering against the BJP. But the fundamental thing about this Hooda question is, look, at the end of the day, the show of hands always takes place in the CLP. Right? And we've seen it in Rajasthan. Mr. Gehlot always seemed to have the largest number of MLAs. Whoever has the largest number of MLAs gets to become chief minister. Siddaramaiah in Karnataka supposedly still commands the loyalty of the largest number of MLAs. Similarly, Hooda actually had full sway across 65 seats, picking his own people to contest this election. That just tells you that, look, this entire campaign is pivoted around the strategy of who the Hoodas believe can deliver the state. So Rahul Gandhi also generally sort of absented himself from this state. Priyanka Gandhi did a couple of 3 rallies where she made a couple of remarks. But unfortunately for the BJP, they have to come to terms with 2 or 3 things. And we'll have to see at the end analysis how much of the vote share the BJP continues to hold on to. If they've significantly lost a lot of vote share, then this is a great message for them to sort of very quickly comprehend. If they haven't, then is this really an anti-incumbency vote, or is it just the fact that perhaps they picked the wrong face, they alienated the jats, which they shouldn't have?
However it happens. Now, let's say if the Congress comes back to power, as the exit polls suggest, and it's Bhupinder Hooda who's on the chief minister's chair. How does that change the politics and the dynamics for the Congress? Does that then open the roads for protesters coming in from Punjab all the way to Delhi? Does that then mean that a huge number of Congress cadre will start pouring into Delhi at the drop of a hat? How does that then build the whole mahal for Congress ahead of the Delhi elections? Because one of the things that the Congress has decided that they will not go with the AAP in Haryana is because they know that it's going to affect their chances in Delhi.
The other factor also is, let's say if Jammu and Kashmir, if NC and Congress are within striking distance of power. So all of North India, the northern part of India, from Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal, Punjab, Haryana, all the way up to Delhi, will be ruled by non-BJP governments.
Except for Uttarakhand, that just stands out separately. But other than that,
it's all being ruled by opposition states, and I think that will have a knock-on effect when UP goes to polls in 2 years from now. It'll have a knock-on effect when Bihar goes to polls next year.
Immediately down west in Maharashtra.
It'll have an effect in Maharashtra as well. The other critical thing, and I think this is where Rahul Gandhi clearly is shaping his politics as he is the icon or the messiah of the Dalits, right? He saw evidence of it. I mean, whatever the strategy was in the Lok Sabha elections, it worked for the Congress. It worked in places like Uttar Pradesh. It definitely worked in Maharashtra. Pallavi and I were talking about this video that they put out yesterday of him going to a Dalit household and eating their food, the food that was prepared by that family. I think, they cannot afford to ignore Shailja or her concerns simply because I think the signaling to the Dalit voter, to the Dalit constituency, and clearly, I think I'm convinced about it, that Rahul Gandhi has made up his mind that the Dalit vote bank is coming back to the Congress. It used to be the Congress's sort of, one of the 3 pillars of the Congress with minorities and Brahmins at one point of time in the 70s and 80s. He is convinced that 2024 Lok Sabha is evidence, and you will see more evidence of it going into Maharashtra. Maharashtra, again, the seats that the Congress won in some of the most backward parts of Vidarbha were Dalit-dominated seats. So they cannot afford to, shy away or discard Shailja. She will have to be accommodated in some form or another, if for nothing else, but for preserving this all-India Dalit vote bank, which the Congress
Maharashtra is
convinced
Muslim,
coming back to it.
Adivasi, Dalit and Maratha. So that's the combination that the opposition is trying to look at. And once again, what is the messaging? If there is one aspect that Hooda won you the election. The other aspect is for the next 6 months or 1 year, let's just give Kumari Shailja the spotlight, because then she's the first woman chief minister of Haryana. She's the first Dalit chief minister of Haryana. All of these things were woman and Dalit together. And then what is a plan? See, they attempted that with Charanjit Channi in Punjab. That's exactly what they tried to do on ground. Well, in about 30 minutes time, we'll have counting getting underway. But your thoughts on Haryana? Do you think this is going to have this knock-on effect, and how is it going to change the dynamics of politics? Because the same thing, we'll take that story forward into Jammu and Kashmir after this. Pallavi and Aman.
First election of Rahul Gandhi as an LOP. So I think it's going to be interesting. He's just going to walk in. There's going to be Priyanka Gandhi Vadra also this time around, most probably in the winter session of Parliament. So first election of Rahul Gandhi as an LOP. Second thing is the fact that he did not campaign much and he gave it to the regional leaders. That also could be the possible messaging hence on, that I'm going to be the big man, and look at the national picture. The Dalit politics of Rahul Gandhi, should the numbers work for him? First election again where the AAP Congress alliance fell off because of Bhupinder Hooda, a regional leader, thought it was not going to work for them. Will it have an impact immediately on Delhi elections? Will AAP and Congress go separately? I think these are the important questions which the results may raise. Should the Congress party win in Haryana?
You think there'll be a press conference in the afternoon?
Yes. Rahul Gandhi will definitely come to the Congress.
No, if it's a runaway victory, he must, and they will. The Congress will project Rahul Gandhi as the victor. They had done that on the day of exit polls itself. But it's also how this, politics, the way it's being stitched from Bharat Jodo onwards. And if it's a concentrated politics and the way they are doing that, he's decided that in regional satraps and regional, I will give them their space. I will not go there to queer the pitch. But if things work out well, I will bask in the sunshine while I'm doing whatever I am doing. He's already moved into Maharashtra. He's not. So he's also learned something where the BJP looks beyond the polls into the next level. Has the Congress also picked up the leaf, or are they going back to their old playbook? We'll have to wait and watch how it pans out. Aman and then Rahul.
Well, Anand, I think BJP government in Haryana, when it came into power, 10 years back, and after that, I think a big credit to them was cleaning up the corruption in the state. This is a state where former chief ministers have gone to jail in recruitment scams, from the Chautalas to others. But BJP cleaned up that system, and that is what always they fought the elections on, that we run a corruption-free government, something which was afflicted, Haryana was afflicted with. But I think now, in this election, the things have completely changed, despite that allegations and despite the corruption allegations even against the Hooda family. I think everything that has been ignored by the electorate in this election. This election is all about getting the Jat pride back. BJP tried a big experiment in Haryana by going in for a non-Jat leadership for 10 years. It worked for some extent, but I think even in the last assembly election, the signals were very much clear that Haryana was eager to get back a Jat CM. It became even more clear in the Lok Sabha now. In this election, I think
one is about somewhere it rankles that you make allegations of corruption and then you don't seem to be acting on it. You've not convicted people when you have charged them. You've made allegations, you played your politics, and for a decade, it's just gone into Thanda Basta. That's one part. The other part is that have you actually been able to win over in the sentiment aspect of it? The whole wrestler politics was it was all done to try and whip up this Jat sentiment, because largely it was the Jats who were from Haryana who were dominating the wrestling scene, and the whole controversy, could that have been managed better? Did they not see light? The other thing is the farmer protests. Haryana suffered because of the farmer protests and because of the fact that they were not able to curb it down or they were not able to block it. The blockades were half-hearted. Then when it happened, that entire belt of the small industries, they all suffered. And again, on ground somewhere, like Khattar lost the narrative, did they delay it too much? We'll see how the results happen. Now, if the BJP scrapes past and then they make it a hot fight and it's all even Steven somewhere close and they pip them past the post and they hold on, perhaps by afternoon the whole story and the narrative will be very, very different.
The farmer protest also, Anand, I think till some extent, the BJP was in control of it. But the incident where the BJP, the Khattar government had to open fire at the farmers at the border, I think that particular incident changed the entire narrative, and since the border is even sealed till date, Anand. So that was the situation that Haryana lost control, I would say. And I think the farmers in Haryana who for long had been in the support of the BJP, I think that particular incident did change the mindset.
So there is another larger factor that we should look at. Look, the NCR region, then, if this exit poll result, etc., and we'll know in a few minutes now whether the Haryana election is going to go as predicted by the exit polls. If that happens, then the NCR region, Delhi, one big urban center, rich urban center, slips away from the BJP. Maharashtra, Bombay, up in the air.
Yeah.
Chennai, Bangalore, both gone. Hyderabad with them, but not quite with them. So it does also change those dynamics. The BJP has always been a party for urban middle class, the neo middle class.
Correct.
These are also rich places from where resources come through. That will have a very big impact. Now,
Yeah,
whether
point well made.
the corporates will gravitate towards the Congress, given Rahul Gandhi's sort of antipathy to the rich suit boot sarkar, people, I don't know about that. But fundamentally, there is this issue. Secondly, one must remember that, look, we're talking about a resurgent Congress after 10 years. So nothing can be written off in politics. You might have a string of state election reversals for the BJP, but that doesn't mean that they're out of the contest in any which way. They still have the most popular leader across India, pan-India. Mr. Modi needs some time to regroup. Clearly, there is a certain degree of flaccidity in the party, and there are also people who have started looking at perhaps the post-Modi scenario for themselves.
Yeah.
I think all of that will then be taken into...
Also, some of the leaders and some of the positions, they seem to be jaded. There needs to be fresh legs. There needs to be a reinvention. And there you can... One of the things that the BJP as a single largest party, the largest political party in the world has to see and learn from the Congress is they cannot have a congressification of the BJP, the way it functions as a unit. Now, the moment that happens, then you're going to follow the same life cycle as the Congress
right now,
that rose to the top and then went down.
At some levels in the BJP, there has been this sort of personalization of politics, a plebiscitary sort of form which the Congress had sort of excelled in.
Right.
I think that will probably change.
Well, let's do two things. We'll quickly signpost some of the key factors, ladies and gentlemen, and then also get you and bring you up to speed on the saffron footprint across Bharat. Now, two aspects which are critical. We'll see which one we go with first. But the fact is that if you look at the overall saffron footprint or the footprint of the BJP plus NDA, it presents an interesting scenario. But some of the important highlights for this election. Two high-stake polls, the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana, both of them critical, important strategically for multiple reasons. Polls in Jammu and Kashmir for the first time in a decade. And it's the first time that the Union Territory is going to vote post 370 abrogation for itself. Haryana dangal, is it a dangal for change? That's a big question. The exit polls predicting a clean Congress sweep. The BJP facing massive anti-incumbency, and it also has this entire factor to battle with in Jammu and Kashmir, where the central administration has had its pluses and minuses. Statehood restoration promised by National Conference and the Congress, is that one that is working on ground? Or are there other local factors based on the candidates itself that could throw up a surprise in the Kashmir division? We have to wait and watch. But what happens to the regional satraps? If the JJP, INLD and the PDP and the National Conference, all of them don't do very, very well in Haryana or in Jammu and Kashmir, what does that mean? Is there a resurgence of the two-horse fight in Haryana? And also, will we see new, fresher political faces on the political landscape of Jammu and Kashmir? We'll have to wait and watch. These are some of the things that we need to look on result day, on counting day. We've just got just under 23 minutes now before counting gets underway. Now, this is the saffron footprint that I was talking about. 7th of May 2014, the NDA ruled in just 7 states in Bharat. And look at the mandate that Prime Minister Narendra Modi got. But the mahal, momentum, mood was very, very different. It was aspirational, it was hopeful, it was for change because they wanted somebody who will fight against corruption and change the perception of Bharat. Look at October 2024 as we speak. It's the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana which are going to polls. But even now, the NDA is present in 20 states across Bharat. So that footprint has not gone down. That footprint remains. It's actually stronger than ever before. Never before have they gone up to 20 NDA ruled states in the last 10 years. In fact, in 2019, ahead of the 2019 elections, they were almost back into single digits. They were about 11 or 12 states only, and then they came back again. So these ups and downs do happen in politics. But Rahul made an interesting observation where he said all the major metros and perhaps which are the urban pockets from where the finance, the growth, the generation, corporate India is all coming through seem to be then under Congress or the opposition control, not in the NDA control, if these results don't go in their favor. But the north, as Zaka was pointing out, and if you look at that, come back to that this picture, the north, if Haryana goes away, there you go, right, the one next close to me. If Haryana goes away, Haryana, Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir is not with the NDA, Then look at that. Except for Uttarakhand, that small patch in purple, in saffron, rest of the 1, 2, 3, 4 regions, they are not with the BJP then. They are not with the NDA. Will that have a knock-on effect in Uttar Pradesh, like Zaka said, or further down west in Maharashtra? What will be the impact? Or should we not look at it like that? Should we look at it in isolation? Let's talk Jammu and Kashmir now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go across to Ishan Wani straight away. Is there a thriller in store? Who holds the key in the Kashmir division? Will that change the story? Overall, the pollsters say it's the Congress plus NC that is taking the Jammu and Kashmir together. Congress with some numbers in Jammu and National Conference sweeping Kashmir division. That's what the story is. On the other hand, many believe that the BJP is likely to sweep Jammu, and it could be a very interesting mix that could happen in the Kashmir division. 43 seats in Jammu, the remaining seats in Kashmir, in the Kashmir division, 47 seats there. But more importantly, the 5 nominees. 90, 95, Ishan, इसी के बीच में क्या story है? What's the conversation?
Well, the conversation is that the Lieutenant Governor could nominate 5 members to the assembly, and that could be very crucial and tricky. And if that happens, the regional political parties, according to sources I have been able to speak with, that they will take legal course. They will decide to go to the Supreme Court and challenge that if they are given voting rights to decide on who is going to form the government, before even formation of any government is done. If they are given voting rights to support any government, then there will be a legal approach by the National Conference, by other political parties who are in touch with lawyers, and they will approach Supreme Court to seek relief and to ensure that whether it's constitutionally right. And that is on the minds of every political party in this particular Kashmir Valley who want to ensure that they are able to have numbers in this particular crucial polls. Remember, National Conference and Congress believe that they would have numbers. While it's a very peculiar situation, you know, speak to National Conference, they believe that they would need an outside support. They would need support from the People's Democratic Party. While the PDP believes that the National Conference and Congress will be able to form government on its own, and they won't need the support of their party. While you have the BJP on the other hand, they believe that they need support of at least 10 independent candidates in order to be in a position to form any government. It's very clear that the BJP understands that they would need support in Kashmir Valley, and that's why you have the BJP trying to reach out to the like-minded candidates who are fighting as independents. They might not necessarily be part of any party. Many of them can be part of certain political parties who are fighting as independents because their parties are not recognized by the Election Commission of India, and they are in touch with them. They want to ensure that if they are able to win and win big, they are able to take them out and take them to the BJP and ensure that they have the support. Well, there's a clear divide. There is no doubt about it. As far as the voting is concerned,
Ishan,
the voting we saw, there was a clear divide.
Ishan, Dainik Bhaskar and Gulistan News, I was just looking at the exit poll numbers. They're saying others. That means independents, the smaller parties could get anywhere between 22 to 26 or 19 to 23. So that means, say, about 23, 24 seats could go to these people. Now, is that likely to happen in the Jammu division or in the Kashmir division more, where there could be these smaller parties, independents, who could actually steal a march from the PDP and the National Conference?
Well, in Jammu, definitely there are certain independents who are believed to have an edge in certain seats. Now, many of them are part of political parties like Congress. Some of them have been previously MLAs with other political parties, but because they did not get tickets, so that's why they have chosen to fight independently in this election. And some of these seats include Sri Mata Vaishno Devi seat, where BJP is believed to have an upper hand. But now, one of the candidates who is fighting there as an independent, he's believed to give at least BJP a very tough fight, and if he's able to win there, so that seat will be critical for them. There are at least 4 such independent candidates in the Jammu region which BJP believes that they could win, and that's why they are also in touch with them. But the big margin of independence winning will be coming from Kashmir. There are regional political parties which are like-minded, but Sajad Lone, who traditionally or generally is believed to be close to the BJP, at least in the last Lok Sabha polls, has said that he wouldn't support any communal forces and he wouldn't support any such political party. Whether or not he holds true to his statement, that will be interesting to see. But definitely parties like Apni Party or any smaller little parties like Jamaat-e-Islami, whether the Jamaat-e-Islami backed independent candidates will support the BJP, because all of them are fighting as independent candidates and seeking their ban to be revoked. Similarly, you also have parties like AIP. Engineer Rashid-led party is not a recognized party parties, so most of them are fighting as independents. They have different
So
symbols.
let me
So
put
if
in
there
a
is
let me put
possibility
in a
that
what if
BJP could
scenario
break
for you.
away.
What if scenario, that is 32 seats for the BJP and 33 seats for the National Conference. What happens then?
Well, it will be a very difficult situation. There could be an hung assembly, and it will be difficult for any political party to prove numbers, because at the moment it seems like any regional political party or independent candidate who goes towards the BJP, they will believe that their political prospects will be down in next coming elections. But let me tell you very clearly, there are candidates who can be who are part of anti-national activities or anti-India activities, but have chosen to contest in the mainstream elections. Those candidates are possibly also in touch with the BJP, that they could switch their parties or candidates and give support to the BJP to form any government. Well, BJP is clear that they want independent support. They know that if they have to win, they have to contact these independents. But there is a one seat that the BJP and Ram Madhav has been particularly focusing upon is the seat in Gurez, where there's a tough competition between National Conference and the BJP, because the vote margin is less, the voters are very less. The voters are around 22,000 there. It's a remote area on the line of control, where it is being called a fight between a wazir and a fakir, because fakir is the BJP, Fakir Muhammad is the candidate of the BJP, wazir is Nazir Khan Gurezi, who has been an MLA previously. So it's a fight between a wazir and fakir, where the voters will now decide that who is going to win there. But it's a very crucial seat,
The narrative
and the BJP
story
is
will
eyeing to gain a victory
the
from
narrative can perhaps come from Gurez, because if the BJP wins and defeats the National Conference in Kashmir, in Gurez, then it becomes a huge story, and vice versa too, ladies and gentlemen. So one seat that we need to watch out for at the live results hub is Gurez. Avantika Singh is with us, joining us live, all set at the live result hub here at the News 18 facility. Avantika, how's the preparation?
Absolutely. Good morning, Anand. And my love for numbers happens here at the live result hub, because it makes it so exclusive to CNN News 18, because it's here that we're going to be tracking all the numbers. It's absolutely a fascinating place, and I'm always so excited to be here tracking those numbers. We have our reporters at the counting centers, and just in a few hours, we're going to be tracking whether there's going to be a Congress resurgent in Jatland, Haryana, who have been leveraging on the public grievances and discontentment against the BJP. The BJP also extremely optimistic of retaining power for the third consecutive term. But just to give you a sense of the live result hub, this is a fantastic place. We're going to be tracking all those numbers. We don't go by estimates. We're going to be getting our viewers all the numbers, and we have Shaukat here. Shaukat, tell us a little bit more. You're going to be tracking all the numbers coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where independents are going to be playing a very crucial role. What will they do? Will they play the role of the kingmaker? Tell us.
Yes, first of all, I would like to say that this is an important election for Jammu and Kashmir, क्योंकि 370 हटने के बाद और 10 साल के बाद लगभग इलेक्शन हो रहा है, तो सबकी नजरें हैं. दिस इज एन इंटरनेशनल न्यूज दिस टाइम. तो जहां तक हमारे रिजल्ट का ताल्लुक है, तो हमारे पास मोस्ट एक्यूरेट रिजल्ट आता है. हमेशा हम सबसे तेज रहे हैं, हम सबसे फास्ट रहे, क्योंकि हर जितने भी हमारे काउंटिंग सेंटर्स पे वहाँ हमारे अपने रिपोर्टर्स हैं, और वो आते ही पहले रट टीम को हमारे अपडेट करते हैं. मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ हमारे यहाँ, जैसे यहाँ पे हमने डेटा वेटा है सब पूरा तैयार किया है. आपको मैं अगर दिखा दूँ, जैसे हमारे हॉट सीट है उमर अब्दुल्ला फॉर्मर सीएम गांधरबल से लड़ रहे हैं, तो गांधर जैसे अगर हमारा कैमरामैन दिखा पाए, ये हमारे पास सब जितने भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैं पूरा डेटा है, एक्यूरेट है, फास्ट है.
All the data, इकबाल मैं आती रहूंगी आपके पास, तो all the data will come here, Anand, and as you know that we are going to be getting you all the numbers right from here. That's what makes the live result help so exclusive.
You've been tracking Haryana. You've got connections, and you've also interacted with some of the leaders there. But there is Shailendra Wangu on the floor on the live result hub, and who will be very closely watching what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir. So there are people across the board here who are tracking both these regions which are going to the ballot and where the countdown is going to get underway very, very closely. And there will be certain seats which will all be key race alerts. Gurez is one we should mark it, and it's great that Ishan Wani actually brought that matter up and brought that seat up. There are other seats, the Mata Vaishno Devi seat. Who takes it? Who wins it? Will there be stories within the stories? We'll have to wait and watch, ladies and gentlemen. Just under 12 minutes to go. Just under 12 minutes to go. Enough time for us to take a very short break and join you right back here on the Battle for States.
बनते हुए दिखाई है।
देखिए, क्योंकि एग्जिट पोल उन्होंने अपने तरीके से वो करते हैं, हमें कोई उसको आपत्ति नहीं है किसी प्रकार की, परंतु उसके साथ साथ अगर हम राजस्थान का जब चुनाव था वहां भी एग्जिट पोल आए थे, मध्य प्रदेश का जब चुनाव था वहां भी एग्जिट पोल आए थे, छत्तीसगढ़ का चुनाव था वहां पर भी एग्जिट पोल आए थे, उत्तराखंड का चुनाव था वहां भी एग्जिट पोल आए थे। क्या एग्जिट पोल आए थे आपके सामने, आपको पता है, उसके परिणाम क्या आए हैं वो भी आपको पता है, और सेम पोजीशन यहाँ है। यहाँ पर हरियाणा के लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी नरेंद्र मोदी जी से प्यार करते हैं और उन्होंने ईमानदारी से काम किया। हमारी सरकार ने ईमानदारी से प्रदेश को आगे बढ़ाया है और लोग चाहते हैं कि यही सरकार बननी चाहिए और बन रही है। लोगों का जो आशीर्वाद है, लोगों का जो स्नेह है, लोगों का जो प्यार है, कमल के फूल के साथ।
आखिरी सवाल सीएम साहब, आज आपकी जो दिनचर्या है वो क्या रहने वाली? अभी आप मुझको रिलैक्स दिख रहे हैं, दिन भर की आपकी दिनचर्या क्या रहेगी?
मैं पूरे इलेक्शन के अंदर कहीं दबाव में नहीं नजर आया, मैं रिलैक्स ही नजर आया। आप मेरे को कभी भी मिले होंगे, मैं रिलैक्स था क्योंकि हमने ईमानदारी से काम किया। हमारे मन में ये नहीं है कि हमने लूट खसोट की तरफ ध्यान देना है, ऐसा नहीं है। हमारा ध्यान होता है काम की तरफ, भी हमने काम करना है और उसको लेकर के हम लगे रहते हैं। जब हमारा ध्यान काम की तरफ है तो हम रिलैक्स रहते हैं कि हमने काम करना है और करते हैं, ईमानदारी से करते हैं।
बनते हुए दिखाई है।
देखिए क्यों
शानदार जीत के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के समर्थित इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट्स और जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सहयोगी मित्र दल हैं, उनको शानदार जीत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर में बहुमत प्राप्त होगा। भारतीय जनता पार्टी 30 से 35 सीटें अपने दम पर जीतेगी।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जम्मू कश्मीर में लोगों को जिस प्रकार से विकास की राह पर लेके गए हैं, पत्थरबाजी से छुड़काया है और इसी हिसाब से कुल मिलाकर के अलगाववाद, आतंकवाद, भ्रष्टाचार, परिवारवाद इससे मुक्त किया है। तो हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि जिस प्रकार से हम बुलेट से बैलेट की ओर बढ़े हैं और टेररिज्म से टूरिज्म की तरफ बढ़े हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को लोगों ने खुल करके वोट दिया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी सबसे बड़ा दल बन करके इस इलेक्शन में आएगा और हम सरकार बनाएंगे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का डर सता रहा है, इसलिए सभी को इकट्ठे कर रहे हैं। इससे ज्यादा ये कुछ नहीं है। अलग विचारधारा, अलग सोच, इलेक्शन अलग अलग लड़ा, लेकिन अब ये इकट्ठे हो रहे हैं। इससे क्या जाहिर होता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी सत्ता में आएगी ही।
अभी तक तो जो हमें यहाँ लोकल ट्रेंड्स मिल रहे हैं अनंतनाग से या कश्मीर साइड से, वो तो जैसा हम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे कि लोगों ने पिछले 10 साल के नाकस पॉलिसियों को, भाजपा के नाकस पॉलिसियों को हराने के लिए वोट दिया है। अभी तक तो ऑल ओवर ट्रेंड हमारे पास वही आ रहे हैं और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस, कांग्रेस और अलाइज का जो है, कई जगह से हमको रिपोर्ट्स मिल रहे हैं कि उसी तरह के उम्मीदवार आगे अभी तक हैं। हालांकि अभी ये अर्ली है, मेरे ख्याल से थोड़ा सा 1-2 घंटे के बाद में और ये सिचुएशन क्लियर हो जाएगी, मगर वी आर होपफुल कि जो लोगों का फैसला है वो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस, कांग्रेस और उसी तरह के लाइक माइंडेड और भी इंडिविजुअल्स भी हो सकते हैं, कुछ पार्टियां भी हो सकती है, मगर किसी तरह से भी बीजेपी को कोई स्कोप इस रियासत में सरकार बनाने का नहीं मिलेगा।
Just under 3 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. Ghulam Ahmad Mir of the Congress Party, did he sound quietly confident or did he sound tentative ahead of results? What is the mood, and is it going to go the way as the exit pollsters have predicted, or is it going to be something different? There are those who would like to believe कहानी में twist है, हरियाणा में भी और जम्मू कश्मीर में भी. There are others who would say, बस नतीजे साफ करो, आगे बढ़ो. But there are those like us who'd say we'd like to see some drama because that's what keeps us engaged, isn't it? And then this whole coverage of the result day live gets all the more exciting. And there'll be so much more to talk about on the magic wall. It'll start plotting in just about 120 seconds.
It's all grey now, but in about 2 minutes, yes, you will start seeing pops of color, whether those pops are saffron or blue or green or yellow. For the BJP, like I've been saying, the GT corridor, this is their firewall. If you start seeing pops of blue in the firewall, then you know it's going to be a one-way street for the Congress in Haryana. Jammu and Kashmir, it's a completely unknown entity, or at least relatively unknown, because, like I said, all constituencies are new. This is the first election after delimitation. So every constituency, the borders have changed, the number of electors have changed, the profiles of constituencies have changed, and therefore, we are literally in uncharted territory. Rahul Shankar, your expectations as we count down the last minute and a half?
I know you didn't want elections in J&K, but you've got to move beyond that, Rahul. Elections have happened.
Haryana is for the Congress to lose. From all anecdotal evidence, that's what we're hearing. They're going to do well enough to form the government there. Now,
Why do you sound so sad about it?
What I'm looking at specifically are two things. Number one, the vote share of the Bharatiya Janata Party. How much does it contract? If it doesn't contract, what can we then extrapolate from there? Number two, where is the Dalit, the OBC vote going? Because Rahul Gandhi is invested in Dalit politics, suddenly discovered this constituency, and now hopes that this constituency will drive him forward and his party forward back to power at the center. So I want to actually see how the Dalits do respond in this particular state, where they actually have some sway. And the influence of the BSP, the influence of Ravan's party on the ground, does that actually change the dynamic or not? Or are the voters completely now made up their minds, at least in certain parts?
Because well, we'll see. The numbers will start plotting themselves just about 15 seconds.
We got the Hindi heartland.
Will it have a knock-on effect? We'll see. There go. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and counting begins. Tutari baj gaye, counting will begin, postal ballots will happen, but slowly and gradually the numbers will start plotting. Compared to the Lok Sabha election, should we see the numbers trickling in fast? Will we get to understand the trends faster? Pallavi, Aman, what are you understanding? Or is it going to take its time? Because the instructions from all parties is koi bhi booth nahi chhodega, stronghold, strong areas nahi chhodega until all the rounds are done. Because the margins can be very, very slim in the assembly elections. Pallavi.
Particularly Jammu and Kashmir. And in Haryana, of course, I mean, there are observers who are already there. So for both the parties, I mean, I can speak for the Congress since I covered the Congress, but yes, they have been very, very careful. And as Shireen also has been reporting, that big observer meeting took place yesterday. Be alert, don't be overconfident till the final result comes in. So traditionally what happens is that postal ballots are going to be counted first.
So it's a union territory and a state. So that's why if you look at our screens, ladies and gentlemen, there is Haryana. The numbers for Haryana, below that, you'll see, and here on the screen, you will see the numbers. The first leads will emerge soon. So the breaking flashes, news flashes, and of course the updates at the bottom of the screen. Top of the screen will give you some of the top lines, editorial understanding of the numbers coming in so far. And here, on the flank here is where you will see the Jammu and Kashmir numbers. So Jammu and Kashmir, we are not separating the divisions, but we're just putting in the seats based on the alliances. That is the pre-poll alliances, not what's going to happen post-poll. The others, a lot of parties are bunched together in the others. So if you see the others numbers going up, then you must be sure that there is a new dynamic or an alternative dynamic in Jammu and Kashmir that's emerging. Let's see what the story is as these numbers start plotting themselves. First leads should come very soon.
On Jammu and Kashmir, this time the postal ballots will also include Kashmiri Hindu votes.
Yes.
So, let's not...
Kashmiri Hindus, West Park Hindus, exactly. Valmikis, so a lot of people who have never voted in Jammu and Kashmir for the last 7 decades, they will get a chance and they will be voting. And that's not a small number. It's more than about 2.5 to 3 lakh votes. Yes. And in various pockets, a few thousands can change the whole narrative here and there. Rashid Kitwai, what are you thinking, even as we're waiting for the first leads to come in from the live result hub and also to start plotting here? Yeah.
I think Haryana is going to be very crucial for the Congress. If they get 2/3 majority, it will have a huge, bring a kind of self-confidence, and there's going to be no going back. In fact, it may mark, Rahul Gandhi era in Indian politics. In that sense, that is finally arrived.
Okay, first number, Zaka and Avantika take over. First leads.
Plotted on the map yet, but in Jammu and Kashmir, Congress NC has got
two leads for the Congress NC in Jammu and Kashmir. First leads that have started coming. Ladies and gentlemen, the strong rooms are open for counting. There will be other regions in Jammu and Kashmir, smaller groups, smaller assembly constituencies, not too many voters. The counting could get over faster there, even as the ballot boxes are open. And you could have results coming in very, very soon. The first 2 leads are for the Congress and National Conference combined in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 lead for Congress in Haryana. 1 lead for Congress in Haryana coming through. So both the scoreboards have now opened. Now they will start tickling in fast, but these are early days. The first half an hour, 40 minutes, you will see a lot of postal ballot counting votes, and they don't actually matter for much. But then in these assembly constituencies, they could prove critical. It's when round 1, round 2 starts happening. By the time we get to 4 rounds, that the leads will start really consolidating and appearing, ladies and gentlemen. Who runs away with the early leads? Are there others who play catch up? We'll have to wait and watch. 2 for the National Conference and Congress in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 for the Congress party in Haryana. That's how the leaderboards are. The counting centers are open. Strong rooms are open. The counting will get underway. Counting underway for the 2 regions, Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir, the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir and the state of Haryana. Yes, Aarti Tikku, any morning thoughts this day morning? Did you feel that you looked at the mega poll of polls and says they've got the columns wrong?
Well, I think, exit polls have lost all their credibility and nobody is going to bet on them. But my own instinct, based on what I have experienced on the ground in Jammu and Kashmir, at least I can say that it's more likely going to be a hung assembly than a
BJP on the leaderboard in Leeds in Haryana, 3 for Congress in Haryana, 2 National Conference and this one in Jammu and Kashmir. Early trends are moving towards the Congress National Conference in both states. Yes, Aarti Tikku, please complete.
Yeah, well, early trends, as you rightly said, are about postal ballots. But also, I wanted to make this point that displaced Kashmiri Hindus have voted even in previous elections through postal ballot. But this time, displaced Kashmiri Pandits actually did not vote in great numbers through postal ballot. So I'm not sure.
A lot of them actually went back to their constituency. I know a few of them who went back to Kashmir and they voted in Kashmir.
So BJP's got 1 lead now from Jammu and Kashmir. Again, we don't know which seat, which constituency. 3 to the Congress NC, 1 to the BJP. PDP
now, 4 to the Congress in Haryana, 4 leads, 1 to the BJP in Haryana, 5 out. In Jammu and Kashmir, it is 3 and 1, 3 to the Congress NC, 1 to BJP. So early leads, early on, just 5 leads on the leaderboard, and it's Congress and the Congress NC in both the regions, Haryana and there you go, 4 and 1 and 3 and 1. So that's the story. No, 5 and 2, 5 and 2. So it's starting to build up. And the leads are starting to build up, especially Haryana will start plotting faster and thicker. These are postal ballots. It'll take some time for it to reflect on the magic wall. But which are these regions? And you keep saying, Zaka, as we look at Haryana, that the Grand Trunk, the GT
corridor,
link,
so
Grand Trunk corridor,
Ambala,
26 to 30 seats there. Yeah, that's critical.
Ambala, Sonipat, Panipat, Karnal, all the way right up to Rohtak. That's the belt. Rohtak, of course, is the Hooda stronghold. As far as the Congress is concerned, it's the Jat land. It is Jind, Hisar, Rohtak, all the way up to Sirsa. And then, of course, there is the urban pocket of Gurgaon, Faridabad, Bhiwani, Mahendragarh. And, of course, there is the constituencies bordering Rajasthan. But if the BJP starts losing seats in this GT corridor, as it's called, then the firewall is breached. Then you're looking at almost a 2/3 majority for the Congress. Right now, it's looking at 5 for the Congress and 2 for now it's 6 for the Congress, 2 for the BJP and 1 for others.
1 for others. Do you think it will be a 3-cornered fight in Haryana, or is it going to be a 2-party fight, Rashid Kidwai? Because that will mean, if it's a 2-party fight, then that means the winner will take it all.
I'm very clear in my mind. It is a 2-party race, and there is very little scope for the third, except for 4-5 independents like Savitri Jindal, etc., who have a chance to win. But it is, 2-horse race.
Now, so then the Congress should not end up at 60 seats. They should go all the way to 70, 75 seats.
Yeah, yesterday I heard a pollster say that it may go up to, as I keep saying, it will be a repeat of 2009 when Congress got 67 seats.
So you are confident that they will be between 65 to 70 seats. That's your understanding. Yeah. But what do you think will be the vote share difference? In Haryana, we've seen, at least I've seen instances where lesser vote share but higher seat convergence is possible.
Anand, with due respect, vote share is a loser's argument. It's seats that matter in elections. And it's seats who wins, forms the government. So it is all for discussion and all. It's fine. What is the vote share and all? A loser's argument. No silver medal in politics.
Look, if the BJP gets about 15 in the Jat land, if they hold on to what they were doing in 2024, they're in the picture. So we have to constantly look at that Jatland number and see where the BJP is actually getting its numbers from, whatever the numbers.
It might be very difficult this time for BJP to hold on to those seats in the Jatland.
So Savitri Jindal is leading in Hisar, Haryana. Key race alert that comes through. Savitri Jindal is leading. She's an independent candidate.
She's denied a BJP ticket.
Independent candidate denied a BJP ticket in Hisar, Haryana. She's leading. That's a key race alert. Out of 12 leads, 8 in favor of the Congress, 3 for the BJP, 1 for
BJP.
Her son is in the BJP.
Yes, that's right. That's what I'm saying. Which way will she go? I mean,
We'll go with the winner.
She'll go with the Okay, that's
She'll
interesting.
go with the
Very
winner.
interesting.
That's what Rashid Kitwa is saying. Okay, six for Congress NC, 3 for the BJP in Jammu and Kashmir, 1 others. Naib Singh Saini is leading in Ladwa so far. Early lead. हाँ, मैं बहुत रिलैक्स हूँ, बिल्कुल टेंशन नहीं ले रहा हूँ. हमारी पार्टी को वोट मिलेगा, मतदान मिलेगा, हम खींच लेंगे. That's the thought process in the BJP. A quiet confidence, or is it just that they want to put up a brave face?
Well, I think this seat which he's fighting has a lot of Sani votes. So there are almost 8 to 9% Sani votes there. That could be a reason BJP cited to give this particular seat to. I didn't understand why BJP didn't give a ticket to Savitri Jindal. You know, she wanted it. Her son is a BJP MP, so that was a bit surprising as well. But I think Haryana results, Anand, would be clear by about 10:30, I believe, because it will be, I think, very, very clear. And it looks clear as of now, 9 and 4, Congress and BJP. J&K, I think we have to keep a tight look on the others number. Yeah. But that will keep us, I think, here till evening, figuring out who actually
if J&K is neck and
J&K.
neck between two parties, that is two entities, BJP and the Congress, and see if it's neck and neck, then we are in for a lot of drama, because we will have a similar scenario like in 2014, where somebody had the mandate in the Jammu division, another had a mandate in the Kashmir division, and then it was not a very natural alliance.
Saila Rashid yesterday on the show at 9 o'clock was saying, on Hard Facts, was saying very clearly that she doesn't think that these third players, whether the independents, etc., are really going to have much traction. This is going to be a two-horse race. In Jammu, you're going to have the BJP, and in the Valley, you're going to have the NC Congress. She doesn't believe, barring a couple of 2 or 3, she doesn't believe that they're going to get much.
No, then what happens in a scenario like that? Because then it's a similar scenario to BJP, PDP.
So the NC and the NC and the Congress will form the government, and it may not be that much of a struggle.
No, but it's two-party.
Others number will be significant, because you also know there is Ram Madhav right now in J&K. And, you know, earlier election.
But was he injected early enough?
He was injected very late. I think
That is
Rahul,
a
it should have
question.
been sent much earlier. But
That
still,
is a question.
But still, I think the main gameplay happens in Kashmir once the results are out.
Yeah,
So, you know, that is when I think
Sunil Sethi, Ashok Kaul, Ram Madhav, they've all been there on ground, and they've been trying to
See,
do
the
a lot of
BJP
work,
falls less than 30 in Jammu. It's going to be a struggle. Let's
Okay.
not be under any illusions, because look, at the end of the day, the NC Congress will be in a position, and more like-minded parties and folks on that side of the fence.
So
than
far,
the BJP. There's nothing called a like-minded party in the BJP setup. Okay,
No,
for the BJP to
when I
ally
say
with.
like-minded, there are political parties in Kashmir who are out in the fray, who are not asking for the abrogation of.
No, but what they're saying, their
return of the
candidates are
abrogation.
saying on the ground is very different from what they perhaps are
saying
manifesting.
a lot of the candidates on ground, including those which are standing, whose patrons have been ministers and union ministers in the past, what their utterances on ground
they're
are
not
very different.
naturally like-minded.
So that folk tongue is
Even the Congress
is there.
and National Conference, if you go by their history, are not like-minded. In fact, Congress was seen as a very hostile force in Kashmir for a very long time. Even today, if you speak to separatists, hardcore separatists, or people who participated in separatism very viciously in the last 70 years, for them, it was Jawaharlal Nehru who was actually the biggest bêta-noir, biggest enemy who betrayed Sheikh Abdullah. So there is no natural, if you really think about it.
Nehru is quite natural.
Yeah, but the emergence of the BJP has changed a lot of things.
Yeah, because it's allowed the Congress to shift the blame onto the BJP and make that the Hindu party and the communal party.
That's the point.
Yeah.
Anand, I just want to make this point. I have been to even the upper reaches of Jammu region, Rajouri, Poonch, Doda, with considerable Muslim population, and also in the North Kashmir, where I have heard people saying that if BJP fields their own candidate, we will vote for them. This is Kashmiri Muslim, this is Jammu Muslim speaking very candidly about how their own thinking has changed in the last 5 years. I think we'll really have to wait for the numbers to actually make sense of what is
one gets a
happened in
sense that the
J&K.
dynamic on ground, the difference or margin of victory, defeat, and there'll be a lot of diffusion. Haryana Congress seems to be running away, 24 leads, 17 and 8. 17 and 8 in Haryana, 3 others. Nothing for the AAP, nothing for the JJP, but the others, independents, nothing for the INLD
BJP
either.
in J&K.
So BJP in J&K is 8 and 10, so it's neck and neck. So perhaps gains in Jammu for the BJP, National Conference Congress gaining in the Kashmir division. There are 2 others, one lead for the PDP. It's neck and neck in Jammu and Kashmir, but the Congress stealing a march and an early lead for the Congress party in Haryana. Out of 28 seats, they are leading on 17, the BJP in 8. Nothing for the JJP, AAP or INLD, but there are three others, three independents who are also leading. So interesting mix that is presenting itself in Haryana. Will this lead only consolidate for the Congress, and will they start running away with the numbers? We'll have to wait and watch with the BJP catch up.
Screen,
look at Jammu and
sources
Kashmir.
are telling us that the BJP is already scrambling for their notepads in Jammu and Kashmir.
Jammu and Kashmir.
There is talk.
The notepads have been at
Yes.
the ready because their understanding is very clear that their gains will happen in Jammu.
Yeah.
And in Jammu, out of 43, you can max out. Even if you max out, you'll get
BJP leaders
35.
now moving towards Kashmir in large numbers. There seems to be something that they're assessing on the ground.
Yeah, that conversation has been going on.
Yeah.
The BJP, Arti Tikku has also said that they will need independents and individual parties. We heard Ishanwani say like-minded, though you don't believe there are like-minded parties,
BJP
but
is
there will be
leading
people.
we know
Yeah.
3 out of the 8 seats. Udhampur, it's leading in Akhnur, and it's leading in Srinagar. I don't know. This is what we're getting from our live.
We got multiple
result hub.
plots here.
So,
Srinagar,
they're
which
leading
had
in
very
8,
low
but 3
polling.
of those we know which the seats are. Akhnur, Srinagar, and Udhampur. These are
Omar
the 3
Abdullah
seats.
leading in Badgam as of now. That's another news key race alert that's come through, that Omar Abdullah is leading in Badgam. He had to change his constituency. He moved to Badgam, but then it looks like he is leading at the moment. Now, it's not
All
been
this is
easy for
postal
him.
ballots, right?
Yeah, these
Yes,
are all
all
postal
these are
ballots. These are all postal ballots. The ballot boxes or the EVMs have not yet been opened yet. First round of counting of the EVMs has not yet begun. In Garhi Sampala and Kiloi, that is Haryana, Bhupinder Hooda is leading. So that's another key race alert that's come through. There is a huge bid being made by the BJP in Jammu and Kashmir to form a coalition government. With who are they going to coalesce? We'll have to wait and watch. Postal ballots being counted. Fastest leads here on CNN News 18, 17, 8 and 3. As of now in Haryana, but look at Jammu and Kashmir. 10-10 now. 10-10, 2 and 1. 10-10, 2 and 1. So 23 and it's split between the BJP and the Congress NC. So it's going to be an even keel fight. Now, if these two continue to hold this and remain neck and neck, it presents very, very interesting scenario. By 1 or 2 seats, could the person who has been first invited by the Lieutenant Governor be decided? Will it become so close? We'll have to wait and watch.
We should also go to LRH and see.
Yeah,
which of these
let's go to Avantika, and we try and connect with her and understand which are the early
if this
leads that are
trend in
coming in
Haryana
and what
continues,
is being tracked. So 12, 11, 3 and 1 in 27, 20 and 10. So a 10-seat lead opened up by the Congress party.
So exciting. Oh, absolutely.
Yes, Avantika.
and just look what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir. I'm just going to get your attention, Anand, here. Just quickly बताइए कि leads कहाँ से हो रही है, because the numbers are just coming in. These are just very initial numbers, early trends, but the BJP looking good.
जम्मू कश्मीर में बीजेपी 5 सीटों पर आगे चल रही है. उधमपुर सीट से बीजेपी के कैंडिडेट्स आगे चल रहे हैं और अखनूर सीट से भी बीजेपी के कैंडिडेट्स आगे चल रहे हैं. और अब जो कुछ जानकारी आई है बड़गांव से उमर अब्दुल्ला आगे चल रहे हैं.
Okay, so it's looking good for Omar Abdullah. Even for Naib Singh Saini, he has a reason to smile. He's been smiling all throughout. He's extremely confident. And despite Saini's position in the Saini community, which makes up about 7.5% in the population, it is still a very important contest for him. Iqbal ji, बताइए Saini के लिए कैसे लग रहा है लाडवा सीट से?
बिल्कुल, देखिए अभी तक तो वो लीड कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अब जिस तरीके का उनका अगर सीएम सैनी की बात करें, उनके कामकाज को लेकर बात करें, तो काफी लोगों में ये था कि हाँ वो सीएम सैनी जो है जीतेंगे, लेकिन अभी भी लीडिंग को देखते हो तो ये लग रहा है कि शायद उनको जीत, अब अभी तो बहुत आना बाकी है आगे.
और सावित्री जिंदल के लिए भी अच्छा लग रहा है, इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट, द रिचेस्ट लेडी इन द कंट्री.
जी बिल्कुल, सावित्री जिंदल भी जो है लीड कर रही हैं. उसके अलावा देखिए भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा, ये भी एक बात बड़ी सीट है, वो भी यहाँ पे लीड कर रहा है कांग्रेस से. और भी इसमें वीआईपी की अगर हम बात करें तो कई जगहों पे वीआईपी कैंडिडेट भी हैं, उनका भी बहुत बड़ी फाइट है. अंबाला से अगर हम बात करें, अंबाला कैंड से तो अभी लीड तो नहीं आई, लेकिन अनिल विज वहां से चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं. तो देखते हैं अभी और भी सीटों पे जो है आना बाकी है, तो कहां से और लीड आती है वो भी हम अभी देखेंगे.
Right. Anand, so these are the initial numbers. We'll keep a close
Early
track and I'll
trends.
keep catching your attention.
Yes. So jump back in whenever you've got a lead. Keep an eye on Gurez. What happens in Gurez will be a story in itself. 10-seat lead that's been opened up by the Congress with the BJP in Haryana, 14 and 12. As far as Jammu and
Quick
Kashmir,
observation.
Yes. Yeah.
Look, I'm not seeing INLD or JJP. I don't know if those three others are INLD. but
No
certainly JJP is not.
INLD. AAP, JJP and INLD 0. The 3 are independents.
So 3 are independents.
Yes, 3 are independents.
So this is going to look like a 2-horse race if these trends continue to hold. This is not going to be good news for the BJP substantially.
Yeah, 14-seat lead opened up by the Congress.
If you look at the you know, I was talking about the GT corridor. The Congress has a patch of blue here in the GT corridor, so which means that the BJP's
Jatland.
gut, as it were, its sort of firewall is beginning to breach just a bit. We will keep an eye out. It's early days, like I said, postal
Well,
ballot
let me just
seats.
give you a little bit of a fact on this. So in 2019 assembly polls, the BJP had about 12 here in the Congress, 15 independents 2 in the Jat land, at least on the 29 seats that I have documented as the Jat land. In 2024, it was 15 to the BJP, Congress 14. So it was neck and neck. Whether this will hold, we don't know. We'll have to see.
So, interestingly, the others, one is Savitri Jindal. She's, of course, fighting from Hisar. You have another constituency where Kuldeep Sharma of the Congress is fighting. There was a rebel candidate in this constituency. But you're beginning to see, again, a lot more blues in the Panipat, Sonipat, Karnal belts. The BJP needs to reverse this. If you compare this to the map of 2019 and look at where the BJP's numbers came from, a lot more orange here, a lot more orange here. We'll wait to see this belt. But this belt, the Sonipat, Panipat, leading all the way up to Rohtak, whether the BJP is able to...
Clearly, the BJP will just want the others to at least contribute
Vinesh
15
Phogat
to
is leading.
20% of
Vinesh
the
Phogat is
vote
leading?
share.
Okay.
If the vote share of the others doesn't fall precipitously, they still have a chance in tightly contested seats.
See, even in 2019, Northern Haryana was the region, the GT Road belt of Northern Haryana, where BJP did not lose.
No.
So they came down to 40 seats. This is a big stronghold. All their senior leaders, Anil Vij, Krishan Pal Gujjar, all come from this particular belt. If the BJP is not winning this region this time, I think we're looking at a
16-seat lead opened up by the Congress against the BJP, largely two-horse fight. There's another others candidate that's opened up in Haryana. Out of 50, it is 33 and 13. So clearly a 20-seat lead opened up by the Congress party, running away with the Haryana leads
nothing
at
is
this
coming
point.
out from Ambala region, which is right on top.
No
It's
reporting
that
yet
area.
from
No,
Ambala.
This is what
this is the stronghold of the
Yes,
BJP
this
in
is what
Haryana.
he's
This
talking
is
about.
where the strong leaders come. So if they're
Anil
losing
Vij
this-
is leading Ambala Kant. Anil Vij is leading
That's a good
Ambala
one,
Kant.
because in
Early on.
2019, in this particular area, BJP had 9, Congress had 6, the others had 3. So
So
there is
Anil Vij is
there
leading in
This is
Ambala
Haryana
Kant.
like
Yes,
this,
yeah.
we may have Anil Vij come out and say that if you had made me the chief minister, the results could have been different.
Well, we'll have to see whether Anil Vij says anything. As of now, we'll wait till the result. Jammu and Kashmir very tight, 15, 18, 5 and 2. That's the numbers. PDP on the leaderboard also with 2 leads. BJP with 15, Congress NC with 18. So it's neck and neck early on. 5 others who are there. How much this lead consolidates here? It's early days, ladies and gentlemen. Still postal ballots being counted. First round of counting of the ballot boxes or the EVMs has not yet started. It will start in about 15-20 minutes from now. We're going to understand. You'll see the
J&K will have
flash.
to
Now, this is the
constantly look
leaderboard, the halfway mark
the
leaderboard.
others.
In terms of the
J&K
leads,
is the
it
others.
is the Congress which is racing closer to the halfway mark of 46 or the number. The big number, the majority number is 46, halfway is 45, majority number, magic figure is 46. Congress already 33. It's just about 13 short. But look at the BJP falling far behind, 20 seats behind. But these are early days. Will this change or will this only consolidate? And if it consolidates, will the Congress then race away all the way from here and go all the way across?
The
and
Congress,
pass
by the
some
way,
number?
is now 2 seats more leading than what it got last time. Last
Nah.
time it was 31.
Yeah, now it's gone to
up 38.
38 seats. So they're clearly stealing a march and really running away. BJP adding 2 more seats to its leads, but the Congress has immediately added 5 more seats. Vinesh Phogat is leading in her constituency. Naib Singh Saini leading. Savitri Jindal is leading. Bhupinder Hooda is leading. So there are candidates who are supposed to have hold on to their seats or win in their seats in their constituencies. They are leading.
Well, the
Savitri
others have
Jindal
gone up to 5 also.
Yeah,
So,
others have gone up to, but largely 2-horse race. The others are 5. So some of the pollsters predicted 10 to 12 seats for the others, the independents. How much do they come into play? We'll have to wait and watch. But as of now, Congress seems to be in pole position to form government very comfortably. Very comfortably.
Yeah,
So much of people will be able to
AAP
cut
0,
into-
JJP 0, and INLD 0. And Bhupinder Hooda will be
If you
looking
look
at
at the
Rajiv
region-
Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, and saying, I told you so. Don't go with AAP. We don't need them.
The region-wise breakup, Congress is getting seats in the Rohtak belt and also, of course, the rural parts beyond Rohtak. It's also getting further north in the Karnal belt. And here in the south, the new belt, where there was a lot of this communal violence stuff that happened. So if you look at the distribution, the Congress seems to be getting in different geographies. The BJP seats are still focused on this Ambala belt. We'll have to see if the BJP can overturn some of these results, but the Congress's spread seems to be a little
in the
more
Dalit belt and the Dalit belt,
We haven't got
we
from
have to
Silsa.
see. We
No,
have to
we
see if
haven't
the
got.
BJP makes any inroads there, or does the Congress sweep it all? Because if it sweeps it all, then that lead will only consolidate further. So 38-15 41 now, 41 to the Congress party, 15 to the BJP. So the leads really consolidating, 22 and 19. So this is quite neck and neck, ladies and gentlemen. If the Congress plus NC becomes the single largest political entity, then they are in pole position to form government, because the LG by rule will have to invite them first. And will they then be able to consolidate this grouping?
Well,
7 others, 3 PDP.
Anand,
so right now, 24 plus 10, 34. They are then just about 12 short of that 46 number in the 90 assembly. Will they be able to cross 50 and even negate the 5 nominations of the LG? We'll have to wait and watch. 24, 21 now. Yes.
You'll be quite surprised to know that there are some other channels. I don't know how they're doing this, but are seeming to still be giving the BJP leads in Haryana, dramatic leads in Haryana. So I don't know how that is happening. I don't know how that is happening, but fundamentally, we're going to have to stick to our numbers, viewers. You're getting them straight from the ground.
Yeah.
There is
We can tell you one thing. Every 2-3 minutes or 5 minutes, you can keep taking screenshots of this screen, and the number that comes here, eventually compare it with all the other channels, and they will all come back to this number. Yeah, that's what happens every time. That's why we say you stay with us, because you will get the right numbers. Eventually, they will all circle back to this number, ladies and gentlemen. They will all settle in all the other screens. It will settle to this number. Whatever number you're seeing here on CNN News 18, when the time we call the results or the numbers are clear, it will settle to these numbers across all other screens. They may be doing whatever, Aji Baji there. Congress plus NC 24, BJP 21, others 7, PDP 3, 61 leads in Haryana and 41 to the Congress party. So higher, not just higher than the last time, but just about 5 short of getting across to that magic figure. So they are racing very, very close to this. Postal ballots have given the mandate to the Congress party, the postal ballot. These are leads. These are leads again. But this is the early racing away of the Congress party.
We were talking about the firewall seats, Panipat, Sonipat. In all the seats in Panipat and Sonipat, the Congress is leading. So which means there is a big breach of the BJP's firewall that's happening. So I wouldn't be surprised if this races closer to 60 plus, maybe even closer to 65.
No, well, Rashid Kidwai said 67. That is the last time, the best ever of the Congress party. So 67 is what they should repeat, or if not best. Now we'll have to see. 42-16. So the BJP has a lot of catching up to do early on, these leads, and they will settle down after some time. May just consolidate further for the Congress party, ladies and gentlemen. Just 4 short of this magic figure here at top. You can see them racing past that number. And the moment they move into the 50s as far as the leads, very rarely does that happen, that it settles back to about 30 and they lose about 20-25 seats in leads. Early leads, postal ballots only, not even the first round of counting has begun. Once the first 2-3 rounds of the ballot boxes start getting counted, assembly elections, ladies and gentlemen, you'll start getting the drift very, very soon. This is tight. This is very, very close, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the BJP will be hoping they emerge as the single largest party or the entity alliance. The Congress plus NC will be saying, we hold on and we emerge as the single largest party or the alliance, because then they get the chance to form government first. That's what is very, very critical. Who comes here from there? The PDP may have
any idea where the leads are coming from in Jammu and Kashmir?
Jammu and Kashmir. Let's see.
So
some of them
7 seats. The BJP is leading in Jammu. That's what we know. Jammu. Satish Sharma is an independent. He's leading there as well. Omar, of course, is leading in Budgam. We have Shamlal Sharma, who's leading from Jammu North. Narinder Singh, who's leading from the Araspura seat. So a bulk of the BJP's 23 seats are coming from Jammu. We don't have much reporting for BJP leads in Kashmir. Again, Congress NC leads, much of it is coming from Kashmir.
What
but
is that constituency
the Jammu
number 27
belt
on
seems
top?
to be
27 on top. Constituency.
We'll have to. It's not showing. It's not.
It's not showing yet.
But
So we'll go to it. Interesting that is going up on the higher Kashmir division there, and you see a saffron.
So this
spot
election
there,
in Jammu and Kashmir is turning out to be the humdinger. Really, it's a lot of people who are predicting that the individuals will not be sort of making any strides. Well, those grays, literally they are grays. They are grey horses running in that race. We don't quite know which way this will swing, but this is looking like not the walkover that the NC and the Congress were predicting till yesterday.
This has been settling for a while.
These are postal ballots.
These are postal
Very much
ballots,
so.
and the kind of demographic profile of this postal.
But I'll tell you
ballot
something,
J&K
Rashid
is
bhai,
something
I'll tell you
different.
something. In the Lok Sabha elections, the postal ballots had also begun to show a particular trend, and we were all wondering, if this trend holds, the result will be quite different. And it actually did. It ended up holding. So Look, I'm just generally speaking.
Absolutely.
And you know, there are people of different demographies also voting in the postal system. So, I mean, Aarti Tikku seems to suggest that fewer Kashmiri Hindus are voting, but
Okay, just
know,
quickly
that's-
going to the
Again,
live
it's
result,
outcome
have
that
Avantika.
determines.
Then
That's
I'll come back to our guests in studio. Yes, Avantika.
Anand, lots of developments happening. I'll just quickly go to Haryana. Haryana is busy right now. जम्मू में काफी लीड हो रही है वहाँ पर. बताइए लीड्स 9 सीटों पे लीड हो रही है अभी.
7 सीटों पे हो गई हैं।
7 सीटों पे from 9 to 7. All right. और बताइए जम्मू कश्मीर.
बडगाम से उमर अब्दुल्ला अब भी आगे हैं, उधमपुर सीट से बीजेपी आगे हैं, अखनूर से आगे हैं और पीडीपी 3 सीटों पर आगे चल रही है।
And Congress is doing really well on all the Sonipat seats. Gohana, Gannor, Baroda, Rai, Kharkhoda, they're doing really well. The Congress is doing well. So it's looking good for the Congress, at least for now, 42. But again, I'll reiterate, it's just too early. And till all the numbers are out, we're not going to be calling it out just as yet.
No.
और बताइए, और
It's
बड़े-बड़े
too
नाम.
early to call and all. Let's not even talk about calling at this point. It's
No,
just
no,
early
no.
leads, and it's just about 8:30 on the clock, and we've got at least about 5 to 6 rounds of counting before we see these leads and consolidate anywhere. Yes, Avantika.
Yes, I'll just quickly, इकबाल जी बताइए हरियाणा के बारे में.
हरियाणा से देखिए अभी तक जो है काफी सीटें आ गई। देखिए अगर हम बात करें जुलाना से विनेश फोगाट जो है कांग्रेस से लीड कर रही है। अगर हम बात करें सोनीपत की सभी सीटों पे कांग्रेस लीड कर रही है, एक सीट पे इंडिपेंडेंट लीड कर रही है। इसी तरह अगर नायब सिंह सैनी की हम बात करें वो भी बीजेपी से लीडिंग कर रही है और भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा भी जो है वो लीड कर रहे हैं। यानी कि अब तक का जो अगर लीड देखा जाए तो कांग्रेस लगातार 43.
Vinesh Phogat leading is also interesting. You know, Anand, she fought the entire campaign on Julana ki Bahu, and she fought a very aggressive campaign. She led a very aggressive campaign and fought a great election. So these are the initial leads right now. I'll keep coming back to you and giving you the updates.
Right.
So for now, back to the studio.
So Vinesh Phogat leading from Julana. Now there is a 6-seat lead that the Congress NC has opened up against the BJP in Jammu and Kashmir.
So Anand, are you noticing something about Jammu and Kashmir?
Yeah.
Some of the exit polls had given BJP around 23, 24 seats.
Yeah.
So the exit polls seem to have faltered a bit because if these trends hold, the BJP looks northwards of 25. Because remember, we haven't still even opened.
Northwards of 25, but look at the independent numbers. The independent numbers are also somewhere which are significant because there are 10
have the exit polls actually overestimated the pull, the traction of the Congress NC?
So
now
in
that,
Haryana,
that
the
is
Congress has hit 46, which
Yeah.
is the halfway mark.
So there you go, the
Again,
magic
leads.
figure in terms of leads. There you go. Haryana Congress is right at the magic figure right now. The BJP climbing up, inching slowly, but 18, far behind. But behind the
know
Congress,
that
which
even
is
in Bihar,
which is right here at the magic
in
figure
that very
of
famous
46.
election, in that very famous election in Bihar, all the leads changed post 12. So look, I mean, you know, I don't think we.
अगर बिहार जैसी परिस्थिति रशीद कितवाई होती है और फिर आपने वोट शेयर की बात की तो अभी थोड़ी देर पहले जो आपने बोला उसको मैं वापस चलवाऊंगा।
आई एम टेकिंग टू आनंद, आई एम सेइंग दिल को बहलाने का ख्याल अच्छा है। यू कैन गिव बिहार एग्जांपल, इट्स गुड, बट हाफ एन आवर व्हाट विल यू से देन?
No, but I think one trend that is holding true, which Rahul has been saying, is in Haryana, the smaller parties, AAP, JJP, INLD, all zero.
Wiped out. It's a two-horse race.
That is helping the Congress.
That is helping
in a two-horse race, generally, even with a 2-3% vote share swing, the winner takes all. So the Congress should only consolidate from 46.
So what's
and they should go up to
complicating
70.
Jammu and Kashmir are the grey horses.
Yeah.
And the PDP that is doing, you know,
PDP is leading in 4 right now.
4.
PDP is leading in 4. There are
surprising
many
its own
pollsters who did not want to give it any seats. There were others who believed that giving the PDP about 6 to 7 seats is a lot because there's a huge sentiment against the PDP on ground. They don't want the PDP there at all. But they are leading in 4. And that becomes critical for the Congress plus NC that they cannot form government without the PDP. So that's what something which the PDP also said. कि वो सरकार बना तो सकते हैं लेकिन हमारे बिना बनाना मुश्किल है. And then Iltija Mufti said, let's all calm down, let's all pipe down. Omar Abdullah said, let's all calm down, let's all pipe down.
What's happening in the other seat where Omar Abdullah is? Do we have those?
Budgam, no.
We don't know.
You know, he's leading in Budgam, which is the new seat that he's fighting from.
That's
From the traditional family bastion of Ganderbal, there's no reporting yet.
Because remember, that one seat will have to be sort of...
Well, some of the leads are coming in early on and then they are not strong enough or robust enough for it to be plotted on the map. So that's why you may see a little bit of a disparity. But it's all the postal ballot numbers which are coming through. 19 and 46 right now for Haryana, 31 and 26 in Jammu and Kashmir. Others have hit double digits in Jammu and Kashmir. Others inching up to 6 in Haryana. But it's a two-horse race.
What is worrying me about Jammu and Kashmir right now
is currently beating the BJP hollow. That's
what is worrying me about Jammu and Kashmir right now is that seat that you were talking about, Grays, etc. That it looks like a very polarized election. Very polarized. So Jammu is one way, Kashmir is another. BJP is certainly not making inroads in Kashmir, which is worrying. Which also suggests
but if
that
there are 10 independents,
there is no recognition and appreciation.
No, Rahul, one thing. If there are 10 independents, in Kashmir, out of the 46 seats, then that is significant. And if this independent number goes up to 15, that is also significant because there is an alternative politics.
I'm playing devil's advocate because
independents are independent.
Yes, and that's right. Yeah. See, that's the point I'm making. They can go any which way. But the fact is, and this is what upsets a little bit, is that Kashmir itself, the valley has not known such a transformation where you have peace. You have people going to movie halls in 34 years.
No, they're playing cricket at 11:30
you
at night.
You have Shias who have been able to celebrate Muharram in 37 years. And if the BJP is not given its due, I'm sorry, it suggests that there is something. I've been asked not to call it prejudice. But they're a victim of their perception. And this is a very, very rotten campaign that has been run by the NC and the Congress, promising everything. I'm sorry, promising a lot when they know they can't deliver. They can't deliver on Article 370. They can't deliver on state.
Rahul, there is nothing unusual. If we go back and we see what had happened in Mizoram, elected Congress government, they resigned and a Mizo National Front won. So it happens and the Congress got nothing in return. That happened during Rajiv Gandhi's time. In Punjab, in several states, it happens like that. In Assam also.
They gave Telangana. They were lost in Telangana.
So these are the political parties, national political parties, tend to make, sacrifices in the larger national interest. If it's happening in Kashmir, we should be welcoming it. Rather than, criticizing it.
See, one part is that the BJP did not actively
welcome it. I will never welcome it because look at the record of the NC and the PDP. What did they give Kashmir all these years? And they kept blaming the center.
Look at the record of National Conference, losing their political workers in the insurgency. Not in ones, not in tens, but in thousands.
Sir, the National Conference is youth wing, and they only had another wing which was very closely working with the Jamaat-e-Islami.
Yes.
The National Conference rule only allowed the Jamaat-e-Islami to seed in their teachers at basic level education, and the corruption of the education system happened in Jammu and Kashmir. So a lot of things happened under the Nehru Conference. Let's not get into the past.
Let's get back to the
we come back to what's happening today. What's happening today is that this aspect of 10 seats. One thing that we need to look at is these 10 seats. That means there is an alternative story that is building. The other thing is Artitiku, that the BJP did not contest all 46 seats in the Kashmir division. They have fielded about 15 or 18 candidates max. That's what they've done.
18.
18. So how those 18 perform, what vote share they get will be a story in itself if there is an alternative there. But this is close. This is not going to be an easy race for anybody. Rashid Kidwai.
Yeah, I think it's again, I would say the postal ballots too early. But of course, if there is in postal ballots also, if NC Congress is ahead, maybe in actual results also they will be ahead. This is my reading of situation. Who forms the government is the time to tell.
No, I think the upper sort of wall that the BJP needs to breach is 35 because they can count on the support of, let's say, 10 independents to get to the halfway mark of 45. Whereas for the Congress NC, it would be 40. Because they can count on the PDP. The PDP will eventually, whether it's through outside support or part of government, PDP, whatever seats that they get, 4 or 5, will support the Congress and NC. So I think the two different yardsticks also need to be kept in mind. If the BJP needs to hit 35 and count on the support of 10 to 12 independents to go past the halfway, whereas for Congress NC, the ceiling is higher. They need to get to 40.
But here's the thing. There's a possibility that both parties or both combines may have 35 seats each. So if Congress plus NC has 35, BJP has 35, then who gets invited first?
Well, that will only happen
because the whole dynamic changes. 90 seats plus 5, so 95.
Yes.
So there are two parties, two entities which can get 35, 70 seats. Baki ki 25 seats is what going to change.
But that will happen only if there is a massive consolidation in favor of the BJP in Jammu. So the BJP is really betting big on Jammu, and they're hoping that the conversion rate is about 85.
34 and 27, 7-seat lead opened up by the Congress NC combined in Jammu and Kashmir. Yes, Advaita Kala.
So don't agree with me.
No, I'm agreeing with you because the BJP, as far as postal ballots is concerned, they are not getting.
Okay, Congress 51 in Haryana. Okay. Congress 51 in Haryana. 51 leads in Haryana. 30-seat lead from the BJP. That's what it's opened up. It's a big lead that the Congress has opened up. Yes, Avantika.
We also got an update, Anand, on Gurez. Nazir Ahmed Khan is leading right now. और बताइए उनका कितना?
Yes, Nazir Khan from NC is leading, and BJP candidate Fakir Khan is trailing as of now.
So Fakir versus Nazir में Nazir आगे चल रहे हैं.
Yes.
So that was the whole narrative.
So
Ishan was saying Fakir versus Wazir.
That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. The point is that the Valley seems to be reposing faith in individuals that really sold them salt instead of sugar. And that's where the problem is. And look, I'm not making any.
Let's not question the sagacity of voters of Jammu and Kashmir. It's a very welcoming thing that there has been democratic participation in a troubled state in a very big way.
Rahul, as they say, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade.
Sorry, sir. If the voter is going to pick a separatist, if someone like engineer Rashid, and I was very, very clear, even in the Lok Sabha election, if they're going to pick separatists, then sir, I'm sorry, but I don't agree with the sagacity of the voter.
All right,
Seriously.
Congress plus NC 36, BJP is 28, and and others are 11. Others are 11. PDP is 4. Again, in Haryana, 21-53. That's the number. Others are 6. So it's a two-horse race in Haryana very clearly, and Congress stealing a March 32-seat lead already over the BJP. These are just postal ballots. The rounds of counting have to come. Bhupinder Hooda has told all Congress workers that you have to wait till the last round is counted in the strong rooms. Don't leave the strong rooms. The BJP is also saying, बैठे रहो, वहीं रहो, हिलना नहीं, एक वोट ढंग से count करो, because if it's a two-horse race, then every vote counts, ladies and gentlemen, and the margins may.
So in Haryana, we have 80 seats that are reporting. Only 10 more seats to be where the EVMs need to be opened and the counting needs to come from. So out of 80 seats, 53 to Congress, 21 to BJP. Will this reverse completely, where Congress comes down below 45 and BJP inches up to 35 or 40? Well, I think it's still too early to say, but that would be very, very unlikely at this stage.
Jammu and Kashmir 79 and the Congress inching up to 40.
Big update coming.
Yeah. I have a message from the Hooda camp. They are confident they're going to win at least 65 seats in Haryana. They are extremely confident. They also say that this is a classic case where the Congress did its campaign absolutely spot on in Haryana, giving their top leader, who's the most popular leader in Haryana, the charge of the campaign very, very early. The state president was also on the same page and was a close aide of Bhupinder Singh Hooda. This is the result when the party works cohesively in Haryana, and the results are there to show.
And Rashid Kidwai is saying
victory has a lot of fathers, as they say. Victory has a lot of fathers. People will all come out and
they've said Jawan. No, they've got their narrative also right. They had 3 planks: Jawan, Kisan, and Pehlwan, and they've milked that on ground. And that's and it's Bhupinder Hooda has led the campaign. 80% of his candidates.
But on Jammu and Kashmir, big update coming in.
Okay, we've got news coming through. We've got news coming through.
BJP has deputed senior BJP leaders to the Kashmir Valley. They expected to already hold talks.
Yeah, Tarun Chok, Devendra Rana have been deputed in Jammu and Kashmir. Devendra Rana, clearly past master. He used to be with the National Conference before. Now he's with the BJP.
Past master? And what? What are you trying to suggest?
In electoral politics.
Oh, like-minded. Oh, yes.
Electoral politics. And the BJP sending feelers in Jammu and Kashmir as the counting has now begun. Clearly, they believe that they will be in, and this numbers could change. This is when Tarun Chok and Devendra Rana have been deputed in Jammu and Kashmir at a time when the Congress NC is currently leading by 8 seats. It's leading the BJP by 8 seats. The BJP is the single largest.
Discount the PDP from that math. You're already seeing 40 for the BJP. If all the others pitch in with the BJP, you're seeing that number at 40. You're seeing Congress NCP at 36. And you're seeing the PDP at 4. Assuming that the PDP will throw in its lot with their old partners,
so it's 40
that
and
puts
40.
them in 40. So it's a neck and neck.
It's neck and neck. And what happens? Let's listen to Omar Abdullah. And one gets the feeling that if the Congress NC get up to 40, 42 seats, a lot of these independents will also swing that way. They may not go with the BJP. But let's listen into Omar Abdullah.
वो ट्रांसपेरेंट तरीके से होना चाहिए और लोगों का जो मैंडेट है उसके साथ छेड़छाड़ होनी नहीं चाहिए. अगर लोगों का मैंडेट बीजेपी के खिलाफ निकला तो बीजेपी को फिर इसमें कोई जुगाड़ और वो इस तरह की हरकतें करनी नहीं चाहिए. राजभवन को और मरकज की हुकूमत को जिस तरह हम लोगों का फैसला तस्लीम करते हैं, पार्लियामेंट में तस्लीम किया, आज जो भी लोगों का फैसला होगा हमारे हुक्मरान जो है उस फैसले को तस्लीम करें, वही है.
कोalition पर कितनी कॉन्फिडेंस है? एक वजन है जो कोalition हुई है एनसी कांग्रेस.
कोalition तो हमने की इसलिए कि इलेक्शन में कामयाबी मिले. और इंशाल्लाह कामयाबी की उम्मीद रखें।
जो कमेटी बनती है नॉमिनेशन की, उस पर किस तरह
किस चीज़ की कमेटी?
जो 5 मेंबरों की होती है, जो एमएलए वगैरह।
देखना, इस पे तो कुछ वकीलों ने अपनी राय दी है। हमारे एक वकील जिन्होंने नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस की भी, वो लद्दाख के मामले में आपको याद होगा सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हमारे लिए कामयाबी हासिल की, उन्होंने कहा है कि गवर्नर साहब को अपने आप पे कोई इख्तियारात नहीं है कि वो ये सीटें भरें। ये सीटें अगर भरी जाएंगी तो असेंबली कायम होने के बाद और हुकूमत की जो राय है, पार्लियामेंट में भी यही होता है। प्रणब मुखर्जी साहब प्रेसिडेंट थे, कांग्रेस के बने हुए प्रेसिडेंट थे, लेकिन जब नॉमिनेशंस किए तो मोदी साहब की हुकूमत के राय के मुताबिक किए, कांग्रेस के उन्होंने मेंबर नहीं चुने। तो इसी तरह बेशक गवर्नर साहब मरकज की हुकूमत के यहाँ नुमाइंदे हों, लेकिन उन्हें आइन का ख्याल रखना चाहिए और ये 5 सीटें अगर भरी जाएं तो यहाँ की हुकूमत जो बनती है आज, उसकी राय के मुताबिक।
पीडीपी की कोई तजवीज मिली है
नहीं ना,
के लिए जो हमने सुना है
ना हमने उनका कोई तजवीज़ ढूंढा, ना उनके तरफ से कोई तजवीज़ हमें मिली है। आज नतीजे निकल जाने दीजिए ना। पता नहीं क्यों हम इतने बेचैन हैं कि इन्होंने क्या किया, उन्होंने क्या किया। अभी किसी के पास नंबर नहीं है।
सुना था महबूबा जी ने कहा वी आर रेडी टू प्रोवाइड सपोर्ट इफ नीड।
नहीं ना, वो नहीं कहा। जो मैंने सुना वो ये कहा कि हमने कोई फैसला नहीं किया है और हम नतीजों के बाद फैसला करेंगे। पता नहीं हमारे तरफ से इतनी बेचैनी क्यों है कि हम फटाफट कूद जाते हैं और कहते हैं ना कि हम जी बस उनके समर्थन का खैर मकदम करते हैं। उनका समर्थन ना हमने मांगा, ना वहां से मिला, ना फिलहाल उसकी कोई जरूरत है। नतीजे निकल जाने दीजिए, उसके बाद तमाम पार्टियां जो है बैठ के उन पे जो है अपना वो करेंगे एनालिसिस।
Sir, early trends are giving an edge to NC.
No, I don't go by early trends.
So Umar Abdullah somewhere telling his own father off, say, why are you so eager to go and welcome any kind of support or being offered, etc. Let them first talk about it. Let the numbers settle. We have not spoken to anybody. Nobody supported this basically with the question of the PDP. But look at the number, ladies and gentlemen. Congress NC is now at 40 seats, opening up an 11-seat gap. 11-seat gap with the BJP. 11 others and 5 with the PDP. So the PDP also is coming closer to what the exit polls had predicted, and the Congress NC is also coming in the range of what the exit pollsters had predicted. These are still early days, but will these leads consolidate? The BJP is at 22, similar to what the exit pollsters had predicted in Haryana. And look at the Congress party. That 55 seat mark, which was the average between 55 to 60, that's where they're already getting close to at 54, comfortably way past the magic figure, and very, very comfortably in a position right now to form the government. Will these leads hold? Will they further consolidate in favor of Bhupinder Hooda and the Congress party? We'll have to wait and watch in Haryana. And then this one, if this also happens and if this stays true, if they stay at 40, Rahul Shivshankar and Zakir Jacob, that means it's a Congress NC which will
I've
be
been saying
position.
this. The ceiling for Congress NC is 40. The ceiling for BJP is 35. Congress NC is at 40. If they have the support of the PDP, they've already reached the halfway mark of 45. So, like I said, this has to stay. This result has to hold. This lead has to hold.
Remember, the BJP
from
tied
29
up,
has to reach 35.
The BJP tied up with the PDP with similar numbers. So don't forget.
But that scenario was different.
But PDP had 28. Now they have 5.
I know. I'm just saying that at that time also, the BJP didn't have 30 plus.
It had 26.
It has 26. So when we talk about ceilings, the BJP could be in the game even with around 29 to 30 seats.
Now, in this case, when there are 12 others, now there are 12 others, and look at the lead, it's at 41.
That's right.
In a scenario like this,
That's
there
right.
is no place for the BJP in this because the Congress NC plus the others itself will make up the numbers.
Yes.
Yes.
That's
Even if
what's
you add
gonna
28
happen.
and 12, it doesn't reach 46, which is the halfway mark.
I wouldn't jump to the conclusion that the others will go with NC and Congress. There has been a lot of bad blood between the others and the NC. Remember, the others are also looking to carve out their own niche for themselves. They want to actually not fall back on the so-called dynastic parties.
See, this Gupkar gang, Gupkar grouping will come together. PDP will come eventually. Thoda drama.
And don't forget,
Umar
at the end
Abdullah
of
will
the
say,
day,
"You come on my terms." Mehbooba will say, "You come and invite me." There'll be some
At the
ego
end of the
battles,
day,
but
there is
eventually
a
they'll sit and have a cup of kava
It is
together.
very interesting that Rahul Shivshankar is saying that the BJP can do business with PDP. having dubbed them as anti-national and kind of thing. And that explains the kind of practical approach of political parties. A while ago you were saying that that it is.
I wasn't talking about the PDP. I was talking about the others. Even there, I agree with you, sir, that there is no like-minded party as far as the Kashmir Valley is concerned, and
But
the
BJP
BJP
thinks
is
so.
concerned.
But
the
BJP
BJP thinks so, and they'll have to do what they have to do. But my point is that it appears to me that if the Congress, NC, and PDP form this government, there will be widespread disillusionment in Jammu.
Now, what is
Jammu
going
can't
to
be
happen,
left out of the
we'll
equation.
talk about once the numbers
Also,
settle.
the numbers don't add up,
Yeah.
Rahul. 28 and 12 adds up to 40. They're still 6 short. Whereas the others, 41 plus 5 is 46.
No, they will
so
be
the number,
short.
which is why I say that the BJP has to cross the threshold of 35 plus.
No, I understand.
And the numbers have to add up to 48. Eventually, they
Eventually
have to
48,
they
yes,
have to add up to 48. Even if, let's say, whatever happens and the 5 nomination members are from the BJP, it is still for 28 plus 12 plus 5. What is it? It's still 45. You're still 3 short. But look at the Congress and PDP will eventually come there. They're already at 46. They need only 3 more from the independent. They don't need to even depend on the nominations.
Can we discount a Jammu presence in government? And that's what's really
my point is whoever has got the numbers will decide. Now, if this is how the voters have voted, then the Jammu voters have to think that they themselves have given away their opportunity. If they believe that the Congress will represent them well, because Congress's gains in that 41 will have to happen from Jammu. Now, that means that there are people who have voted for the Congress in Jammu, and they believe that the Congress will do what they believe they will do for them in Jammu. So that's possible. Anshul is joining us from the Congress office. Yes, Anshul.
So yes, the situation outside, in fact, inside the Congress office out here at the headquarters, is of celebrations that can be sensed over here. Already celebrations had started over here at the Congress party office. But since these are just the initial numbers that have come to the fore, the decision has been taken to make sure that the celebration does not start already, and hence the dhols and the sweets that have been brought over here, they have been stopped as of now. None of the senior leaders of the Congress party have reached over here. Just try and show you in the visuals around here. There are a few workers of the Congress party who have reached over here. They are expecting that they will get a massive victory today in both these states, be it Haryana or in Jammu Kashmir as well. Pawan Khera has just reached over here. Apart from him, there is no other senior leader of the Congress party who has come over here. So definitely, there is a lot on stake for the Congress party over here, because the workers are at least expecting that in both these states they will have a massive majority. Will that happen? How much of that will turn into reality? That is something that remains to be seen.
Well, try and get a word in from Pawan Khera when he finishes speaking with the waiting media there, Anshul. But Aditya Surjewala is leading from Kaithal. So Aditya Surjewala leading from Kaithal, and the early trends show that the exit polls will hold. The early trends show that the exit polls will hold. Congress plus NC has got the numbers in Jammu and Kashmir in pole position to form or stake to form government there, and the Congress party is running away with the leads in Haryana as predicted by the exit pollsters. So far at about 8:50 this morning on Result Day Live, this is how the numbers look. It looks like the Congress plus NC in Jammu and Kashmir will be in pole position to form government, and in Haryana it will be the Congress party with a very comfortable majority, looking at going past 60 plus. The others, INLD now in the leaderboard with 3 leads.
Yeah, all three of them. Arjun Chautala, Abhay Chautala, all 3 of them are leading in their respective constituencies. Aditya Devilal of the INLD is also leading. So these 3 constituencies from Dabwali, which is of course in the westernmost part of Haryana, Arjun Chautala is leading, and Abhay Chautala is also leading. So 3. So again, one of the other smaller stories, side stories that you'll see in Haryana is the Jat vote, which went to the newly formed party, the JJP, in the last election. A lot of that Jat vote is coming back home. Ghar wapsi ho rahi hai, it's coming back to the INLD. So I think you will also see, Aman, and you can weigh in on this, maybe a consolidation of the whole family politics within the Chautala
and
family.
how it's plotting is also against the BJP in their core areas, strong areas.
INLD had given a lot of tickets this time, whatever tickets it gave, a lot of them to Jat candidates this time, and we see all the 3 Chautalas also winning. See, the JJP is seen as a traitor by the Jat community because they tied up with the BJP post the last result. That is why we see this hammering of the JJP in this election And I think the BJP did well by breaking the alliance with JDP because they knew it would have negative.
So for the first time, we're getting 90 out of 90 leads now coming in from
almost
Haryana.
90 out of, that is why I'm saying the Hoodas are very confident of touching 65 by the end of the day because the results tend to consolidate more in the favor of whoever is leading. I would say even in this the belt, the Jat belt up to Sirsa, the Congress is expected to sweep it, and you can see the GT road belt, the Congress winning big time.
Clearly, it's winning. It's winning in Karnal. It's winning in Panipat, Sonipat. We're not getting much reporting from Ambala, but all the way down to Rohtak. So 3 or 4 districts here in this belt, the GT road belt.
If they're winning Karnal and Kurukshetra, that's a big thing because Manohar Lal Khattar comes from Karnal.
Let's check if the live results have the ballot boxes been opened. When I say ballot boxes, have the EVM counting, has it begun? In how many constituencies have we had at least 1 or 2 rounds of counting? We'll try and ask Avantika. Avantika, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi, Anand. We're just keeping track of that, and these leads are just coming in right now. It's looking good for the Chotalas, as Daka was also just mentioning. इकबाल जी बताइए कि हरियाणा में अभी और जितने भी अभी आ रहे हैं ये जो नंबर आ रहे हैं, तो ये जो जितनी भी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज है अभी आपको कहाँ से खबर आ रही है?
अभी लेटेस्ट कुरुक्षेत्र से भी अपडेट आ गया है कि कुरुक्षेत्र में 3 सीटों पे जो है कांग्रेस आगे लीड कर रही है। वहीं कुरुक्षेत्र की जो लाडवा सीट थी वहां से सीएम सैनी भी लीड कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बाकी 3 सीटों पे कांग्रेस लीड कर रही है। अगर हम बात करें चौटाला परिवार की, तो देखिए सभी चौटाला परिवार के सभी लोग जो है वो लीड कर रहे हैं सभी सीटों पर। तो वहीं पर अगर और दूसरी सीटों पे भी बात करें
जी, so Arjun Chotala, Aditya Chotala, Abhay Chotala, let's also quickly get you an update from Jammu and Kashmir. जल्दी बताइए।
कुछ बड़े नाम अभी लीड कर रहे हैं, जैसे जम्मू कश्मीर अपनी पार्टी के प्रेसिडेंट अल्ताफ बुखारी छानपुरा से लीड कर रहे हैं, और जेकेपीसीसी के प्रेसिडेंट जो है तारिक हमीद कर रहा है सेंट्रल स्टार्टिंग से ही इज लीडिंग। अमर इज स्टिल लीडिंग बड़गाम।
And what about Mehbooba
Avantika, please let us know how many rounds of counting in the counting centers.
कितने राउंड के काउंटिंग हो गए हैं अभी तक?
अभी पोस्टल ही स्टार्ट ही हुआ है वहां पे।
पोस्टल ही हो रहा है।
स्टार्ट ही हुआ है।
It's still the postal ballots. It's still the postal ballots. So early days, it's still the postal ballots. The EVMs have not yet been opened. We need to keep track of this, that the EVMs have not yet been opened. 2-3 rounds of counting. Will this further consolidate or will this change? We'll have to wait and watch. The Congress leading on 56, BJP on 23, others on 8, INLD at 3, 90 leads among the postal ballots only. Congress plus NC at 42 leads in Jammu and Kashmir, 29 leads for the BJP, so trailing by about 12 here in Jammu and Kashmir. And then you have the others which have got 12, and the PDP is leading at 5. These are still postal ballots. The first round of EVM counting has not yet started. We will alert you, viewers, the moment the first round of EVM counting begins in some of the constituencies. It may not happen simultaneously. It may happen across some constituencies. But if you look at this scenario, Amitabh Mattu is with us, Advaita Kala is with us. Are you willing to take these numbers with the postal ballot leads, or do you believe there could be a change on the leaderboard? Advaita Kala.
It's postal ballots. I mean, 2 words, very, very, very early in the game. So nothing to really get too excited or too disappointed or too analytical about. So let's just wait.
But do you believe this could show an indicated trend, or this could change?
Hard to say really at this point, Anand. I think, the exit polls seem to be reflecting what's showing up on the leaderboard. But
but what's the conversation in Gurgaon?
In Gurgaon, the conversation is usually about traffic. So I don't think anyone's really tracking this, to be honest.
Right now,
but I'm sure there must have been some chatter in the veranda club.
Well, I think in Gurgaon, really, I mean, it's the usual. Everyone's always disappointed all the time. So it doesn't really matter. They don't come out to vote. So
I think it was under 50%, by the way, less than half of the percent.
Did you vote?
Of course.
You did. Okay. Amitabh Mattuji?
I think the postal ballots seem to reflect the exit poll trends, and they reflect the kind of street gossip and the anecdotal wisdom which we discussed yesterday, especially in J&K. You have Congress NC 44, PDP 5, and BJP 29. That reflects, I would say, unlike Advait Kala, who I greatly admire as a great analyst, but who's sitting on the fence today. But I think I would completely agree with the postal ballots as reflective of a trend. But I could be wrong completely.
So
by the end
you
of the
think
day.
Congress NC are now within shot of I mean, they're too short of halfway mark.
If the PDP decides to support them, then they're
well past.
virtually
Yeah, they're
through.
49.
Yeah.
No, but PDP ke saath there'll be some other independents also. They will come through, and they don't even need to rely on the nominations now. That becomes a non-issue. The number that
If
you
this
have to
number
have
holds,
in
it's
this
game
scenario,
over
they already can
for the
cross
BJP.
50 comfortably.
Can we decide on who the nominees would be? Because I wanted to make that pitch yesterday that Aarti should be one of the people from the.
And I strongly recommend Amitabh Mattu should be the Lieutenant Governor of J&K.
That I don't mind at all.
So then both of you will have to dial not only the LG's office, you'll also have to dial Omar Abdullah. Because at the moment
there is a serious issue here, beyond the mirth around this, that there is a political debate happening in Srinagar about the nominees, about can the Lieutenant Governor nominate them before, or it has to be with the consent of the government. There's a Puducherry example that's been given out. But the BJP's president there has been saying that, look, we can do it irrespective of this.
The rule book. Yesterday, a BJP leader from Kashmir actually identified the people who have been nominated.
Maybe he named those he did not want
But look,
to be
I think if these numbers hold, the LG is not going to go against the sentiment. And he's not going to go against the sentiment. He'll probably doff his hat to the greater wisdom of the cabinet. You think, well, it doesn't really make a difference, does it? Does it even make a difference? It doesn't make a difference on the ground. I mean, that particular lead now, 45, you're seeing Congress and NC.
They're at the halfway mark.
No, they are at the halfway mark.
Seems to have been stuck there now for the last 20 minutes at 28.
With respect to the postal ballot. Now, Congress ex-Punjab CM Charanjit Channi is also in Jammu and Kashmir currently.
Right.
So he's been sent there. He's been deputed there. Early leads, obviously in favor of the Congress NC, 45 and 28. So one more and then they are past they are at the magic number. So that's what happens. In Haryana, they're way past the magic number. But yeah, BJP increasing its lead, 23. Congress slipping down to 56. One seat does not make a difference. 33 ka seat ka lead hai.
No, this is very clearly in Haryana, two-horse race.
Two-horse race.
And the Congress have...
So the postal ballots indicate the larger trend. You believe this is not going to be bucked. This is not going to change.
As in, if you were to take this as a straw poll, then the sentiment seems to be decidedly in favor of the Congress there.
Yeah, but more than what's going to happen in Haryana, if this holds in Jammu and Kashmir, then there is a huge, turn of turmoil that will happen. Saifuddin Zosa was there that day and he says they will give stability, but will they be consistent? This is Congress and NC will be stable. But the fact is that you are going to be at constant friction with the LG's office and at the center. And how is that going to queer the pitch for Jammu and Kashmir after 5 years of trying to, set things right?
Full statehood would do that.
Huh?
Full state restoration of full statehood would do that.
Restoration
but they'll have to still go back and amend the J&K Reorganization Act. I think the powers of the LG come from the J&K Reorganization Act, which of course has to be amended in Parliament.
It should be done as per aspirations of the people of Jammu and Kashmir.
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying that the procedure is it has to be done in Parliament.
No,
it can't be done
but full statehood at what cost is going to be another question that's going to be asked. At full statehood, are you going to go back and dial it? No, dial it back to what the scenario was in 2010 and 2014. Is that what you want? Is that what you're going to give?
It's not that what I want.
Is the Congress party in power with the national conference? Is it going to assure the rest of the people of the country that you are not going to allow Jammu and Kashmir to slip back into what it was in 2010, 2014?
What he's saying is that essentially we want J&K as an equal state of the Indian Union, not special. 370 and the rest of it is history. You can't wind the clock back. But today it should enjoy the powers of a West Bengal or a Andhra Pradesh or a Tamil Nadu. And the
fair enough. So will the Congress party then say it out openly that we are not dialing back the clock back?
They should.
As the national party, will you want the Congress party to say we will not dial the clock back?
Which clock?
That is going back to Article 370.
Restoring 370.
No,
restoring 370.
Look, if you're talking about, checking separatism, terrorism, etc., cross-border terrorism.
Why are you not unequal? Are you saying that you like the
UT?
Congress party to bring back Article 370?
It is for the Congress party to respond.
No, why aren't you responding?
If you
want equal status, if you want full status, then you should commit to
you are a journalist. You understand what qualitative difference it makes that as fighting terrorism between union territory and a full statehood. Tell me that.
I am asking you. You are also a seasoned journalist. Do you agree that this should be Ek Desh, Ek Vidhan, Ek Samvidhan? Do you agree that Jammu and Kashmir should be an equal state like West Bengal, not have its own separate constitution?
It is in constitutional scheme. It is very much there.
No. So I'm asking you, do you believe, if you believe that it should have the same status as West Bengal,
if
you say it should have the same, Rashid, I'm asking you, if you believe, like Amitabh Mattu said, it should have the same equal status as West Bengal or Karnataka, any other state, then it should have only one constitution and it should have only one flag. So then the Congress should say there is no going back.
So there is one constitution.
Agree or disagree?
As for, look, you are talking about 370. The similar concessions have been given to
No. Then don't talk about the same equality as West Bengal.
There's a difference here. There is a pre-1953 status.
Just one second. They've hit 46, which is the
so that's the halfway number in Jammu and
mark.
Kashmir, the magic figure. So the Congress, NC in Jammu and Kashmir and the Congress in Haryana touching that magic figure. As far as the leads, the counting, the ballot boxes, when I say the EVMs have not yet been opened, EVM counting has not yet begun. The moment EVM counting begins, we will let you know. And I'm going to request our team and also the live result hub to let us know the moment EVM counting begins in some of the constituencies. So we'll just get an alert from
I do have a question for the panel. If it stays at this 46, 27, 12 in Jammu and Kashmir and Congress NC has crossed the halfway mark, LG is duty bound to invite Congress NC? Is that's the law?
I mean, it's the single largest party, which should be the NC, and also as a pre-poll alliance with a majority, absolutely no-brainer.
Yeah, there's
and then Congress NC 46 means that Jammu has also voted for the Congress.
So
the Congress's seats, Congress's purchase is from the Jammu.
Well, there are some blues.
Yeah, there are blues in the Jammu region. So Congress's purchase is from the Jammu region.
Yeah, and you imagine that Jammu division includes Chenab, in which the NC might also have had.
Yeah, because there are some Muslim-dominated seats there also. So there looks like this is not a result that the BJP would be very pleased about. In fact, as far as Jammu is concerned,
it's the people of Jammu and Kashmir what they vote and what they choose. But the larger story is, are they choosing it under the constitution to respect the constitution and the tricolor and to be integrated? Or once again go into that entire aspect, or let's go back that road and go back 10 years.
Anand, clearly respect. No, one second. No, I'm sorry. But, like snake oil salesman, a lot of promises were made to the public in Jammu and Kashmir, which can't be kept by the parties who are going to be elected. That under the present arrangement, you cannot bring back Article 370 and 35A. You cannot even restore statehood on your own. So let's be honest about what has been sold to the public of Jammu and Kashmir. Now you have a problem because you're going to come to power and you're going to say, well, we can't quite do it. So, we have to start looking for an excuse. And what is the excuse? Oh, we're not even actually an elected government in control of its own destiny, because you see the LG is overbearing and has too many powers stacked up behind him. So let's challenge that.
So
this becomes a full statehood. I'm sorry, but
statehood has been promised by the BJP.
One second. I'm not talking about the statehood. I'm not talking about statehood. I'm talking about Article 370. And let's not pretend that Article 370 is a non-issue. Let's not pretend Article 370 is a non-issue.
Should be clarified, Rahul. You see, the elections in Jammu and Kashmir been held as per the Indian Constitution.
Releasing separatists was a promise that has been made in black and white by both the political parties, the Congress and the BJP has not made that. One second,
let me finish. As a potential nationalist.
One second.
Just now, Pakistani media, one of the first things they have seen the leads and what they have said. They have called for lifting of the ban on the freeing of Yasin Malik and lifting of the ban on Jammu Kashmir National Liberation Front.
And restoration of Article 370. And let's not pretend that Article 370 doesn't have a resonance.
That's the first conversation that's happening. Yeah, that's the news break. Now you please tell me, should the Congress do that? Do you think Yasin Malik should be freed? Do you think JKLF should be, the ban should be lifted?
What I'm saying is, there was Prakash Singh Badal, Akali Dal, which burned, copies of Indian Constitution, AGP, similar thing they did in Assam, and they were brought in the national mainstream, and the BJP became, a partner. So this is a very welcoming thing that national political parties, sort of engage and involve, regional players and
totally
become part of national mainstream.
But
we cannot foreclose that.
Is that for moving forward, or is that for dialing it back?
There is a
fundamental human civilization lives on hope.
We are arguing the wrong point here, and I want to bring in Mr. Mattu. Mr. Mattu, there has to be a responsibility. Political parties go out there, they can promise you guarantees of this, that, the other, but there has to be a certain degree of honesty in your manifesto, and you have to be able to deliver, because this is a big debate. Should political parties be made accountable for the promises they make? This is a very emotional
You're talking about
promise.
50 lakh rupees?
I'm talking about whatever it is. I'm
Are you
just
talking
saying
about 50
it
lakh
doesn't.
rupees?
This cuts across party lines, sir. It doesn't matter whoever's making the promise. They should be held to their promises, Mr.
Well, yes, in an ideal, perfect world, you're absolutely right. Political parties must stand by the manifesto and the commitments made, but we know that some of the promises that are made are aspirational,
Yes,
and the voter is smart enough, especially the voter in the streets of Jammu and Kashmir, to recognize that none of these political parties, including the BJP, has the capacity or the power or the ability to now restore 370 in its pristine form or any other form. What you can ensure is that land rights and the land alienation is not done, and that there is a certain proportion of government jobs which go to residents of Jammu and Kashmir, as Rashid Saab said, is the case of Northeast or Himachal Pradesh. But I don't think Article 370 was the main issue in these elections. The main issue in these elections was democracy, regaining power for elected members, and perhaps a signal that we are not being satisfied with the 6 years of Lieutenant Governor's rule. And if the Congress has made inroads in even the Jammu region, then that suggests that a dissatisfaction with the LG's rule, particularly, was evident even there.
EVMs have now been opened. Just now at 9:08 a.m. is the update. EVMs have now been opened and the first round of counting is underway. So now from now onwards, it's round by round. Will these leads consolidate or will there be a change based on the from the postal ballots to the EVM ballot boxes that they are opening? The first round of EVM counting has just now started across both Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. That's the update that we are getting from Avantika. Yes, Avantika.
Yes, the EVMs have opened now. So the first round of counting is presently underway. The EVMs have opened at a few places. So now, we are also going to keep a very close track on those numbers. शौकत बताइए EVMs कहाँ खुले जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में आपको क्या खबर आ रही है?
उससे पहले मैं आपको एक बड़ी खबर ये है कि महबूबा मुफ्ती की बेटी इल्तिजा मुफ्ती बिजबिहाड़ा से लीड कर रही है। अभी ये हमारे पास आया है ताज़ा ही। उसके अलावा JKPCC के प्रेसिडेंट जो हैं वो लीड कर रहे हैं सेंट्रल स्टार्टिंग श्रीनगर से, और few places पे जो है EVM स्टार्ट हो गया है अभी काउंटिंग।
So EVMs have opened now in Jammu and Kashmir, and I'll just quickly ask Iqbal as well. Iqbal, बताइए हरियाणा में क्या सीन है?
हरियाणा देखिए सिरसा है, हिसार है, इन जगहों पे अभी EVM ओपन हो गई है, और अभी कई जगहों पे जो है देखिए अपडेट भी हमारे पास आने लगा है, और लगातार मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ जैसे विनेश फोगाट जुलाना से अभी भी लीड कर रही हैं, लगातार शुरुआती दौर से लीडिंग पे है। वहीं अगर मैं बात करूँ अगर सावित्री जिंदल की, वो भी देखिए शुरुआत से लीड कर रही थी, अभी भी लीड पे ही है, और बीजेपी भी कई इसमें अब देखा अनिल विज है अंबाला कैंट से बड़ी कद्दावर नेता।
सिरसा and अंबाला में EVMs अब खुल गई हैं, and that's also very important. They have the highest Dalit concentration, and we've seen this whole election and how important and significant the Dalit vote is going to be. Back to the studios, Anand.
Right. Thank you for that, Avantika. So EVM boxes have now EVMs are now being opened. First round of counting on in a lot of the assembly constituencies, and the numbers will start plotting and correcting themselves thick and fast. By the time we get to about 4 or 5 rounds, there should be certain candidates who would have opened up significant leads, but till the last round of counting, since it's assembly elections, it may just go right down to the wire. Some key race alerts: Gopal Kanda is leading in Sirsa and Haryana. Those the alerts come. Nayab Singh Saini continues to lead from Ladwa. Savitri Jindal continues to lead. Aditya Surjewala, Randeep Surjewala's son, is leading from Kaithal in Haryana. We also have Savitri Jindal, who continues to lead from the time the first postal ballot numbers started coming in. Abhay Singh Chautala is also leading from Elanabad in Haryana. And we also have Digvijay Singh Chautala. He is leading from Dabwali in Haryana. So the Chautalas is going towards INLD. Aarti Singh Rao, Ateli, Haryana. So Haryana map plotted on the wall. Yes,
Dushyant, Dushyant, last I checked, was trailing. So which means the JJP vote, they got 10 seats last time, largely the Jat vote. That is now 0. The JJP is 0. Whatever Jat vote there is, which is anti-Congress, anti-BJP, is going to the INLD. So Abhay Chautala, Arjun Chautala, and also Mr. Devilal's grandson, all three of them are leading. These are the 3 seats from Dabwali, where Aditya Devilal is leading. Arjun Chautala is leading from Rania, and then from Elanabad, Abhay Chautala is leading. There's also Gopal Kanda, who I think was a minister in the previous government, independent. He's also leading from the constituency of Sirsa. So that belt seems to have gone vis-a-vis the INLD. So I think one of the side stories, of course, the main headline is that the Congress is sweeping Haryana. The side story is part of the Jat vote, which went to Dushyant and the JJP, which was a newly formed party, 5 years ago. That has now gone back to the INLD. I wouldn't be surprised if I see some kind of closing of ranks of the Chautala family, and instead of having two parties, they eventually fold into one. But we'll have to wait on that. There are also 7 independents who have also are in the lead, including the likes of Savitri Jindal. But I think the big picture, as far as Haryana is concerned, is Congress is leading in almost all the regions of Haryana. They're leading in the Ambala belt in the north. They're leading in the Karnal, Kurukshetra belt, again in the north-central part. They're leading in Rohtak. Obviously, that's the guard of the Hoodas. They're also leading in the south, in the new belt, which borders Rajasthan. So clearly, the BJP's strongholds, as it were, urban centers and this GT corridor belt, in neither of those two centers, the BJP seems to be leading. We don't have enough in Bhiwani Mahendragarh, of course. The BJP seems to, at least in the urban pockets, a couple of seats there. But in the Jat belt here in Sirsa, in the westernmost part of the state, whatever movement happened to the JJP back in the 2019 election, that vote seems to be coming back to Abhay Chautala and to the INLD. Quick word on Jammu and Kashmir. You can see the map populating. In the upper reaches, it's dark blue for the National Conference, in case you're wondering the color combinations. Dark blue for the National Conference, light blue for the Congress, saffron, of course, for the BJP, and light green for the PDP. So 47. They've gone past the halfway mark, Congress NC. A large number of the dark blues are in the upper reaches. It's in the Kashmir Valley. Couple of light blues in Jammu. I can see one seat here in the Rajouri Poonch belt as well. PDP also opening its account in the Kashmir Valley. So clearly, I think it's as Rahul was arguing a moment ago, it's similar to what we saw in the last election, except that the BJP's seats, a large chunk of them, are coming from Jammu, no doubt about it. So there'll be a larger proportion of BJP MLAs from the Jammu belt and a larger proportion of Kashmiri MLAs from NC as well as Congress, and maybe some from the PDP as well. 5 is what we're showing right now. Even the others, again, you're seeing, we don't know which parties they are. We'll break that down for you, but there are 10 others. I can see 2 constituencies here in the upper reaches. There's one here in Jammu. But it seems like, it's consolidating more and more in favor of the Congress NC. It was at 45 a few minutes ago. Now it's gone up to 47. I think there's one seat that's oscillating between an independent and an NC candidate. So that will again sort of consolidate in that direction.
Yeah, and we'll have to also see Haryana. In Haryana, what's happening is that the Congress has slipped 2 seats, BJP has gained 2 seats, but still a 30-seat lead. It's just the early rounds of counting of the ballot boxes or the EVMs that's now begun, ladies and gentlemen. But as of 9:15 this morning, this is how the scenario is. An hour and 15 minutes into counting, the Congress leading in 55 seats in Haryana, the Congress plus NC leading in 47 seats in Jammu and Kashmir. And in both places, they seem to be comfortably placed to form government or stake claim to form government. Now, is there a twist in the story as the counting continues? Or as often that happens in the recent past, will these leads settle? Where now there you go, Congress slipping another seat in Haryana, BJP picking up to 26. So is there some drama there? We'll have to wait and watch over the course of the next hour and a half. And is that drama enough for the Congress, for the BJP to pull up 20 seats away from the Congress and to try and form government there in Haryana? Or is it just that the Congress has a few nervy moments and then but it still remains comfortable as it leads, as it sees right now? Will there be a twist in the story as more of the ballot boxes are counted? Will the leads open up further in favor of Congress NC as they have just done now again? 48 and 26, 1 seat oscillating. We'll have to wait and watch. Let's take it to our guest, Nalin Mehta. Is it based on your estimations or is there a twist in the story? Postal ballots are done. Now it's the ballot boxes which are open, EVMs that are open.
So usually, Anand, there's not much to read in postal ballots. So physiologically, one shouldn't read that much into it. However, what the projections are currently showing at the moment is very much in line with what the exit polls have been predicting.
See, Haryana numbers are changing. See, the Congress has slipped from 57 to 52. BJP has gone up to 28. So they seem to be changing with the EVMs now being counting and as and when rounds are increasing. Yes, Dalit, please continue.
No, so if you look at the J&K number, BJP is 25, which is pretty much in the range of what the poll of the polls predicted.
Yeah.
Somewhere between 25 to 30 for BJP. BJP, yes, it is picking up a little bit in Haryana, but in general, the trend line is pretty much on par with what our reporters have been telling us.
In this current scenario, Congress NC does not need anybody. At 52 leads, they don't need anybody. They just can go ahead and stake claim to form government without any of the others involved, and that means that they've been able to push a narrative on ground which is worked. Now, whether it is selling snake oil or if it is something else, but the fact is, this is a huge responsibility on the shoulders of the Congress and the National Conference, because how they conduct themselves in Jammu and Kashmir and what they do will have an impact on how they are perceived across the country.
And may I say, Anand, that between Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir, what happens in Haryana has a huge ramification for politics in the Hindi heartland. Haryana has generally been outsides in its political influence compared to its size. But what happened in Jammu and Kashmir has huge ramifications for globally. It's the most watched election globally from India at the moment, because after 370 and so on, whoever comes to power, if it's NC and Congress, perhaps with PDP support, the actions they take will be watched very closely.
No, the other thing is, the story is that this election is not doctored. If this is the mandate of the people, the biggest story that goes across is that this is a democratic process and the people have been free to choose. What the ramifications of that for us as a country are, that's a different story. Yes, Rahul, Shivshankar.
No, democracy khatre mein hai, bogie has now been buried once and for all, and that's why the Congress realized that there were going to be diminishing returns from that particular plank. So what do? We pivot towards whether Dalits are getting their due, whether the castes are getting enough representation. That pivot was done about 6 months back, and the Congress, whether it is in Jammu or it is now in Haryana, it is getting some amount of traction by playing that card. Look, the BJP in Jammu and Kashmir was hoping that in Kashmir, the vote would splinter, in fact, across the various little dynamics that they had sort of cultivated demographically. They had talked about Bakkarwals, they had talked about several other communities, the Shias, the Sunnis, this, that, the other. There was a hope that a monolithic vote will not consolidate behind one or two political parties. It has. That experiment has failed. In Jammu is what is very surprising, because one would have expected in a polarized situation like this, specifically on communal lines, because that's how at least one side of the fence viewed this particular election. Even there, the BJP has not made inroads by consolidating the Hindu vote, which means that it has to really look very closely at the strategy that is employed.
So, Advaita Kala, Rashid, one second. Let Advaita say.
I think if this holds and the Congress comes to power along with the NC in Jammu and Kashmir, then really the argument that they've been making across the country, that they stand for the, in defense of the Indian Constitution, is something that they'll have to prove in Jammu and Kashmir when they are part of government, because the Indian Constitution, whoever comes to power, should be supreme. And let's see if they're able to deliver on that. No, let's see.
I mean, to say that the Congress and National Conference have to prove their nationalist credentials in J&K is, I think, it's something that's unthinkable. They've always been part and parcel. The national flag has been in Srinagar, in Kashmir, because of National Conference and the Congress. Long history, decades after decades. So there is, I think, it is on this day we must respect the mandate. I think we must also ponder over this fact that how BJP's strategy has boomeranged in both Haryana and in Jammu and Kashmir, by plotting, having so much faith and trust in others. The others haven't delivered. You look at this kind of alliance politics that were there, JJP and Chandrasekhar Ravana's party and INLD and Mayawati's party coming together. They have not done well at all. So BJP had 5 years from after this,
but Rashid, in Haryana, something seems to be happening, because Congress was upwards closer to 60. Now it's down to 50, and BJP was at 20.
It's academic.
No, it's academic. But I think what is also, I want to show it on the map, because you remember about half an hour back we were saying in all seats in Sonipat and Panipat the Congress was leading. The BJP is managing to wrest some of that back. So which means, yes, as Rahul says, it is academic. But at the end of the day, look, now it's 30-50.
Yeah,
it was 60-20, half an hour ago.
Yes.
So I think, I don't think the story in Haryana has been written off just yet. I think
are you saying Bihar is happening?
I don't think Bihar is happening, because I think the scale is quite high.
An hour ago, we thought Jammu and Kashmir will be interesting and it could be a humdinger. It just seems to be changing. And Congress NC seem to be running. Now, we've just got updates now. Omar Abdullah leading from both Badgam and Ganderbal. Sajjad Lone leading from Handwara. Ravinder Raina is actually trailing from Naushera. Iltija Mufti is leading from Bijbehara. Yes, Avantika. Avantika, can you hear me? Go ahead, please. Okay, we'll try.
Big news coming in. BJP chief from Naushera. Ravinder Raina was facing an uphill task, but he's trailing as well. तो रविंदर रैना तो बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट थे that he's going to be winning, but he's trailing right now.
उसके लिए अमित शाह ने अलग से भी रैली की थी लास्ट में, तो अभी वो ट्रेल कर रहे हैं और वहां से एनसी का कैंडिडेट आगे हो गया है, अराउंड 3000 वोट से उसकी अभी लीड हो गई है।
और सजाद लोन वो भी
सजाद continues to be-
Sajad Loan from Handwara is leading right now. Omar Abdullah is leading from both of
but
his
Sajad is trailing from Kupwara.
Sajad Loan is
Contesting
trailing from Kupwara. Okay.
All right.
Iltija
And
Mufti
Omar
is
doing
leading.
well?
Yes, Umar is leading from both the seats.
Okay, all right. And Iltija Mufti?
She is also leading.
All right. So it's looking good, at least for Mehbooba Mufti's daughter. And आप बताइए इकबाल क्या हो रहा है
हरियाणा में? देखिए अभी जो है थोड़ा सा डेटा चेंज
चेंज
हो गया, यस
एकदम से
चेंज हुआ है, और अभी जो है थोड़ा सा रुझानों में भी परिवर्तन हुआ है। तो ये देखिए इसमें कई जगहों पे अभी कॉल्स जो आई है कि बीजेपी अब थोड़ा सा कई जगहों पे लीड करने लगी है, तो ये एक बड़ा बदलाव देखने को मिला है। अगर हम बात करते हैं कि भिवानी में भी बीजेपी लीड कर रही है ना। अगर हम बात करें पंचकुला में भी इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट लीड करने लगा है। उसके अलावा से करनाल में भी बीजेपी जो है अब लीड कर रही है। ऐसी कई सीटों पे जो है वो थोड़ा सा रुझानों में थोड़ा चेंजेस हो गया है।
So Anand, as you can hear him saying that there's been a change, there's been a sudden change in the numbers, and I was just hearing you and Zaka as well. बताइए जल्दी बताइए.
Iltija Mufti is trailing, NC candidate Bashir Miri is leading.
Okay. Iltija Mufti is trailing in
she's trailing now.
So Iltija Mufti is trailing. So the National Conference seems to be running away with the numbers as far as the Kashmir division is concerned. Jammu seems to have moved away from the BJP and is looking towards the Congress party. Out of the 43, BJP is leading only in 23. I'm assuming that largely most of the BJP's leads are in Jammu. But the Haryana story, wow, 32-47. The gap is just now bridged to about 15 seats from about a 30-seat lead. It's just corrected itself.
Well, we don't know what pockets
15.
this result
No,
is
but
coming
I'm just saying
from.
the map
So-
color is being plotted.
No, I'm saying
itself.
which rounds and which areas within constituencies. There could be pockets where there is support for the BJP. So I think we'll have to wait for a couple
but
of more rounds.
this itself then says that this could become far more exciting as the rounds get increased. As
What
far
this
as
tells
Haryana
you,
is
sorry,
concerned.
being very facetious, that the postal ballots were rigged.
Anand. So, look, it's still very early to read a trend in this because it is going to fluctuate a lot in the next half an hour or so. But one thing that is the Election Commission website is currently showing, when you look at vote shares of the seats that we're seeing leads off, the vote share, the Congress vote share at the moment is 43.7%.
Wow.
And the BJP vote share is 36.56% for Haryana. Now, if that's correct and if that trend holds, that means the Congress has gained 1% from where it was in the 2024 Lok Sabha election, and the BJP is
What it
fallen
also
from there.
tells you, Nalin, is that this is actually only a two-horse fight.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, the Congress vote share would have been down to 37, 35.
Yeah, not just a two-horse fight that the Congress has been able to hold. It's been able to hold and further consolidate its Lok Sabha vote share, whereas there has been an erosion despite course correction for the
Look, I mean,
for the
let's be
BJP.
honest, in the Hindi heartland, even when the BJP has lost in Rajasthan or even in Madhya Pradesh, which it did, and other states, it hasn't fallen and collapsed. So I think you will see the BJP ending up within 2 or 3% or even 2% of what it has performed as far as vote share is concerned. But the seat shares will open up because clearly the Congress vote has consolidated for it.
Now
It's
the
not
gap's
getting-
opened up again to 18
That's
seats.
right.
So 31 and 49. That's what. So this is changing quite often. Yeah,
Couple of the if you just look at the region wise, again I go back to that whole belt, the GT corridor belt. Now in the Jean City seat, the BJP candidate there is leading. In Saffron, which is the neighboring seat, again the BJP candidate is leading. In Rohtak seat, in Rohtak city seat, Rohtak, which is of course the god of the Hoodas, in the Rohtak city seat, a BJP candidate is leading. In the Karnal seat, the city seat, again Sonipat, it's the BJP's Kavita Jain who's leading. In the neighboring seat of Rai, again the BJP is leading. So the BJP seems to be holding on to its urban fortresses in this whole belt, which is Sonipat, Karnal, Kurukshetra, all the way to down to Panipat. Couple of seats here in this Bhiwani Mahendragarh belt as well. Really, where the Congress is running up the numbers is really in the rural pockets. So the agrarian distress, the farmers, what happened to the farmers, the treatment meted out to them, that seems to be very resonant as far as the rural voters are concerned. And the Congress seems to be gaining in the rural parts. As far as the urban pockets are concerned, the BJP is not getting washed out there. In fact, the strength of the BJP is coming from those urban pockets, like it happened in 2019, where, the reason why they got to 40 was because of urban seats like Panipat, Sonipat, the Rohtak city seat, and eventually going up all the way to Ambala. So whether or not the BJP holds on to those urban seats, or whether the Congress can breach those urban seats, again, this could very well change in the next hour or so. But at one point, we were looking at 60 seats or 65 seats. It's not looking like a 65-seat win for the Congress as of this moment. But like I said, in an hour, things can change.
Yes. I think if this is still good evidence and you've gone from the postal ballots to the EVMs, suggests that in Kashmir, instead of the vote being fractured, it's consolidated around the NC Congress and really the NC with a few pockets. Sajjad Lone might win in the north, Altaf Bukhari in Srinagar, and Iltija and Wahid Para in the south. But really a consolidation in favor of the NC, while the Jammu vote seems to have splintered.
So again, interestingly, the JKPC, the People's Conference, is actually leading in 3 constituencies. Sajjad is leading in Handwara, in the neighboring constituency of Langate, which is, I believe, Engineer Rashid hails from Langate. Again, it's the People's Conference candidate who's leading there. You have one more seat which I'd seen, which is
would be in the north itself.
Yeah, in the north, this constituency, which is Patan. Again, it's Imran Ansari.
Sajjad Lone's PC is assured of at least 2 seats, which is Imran Ansari from Patan, which is a Shia-dominated constituency, and Sajjad's own constituency of Handwara. He should win Kupwara also if he's lucky.
There are two other independents. I just want to quickly run this. Satish Sharma in Cham. I believe he was a rebel. Satish Sharma, he's now contesting as an independent. He's leading in a seat called Cham. And there's one more constituency. Again, this is in the, it's an ST in Jammu, in the ST reserve seat of Tanamandi. A candidate called Muzaffar Iqbal Khan, an independent, is leading. So these are the independents. Let's just take a look. All right, from Bani, Dr. Rameshwar Singh, independent, is also leading from Bani. And there is this one seat I just want to see from Kulgam. Mohammad Yusuf Tarigami is of the CPM.
What would be interesting is to find out if Engineer Rashid, his party, AIP, and the Jamaat, who has put a proxy independent candidates, whether they are winning any candidates.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, because the numbers are changing in Jammu and Kashmir too. The numbers are oscillating and fluctuating even in Jammu and Kashmir, not so much. But yes, it was 55 just a short while ago. It's come down to 53. It went down to 51. Now it's gone up to 53. So with each round of counting, and in some of these constituencies, the others, BJP and National Conference, it seems to be fluctuating, and the PDP seems to be losing ground to the National Conference. That's what's happening. The seats that the PDP had lost, was leading about 5 or 6 seats. It's all gone towards the National Conference. The BJP now from 21, it's gone up to 24 seats. Now, will it consolidate further? We'll have to wait and watch. But this scenario, this was a 30-seat lead that had been opened up by the Congress party. It's now come down to 16 seats. Is there a further twist in this story as more rounds are counted? We'll have to change. We'll have to check. BJP chief of Jammu and Kashmir, Ravindra Raina, is trailing from Naushera at this point. That's what we are given to understand. So he's trailing. There are other leads that are that's the update of Ravindra Raina, who's trailing in Naushera. Some of the other key race alerts, we'll quickly call some of the others. Narinder Singh, RS Pura, Jammu South, he's currently leading. He's been in the lead for a while now. So from the time the ballots were, the counting started this day. Sophie Yusuf, he is of the BJP. He's trailing. And same Bijbehara seat, Iltija Mufti is also trailing. Mehboob Beg is leading in Anantnag of TDP.
Anand, what will be interesting, if you should look at the map, is what about the Hindu-dominated seats in Jammu? Who is winning in those?
It's the BJP that there's all saffron sort of patches are in Jammu. The entire belt is Jammu.
Kathua, Samba, Udhampur, these are the ones that you need to focus on.
The entire belt is dominated by...
now there you go. They lost one more. One more went away.
They have 43 seats.
Yes.
And the BJP is leading in 24. So what's happening in the other 20?
What is happening in the other 20?
The other 20 will go to the Congress party. Right?
No, but
just the Congress or it will be independent.
Which are these
Congress or the independents?
This is anecdotal. I mean, I want to see it actually on the map to understand.
Rajori, Punch and the Chenab area.
Because, the Prime Minister has been stressing on this whole business of batenge to katenge. I mean, I'm just bringing in the larger, the narrative that has been built up by Yogi, the RSS, the Prime Minister, and they've been talking about batenge to katenge. Is this making any impression on the voter on the ground? And that's why I was talking about, what about the Hindu-dominated seats in Jammu per se? Where have they gone? How are they voting?
So the BJP has currently got 24 seats. I think 20 out of those 24 seats are coming from Jammu.
Right.
4 are coming from the other belts. I just want to run through some of the quick constituencies. From Chenani, the BJP candidate is leading. From Udhampur West, the BJP candidate is leading. From Nagrota, the BJP candidate is leading. From Aknoor, which is an SC reserve seat after delimitation, again, BJP candidate leading. Jammu North, Shamlal Sharma of the BJP leading. The Jammu City seat, I'm just trying to get that up, again, the BJP. So the BJP's bulk of its seats are coming from, as Professor Mattu said, from the Jammu, Udhampur, Samba, that
And
belt.
this is the area that has been hit also by militancy in the last 6 months.
Correct.
Yeah,
So
but-
clearly a polarization has taken
But
place.
the fact is, for the BJP to really get into any kind of ask or state, it had to win at least 35 seats out of the 43. They had to max out as far as Jammu.
which are the
They've not
seats
been
that
able
it
to
has
do
not-
that. See, they're actually 23
So which in Jammu are the seats where it has not done as well, or which have changed hands?
See, some of those are still plotting.
So Kathua,
yeah,
for example, the
Kathua.
NC candidate. Kathua is now a reserve seat. The NC candidate there is leading. You have one independent from the Bani seat, Dr. Rameshwar Singh, again an independent. So these are 2 seats that the BJP used to have. It's flipped now. It's flipped to the...
The one
to an
caveat I
NC.
want to add is that the BJP has never actually got more than 30 in Jammu. From the research that we've done, seats
It had
in
26
Jammu.
last time, yeah. That
Yes,
was the highest it's had.
Sorry?
26 last time was the
Yeah,
highest.
so they've never got.
that they've
Yeah,
had.
I think there was one election where they did better than that. I'll have to just quickly recheck because I remember this.
But that is pre-delimitation.
No, I understand that. I understand that. But all I'm saying is that, look, some caveats. Has the Hindu vote really... You see, the question will be, because I'm telling you what the opposition will come out and say, that Hindutva is failing, that it's come down to bread and butter. The BJP doesn't have an answer for voters who are going to talk about bread and butter. So I'm just trying to
Rahul,
understand
on that
what is...
point,
Yeah.
what the data is showing us at this moment, and it's still early days, the BJP is at 23, which is -2 from last time.
Correct.
Now, again, there's been delimitation, so we have to take that with a pinch of salt. The Congress is at 7, which is -5 from last time. So the BJP strike rate at the moment is 37.1%. The Congress's strike rate is 17.9%. The NC, on the other hand, is an 80% strike rate. So it's very clear that the BJP is retaining its stronghold in Jammu. The Congress is not really making inroads there, and I think the NC was miffed about it before the election, saying that the Congress.
So it's not that the Congress is really pulling its weight. It's just that the NC seems to be, National Conference seems to be holding sway, not just in the Kashmir division, but having an impact even in the Jammu division. And the overall consolidation of votes, which should have happened in favor of the BJP post abrogation of 370, post whatever it claims to have done to balance the Jammu versus Kashmir divide, it's not manifesting as of now. It's not manifesting as of now.
And it'll be great if Professor Mattu comes in on this, but fundamentally, in my view, what's happening is in Jammu, originally what was BJP was always a Jammu party, it was never the Kashmir party, right? Exactly. That seems to be holding. Now the Congress had an opportunity here. It seems to have kind of let that go, at least in the Jammu region. But it's the NC that's pulling it along. But fundamentally, on the ground, nothing has changed politically. I mean,
I think Nalini, you're absolutely right that BJP has not expanded its electoral fortunes beyond the tunnel, Jawahar Tunnel, into the valley. It had hoped that some of the independents that it was backing insidiously or silently would make an impact. We'll still have to wait and see.
So if you look at the arithmetic by what he's saying, yes, 47 seats in National Conference in Jammu and Kashmir, 7 seats of the Congress party. So that's what's 55. So what's happening is that National Conference seems to have swept Kashmir. Right now, if the numbers for Congress plus NC is 55, that means out of 47, the National Conference is winning at least 40 to 43.
Actually, that number we'll have to look at, because
yeah, but I'm just saying that it has to max out in Kashmir.
The disaggregation
if the BJP is holding ground in Jammu,
that's right.
it's got to max out in
Kashmir. How much
Kashmir.
NC is getting out of that 55? We'll just have to see.
Yeah. 51 seats is what the NC was fighting in.
Right.
They're leading in 42.
They're
out of the
leading it.
51.
So that's a huge conversion
42 out of
ratio.
51 they're leading. Haryana is changing, by the way.
Yeah, Haryana big change. Haryana big change. It's just 9 seat difference now, 36 to 45. In the last 6 minutes that we spoke on Jammu and Kashmir, look at how Haryana has changed.
Haryana, and this will be a big one if these trends continue to hold. Now, look, I mean, let's be very, very careful. Only 2 rounds right now.
37-44.
Yes,
7 seats difference
37-44.
now.
And this is the first time the Congress has actually come under the halfway mark in Haryana in about the last 1 hour, 10 minutes.
Yes.
So that will give the BJP a lot of hope. Who are the others? Let's have a quick look at the others in Haryana, because in case it comes to it, there could be a problem.
Savitri Jindal is one of them.
Yeah, but
Savitri
right
Jindal
now,
is one of the independents.
as Congress being the single largest, it will be invited to form the government.
As you bring up those numbers, there's another update from the Election Commission. The BJP vote share, less in line and tally with these seat share, is inching up. It's now up. It was 33% about 10 minutes ago. Is now up to 37.2%. Congress is down to 41%.
So that's his 2019 vote share. 37 or 38. Yeah, I think 37 or 38 it was. It went up in Lok Sabha to about 43.
Yeah, correct.
And that was a tight election. The 2019 election was very tight. In fact, we know that the BJP tied up with the JJP. But that's what I'm saying.
Lead is 6 seats now. Lead is only 6 seats. 44 and 38. Lead is only 6 seats in Haryana. Dramatic change here. This seems to be consolidating in favor of the Congress NC. But look at this. A 30-seat gap that they had just about 25 minutes ago has now come down to just about 6 seats, ladies and gentlemen. Even as more of the EVMs are going to be counted, more rounds across the assembly constituencies. Yes, Avantika.
Oh, Anand, look what's happening in Haryana. I mean, expect the unexpected, when it comes to elections. It's just the gap is closing in. Or Iqbal ji, bataiye. I mean, Iqbal is also quite surprised. The BJP is taking a lead on many of the seats. Bataiye.
Yes, देखिए अभी बीजेपी ने काफी जो है इम्प्रूवमेंट कर लिया पहले से. रेवाड़ी की दोनों सीटों पे जो है वो बीजेपी लीड कर रही है. वहीं अगर हम गुरुग्राम की बात करें, जो अभी वेट कर रहे हैं हम लोग काफी देर से, तो गुरुग्राम की सभी सीटों पे जो है वो बीजेपी लीड कर रही है ना. वहीं जो है अगर हम गुरुग्राम, रेवाड़ी और उसके अलावा भी देखें, कई जगहों पे जो है बीजेपी फिर से करनाल,
तो बीजेपी ने काफी आगे निकल गए. वो 43-40 हो गया है.
यस. तो अभी डेटा उनका लगातार बढ़ रहा है. करनाल और कुरुक्षेत्र है. करनाल की 2-3 सीटों पे जो है बीजेपी अब आगे चलने लगी है. वहीं पर देखिए कई काफी जो डेटा में देखिए परिवर्तन देखने को मिला है बहुत सारी जगहों पे. तो अभी देखिए पानीपत की सीट पे देखिए महिपाल ढांडा जो है बीजेपी से वो लीड करने लगे, है ना. इस तरीके से कई जगहों पे अभी डेटा जो है थोड़ा सा चेंज हुआ है.
Right. So, Anand, that's the update.
Big update here, even as there is a round of snacks that's come in while we were at the live result hub into this. Look at the seat differential. Only 3 seats.
There's snakes there.
3 seats.
Snakes and ladders.
Just 3 seats. Snakes and ladders. Just 3 seats, ladies and gentlemen, separates the BJP and Congress in Haryana. How has this happened? Which are the places? Gurugram, just now at the live result hub, Iqbal was telling Avantika that BJP is leading in all the seats in Gurugram.
I think it's in the urban pockets. So from Sona, from
he's
Gurgaon,
got it all on the map now.
Yeah, it's all on the map on Gurgaon, in Sona, in Badshahpur, in Pataudi. So this is again, from Rewari. So this southern part of Haryana, you go all the way up to Bhiwani Mahendragarh. Mahendragarh seat also, Kamar Singh of the BJP is leading. In the Ateli seat, this is
Zach, that is the Ahirwal belt that you're talking about.
This is the southern belt.
Yeah, this is the Ahirwal belt, which means there's a counter consolidation perhaps against the Jats.
Faridabad, all the way up to Bhiwani Mahendragarh. Yeah. This belt seems to be backing the BJP. It's not just there; it's also here in this Ambala corridor that we keep talking about, the GT corridor that we keep talking about, in Karnal city, in Kurukshetra city, in Panipat, Sonipat city, the urban seats. The BJP seems to be holding on to its strongholds here. And these 2 regions, if these 2 regions hold, that's why you're seeing a much tighter fight. The Congress, on the other hand, is still consolidating in the rural parts. In the Sirsa belt, earlier you had 3 to the INLD, now it's 2 to the INLD. Gopal Kanda seat also, the Congress is now leading. So I think in the Sirsa belt also, you will see a lot of the Jat vote coming back to the Congress and some to the INLD. But I think the urban pockets, whether it is in the Gurgaon, Faridabad, Bhiwani, Mahendragarh belt in the south of the state, or whether it's in this GT corridor all the way from Ambala.
So Zach, if we're going to see a surprise, then we'll have to keep an eye on the Jat-Sikh belt, which is
on the Jat vote.
There's a Jat-Sikh belt.
No, it's just 1 seat difference. Just 1 seat difference. 41-42. BJP and the Congress, 41-42. Look at the leaderboard at the bottom, ladies and gentlemen. And interestingly, INLD and the others, whichever way it goes, Congress plus INLD is 44 seats, BJP plus the others is 46 seats. So now this halfway mark right above us on the screen, if you look at the top band, let's just look at the leads. Now everybody, both of them are within striking distance of the magic figure. Look at this. Both of them are within striking distance of the magic figure. Now, what happens here? Over the next 15-20 minutes, this could change dramatically. And if it changes dramatically, then whose story is it to sell? And what happens to the INLD? What happens to the others? Who are the others? Are the others leaning towards the BJP who are leading currently? Are the others who are leading currently?
So one is
leaning
Savitri
towards the
Jindal,
Congress?
we know in the Hisar seat. The other two, I'm just going to check. There's a Gannor seat where Devendra Kadian, I don't know if he's a BJP rebel, but this is a Jat-dominated seat. This is a seat that the Hooda faction should have won, but they're trailing there. Rajesh June, another independent candidate, is leading from Bahadurgarh. And then you have this northern seat, which is Kalka, which is the first constituency. Gopal Sukumraj, again an independent candidate leading. So these are the five, which is down
This
from
will
last
be a big slap in the face of the LOP, Rahul Gandhi, because if the party has to prove that what they did in the Lok Sabha election was not a flash in the pan on the back of some people say unscrupulous political messaging, then this election will determine whether
more than what happens with the Congress
Rahul
party,
Gandhi
because
is
actually
actually being able to lead the party.
Is it tired and retired for Bhupinder Hooda if this happens? Now,
It's not about Bhupinder Hooda, please, because this was a decision that was taken by Rahul Gandhi, who is now completely in charge of the Congress.
Rashid Kitwa, I said it is Rahul Gandhi, so we'll stay back. But I'm just also saying, look at the BJP clawing back. If the BJP has clawed back between the 4th of June till the
10
8th of
years of
October,
anti-incumbency, my friend.
between the 4th of June and the 8th of October, if they have clawed back, now how is it? Advaita Kala, are you perked up a little more now in terms of what's happening?
No, the only reason I wasn't perked up was because I'm not a morning person. But, I did tell you all that those were postal ballots, and Haryana, I think, will not be that bad.
Now we've got Ashok Gehlot, we've got Bajwa, they're all heading to Chandigarh.
BJP 42, Congress 41.
Yeah, Congress and the BJP for the first time in Haryana in lead. For the first time, the BJP is leading in Haryana. For the first time, just about at 9:43 a.m., the BJP leads for the first time in Haryana. Zaka's called that out here at this point that the leads have changed. What a significant change in fortunes and the leaderboard as far as Haryana is concerned. From the postal ballots to the few rounds of counting that have now happened of the EVM ballot boxes. Look at what's happening. BJP 42, Congress 41. Right now, closer to this magic figure of 46, it's the BJP.
Look, Zach has turned very quiet. He's turned very quiet. He's turning blue in the face.
I'm just watching the numbers as they come in.
Zach, let's have a look at the leaderboard, please.
The person who's been able to be as far as centrist and not swing either way is right through our election coverage. I'll have to say that. Is this person on the magic ball because he calls out the numbers and then stays as far as the numbers are concerned. But this must be a surprise to you too, because this is bucking what the pollsters predict.
Yeah, none of the exit polls gave 42 to the BJP. And I think it's largely coming from, like I said, two regions here in the south, which is Gurgaon, Faridabad, Bhiwani, all the way up to Mahendragarh. This southern urban belt for the BJP. And then, of course, this northern corridor. There's also a whole bunch here. This was not there the last time. So this Fatehbad seat where the BJP is leading. From Nalwa, the BJP is leading. From the neighboring constituency.
Clearly, the CID also didn't quite get it right.
No, not just the CID. We have to call Tehseen Pulawala and the CID there. But in this case,
42 seats which the BJP is leading on. There are about 4 seats where it's sort of wresting them from Congress as of now compared to last time.
Which ones are these?
It's actually showing +5. It's a +5 change from the last time around.
Yes, changing very fast. One of them is Ladwa. The other one is Israna. सोनीपत
लाडवा तो नायब सिंह सैनी लड़ रहा है ना लाडवा का तो एमपी था वो वहां पर
लाडवा इसराना सोनीपत आदमपुर आदमपुर Israna,
there is also Barwala, which was JJP last time.
Barwala.
So these are all gains for the BJP as of this moment. Prithla, which was an independent last time, and BJP is kind of ahead in that seat. So suddenly we are seeing gains on the leaderboard by the BJP.
So what is happening is, if I'm to go by what Nalin is seeming to indicate, is that the
now 44-39,
44-39.
The other vote is splitting.
Whoa, that's a 5-seat change, 5-seat shift. 44-39, just too short of that magic number is the BJP right now, and the Congress slipping to under 40 for the first time today.
This is a Bihar happening, but what it also tells you is that the Jat vote is not melting away from the BJP. Also, so there's a counter consolidation, and that's what we were talking about, Advaita, you and I, because no one else was sticking their necks out.
Something tells me.
Oh, right, okay. Now everybody who wants to own the narrative.
We need to also, Aarti Tikku, keep an eye on the Jammu and Kashmir numbers. National conference may slip below 50. for the first time, and the PDP is actually inching back, wresting back some seats. The BJP is staying solid, steady at 24, but there is a bit of an argy-bargy going on between the Congress NC and the PDP here. That's what's happening. There's an exchange, and and will this also correct itself in the later rounds? We'll have to wait and watch. But this is a huge twist. 44-39, and with about 2 or 3 of the independents, the BJP seems to be past
It's not
that
a twist,
46
this is a
number.
reversal.
45 number.
I mean, this is a major indictment of the campaign. If this holds, it's too early again. If this, so I don't know how many rounds we've actually had.
We'll check with Avantika and we'll get an idea of
This
how
was an
many rounds
election
are
for the
through,
Congress to lose.
and where all the leads are solid. If there is a more than 1,500 to 2,000 margin of lead in assembly constituencies, that's significant. So let's try and understand with Avantika. Avantika can check with Iqbal. These leads, the way they have changed, are they very slender? Coming back to you, Rahul, in just a minute. Are they very slender margins, or are they solid leads?
Well, Anand, 2 rounds are already over. I mean, the second round is just about finishing now, but what a huge change in Haryana. I mean, even we are sitting out here completely surprised with how the numbers have changed so dramatically. And just within a span of few minutes, Iqbal here is sitting here, he's just telling me, Avantika, that BJP is taking a lead in just so many places. Everything has changed in a matter of just a few moments.
अब देखिए अभी गुरुग्राम की देखिए तीनों सीटें बीजेपी जो है लीड कर रही है, और अभी देखिए लाडवा से जो सीएम साहब है वो भी 800 करीब 800 वोट से
ऐसे कौन सी सीट है जो जहां पर कांग्रेस लीड कर रही थी और अचानक से सब कुछ बदल गया और अब बीजेपी लीड ले रही है?
ऐसी पानीपत की भी सीटें थी, सोनीपत से 1-2 जगह पे जो चल रही थी कांग्रेस लीड कर रही थी, तो वहां से बीजेपी अभी लीड करने लगी है। राव नरवीर से गुरुग्राम का भी देखिए एक जगह पे जो है वो कांग्रेस लीड कर रही थी, लेकिन अभी 4 सीटों पे जो है वो बीजेपी लीड करने लगी है जी। तो ऐसे कई गुरुग्राम है या पानीपत हो गया, सोनीपत हो गया, इन डिस्ट्रिक्ट में कांग्रेस लीड कर रही थी, लेकिन अभी बीजेपी ने लीड पकड़ी। वहीं पे अगर और भी सीटों पे हम देखें, पंचकुला में भी एक सीट पे कांग्रेस देखिए अभी लीड कर रही है और एक पे बीजेपी भी आ गई है
जी। So it's a nail biter, Anand. It's a nail biter. It's anything can happen, and we're just seeing those numbers there. 45-38. Can you believe it? I'm pretty much surprised, but as I've been saying all throughout, these are elections. Anything can happen. 2 rounds of
It's
counting are already
45-38.
over.
It was just at least a minute ago. It was 40 and 44, 43. It's 45. So it's right at the halfway number. The BJP, ये अमिताभ मट्टू जी ने भिगोए बादाम दिए हैं. I'm just having some because this is going to be a long one, ladies and gentlemen.
On that note of
45,
and see, I told you, JK Congress NC is below 50, and the others have picked up. The independents have picked up in the Kashmir division. But look at this, 45. Are we going to see for the first time in the Super Tuesday coverage, Result Day Live, BJP hit that magic number of 46 for the first time on the leaderboard?
I like the
Are we going to see that?
interesting point to make here now. Super Tuesday.
Super Tuesday. We've been calling it Super Tuesday on top.
Super
Tuesday because the election is exciting now. It's not a one way fight, and it's not like there's some drama
here.
here.
The one group that is losing are the exit pollsters. For sure. They're losing. The exit pollsters in both places are losing.
See, my point is the next time around, we won't get enough of exit polls to do polo polls. Nobody will do the exit polls.
Very interesting factoid on Haryana. As the game seems to be changing in Haryana, very interesting factoid. You've talked about the Jat vote and the BJP holding on to it. One of the seats where the BJP is gaining is Mulana. Now, Mulana has the highest scheduled caste population in Haryana, 35%.
Dalit.
Right? Dalit. Now, a lot of people are talking about how Dalit vote in that bias. I think Dalit vote which actually hurt the BJP in 2024 in the Lok Sabha election.
So I have all the figures.
Is an indication. It's wresting it away from the Congress, and as of this moment, it might change later.
Well, Congress NC just wrested one seat from the BJP in the leaderboard in Jammu Kashmir. Haryana back.
Swung away from the BJP in the Lok Sabha election. That Dalit vote seems to be coming back in some measure because the vote share of the BJP is a telling factor. The vote share holding it about 38-39, isn't it?
Yeah.
But we will again say here, ladies and gentlemen, as of 9:51 a.m. on Tuesday, this Super Tuesday coverage of Result Day Live here at CNN News 18, it's just about the 3rd round of counting that's begun on the EVMs. 3rd or 4th round in some of the constituencies. That's how it is. So these numbers can further change, or they can, but they've changed dramatically. So they can change over the next 20-25 minutes. Anybody who thinks they've called the election or they think they've got the election already, numbers are there, they are making a mistake. It's not over yet. It's not over here also. It's not over here because there is a bit of an exchange happening here too. and there is a lot of drama happening here. And watch out for what the others are going to do, what the independents are going to do in their fight with the national conference candidates. Is this going to change in subsequent rounds of counting? We have to see how big are the leads. We'll have to wait and watch. 45-38.
Can we see the Dalit-dominated seats on the wall? Can we see some of the Dalit-dominated seats in Haryana on the wall, please?
If you look at the Kumari Selja factor, which is, again, a lot of it is from the Sirsa belt, there the Congress seems to be doing okay, 12, and the BJP is 9. But if you look at the reserved constituencies, and the point that you were making, Rahul, if you look at the SC seats, the BJP there is giving, it's actually the BJP that's leading. It's got 7, the Congress just 6. So which means that the BJP is doing better in the SC seats than perhaps it did even in 2019.
And do we have OBC seats here? Because if we can get a sense of the Jat versus OBC consolidation.
So here's the OBC seats. Let's take a look at how many seats. Again, the BJP 17-6. 17 out of 25 OBC dominated seats. The Congress only 6. And like I said, it's in this belt. This is all the way from Gurgaon, Bhiwani, going all the way up to Mahendragarh. This belt, the BJP seems to have consolidated the OBC vote. 17 out of 25 to the BJP, only 6 to the Congress.
So let me just very quickly tell you, in the 2024 Lok Sabha, the BJP in this Ahirwal belt, just the Ahirwal belt, which is those seats, in the extreme corner, on the left corner, there you had a situation where the BJP had 6, the Congress had 4. In 2019, the BJP had 6, the Congress had 2. It's clearly the 2019 numbers are coming back in that area.
So the BJP is able to hold on, in fact, do better than what it did in 2019 in this belt, which is the Ahirwal belt.
But I'm very curious why the NCR and Mewat belt, which is this little corner, is not showing up.
Magic number 46 for the first time for the BJP in Haryana at 9:53 a.m. For the first time in Haryana, the BJP is touching the 46 number. They've got the magic number in Haryana for the first time. 9:53 a.m. on this Super Tuesday election coverage for the first time. 46 and 37. That's the story.
Super
how
Tuesday,
it's turned.
Super Surge, and Super Perked Up. Super perked up Advaita Kala. Advaita Kala, what do you make of this now?
One or two of the Bigoya or Badam of Amitabh Mattuji to get you that energy boost.
She's the only one who
this is not over. This is getting going. This is getting exciting.
I'm saying I need popcorn.
You need popcorn.
Not badam. But really, I mean, this was what we were talking about yesterday. With
the exit polls.
We were assuming so much. Really, we were assuming too much about the fact that the Jat vote is consolidating behind the Hoodas and the Dalit vote has moved away from the BJP, and there's huge anger against the BJP as far as the Jats are concerned. None of that is bearing out, and really, I think that was an overestimation.
So Kidwai Saab, let's bring in Kidwai Saab, because I want to understand now from you, if this trend holds in Haryana, who should carry the can for this defeat? Is it the Hoodas again, or Rahul Gandhi must be still insulated? What's your analysis?
I think I'm very clear in my mind. If there is a debacle in the sense that the Congress thought that it's winning Haryana and loses, and so it will be, of course, the blame has to be shared by Rahul Gandhi and of course the state unit, because Rahul Gandhi was micromanaging. All the talking points were there. Agniveer, Kisan, Pahalwan, all these things had nothing to do with the state politics. So he was targeting Narendra Modi government.
So were they all non-issues then?
It appears to be, if this hold, but I think still eventually things would.
But Rashid, I have to ask you one thing. If this holds, or if the Congress does not get the numbers that the exit pollsters projected, is that the end of Bhupinder Hooda in state politics in Haryana? Will he be retired by the Congress then?
Absolutely, I think it will be end of the road for Mr. Bhupinder Hooda, because there has to be 45 plus. If they're short of 45 plus, then BJP is going to form a government, because all the independents and Chautalas and all are going to come with the BJP. And we have seen in last election also there was an element of surprise. I mean, the Congress did actually well at that point of time. Nobody was expecting. Everybody was thinking the BJP will win. So Haryana has a history of throwing surprise. But a lot depends on the vote share. If there is a 2% vote share in favor of Congress, then things would change.
Yeah, but the vote share
listen,
so far,
an hour back,
so far look like
to be fair, an hour back, Anand, we were talking about the Congressization of the BJP.
Absolutely.
We were talking about how Mr. Modi is losing his mojo, as Mr. Gogoi said yesterday, of the Congress party. We were talking about how development has become the bugbear. Unemployment has become the bugbear of the BJP. This is the Hindi heartland we're talking
and
about.
outside of Uttarakhand,
That's
Delhi
right.
upwards,
This
all
is-
of North was going to be.
That's right. This is the Hindi heartland we're talking about, where there is so-called distress.
47-36.
So what does this tell you?
So
What
easily
does this
2
tell
clear
you?
of the halfway mark,
And
1
these are
clear of the
holding.
magic number.
These are holding
Can I tell you
now.
one more
They're
figure?
holding.
Yeah, one more
The
figure.
strike rate for the BJP at this moment is 51%. For Congress is 41% in Haryana.
And this was the election that the Congress would lose, was actually was winning. It was for it to lose.
No, and not just that. If these hold, see,
48-35.
the whole story of 48-35, 48-35, so 3 clear of the halfway number.
If you're going to have a close contest, then that's a
Yeah, and
it's a
you
real
can't just put
problematic
this
thing for
down to
Congress.
now bringing a Saini into the picture and this, that, the other. You can't just say that this is unalloyed from the performance
No, what's the
record of the
knock-on effect to
BJP.
Maharashtra?
And that's why, Anand, I am very upset with what is going on in Jammu and Kashmir.
Yeah.
Because in 5 years, Jammu and Kashmir has not seen the peace that it has seen. People are going to the movies after 32 years. Shias are out on the streets celebrating their festivals after 37 years, my friend. And if this is going to hold because of fear-mongering, I'm sorry, then and I'm going to say it very openly, Jammu and Kashmir doesn't deserve this election.
Not
Okay.
really.
No, you're
On
welcome
this
to your
day-
point
no,
of
no.
view. Let the
On
results
this day,
settle.
I think questioning the
Let the
satisfaction
results
of
settle.
voters is
Hopefully,
most
yeah, but
unfortunate.
In terms of
If we are
historical parallels, I think in my memory, and I was a kid then, the 77 elections, Sheikh Abdullah was ailing and he fought against a united opposition. Jaiprakash Narayan, Morarji Desai, the Mirwais all opposed. And the NC swept Jammu and Kashmir. And that was perhaps till this election, the most inclusive election and a benchmark for fairness. I would say this is a benchmark of fairness, inclusiveness, and that's where the Prime Minister and the government must take credit. As far as voting preferences go, Rahul, I wish I could be as cynical as you are, but then this is democracy.
That's not true.
You
Look,
work.
I am not
24/7.
My point is, the question that I want to ask you, Mr. Mattu, was the politics at that time as viciously polarized communally? Was there this constant fear-mongering as it is today? That's my worry. My worry is that a certain set of voters in this country are being told that the government at the center is against their interests when the data doesn't seem to present that
Ever
fact.
since independence,
yes,
there's always been a degree of polarization, not necessarily in communal terms, but in terms of ideology.
Well, I'm talking about communal
some
terms.
correction,
But also
some correction.
since 83, when Mrs. Gandhi,
Some correction and consolidation happening. I'm just
there are a number of seats which the BJP is leading in, which it didn't have last time. Molana, Ladwa, Rohtak, Sonipat, Adampur, Tosham, Kalanor, Mahendragarh, Rewari, Ladwa. Many of these seats are reserved Dalit seats. And that is a
so
real
there is
story
a counter
emerging in this
consolidation that's happened the last time around.
They've got a
Yes, Zaka.
seven seat increase from last time. BJP had 40 last time, they're now at 47. The Congress had 31. They've gained 4. Where have they
No,
picked
so
up
are you
the
telling
seats
me?
from? The
Are you
10
telling me
seats.
that the Dalits are now supporting the person who
No,
wants
the
to change the
votes are moving away
constitution of
from
India?
JJP.
The 10
Have a look at
seats,
this.
the 10 seats that the JJP had, JJP has 0 right now. Those 10 have split between the BJP and the Congress.
The Dalits are supporting those who are changing the constitution of India to deny them their rights. Is that what is happening, Anand? I mean, this is what I'm saying.
Or perhaps they have they realized the bluff, or have they realized that
People are rejecting
that a
cynical
non-Jat
politics.
chief minister
The
10
Jat
years
would
for them was
automatically
better
go
than a Jat chief minister for them. So their lives were better off when it was a non-Jat chief minister at the helm rather than a Jat-led Haryana.
That could bring in a point here.
Yeah.
Zaka has made a fascinating point. There was an assumption psychologically that in a two-horse race, the Congress would benefit.
Yes.
Zaka is pointing out that's not happening. When whatever the other parties are losing is going evenly to Congress and BJP.
Yeah,
and I
in
think
fact,
we
we
must
will
point
go to
out, must point out the role of the RSS in this. Because in the Lok Sabha election, where the BJP had a reverse, in Haryana it went down to 50% from 10 seats to 5 seats. A lot of it was because the RSS card didn't come out.
We should also talk about.
Yeah, so I'll come to that in a second. I'll come to that in a second. In Haryana, this time, the RSS cadre has gone out. So there seems to be a shift as a result of that. In Jammu, by the way, in Jammu as well, and I think Rashid is right, we should talk about Jammu. In Jammu was a lost cause about 2 months ago.
Yeah.
If the BJP is holding on in Jammu, maybe less than what they thought, but 24 seats they're holding on to. A lot of that is because in the last 1 month, a lot of the cadre has turned up.
Turned, and not just turned up. Say, I think there has been a mending and course correction, and also understanding and dialing down of the rhetoric within the BJP vis-a-vis the RSS. So a lot of the
but the story of the moment
have
right
happened.
now is Haryana.
But these are
Story
numbers.
of the moment
Before
is
we get
Haryana,
into all of
Anand.
those analytics, we have to ensure that tell our viewers that all rounds of counting are not yet over. It's not even up to the 5th round of counting. Things can change here. Things can change here. And it can change in favor of either of the entities involved in this electoral, because it's the ballot. It's the voter who could decide. But will they consolidate? Will they study? After the 5, 6 rounds, then will it further consolidate? Will there be a shift? We'll have to wait and watch. We'll see. Yes, Advaita Kala, Tom Vadakan of the BJP is also with us. We'll go to... Yeah.
So that's what I want to ask Nalan. So Nalan, are you saying that the BJP still needs the RSS?
Absolutely, it does.
Because that was the comment that was made earlier.
So two things. One thing that by the way,
comment has been...
So let me say, this is an important point to make. One of the things that I had argued in the new BJP was that the BJP is now far bigger than the RSS. That's true. Its dependence on RSS was much less, but that never meant that the RSS, without the RSS, the BJP, it doesn't need the RSS. And JP Nadda made that comment before the Lok Sabha election. There was a lot of anger in the RSS as a result of it. We did see in several states where the BJP had reverses, there was, if not non-cooperation, certainly not enthusiasm among the cadres. Right? UP was an example of that. Haryana definitely was an example. And there was disaffection. In the last 2 months, there seems to have been a shift in that attitude, saying, look, because the political equations have changed. And some of that result we are seeing here.
See, not just disaffection. I'll tell you, if these results hold, again, I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, it's very, very unlikely that this is going to be the scenario. If this remains the scenario, then the Congress has serious cause for worry. If this remains the scenario, then this could perhaps galvanize and rejuvenate the BJP cadre, which was looking jaded and flaccid, and perhaps the course correction internally within the BJP is working. We'll have to wait and watch. But if this remains the scenario, then we have other problems that we'll have to talk about going forward the road ahead. Will Mr. Omar Abdullah be far more amenable and ready to work with the central administration in taking the story forward, and will forget the electoral rhetoric of statehood lying, but stay with statehood and not going back to 370? Will that happen? If that happens, does that augur well that we have a collective administration and which works with the mandate of the people that is respected? How is the international narrative then going to be stitched if this holds? Or will this change in the next 3-4 rounds of counting? We don't know.
Anand, let's have a quick look at the Jat belt in Haryana. Let's have a quick look at the Jat belt
in Haryana. And if you just extrapolate what we see right now, Zaka, with 2019, where the BJP is gained or the Congress
is gained. So the Jat belt is almost evenly split. 4 gains to the BJP and 4 gains to the Congress. So the JJP, the INLD, between them, they lost 7 seats in this belt. Those 7 have evenly split between the Congress and the BJP, which, as you said, Rahul, I think in yesterday's program, that this assumption that the Jats are all en masse going to vote against the BJP, that's not bearing itself out.
I also said that the Vinesh Phogat factor, maybe people are reading too much into it, because there could be a consolidation amongst other Jats against her rise.
There are also counter narratives on
in
ground,
politics, because
which we don't talk about on mass media or national media. There are counter narratives against what happened with Vinesh, and Vinesh's thing is that it was over with the June. She went to Paris. It was not that she was stopped from going to Paris. So how much of that works? She'll win from Julana as Julana.
She's leading. She's leading.
She's leading. She may win from Julana.
She definitely wins.
But then if we compare it with the 2019 plot, 2019 result and this leaderboard, what do you think? Has the BJP retained more, and has it gained into some of those areas where it had lost the last time around?
So if in the Jat belt where it is right now 15 to Congress and 13 to BJP. If you were to look at the BJP 2024 leads from the Lok Sabha, how much is it holding on to? 6 seats. It's holding on to 6 seats. No gains from the last time, but it's not losing. Those 6 seats which it led in the Lok Sabha in 2024, it's not losing those 6 seats. If you were to look at the Congress, on the other hand, in the Jat belt, they had 23. They've got a gain of 4. So from 9, they've gone up to 13. The 9 seats that they had the last time, they've gone up to 13. But like I said,
the BJP's gained 5. Huh?
Yeah, the gain for the BJP has been 5. But I think really this whole assumption that exit pollsters certainly seem to have made, that the Jats were so massively angry, they were so voluble in their anger against the BJP that they would en masse vote against the BJP. That has not come to bear.
Tom Vadakan of the BJP is with us. Tom Vadakan ji, 10:05 a.m., just about 2 hours and 5 minutes into counting. Were you expecting this turn of, the story in Haryana? 46-36, 47-35. So 47. Right now you have the magic number and you're in position to form government. Just scrape through on the other side. Shela is also with us at this point. And Tausif Shah of the PDP is also with us. Yes, Tom Vadakan. But Jammu and Kashmir, it seems to be going the National Conference Congress's way right now.
I had seen the exit polls, and despite that, I knew the groundwork that the Bharatiya Janata Party under the leadership of Modi ji would deliver, because we have delivered. People of Haryana have realized here's one party which is delivering 10 years and still in the lead. We will continue to lead. That is finally will be decided later. But in the present scenario, it's a clear indication that the people of Haryana have realized that this is a party that will deliver and will continue to deliver in future. This is not about politics. If you see the plight of Himachal
That was made.
Pradesh, look at the plight of Karnataka.
49-34. So what's the correction that was made between
These
June
are the conditions
2024
that the states are in debt,
and September 2024?
And they don't have money to pay their salaries, pensions. And if that is the same condition that is going to happen in Haryana, I think God is in his heaven and all is well on earth.
But you lost ground in June 2024, that is Lok Sabha, and you seem to have held ground with respect to the Vidhan Sabha elections. Bhupinder Hooda camp said, Jawan, Kisan, Pahalwan, you've let down all three, and that's why the BJP will lose. But here right now, you're almost touching 50. You're 4 clear of the halfway number, and and seem very comfortable to form government on your own, without even the JJP. So this is actually a better performance than the 2019. If this holds, I'm just saying as of now, what do you think is a critical change on ground? Can you hear me, Mr. Vadakan?
Yes, this is based on performance, Anand. This is hardcore performance. This is the development project, Beti Bachao program, the various programs that have been implemented in Haryana, especially for the farmers. And 23 crops are receiving MSP. And these are not minor developments. This is delivery. And when there's delivery and there's a false narrative run, and there's a regime change apparatus functional, people of Haryana are wise. They can see through these games and they will decide. And I do hope that this situation continues.
Well, please stay on with us, Mr. Vadakan. We'll talk Jammu and Kashmir also. Shaila Rashid is with us. Ratan Lal Gupta, senior leader of the JK National Conference, to join us. Tausif Shah, spokesperson of the PDP, is also with us. Namaste to the lady and the gentleman. Now, Shaila Rashid, how would you see this? 52 seats right now, 52 leads for Congress plus NC. So they don't seem to need anybody to stake claim. Even with the 5 nominations, their 48 is the magic number. They are very clear.
Yeah. So I believe that as the day progresses, the numbers could get tempered. However, the overall trend holds. So the pollsters are not going to have a bad day. I think nobody is going to cry today on live TV because the predicted trend, and whatever was the word on the street, whatever was the news on the ground, that is pretty much holds. So there's no anomaly. There's no big anomaly. As I had said yesterday on your channel, that the only anomaly seemed to be PDP getting 5 to 7 seats, because the word on the street was that they'll get between 0 and 1 seats. So if they do manage to get more than 3-4 seats, that's a really good performance for them. But otherwise, all the results are along expected lines, and wherever there's a good candidate, he or she has won, or he or she seems to be winning. So that's the
century for the BJP in Haryana. As far as the leads are concerned, Congress NC at 52, PDP only at 3 leads right now. Tausif Shah, how would you see this?
Morning to Zika, Anand, and all the panelists. I would just start that we have to take it with a bit of sugar, a bit of pinch of salt. So we have to take it, whatever the people's verdict, we have to take it as it is. Maybe there are some mistakes we have made in the past, which the verdict is coming out of the ballot boxes. So we have to see how we can improve it, how we can. But let me personally tell you that we are eyeing not less than a double digit in this assembly. And now, second thing is there, the best part, that we are happy that BJP is being ousted from J&K. Maybe that can be they are getting the leads in Jammu. Obviously they're getting the leads in Jammu. What we are seeing, what are the very early predictions we can say. So the things are going to change. Obviously, lately in the day, as my
so you feel that Jammu and Kashmir mein thoda surat badlegi, seats ka distribution and what's going to happen. It's not going to be like this.
Yes.
It's not going to be a runaway win for Congress NC. That's what you feel.
No, we can see that once the day progresses, the ballot boxes open, because maybe they are opening the ballot boxes where one party has a very strong hold. This in the constituency, there are approximately say 100 booths, and they have different story to tell. So maybe these are only 19 to 20 have been opened or 30 have been opened. So we are still yet 70 to go. So they can change, they can trail, they can lead, whatever can happen.
So but PDP has just increased its lead by 1 as we are speaking. Tausif Shah, you believe you should touch double digits, then that changes the whole dynamic.
Yes, we will surely, very confidently, I am telling that.
Right. Let me ask Mr. Tom Vadakan. Mr. Tom Vadakan, Haryana, you are hovering around 49-50. You seem comfortable as of now. We'll keep park Haryana on the side, but Jammu and Kashmir. Now, are you okay with this scenario? Because this means a whole new dynamic in Jammu Kashmir politics. Now, are you okay with the Jammu and Kashmir, how it is panning out right now, how it's looking right now? BJP at 24, Congress NC at 52 leads, PDP at 4, others at 10. So the BJP will have to sit in opposition in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. And it could be an Omar Abdullah who will be the chief minister, who will have to work with the LG, and the central administration will have to work with the National Conference Congress combined there. What does that do to the narrative post Article 370 abrogation?
What going forward? My horses, Anand, I would hold my horses till the last vote is counted, because things can happen. You've seen that happen in Haryana, and things can happen there too in Jammu and Kashmir, because people of Jammu and Kashmir have realized that development is what they need. It is not this division, this kind of what I would call divisionary politics that they talk about, and that kind of that 370 must go and all that. So I think they've realized, they've tasted the pudding. So I don't think they're going to.
So you feel there will be? It's not yet consolidated in Jammu Kashmir. Just quick update: Julana, Vinesh Phogat is trailing. EVM counting gathers pace, and Vinesh Phogat is trailing. Julana ki bahu is currently trailing. The Congress is now 16 seats lead behind the BJP. So the BJP 16 seats ahead in leads of the Congress party in Haryana. The INLD now leading in 3 seats. So is Gopal Kanda back in the lead in Sirsa?
No, I think the Sirsa seat, at least as far as the Magic Wall is concerned, Gokul Setia of the Congress is leading.
Congress is leading, but INLD is showing 3 leads there, and the others are leading in 5. Congress's lead really being shaved from about 55, 58 seats at one point in time to just 33
So basically, they are back to where they were at 2019. In 2019, Congress had 31. The BJP had 40. The BJP has increased its tally by 9 this time around. The Congress is pretty much where it was in 2019. It had 31 last time. It's got 33 now. The big losers have been JJP, all 10 seats. The JJP is not leading in a single seat right now in Haryana. That seems to have split. The 2 seats that the wall is showing, Aditya Devilal is leading in the Dabwali seat, the grandson of the late Chief Minister, Mr. Devilal. From the Rania seat, Arjun Chautala is leading the 3rd seat, which is his father's seat. Abhay Chautala is currently trailing in Islamabad. But I think these 3 seats are the ones that the INLD seems to be getting back from the JJP. As far as the BJP is concerned, 50 seats is what we are showing right now. The BJP has consolidated, no doubt, in this southern belt. Also, this belt, the rural part, which is in the western side, so places like Tosham, places like Nalwa,
this is the
Adampur.
This is the Jatsik Ahirwal belt.
Yeah, this is the belt that Rahul has been talking about. The Jatsik and Ahirwals. It seems to have really consolidated in this belt, and of course, holding on to
seats,
the GT corridor.
If you look right up to 41, and I don't know those seats up there.
Complete turn of events. Now BJP, complete turn of events in Haryana. BJP now leading in 50 seats. Congress is now only in 32. BJP is in 50.
And if Vinesh Phogat is trailing,
Vinesh Phogat is trailing.
Then
BJP
have
is
the
also
voters,
consolidated
have
in
the Haryana
Jammu and
voters
Kashmir.
rejected
Gone up to
this whole
25.
Pahalwan and this whole big business about, you know, women, etc., been actually shown their place? We have to ask these questions.
Yeah,
Anand, I don't
Advaita
know
Kala.
why you're being a little
51
reticent
now.
about posing
51.
these
51
questions.
for the BJP. Yeah.
Anand, you have to pose these
52
questions.
for the BJP.
52.
31 for the Congress. 52 for the BJP.
This
One
is
of the
what I
others
said,
also pinched away by the BJP. 52 31.
Just because a certain section of the media was going on about this, I said yesterday as well, there is an element, Swati Malik for one voiced it publicly, where she felt Phogat was using this as a self-serving maneuver. So I don't think everything was a monolith in the way we've been discussing it.
No, and there was this absolute charge that Miss Phogat herself was not supported by the government at the Olympic Games.
Which
She
was
came out and
incorrect.
actually
So look at
alluded to
Gurugram.
this.
All 4 assembly seats of Gurugram
Well, there you
are
go.
with the BJP, and
So-
that's where you had a defection. You had Ravinder Singh move out of that region. You also saw that there were certain defections from the BJP which happened. Ashok Tanwar left the BJP and then he comes. So all of that has
Well,
not
Mr. Modi
helped,
has been saying,
affected the
now hang
BJP
on,
party.
Mr. Modi has been saying that, look, all of these campaigns are orchestrated against his party deliberately to sour the mood of the voter, to mislead the voter, to undermine the voters' faith and trust in his Vikas model. Muditwa and
27
Hindutva.
rallies. 27 rallies in Haryana,
That's right.
both by Amit Shah and by the Prime
That's
Minister.
right.
Many said it's not going to work, it's going to backfire, and his entire leverage is on the ticket. Now with 51 seats, then does that happen? Mr. Vadakan, what would you like to say? Tell Mr. Gaurav Gogoi, who said that the states will reject PM Modi and he's lost his mojo. He's no longer able to influence at the state level.
Well, the reality is stark clear that Prime Minister Modi ji is accepted across Haryana. That's the message that's coming in. And that wrestler lady who lost by 100 grams is losing by more grams here. And let us say that this kind of regime change operations that they work out is not acceptable. They tried that through the agitations that were there. You had 4 or 5 sabotages, railway sabotages. This doesn't work. This country will not tolerate this kind of operations. While we receive Vande Mataram trains, there's destruction at the different stations. Do you think people of India will accept it? This kind of backdoor sabotage won't work. You can't come from the back door. You have to be accepted in a democratic setup.
But that story does not seem to be holding for you in Jammu and Kashmir. How would you explain Jammu and Kashmir there then? That the people have voted for Congress plus National Conference so far.
Well, Jammu and
in the
Kashmir is a situation that's developing. Let's wait. And I believe still that things will change. So let us wait, Anand. I think things are not. The last word has not been said
How does
yet.
it, Shaila Rashid? How does it change the story altogether post abrogation of 370? If the Congress NC were to be in power, Mr. Omar Abdullah were to be Chief Minister.
So first of all, the numbers, as I said, they are likely to get tempered. So this 55-50 number that we are seeing right now, it will settle around like 39-40. That's the very least that we should expect. So it's not going to be this kind of a skew. Now, you have to understand there's a difference between what political parties will try to make it out to be. They will say that this is a rejection of 370, etc., etc. But let's not forget that there was an election before the assembly election, Lok Sabha election, where both Omar Abdullah and Mufti, they actually lost their seats. So it's, the political parties are going to make it about 370. But I can tell you with confidence that, people here on the ground, for them 370 is a thing of the past. They are like fed up of that narrative and they want different things. They want whoever comes to power to come up with an economic package, to come up with a package of employment. So this is something I'm going to point out. When Prime Minister Modi came here during the assembly election, came here for a rally on Srinagar. So I was watching the speech very carefully, and the loudest cheers came when he talked about zero electricity bills. And he talked about solar power, that there'll be an 80,000 rupees subsidy on installation of solar power. What does that tell you? That tells you that the biggest issue of people is electricity bills. And Anand, even when you were in Srinagar before I think during the Lok Sabha election, those are the things that I told you, that electricity is the biggest issue.
Electricity, waste management. Waste management, you said, was
Waste
an
management. But yeah, I am the only person talking about waste management. Nobody else is talking about it.
People talked about dog bites. People talked about the fact that there were rabid dogs which are scavengers, which are attacking people on the streets, and it was difficult to
it's a very big issue.
You know, that it was local issues. It was local issues, and people said these were issues. But I'm just saying that the BJP did not field candidates across the seats, and whoever fielded candidates, the PDP has been rejected. The National Conference has been selected. If you see, the PDP contested hotly, right? It's not that they have not contested the seats. They seem to be in single digits. National Conference is in high double digits, and sweeping the Kashmir division, and with making inroads in Jammu division also. All of that is happening. I just have to take a break. I'll come back to you, Tausif Shah. Bhupinder Hooda is speaking, and then we'll play out Kumari Shelja also spoken with Yash.
कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने जा रही है भाई।
सर आपको किसी अलायंस की जरूरत पड़ेगी या कांग्रेस एबल टू
नहीं कांग्रेस अपनी मेजॉरिटी लाएगी।
सर फुल फ्लैग मेजॉरिटी वाली कांग्रेस की सरकार बनेगी, पूरी उम्मीद है आपको?
कह तो दिखा कितनी बार कहलवा।
सर क्रेडिट गोज टू राहुल गांधी एंड भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा जी ओनली।
क्रेडिट गोज टू पार्टी, राहुल गांधी जी, मल्लिका खड़गे जी, प्रियंका जी, and all leaders of the Congress.
So what's your
and real credit goes to the people of Haryana.
What will be your priority?
How many questions will you ask? You ask one question. There are others also.
सर काफी रुझानों में क्लोज कंटेस्ट नजर आ रहा है, ऐसा एक्सपेक्टेड था क्या?
नहीं था, जहाँ कहीं क्लोज है, कहीं है, लेकिन कांग्रेस इज गेटिंग मेजॉरिटी।
आपके लिए नतीजे आने वाले हैं, जो नतीजे अभी दिख रहे हैं?
नतीजे मेरे को मालूम है, कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने जा रही है। अरे नहीं जलेबी खा सकते।
Thank you so much, ma'am, for speaking to CNN News 18. Early trends suggested that Congress was taking away the lead, but now things are changing a little bit. The numbers are going here and there. How do you see these trends?
It seems to be going haywire, and but soon it will settle down, and you will see that Congress will form the government with an overwhelming majority.
Ma'am, you were very confident that Congress will be crossing the 60 mark. Are you still confident about that?
I'm still confident. I'm still confident.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, another question which is still everyone is actually pondering upon is about who will be the chief minister, because you are saying the decision will be made by High Command, and Mr. Hooda is saying that decision will be made by the MLAs.
Well, I don't know what he has said, but I can tell you, and I've said this earlier, because I know how our party works, and I'm sure even he would have said that. See, there's a CLP meeting which is called, and then the observers talk to the MLAs, and then there's a resolution. First, there's a resolution which authorizes the High Command, and final word rests with the High Command.
Ma'am, since when we're talking about these elections, one equation are we still looking at, like, of a chief minister and a deputy chief minister? So that kind of equation can also be playing.
I'm no one to comment on that.
So, ma'am, just one final question, ma'am. The kind of results, the kinds of trends we are seeing right now, what do you think worked really in favor of the Congress party? Were the hyper local issues more prominent this time around, or the statewide issues actually really worked?
Well, there were a lot of issues, and it's always a mix of few issues. There can't be one. The primary two issues, I would say, are anti-BJP feeling because of their 10 years rule or misrule, shall we call it. People were tired of them. People were tired of false promises. And people were looking towards a new dawn in Haryana. And that was provided by Rahul ji when he came on his Padyatra. And after that, subsequently, environment has been built in the country also. You've seen Rahul ji, how he takes on the BJP and their misrule. And all the Congress workers have worked on.
All right, I want to go across to Dolly Sharma of the Congress Party. We'll get a quick word from her. So initially in the morning, Dolly Sharma, it was almost 50-55 seats leads to the Congress. Now it seems like the BJP is ahead. It's 46 BJP, 38 to the Congress. Are you still confident that Congress can reverse this trend?
Of course, we are still very confident, and we'll be forming the government in Haryana for sure, Zak.
But on what basis are you saying that? 1 hour ago, Congress was at 55. Now Congress is at 39. BJP was at 25. It's now at 45.
No, we will form government. The data that you've shown 1 hour ago and now that you're showing, it will again change. And people, because this time in Haryana, people were fighting this election. Locals were fighting, and you must have seen the tiny figure that we have seen of the Prime Minister in the posters, when there was always a very big picture flashing everywhere. Prime Minister was nowhere in the rallies, in the campaigns, and also the issues of the people of Haryana, whether it is the wrestlers, the farmers, the Agniveer, various issues played a very important role in this election, and hopefully, I'm sure we will form the government.
Very quickly, you said Kisan, Jawan, Pahalwan were all upset with the BJP. Yes. But BJP, yes, like I said, is still at 45, Congress still at 39. Where is this anger or anti-incumbency? It's not showing, at least in the results so far.
You will see in some time, Congress will form the government. We are very sure.
Okay, Dalit Sharma, thank you very much. Let's bring it back to the panelists here. Nalin wanted to make a point about...
Quick point, Zaka. What we are seeing, so one about what's happening in Haryana and what it means for national politics. Within Haryana, we are seeing 4 or 5 key trends emerging. The assumption that Jats had turned against BJP is not holding up. The Jat vote is equally split. Among the Jat-dominated seats, the split right now is 15-13 between BJP and Congress. Correct. That's number one. Number two, Dalits were a key factor in Haryana, and in fact in UP, a reason why BJP lost in Lok Sabha to the extent it did was because of the Dalit vote shifting away. In the Dalit-dominated seats, BJP is ahead of Congress in Haryana at the moment, 8 compared to 6. Now, that has larger ramifications for national politics and in the heartland. The third is, in larger OBC-dominated seats, again, BJP is at 18, Congress is at 4.
Anil Vij is trailing, or ye 45-39. Anil Vij is trailing. Aditya Devilal is trailing. Some of the big names, key race alerts, if you can call. Digvijay Singh Chautala is trailing in Dabbali in Haryana. So that's another important. Abhay Singh Chautala is trailing in Ellenabad in Haryana. So the INLD,
so that
big
Sirsa
names.
belt.
Savitri Jindal continues to lead.
The Sirsa belt, other than Arjun Chautala, who is leading from Rania,
Phogat is back in
all
the lead.
The others seem to be going back to the
Phogat is back in the lead. Vinesh Phogat is back in the lead. Aditya Surjewala leading from Kaithal in Haryana. So some changes that Naib Singh Saini continues to lead from Ladwa.
So I think you will see this again crystallizing, like you've been saying, Anand. We were looking at 50 plus for the BJP. It's come down to 45, 31, 32.
We'll try and get those data. We'll try and get Avantika also to get that from the live result hub. Which are the close contests?
So there are many seats where they're less than 1,000. Let's try to go across to our hub
Avantika,
and get a sense from Avantika.
Avantika, do we know which are the close contests, especially Haryana? What's the margin of leads or margin of trailing? How many seats where it's less than 1,000?
इकबाल जी बताइए जो कौन सी constituency है जहाँ पर काफी close contest हो रहा है. Anand, it's clearly been a dramatic turnaround of events, a thriller of a contest.
अभी देखिए, अभी बता दें, जैसे विनेश फोगाट का था, तो अभी ये पीछे हो गई थी. शुरुआती दौर से लगातार आगे बनी हुई थी, लेकिन बीच में पीछे हो गई और जस्ट अभी लीड करने लगी. हाँ, तो इस तरीके का एक तुरंत जो है ये चेंज ओवर जो है देखने को मिल रहा है. वही आदित्य सुरजेवाला का भी हुआ है कि आदित्य सुरजेवाला शुरुआती दौर में आगे चल रहे थे, लेकिन फिर पीछे हो गए थे. फिर से आदित्य सुरजेवाला जो है
गांव के 4 सीटों में तो बीजेपी का लीड है.
3 सीटों पे बीजेपी लीड कर रही है और 1 सीट पे कांग्रेस आगे है.
क्लोज कॉन्टेस्ट बताइए और कहां पर हो रहा है हरियाणा में?
क्लोज कॉन्टेस्ट अभी तो यही देखने को तो यही मिला है. बाकी अगर बिग फाइट की बात करें तो ये देखिए, अभी सारी बिग फाइट, चाहे वो भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा लगातार लीड पे बने हुए हैं अभी भी, उनकी भी सीट पे. उसके अलावा और भी ऐसी कई सीटें हैं जहां पे थोड़ा सा चेंज हो रहा है. कभी कांग्रेस लीड कर रही है तो कहीं बीजेपी लीड कर रही है. ये
कितने राउंड्स हो गए? How many rounds of counting?
4 rounds. Fourth round is about to finish.
4 rounds is done. So we'll try.
No, it's about to finish. It's still continuing.
It's about to finish. So 5th and 6th round. By the time we come to the 6th round, then we'll have to see how many seats are there is a give and go of less than 1,000.
Okay,
less than 1,000. Yes, Avantika.
Just very quickly. There's an update that the 5th round has also begun in a few places.
Okay, so 5th round has also begun in a few places. There is some correction which is happening here. some numbers up and down. They will settle in maybe in about a half an hour, 45 minutes from now. This could be a different scenario. That's what many believe. BJP back up to that magic number of 46. Congress down to 38. It was 45, 39 for a while. So clearly give and go happening in a few seats between the BJP and the Congress party. Now it's 47, 37. It's 47, 37. Yes.
On the close seats, there are about 9 to 10 seats which are under 1,000 margin at the moment.
9 to 10 seats under 1,000 margin.
Out of the list that we see on the leaderboard.
Yeah.
And the important point is they're evenly split between Congress and BJP. So they're not much to the statistically. For example, in Adampur, BJP is trailing by 860 votes. In Ambala Cant, it's trailing by 943 votes. But the others
Ambala Cant is Anil Vij's seat.
So there are about 10
Ambala
seats
Cant
evenly
is
split.
Anil Vij's seat.
Yeah, that's right.
So if these 10 seats keep swapping their leads, then you'll keep seeing a bit of a change at the leaderboard.
49, 35 over. 49, 35.
So that could go up to 38.
अगर ये 49, 35 है, कांग्रेस सरकार नहीं
it's not
बनाती
affecting
है.
the larger
So then
tally.
Bhupinder Hooda retired.
It's not like one party is.
Yes,
I mean,
I
this is
understand.
his call, but of course, this was his make or break.
No, his
kind
call
of
is
election.
center का call होगा ना. Then the Congress party will have to look beyond Mr. Hooda.
No, Anand, you don't expect Bhupinder Singh Hooda to be expelled. I think Bhupinder Singh
Not
Hooda,
expelled,
it will be
retired.
It will end of the road for him. No, nobody retires from politics. You have Mallikarjun Kharge, who's
50-35 now.
You get
50,
tired of
35.
politics, but you don't get retired from politics. That's what he's saying. Okay, one second. But I just want to make a point. Well, I just want to make 3 or 4 points. Look, if you look at this number in Haryana, whichever way now this result goes, even if the BJP ends up a little short of the majority mark and the Congress gets closer to it, this is a fight to the wire, my dear friend.
And a great comeback.
So Rahul Gandhi has been holding up the constitution, saying that I am the guardian of the constitution. Will he now come out and concede that perhaps the BJP or the public still believes that Modi is the guardian of the constitution of India? This will fundamentally impact also, my dear friends, the kind of campaign that they're going to run in Maharashtra. If the BJP manages to hold on to Haryana, it will have ripple effects in Maharashtra, in Jharkhand,
and then Delhi.
And Delhi, of course. So,
See,
because the AAP is
nowhere in Haryana.
In
right
Haryana, absolutely nowhere. At least in the Lok Sabha scheme of things, it had leads in 4.
now.
But here,
I'm looking at it from a larger narrative. Then does it now become increasingly across the national, face of it, theatre, the electoral theatre? Will it now become a two-party fight?
No.
Will the
but that
vote
is the
start
point.
consolidating
Anand, that
between
is
the
point.
BJP
When
and
the
the
Congress is up against the BJP, it doesn't make much of a dent. You come back to that same chestnut. In a straight fight between the Congress and the BJP, the Congress is not making. So when it is with an alliance,
that's one point. That's one point. But in the mind of the voter, if
Yeah.
I am not for the BJP, then I will vote with the Congress. I will not go with the regional party.
Well, look,
now, will
it's too
that
early.
change the six-party dynamic
It's
in,
too early.
in Maharashtra? What happens there then?
It's too early. It's too early to make that claim.
Maharashtra would be a new situation, new kind of thing. I don't think political parties are going to change, their strategy just because, Haryana has, voted in a certain way. Of course, it's a setback for the Congress if these numbers hold on. And there will be a lot of introspection and the whole thing about Dalit votes, the way Shailja was treated, all these things will come into question.
Chief, yes, Advaita Kala.
It's a massive setback because remember, they've already run with the narrative. There were celebrations going on in the Congress party. I mean, this in other news, Pakistani International Airlines flight has left from Toronto 3 hours early without any passengers. I mean, it kind of likens it to what the Congress was doing in Haryana. They were all over saying that we've won, the people are with us.
The airline joke.
You didn't get the airline
It's
joke.
left without anybody flying.
It left without anyone flying on the plane. They already left from, and this is a true story. It's happened right now.
तो वो ऐसा है कि भाई उस प्लेन में कोई बैठा नहीं तो इस प्लेन में कोई बैठा नहीं. That's what she.
One other thing.
48, 49, 35.
Yeah, the one trend that's coming out of Haryana is very clear. The OBC seats, the OBC dominant seats, 25 out of 90. BJP is winning in 17. That's a gain of 3 from last time. They've added 3 more to the OBC dominant seats. So the reason why this is important is because when Rahul Gandhi says we'll do caste census, there are no secretaries who are OBCs to the government of India. I think, again, the voter of Haryana is saying that the OBCs are very much firmly with the BJP. No. You can call it, caste calculus or whatever, cynical politics. But fact is that the OBCs, I mean, look at the ratio. I mean, BJP is winning 3 times more seats that are OBC dominant in Haryana.
So do the OBCs not actually want a caste census?
Not
I mean,
just that.
these are questions
I
that will have
think
to
the
be asked.
Congress has to learn that in Haryana now, you have to play non-Jat politics. 36 castes are there. You can't play it around one caste and because the others will counter consolidate. And that's the counter consolidation,
No, this is a
irrespective of
party of
whatever the
Mohabbat
narrative.
and
I don't want a
inclusivity.
Jat
No,
as
no, hang
CM. I
on.
don't want a Jat in the
Look at the Jat seats.
They
Look at the Jat seats.
This is a Jat
Yeah,
seat.
Evenly
the Jats have also
between
split.
Congress and BJP.
So the
14
Jats
to
have
the
also
BJP,
split.
14 to the Congress. In fact, the BJP's gains are more than that of the Congress. And presumably a lot of this has come from the JJP, which had 10 seats last time. A lot of it has come from the INLD. But it's evenly split. The dominant agrarian caste is evenly split between Congress and BJP.
Kaka, what you're showing, so BJP has got, +5, I mean, saying
Number of seats,
from, and they're giving from JJP, which
Correct.
was their ally.
Yes.
So it's like, it's the same kitty.
नहीं नहीं kitty है लेकिन वोट कांग्रेस को तो नहीं गया ना सर.
Can I make
आया
a
तो
small
बीजेपी
point?
को आया ना, आया तो बीजेपी को आया.
Another
ऐसा नहीं है कि
slightly
जाट छूट के
facetious
गया
point.
बीजेपी से. वो नहीं हुआ.
Another facetious point. Give me, just allow me my facetiousness. The BJP came back third record time at the center. Could it come back a third historic record time in Haryana? No one has ever done that. Over to you.
So it looks like on the face of it
So
right
on the
now,
points that
with you
Rahul
on the
is
with you
making-
on the screen and the numbers
So-
below you, Rahul, we'll just take this moment and screenshot it. Yeah.
2 points I want to make. One is to Rashid and to Rahul, and second is a larger point. On Rashid's point on JGP being part of the same kitty, actually there was an assumption by a lot of political analysts that the BJP had outsourced the Jat vote to JJP and others.
Correct.
Right? They only got it because of these guys.
Correct.
What this is showing is, and therefore the assumption was that in a two-party split, when these guys break up, this will all go to Congress.
Correct.
That is not happening.
That
So the
is
Jat vote
not happening.
is
That is not
with
happening. And
BJP.
also the
Number
leadership, the Jat leadership of Haryana, which came back and said, give us the vote, had been rejected twice in the past because they realized this is not the people who I want to govern the state. Yeah.
The second point, which is in response to what Rahul is pointing out, Haryana is a state where the BJP never crossed 30% vote share before 2014.
Correct.
There was a new age of Haryana politics after Narendra Modi from 2014 onwards. We've seen 10 years of that. And a lot of people are thinking that's over. Now
It's
we're
still
back
working.
to the old political
But is
mean.
the EC
What this
website
is showing
still-
is not over.
Exactly.
Yeah,
The old
but
mean
Nalin,
still
is the
So
EC
all
website,
those tropes
is the EC
about
website
Hindutva
showing
is
more
gone
vote
and
share for the
buried.
Congress compared to the BJP?
Sorry?
Is the EC website showing more vote share for the Congress compared
Yes,
to the
it
BJP
is.
in Haryana?
But I'll tell you what the
Yeah,
difference
but that
is.
doesn't
Okay.
mean
The EC
much.
website at the moment,
Yeah.
the BJP vote share is about 39%. The Congress vote share is 41%.
41%.
That, by the way, is lesser than what it had in Lok
Yeah,
Sabha.
but like
2020.
somebody
right.
said this morning that vote share is a loser's argument.
And one second, in
eventually
Karnataka,
it's the seats that count.
and in Karnataka, the BJP had a higher vote share when it lost in the Vidhan Sabha election.
So vote share is a loser's argument.
You could
Seats
be-
is
you
what
could be
counts.
doing very
But
well in
going
certain
on that note,
pockets.
51-33 on the leaderboard. Rahul Shivshankar, would you want to make your facetious argument again so that we can screenshot it on this highest number lead?
My facetious comment here is that the people of Haryana are looking through the facetious arguments that are made by another namesake.
Okay, even as you say, another, it's a screenshot moment for Rahul Shivshankar. 49, less than 50, and 27 for the BJP in Jammu and Kashmir. So, वहाँ भी किस्सा बदल रहा है. But bringing in another spokesperson,
I don't mean
national spokesperson of the BJP.
I don't mean to be so facetious.
No,
the point is,
it's all right,
is,
sir.
no, it's not all right. Actually,
You can take a
one
leaf
needs
off
to be
the-
objective.
of your
One needs
namesake's
to be
playbook
objective. But there are certain
As you
questions.
said.
There are certain questions that need to be asked now. And fundamentally, those questions are that when you hold up the Constitution and you say that I'm the guardian of that Constitution, are the people actually believing you? This is a straight fight between the Congress and the BJP. And since people have told me that we should never question the wisdom of the voter, then one has to endorse here the wisdom of the voter by suggesting that, look, in the absence of a cynical politics, because we didn't see much polarization talk, the Prime Minister focused on corruption as the main issue.
See, now we'll wait for the results to settle. I'll reserve my comments till then. 51-33, just going across to one of the spokespersons who was perhaps the only one outside of Tuin Sinha who said Haryana numbers will be in favor of the BJP. Let's talk to her when the numbers look in favor of the BJP. They've not yet settled. Charu Pragya, what do you say? Will these numbers settle or will the Congress bounce back?
Good morning to everyone in the studio, and I have to tell you, I've been thoroughly enjoying the banter. So thank you for all of that, Rahul. I have consistently maintained that BJP has shown now there is a thing as pro-incumbency. So you can be in power and work for upliftment of the people in a way that they want to bring you back. It happened with Madhya Pradesh, and I assure you it is happening with Haryana as we speak. I have been very, very insistent on this. This whole narrative of Jat naraz hai, Rahul Gandhi again and again pushing the caste issue, saying a caste census is needed. All of this has been negated. People of Haryana, people of India, in fact, have said a big fat no to this division on the lines of caste. That's one thing. The second thing is that the people of Haryana are also seeing how Congress has been performing in states where it has a government. They want to talk about MSP in Haryana. What about Karnataka? Doesn't Karnataka have farmers? Don't those farmers need MSP? In Himachal Pradesh, you promised a pension, you gave the pension. But while you did that, you didn't have any money left to pay the salaries even.
All of this. Is it all of this, or is it just three factors? One is 6 महीने पहले CM बदलो, जिसको हटाया उसको सेंटर में ले जाओ, और फिर जिसको बनाया उसको फिर OBC से बनाओ. Then the fourth part is कि आप RSS के बिना सक्षम नहीं हैं.
देखिए, RSS से BJP अलग नहीं है, Anand, and I have always said this. That's one thing. The second thing is positions within
I never said कि RSS के बिना सक्षम है. It was said by the national president of the BJP.
No. So I do not agree with that, and that is my personal statement. But moving on, see, if even if there is a change of guard, so to say, within the party, do you see anybody going up in arms about it? Congress, even before they win an election, they're fighting for the chair. That's the problem of the Congress. They are contesting elections on social media. You can't make 30-second reels.
Anil Vij did, and he's trailing from Ambala Cant at the moment.
Reels and say we have won on Twitter. That is unfortunate, but wait and watch. Let's wait and watch. BJP can't win every single seat. I wish that was the case,
you said nobody spoke up. Those who spoke up are trailing. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying anything. Anil Vij is trailing, right?
Yeah,
now.
he is trailing.
He's trailing 51-30, 11 seat gain for the Congress, for the BJP without the JJP this time. So is it making telling a story there saying that wherever the BJP fights on its own, it's better off? So is that a message for Maharashtra also?
Yeah, no, I think to give Charu Pragya credit, she came on the exit poll day and she was the one person who said this whole business about Jat anger. She's from Western Uttar Pradesh, so I guess she knows a thing or two about this Jat anger thing. I mean, Nalin's here. We heard this in 2017. We heard this in 2022. It's evenly split. In fact, the gains that the BJP has is more than the gains of the Congress. The Congress gaining 3, the BJP gaining 5. But it's split between the BJP and the Congress. If the Jats were really angry and they consolidated and they wanted to vote out the BJP candidates, this wouldn't have been 14-14 out of the 30 seats that are dominant. And also, you have to remember on the other side is a projected Jat chief minister in Bhupinder Hooda. And yet, if the BJP is getting a gain of 5 in the Jat belt, or evenly split between the Congress and the BJP, 14 seats to the BJP and 14 to the Congress, then this whole, voluble stuff that you hear in the media about the Jats being angry, that's not translating on the ground.
It also means, Zaka, that for the longest time, the BJP has had this thing of a social coalition outside of the Jats, with a significant proportion of the Jats with it.
Correct.
And the assumption was that the Jats are reacting to that as a dominant caste in Haryana. That is not holding up.
Yeah.
Which means that the BJP's social coalition is intact with the Jats. And by the way, like you mentioned, 2017, 2024, 2019, a very significant part of why the BJP won those elections was because of the Jat vote also being with it.
Okay,
and that is
still interesting analysis. I'm quoting Professor Nachiketa Tiwari of IIT Kanpur. He's saying 2-3 parts in Haryana. Jat vote split almost 50-50 as Zaka was showing. INC slightly ahead. Hooda was not all that strong. That's the moral of the story. Second, Harijan votes have split. So almost 50-50. So BJP slightly ahead. That means Kumari Shailja was not inconsequential for the Congress. So OBC votes heavily in favor of the BJP. So overall, the Indian National Congress, especially Rahul Gandhi, perhaps did he mess it up that he couldn't reconcile the warring factions within the Congress party? And is that what is hurting them? And the BJP got its act together, sorted the mess with the RSS.
Trying to say,
just in time, along with Mahab Singh Saini's announcement.
Is this gentleman trying to say that had the warring factions been completely sort of settled, the Congress would have swept the state? I don't think so.
Strategy.
This is all now post-facto analysis to try and paper over once again the fact that the Congress, unfortunately, could end up as a poor second
And also
to the BJP.
50-34 is a poor second.
Hang
It's
on.
worse than last
After
time.
10 years
It's
of
worse than last
incumbency.
time.
Yeah, it's worse than
After
last
10
time.
years of incumbency, my dear friend.
Yeah, and it's
10
worse
years.
than last time. And also, despite the reversals or the gains the Congress got in Lok Sabha, reversals or the gains Congress got. Yeah, please.
You know, like I was mentioning yesterday, this is another satrap, a regional satrap who hasn't done well. Remember, I said Baghel, Gehlot. In the narrative was they seem to be overestimated as these magicians who are going to pull this off for the Congress, and it's not happening.
No, but then
yeah.
if Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar could do it in Karnataka, why couldn't a Hooda do it in Haryana?
But look at the numbers who have not. If you're looking at the number
that-
of people
that's okay,
who
but
have
you would
not
have
done
cases
it,
on both sides.
The other side of the same coin is that the BJP is doing it without a single leader on the ground, just like in Chhattisgarh, just like in Madhya Pradesh, where you're not
they're
fighting on
doing
the
it
back
like a
of
Sangathan.
one single ground leader.
If you look at the Dalit vote, again, 14 seats, the reserved constituencies, again, it's evenly split between the BJP and the Congress. So this whole thing about, Samvidhan bachayenge and, we will up the reservation to about 50%, it's not working on the ground. I mean, for whatever reason, I guess at some point, Rahul Gandhi, the Congress party, the Hoodas have to sit down and figure out why this is not
They
working.
have to go beyond Jat politics.
Anand,
They
can I
have
make
to
a larger
go
point
beyond
on this?
hinging on Jat
What
politics
this
in
may
Haryana.
mean.
Simple.
And also
sorry.
just very quickly, also I think the Samvidhan Bachayenge, now they have an opportunity to prove it in J&K, where their partner is saying that we want to roll back the abrogation of Article 370. So now is the time for the Congress to say
if the
that
Congress
no,
NC comes into power in Jammu and Kashmir, then the Samvidhan Bachayenge will be challenged there. They will have to walk the talk on Samvidhan.
They'll have to walk the talk, and if they don't,
we'll get Mr. Mattu and Aarti Tikku back.
And if they don't walk that talk, then they're giving a handle to the BJP in a state like Maharashtra.
Yeah, the larger political point is that after the 2024 Lok Sabha election, a lot of people, especially the liberal sphere, said the Modi magic is over. Rahul Gandhi is the new game in town. And the Hindi heartland, the BJP is now going to see reverses.
No, one second. I have one problem with that formulation.
If this result holds, then that's not true. Then it means that then you should start also, it's possible to start looking at the 2024 election as an aberration of local results. And the larger trend is, while there's been dents in the BJP wall, it means that it's holding.
Does this mean that we will see more organizational recalibration within the BJP and they will get their act together and they will not get into the congressifying of the BJP? That will happen. That has been talked about. Yeah.
My one little grouse, let's not call them the liberal space, please. They are the anti-Modi space. There is politics done in this country. The central pillar is Modi, or pro-Modi, or you're anti-Modi. Let's recognize there's no right, there's no left, there's no liberal. We are all liberals sitting here. We all love democracy. We all believe in human rights. We all believe in minority rights. We're all liberals.
Support Modi, so we are illiberal.
No, I don't. Look,
if we support Modi, we are illiberal. If we support the government of the day,
I support certain ideas.
We are illiberal.
I support certain ideas. I'm person agnostic. I'll tell you this very clearly. But the point of the matter is that this whole chimera, that one particular side that might support, for example, the abrogation of Article 370, is autocratic, is against human rights. This is bunkum. Drop it, end it.
No, true. The point is that if you believe in one nation, one constitution, then you cannot be called a bhakt or a...
You're not any greater liberal if you believe in 370.
Of the parliament under the Congress party in the 1960s when they voted for the abrogation of 370, but they didn't do it. They were unanimous in their opinion, but they didn't do it. So what they didn't do in the 60s, if it's been done in the 2000s, then we have to look back at ourselves as an entity. But what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir? BJP 28. And Congress NC below 50, 48. Aarti Tikku, who was it? What was the conversation going on? I am very keen to know.
Well, Anand, I have been consistent that BJP will perform pretty good in Jammu region.
This is their best ever if this holds. Huh? This is their best ever in Jammu.
Absolutely. Their worst case scenario will be going below 26. But I think if they retain 26 seats, that would be a good performance. If they go above 26, that would be excellent performance.
There's one BJP candidate in Shopian, Javed Ahmed Qadri of the BJP.
Shopian? Of all the seats.
Yeah,
wow.
That's the one seat.
Gurez is not yet showing, but
Shopian
Gurez will have
where
to see. Amitabh Matuji.
6 years back, the tricolor was in
There
flow.
are only two real cadre-based parties in Jammu and Kashmir. One, the RSS, which is the backbone of the BJP in Jammu, and the National Conference, which has had a cadre based on the fact that they gave land rights to the tillers since 1940s. and the NC has swept Kashmir. Jammu, especially Jammu, Kathua, Samba, Udhampur, has been swept by the BJP. And Congress, contrary to when you show Congress plus NC, it's really NC at 39 and Congress at 78.
Congress
is in less
So Congress here also is pulling down. Congress here also has pulled down
the other
NC.
big story, apart
Another
from the
ally.
fact that the NC has swept Kashmir and BJP has done well in Jammu, is the fact that the independents or the smaller parties in the valley who were thought
That's
to,
the alliance breakup, Amitabh ji.
who were thought to splinter the verdict of in the valley have not worked.
CPIM has made inroads.
And that's why,
Islami, including in Birua, Sarjan Kumar,
the Trojans haven't worked.
None of them seem to have worked. Of course, some of the smaller parties have consolidated where they've had a base. Imran Ansari and Sajjad in their respective bases. Altaf Bukhari in his constituency.
So Shaila Rashid was making this point yesterday, and one must credit her because she said that, look, parties that don't have a cadre are not going to make an impact in Kashmir, and that's one of the reasons why, according to her, the BJP hasn't done so well because it hasn't really got a ground game.
Can I just quickly run you through these independents or smaller party candidates who are currently leading? So Sajjad Lone's leading from Handwara. In Langate, which is Engineer Rashid's constituency, again, the JKPC candidate there, Irfan Sultan, he's leading. Again, in the neighboring constituency of Rafiabad, you have an independent who's leading, Muzaffar Ahmed Dar. Then in Bandipura, Usman Abdul Majid, another independent candidate, is leading. Then in Surankot, which is an ST reserve seat, Muhammad Akram, independent, leading. In, again, the other ST seat, Tana Mandi, Akhtar Ali Ahmed is leading. And then, of course, you have the Jammu seats. In Chamb, you have Satish Sharma leading. In Udhampur East, you have Pawan Kajaria leading. And in Bani, you have Dr. Rameshwar leading. So, yeah, there are, I think JKPC has 2 in the valley and there are 2 other independents.
These independents or smaller parties, each one of them is a colorful character. Yusuf Tariqami has a cadre of the CPM in the heart of Jamaat-e-Islami country in Kulgam, and he's won every election since I remember. Similarly, Usman Majid is someone who was part of the counter-insurgency against the militancy and terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir. He's won Bandipura 2-3 times.
So Muslim hardliners are backing the left cadre who are supposed to be largely atheist.
But he's been a very
I'm just saying, will any of these people go with the BJP if it came down to that?
If it came down to the wire, but in this case, it's not coming to the
Haryana
wire.
changing. Haryana changing. 45-39. 45-39. Haryana changing.
Yes.
Charu Pragya.
One has to say that the NC has run actually a very good campaign.
Yeah.
By their own standards.
You should tweet that to Omar.
I have. I've already said. No, I did. No, hang on. I did. I recognized him as I recognized him as the party to beat in Kashmir. I have already said that in a tweet. So
no, not just that.
I don't hedge my bets.
If this holds, Mr. Omar Abdullah is poised to become the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir again. Now it's up to Mr. Omar Abdullah to decide what's the brand of politics that he's going to take forward, and whether or not they'll be able to work in tandem with the central administration, the LG's office. BJP 46-38. Advaita Kala and then Charu Pragya.
I mean, Omar Abdullah has made certain comments and statements which could be defined as being Islamist. Now, has there been that reaction to him as there would be to, say, a Hindu leader who made statements like that? There hasn't been.
I'll tell you, a lot of the conversations...
Actually, Omar Abdullah, to be very honest, has not made any statements that are communal in nature. In fact, there was this video that came out where one of his candidates made a communal reference. Quite an adverse one, and Mr. Abdullah asked him to keep quiet and told the public that, look,
Umar Abdullah is an Islamist. I'm the Pope.
Yeah. So
statements.
No.
Even then,
he's actually called out. He's actually called out Islam.
I'm saying, has he received the same amount of censure that is levied on a Hindu leader who would make statements that are similar? I'm asking that question not from the perspective of...
To be fair,
he's taken a line that is in variance even with Mr. Farooq Abdullah quite often. In fact,
saying that you want Article 370 back is not Islam.
No, but I'm saying, come on, like, is there same censure being extended to him?
No, but he hasn't crossed the line,
I don't think
as
so. That's against
it's about the fact that if he says
that is against subjective.
Like I said,
I'm not defending
the onus on the Congress is to
any
see if the Samvidhan is respected. The onus on Mr. Omar Abdullah is to see that if statehood is returned, but no going back to Article 370. So these are the two responsibilities in the current scenario. Now that is if these numbers hold. Charu Pragya, Jammu and Kashmir. Now Haryana, it's 46-38. So it's swinging in Haryana too, but you still have the magic number right now. So you may just scrape through. That's what it looks like as of now. Into the 6th round of counting, we are given to understand. Okay, but in Jammu and Kashmir, the mandate is for the National Conference.
We will, 100%. Yes, and if I'm being entirely honest, see, there has always been this division in the way Jammu votes and the Valley votes. So I believe that this is the first time for Bharatiya Janata Party that we are performing as well as we are in the Valley region. If we are going to win Lal Chowk, can you imagine Bharatiya Janata Party winning Lal Chowk from a time where people couldn't even go there, to the tricolour being unfurled in this grand manner every single celebration, and a BJP MLA is going to win Lal Chowk? So I think this is a change on ground. This is a change of the entire ecosystem which used to run Jammu and Kashmir, and this was much needed. This is pro-India. This is what we were aiming for, and this is our victory.
See, Shopaya, if a Javed Ahmed Qadri, the BJP is leading even for a short while, that's a huge turnaround, because Shopaya was a place where I was present in person, and we had seen shutters which said India go back. We're going to be geared out by a group of people when they realize that this is national media that is coming there, and this is about 6-7 years ago, and from there to for this to happen, before this is pre-abrogation of 20, so it is 2016, 2017, if I remember correctly, that this happened. So from there to this, it's a change. But in Pulwama, again, you have White Para leading in Pulwama, but there has been a dairy and a cooperative movement in Pulwama that's happened. Shopaya also saw one of the highest polls and flags that were put of an enemy nation or a different nation that was put. That's also now seen the highest, the tallest place or pole where the tricolour has been unfurled. So a lot of stories which are there in these regions, deep inside Kashmir. But Shaila Rashid, would you take this mandate and this score that is there right now? Do you believe this will further get corrected?
Yes, I believe it will get tempered, although I have not seen the J&K numbers on your screen for a while now.
It's 48 Congress plus NC and 28 for the BJP.
It's not. Yeah, that seems to be the sort of more rational kind of number, which the final result will tilt towards. But yes, it seems to be a sort of comfortable majority for National Conference to form government, unless something anomalous happens afterwards. However, one thing that I want to say is that this is, whatever discussions we have in the rest of the country about this Hindu, Muslim, etc., it doesn't work that way in J&K. So, for example, in the Lok Sabha election, you had a Shia candidate running from the Srinagar Lok Sabha constituency, right? Everyone, Shia, Sunni, everybody voted for him. And Agarullah. And there was no discussion whatsoever, not even from the opposition candidate, not even a hint at his community. So it doesn't work that way in Kashmir, at least I can tell you. There's no communal element. So BJP, so Rahul has been constantly agitated about why BJP hasn't done well. So BJP is only making baby steps. They are only dipping their toes in the valley yet. And once they give good leadership, once they have credible faces, once they put strong leaders on the ground, they'll also compete, because at the end of the day, this is not 1987. This is not the conspiracy theory La La Land of the India Alliance that they have been peddling all along. This is a free and fair election. This is a free and fair democratic system. And I really hope that people see that. And this is my this is my wish that the takeaway for younger people of Kashmir should be that this is a free and fair system where everybody can have a say. Everybody can change a government. Stalwarts can lose. Nobodies can win. That's the big takeaway. So today is like a festival of democracy, and that is what the message should be. So we shouldn't be sulking about कि Kashmir Muslim majority है वहाँ पे BJP को नहीं मिला. It's not that simple. It's not that simple. Even PDP, which is the most Islamist of them all, they are not getting any, उनका खाता भी नहीं अभी खुल रहा है ठीक से. So ये जो this Hindu-Muslim equation that Rahul has been really upset about, it doesn't really apply to Kashmir.
No, if there is a contest in Gurez, if there is a contest in Lal Chowk, if there is a contest in Shopaya where the BJP is in contention and it's pulling votes, forget winning seats. If it's pulling votes, then your argument holds. But what does the international narrative then mean? What will be the global, because the world is watching this election in Jammu and Kashmir.
No, the global narrative
there are neighbors who are troublemakers who are also watching. So that's what I'm asking.
The global message, and that is something India should say very proudly, is that this is a free and fair election. It is the only country which has been in the South Asian region, which has had regular elections, which has had free and fair elections. There was a team of 36 diplomats who came during the election to observe our elections. Now, if I can, if you allow me just a slight deviation here, in France, the French President Macron, he didn't like the elections. He didn't like the election results to the parliament, so he simply dismissed the parliament election results. Similarly, when Trump lost in the US, we saw the Capitol Hill protests and all that. So India is a shining example of democracy where peaceful transfer of power is a norm rather than an anomaly. Now, however, there's one caveat that I would like to add here. The elections were, for want of a better word, they were imposed by the Supreme Court on the Union Territory. Whereas a lot of follow-up work on de-radicalization and bringing the law and order situation under control had yet to be done. So I would say that the Supreme Court should not impose statehood, for example, prematurely on the state. So I do believe that the elections were a bit premature, but I would also request the Supreme Court not to impose statehood early, prematurely on the state. Because the local parties, NC,
so you feel that Jammu and Kashmir right now is not yet ready for statehood, and had it not been, and that's something with Rahul Shivshankar has also said, that had it not been for the Supreme Court demanding elections before 30th of September, perhaps the time was not right. There are a lot of people on ground who also said ki jaldi nahi hai. There is still time for things to settle down and for things to be organized. But perhaps there was a messaging that was required to the world to say that democracy prevails in Jammu and Kashmir. And I think to the voters, irrespective of who they voted for and who forms government, they have voted for the ballot and not for the bullet. They have voted to play part of the constitution, under the constitution, the electoral process, who gets voted in and what happens there. Those are all our internal issues and headaches to manage. Correct. But it's nobody else's business across the world. And this result and this mandate only underlines what Dr. Jaishankar said at the UNGA. Harish Khurana is with us. 47-37 in Haryana. कोई ये मान ही नहीं रहा था हरीश जी. Nobody was ready to believe this. क्या ये सूरत हाल थोड़ा चेंज होगा?
Hi Anand. Hello Anand and to all your viewers. And from the day one from the elections, we are pretty positive about that. The reason was the feedback from the ground, from our Panna Pramukh, from our booth level workers. The result was what we were expecting was a positive result. And the reason behind was that the 10 years Haryana, where we have served the people of Haryana, the feedback which were coming in our double engine 10-year central government from Modi ji and 10 years from the BJP government in Haryana. So that double engine works perfectly in Haryana. And
so if that was the case, then why did you have to change Manohar Lal Khattar? Ahead of the Lok Sabha elections, why did they have to change the chief minister? Why was there a complete overhaul of the government system? Why did you lose 5 seats in Lok Sabha?
Sir, as a BJP Karyakarta, we have some other duties to perform it. Be it Madhya Pradesh, Shivraj Singh Chauhan has given a duty of giving a central cabinet minister in the center, and we have done more than 2/3 majority in Madhya Pradesh also. Same with here. Manohar Khattar ji has given a response of a center now, and he has given a response in as a cabinet
So
minister.
that's what I said is the
portfolio in the
formula
center.
कि
So BJP
incumbent CM को
कार्यकर्ता-
बदल दो, incumbent CM को
No,
बदल दो,
BJP
उनके सपोर्टर्स को खुश करने के लिए उनको सेंटर में मिनिस्ट्री दे दो, नए किसी को बिठाओ और फिर आरएसएस को मनाओ.
Anand, end of the day, we as a BJP works, Karyakarta works. Leaders like Khattar Sahab has also worked for the BJP only. So my only point is, जो चुनाव लड़ते हैं वो कार्यकर्ता लड़ते हैं और जनता के बीच में कार्यकर्ता जाते हैं. इसलिए that today the opportunity to thank the people of Haryana today, opportunity to thank people of
So you believe that these leads will hold. You believe these leads will hold. You believe that the BJP will hold on to 46, 47 seats. 46 तो कम से कम चाहिए आपको सरकार बनाने के लिए. अभी 48 हो गया leads
I'm pretty sure by another half an hour, 45 minutes from now, we will crossing 50 odd seats. I mean, my feedback what we're getting is about 49, 50 seats. We were able to get for 50 seats in
तो हाफ सेंचुरी लगा लेंगे हरियाणा में. अगर आप हाफ सेंचुरी लगाते हैं तो then after लोकसभा and after 2019 is the first time that you will get on your own. 2019 में तो जेजेपी ने आपको पार किया था. आप कह रहे हैं 50 ऐसे ही आ जाएंगे.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I think the narrative which was being built up by the Congress has been failed miserably. People of Haryana was pretty smart. They know what BJP was giving. I mean, it's for the first time we are getting MSPs on.
Did they select what BJP was giving,
farmers.
or
And
did they reject the option that the Congress was offering? We'll wait on that. Harish Khurana, please stay on. We've got Dr. Pirzada Mehrajuddin, political analyst, and it seems like the National Conference is in pole position in Jammu and Kashmir. Dr. Pirzada, how do you see this? 47 leads so far for National Conference plus Congress.
Thank you for this invite. I wish you good morning to all of you. I used to tell always in all the debates that there's a trend on the ground in favor of this national conference, in favor of Mr. Umar Abdullah. That is really now coming into terms with what was being forecasted here over in Kashmir. I see this is the only party. I'm not praising. It is a very open fact that I will share through your platform. This is the only party, structured party, well-organized party, having strong cadres across Jammu and Kashmir, especially in Kashmir. That has worked wonders for the party. And at the same time, I see that the vice president, Mr. Umar Abdullah, as he is a plain speaking person, he is inside and outside as one and the same person. I may share in a humorous way, if you bear with me for a while, during recent parliamentary elections in North Kashmir, their slogans were being chanted. Umar Abdullah, aage badho, hum tumhare saath hain. So Umar Abdullah said in recent times that जब मैं आगे बढ़ता रहा, मैंने पीछे मुड़ के देखा तो there was none behind me. So people have now reinforced. People have assured him, Mr. Umar Abdullah, we are really with you. You go ahead now. This time we will not part away. So they have proved that we are with you. We are your followers. There are certain reasons. Reasons are obvious why people are rallying around national conference. This is a victory. The BJP is actually responsible for this. BJP, there's a sharp division between the two provinces, Jammu and the Kashmir. It is
But this difference has been there for a while, and that is unfortunate because the National Conference has not been able to bridge across into the Jammu region, nor has the BJP been able to come across and then make inroads in the Kashmir division. Although there are a few seats where the BJP is pulling votes in the Kashmir division, which is significant.
I may put the facts in a correct perspective if you bear me just for a few seconds.
T.S. Singh, good morning. Coming to you after this. Dr. Pirzada, complete.
BJP had previously a very good opportunity to enter into alliance with Kashmir-based parties that they missed because of their ill treatment of the other party. There should have been in the alliance a well-settled arrangement. This should not have been broken away. The irrevocable. This should have been that relation. There should have been a mechanism put in place for resolution of the disputes and all that, which they have failed. And it is generally being said everything is fear in love and war. Hello?
Right. Dr. Pirzada, please stay with me. I'm just going across to the former Deputy Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh. T.S. Singh Devji is with us. T.S. Singh Devji, we spoke on the day of the exit polls and you said you will not count your chickens before they hatch, especially Haryana, and things seem very different from what the exit pollsters projected as of now.
Yes, exit poll prediction is a very difficult task, and you have certain parameters on which you can go, but it can never be exact. So there is always that leeway, and one should take it as that. Exit polls should be taken as that. But I was expecting Congress to get 50 plus, apart from the exit polls. And at the moment, Congress is 9 below the halfway mark.
Yes, they are. And BJP is too clear of the halfway mark. At this point, 47-37. T.S. Singh Devji, Advaita Kala is there with us in the studio along with Rahul Shivshankar and Zaka Jacob, Amitabh Mattu, Nalin Mehta and Aarti Tikku. Advaita Kala had an interesting point that the Congress is overestimating the strength of its regional chatraps. So be it Ashok Gehlot, Bhupesh Baghel or Bhupinder Hooda, the Congress has paid the price for over-reliance on them.
Over-reliance on one individual is always dicey. One should not put, like is normally said, all eggs in one basket. And the concept of a regional chatrap would be regional chatraps within that region also. So it should be widespread. Any support base, it should be widespread for any party, whether it is the Congress or any other party. One should not be limited to, except in exceptional circumstances, to individuals.
If you would allow me the liberty, may I ask you that...
Basically, all dinosaur eggs in one basket.
No, not just dinosaur. My question was also that whether they ignored you in Chhattisgarh and ignored Kumari Shelja in Haryana.
Those things count. They certainly count. And dinosaur, otherwise, pardon me for saying that. It's a matter of who gets across on that particular inning, you know. Who plays in that particular inning, in that particular match. So if things don't go right, then we can use terms like dynasts. If things go right, then we say, oh, old is gold. So that's okay. But one has to respect the mandate of the people.
No, but do you also believe that it is important to get everybody working together? So in your case, there were talks that, you were being marginalized. In Haryana, there's talk that Kumari Shelja was being marginalized. Do these things have impact? Do these factors have impact in the eventual result?
Not just Shelja ji or me. We are, again, just individuals. There are a large number of party workers who have to be kept in mind. So it is not just individuals. The game is not about just individuals. So the party workers are not in line. Let me.
Yeah. Rashid Kidwaiji is with us. So I'm going to open it up with the studio and all of you. Harish Khurana, Shaila Rashid and also T.S. Singh Devji. Yes, Rashid.
Anand, I think it's a really catch-22 situation. And as Mr. Singh Dev is saying that if boomerangs, then of course we have a thing that, regional satrap, there were too much of emphasis. But the thing is, if Rahul Gandhi had ignored Bhupinder Hooda and given, tickets in a very, so to say, in a uniform way, then he would have had a blame and same, result would have come. They would have said, look, he ignored Bhupinder Hooda, that's why they lost. So I think for the Congress, it needs to, crack it.
Rashid, there is a significant difference. One is BJP is the incumbent party for 2 terms now. They even changed the chief minister. None of the exit pollsters were giving this number. The upper end number for the BJP was, I think, 30. Absolutely. Not even 30. I think it was less than 30. BJP is now forming the government, or at least if these trends hold, they are one ahead of the halfway mark. They are forming the government.
They had also a series of
the
surveys.
Congress, which was supposed to get 50 plus, 60 plus, is at 37. Surely something
so the
is wrong.
Congress also had a series of internal, surveys.
No, 1 second.
They predicted certain things.
You had looked at me askance. You had looked at me askance when I said,
got 37 for the
I
Congress.
find it bizarre. You had looked at me askance that first day when I said that I find it bizarre that after 10 years, the Congress has to fall back, not on a new leadership, but on Mr. Hooda, who has gone through quite a bit of tumult. Right? Now, I found that strange, but I just want to draw your attention to one fact. If Haryana sticks this way, and I don't know if we can call it now, it's about 7 rounds, but I don't think we should. If it sticks this way, I just want to tell you that the BJP has been able to retain in the Hindi heartland. Now, I'm just going to quickly give you this number. Haryana is going to be retaining, if it does. UP, Gujarat,
Uttarakhand,
Bihar and Uttarakhand, right? It has pulled back. So while the Congress loses after it wins an election, cannot retain a state, the BJP is actually in 5 or 6 states been able to return to power, okay? Fundamentally. It is now wrested back Madhya Pradesh, it is wrested back Chhattisgarh in a monumental way where no one, again, the exit polls went completely the other way. and of course Rajasthan. So the Congress is not being able to effectively, and this is what some people keep saying. Yes, the Congress keeps challenging Modi on employment, this, that, the other. But why does it get booted out if it wants to be the party, the alternative party of governance? Why does it get booted out in states where it has won a mandate? Surely it must be doing better on the job, inflation, and other fronts than the BJP
one more
does.
erudite and candid and very clear with his analysis than him. So let's ask him.
I'm not allowed to ask questions of the Congress. So
No.
I'm
You're most welcome to
you.
please ask. T.S. Singh Devji. I don't think he has any of those limiters on him. Yes, T.S. Singh Devji.
Ji, sir.
So,
what is the question?
Rahul Shivshankar's question is that the Congress challenges the BJP, but it is not able to hold on to turf. It's not able to retain power. It allows the BJP to wrest back power in states where it rests power. What's the issue? What's the issue? G.
No, where the BJP actually is ending up retaining states, sir, that's in power. And for example, in Haryana, it could retain Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat, Bihar, Uttarakhand, etc. It wins back the mandate, second, third, fourth terms. But the Congress doesn't seem to be able to win a state or retain a state it has won. Now, why is this happening, sir?
It seems to be the current trend. Congress has been in power for longer periods in the past. But apparently the Congress, the BJP's organizational machinery seems to be more in place than the Congress is able to have. The party machinery needs to be strengthened by the Congress, and that is one difference I can see.
See, on that point, I have a slight difference. I think if voters are believe in a leader's credibility, I think where party organizations, this argument, deep party roots, etc., doesn't hold. Look at AAP. AAP won 3 successive mandates, the first one without much experience or established party organization. Tripura. BJP comes in, sweeps without much of a party organization. Now, you can say there was a build-up that the RSS was working among certain tribals, etc., etc. But fundamentally, it shows that perhaps there is little credibility after chance is given. And this is where the BJP is trying to hit the Congress. You come to power, whether it's in Himachal or in Karnataka, you make promises you can't deliver. That's what the Congress has to address. I don't think it's really much to do with party organization, this, that. Performance matters to Indian voters.
T.S. Singh Dev and then Harish Khurana.
The margins, if you see, are very narrow.
Sure.
It's a 4-5% difference which is giving power to one party or the other in states. It is not a massive difference. It is not as if Congress is doing something or the other party is doing something and they get washed out. This is in Tripura is very different. There it was the people wanting to take away the Communist Party, and they were seeing the Congress as a sort of a supporter, not wanting, doing enough to remove the Communist Party. And the RSS and the others who worked in Tripura, BJP gained from 2% to 30 plus, and Congress came down from 30 plus to 2%. So it is different in different states. There's a huge swing in Tripura. RSS and BJP, they did the Panna Prabhari, etc. They did that very well.
Yeah.
But the spirit was, we want the Communist Party government out, whatever the reasons. I'm not saying pluses or minus or good or bad, but the people had a strong sense of wanting to remove that government. So that was Tripura. Chhattisgarh would be different, MP would be different, Gujarat would be different, UP would be different. They're different.
Mr. Dio,
we've just got an update, election update, just bringing that. Kathua district, Basohi constituency has been won by the BJP. So the BJP has already now won Kathua. Darshan Kumar from Basolhi, he's the one, the EC Election Commission's website says that Bharat Bhushan from BJP contested Kathua, but Kathua district, Basohi constituency, the BJP has won. That's the word that's coming through at this point. We'll try and go across. We'll try and go across to Avantika to get this confirmation. First win for BJP in Jammu and Kashmir. That's the word coming through at this point. 5 rounds of counting done, 6th and 7th round in a lot of places, 10 to 12 rounds of counting. In about 15-20 minutes, we should be able to say that the leads will consolidate like this. And we will try and say that this is how it's going to stick. Plus or minus 1 or 2 seats could change the dynamic. But the BJP in pole position to form government in Haryana, and the National Conference in pole position along with the Congress party to stake claim to form government in Jammu and Kashmir.
Numbers are now settling. and that perhaps the
they
time
are
has
settling.
come
I just would
to
like
take
to
a
wait
call.
till about 11:30. It's about 11:20 on the clock. 11:30, we'll just say by the time 7 rounds are done, unless there are too many tight fights, we should be able to call and we should say Haryana is more or less settled. We'll try and go to Avantika for one quick check at the live result hub in a bit. But Harish Khurana, yes, you had a point to make, sir.
Rahul, the reason behind the coming back to power of the BJP again was is that the delivery. If you compare the Congress, now today we see Himachal and Karnataka, whatever the promises have been made by Congress, is they're not able to fulfill those promises. In fact, in Himachal, when you put a tax on the toilet seats, I mean, it's a strong resentment from in terms of the public, you know. And when in Haryana, when you talk about that, they make some false promises, that big promises that we are going to do it. But they have to give the answer of the Himachal and the Karnataka also. Okay, look, whatever you've done in Karnataka and in Himachal, I mean, the credibility has gone down. So, in terms of that, BJP makes whatever the promise, what they makes it, they fulfill it. That's the reason they come back to power again and again. That's the reason behind this. I mean, you see Madhya Pradesh, you see Chhattisgarh, you see Uttar Pradesh, you see now Haryana. We're coming for the third time, and in the history of Haryana, nobody has come to power for the third time in the history of Haryana now. So we have come back to power for the third time. The reason is we have done it. We have given the whatever you say, we have done it. We have done the infrastructure. We have done it in employment area. We have done in education sector, health sector, be any sector. We have done a development over there. So as a public, I mean, when we go to public, we give. See, these are our what we have done before, and now next 5 years we will do this, and plus the strong our Karyakarta force.
Well, Mahima Singh of the Congress is also joining us. Mahima Singh, I mean, this must be an extremely disappointing result, particularly the Haryana one, where everyone was predicting not just a win for the Congress, but a big win, a 50 plus. Some people were talking about 60 seats out of 90, 2/3 majority. And here you are trailing at 38 and BJP is at 46. It's one past the halfway mark. If this trend holds, BJP will form government for the third time. Surely you have to introspect why for 15 years you've not been able to come to power in Haryana.
Jai Hind. Zaka, when you say you have to introspect why for 15 years you haven't come to power to Haryana, I would say it's an absolute statement. And you're talking about trends. I think absolution and trends do not, they stand at disparity. So let's keep looking at the trends. Haryana has to go for 15 rounds. It's been some initial rounds as of now, and we are looking forward to a comfortable majority in Haryana, especially owing to the plight of Jawan Pahalwan Kisan, and especially owing to the thrashing of Haryana's daughters next to Central Vista while it was being inaugurated. Everywhere, on every front, the BJP has disappointed Haryana and its voters. Yet, as you said, whatever the result is, irrespective, we shall be humbled to accept it as always, as we have always done. And the fight, either ways, if we win, the fight to secure justice for the masses will be kept on. And if we lose, then the fight to win again, the fight for justice either ways goes on. No, and if we lose, then of course we will see what needs to be done better on the ground.
Even Vinesh Phogat is trailing in Julana, and nobody's saying you can't throw your weight behind the Pahalwan or the Kisan or the Jawan. My point is, it's not having resonance with the voters of Haryana, despite all your campaigns, despite saying the Jats are angry and the Jats will come back. Despite, the women wrestlers being dragged on the streets of Delhi, all of these, unemployment, Agniveer, these are issues that your party raised consistently. But it doesn't seem to be having resonance on the ground. Voters of Haryana are still backing the BJP. Exactly. And at some point, as Mr. Khurana said, and I guess you have to contemplate this, maybe today the voters in this country are willing to give a party a chance, a government a chance, if it shows delivery. If it shows that it is working on the ground. So maybe the issues that you're raising are not having resonance.
The issues are very much prevalent on the ground. They are resonant with the public. I was on the ground. It is my home state. I have seen the issues on the ground, yet the indication that was made by our senior leaders last night, Mr. Jairam Ramesh and Mr. K.C. Venugopal, I think holds a lot of gravity, and we must also look at that. We must also look at the fact that the BJP is known for doing whatever it can to secure power. You see, Sam Dam Dand Bhed.
No, come
But
on. I think
yet,
that's no.
I
think that's a. Let's respect the voters. Ultimately, if the voters of Haryana,
Well,
2 crore
I
people
already said.
have
Zaka, I
returned
already said.
these numbers. I think maybe the fault is not with the voters. Maybe the fault is with
They have not returned it yet.
With what the issues and the leadership and the issues that the Congress party is raking up.
Zaka, maybe you are writing the Congress off too soon. Let's wait for some more rounds. We are very hopeful that we are winning a comfortable majority. Yet I'm saying, if the results turn out to be what you are predicting them to be, we shall be humbled and poised to continue to work for the people of Haryana on the ground and introspect as well. I mean, there's no denying that. But right now, we are hopeful. We are looking forward to a comfortable majority and a clear victory. We are hopeful of forming the government in the state of Haryana. And let's see how does it play out.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Well, the trends seem to be settling as of now, 47-37, 10 seats ahead. The BJP of the Congress party in Haryana, quite a surprising turn because nobody at the exit polls even predicted this. And also, they are too clear of the halfway mark at this point. So, will they just scrape through? Harish Khurana, quick word. Will you believe that this will settle, or are you still a little nervous about the result?
No, the feedback which were coming from the ground, our Haryana Karyakartas, we are pretty confident we are going to win around 49-50 seats. And the trend is also showing 47-48 seats now. I mean, through your channel, I would like to thank the people of Haryana who have routed whatever the narrative they were said by Congress people that about the Balwans and all.
They have not routed the Congress. They have just allowed you to scrape through. So there is a different way of looking at it, and practically they have not routed the Congress. The Congress has similar seats as last time, if my memory serves me right.
60 odd seats, 70 odd seats. I mean,
that's the exit pollsters. Now, Iltija Mufti, 1 minute, Harish Khurana, Iltija Mufti has lost. Iltija Mufti has actually conceded defeat from Bijbehara. Mehbooba Mufti's daughter Iltija Mufti has conceded defeat from Bijbehara. So the PDP continues to lead in 4 seats, but Mehbooba Mufti, daughter Iltija said, I accept the people's mandate. She has conceded defeat. I'm trying to go across to Avantika at the live result hub. Yes, Avantika.
Yeah, a big update coming in right now. So a lot of changes are happening, and I'll just ask Bal बताइए कि क्या-क्या बड़े changes हुए हैं. 47-37 still very close. We can't really see anything. बताइए.
अभी देखिए 48 और 36 का जो ये आंकड़ा आया है, तो लगातार मैं देख रहा हूँ कि कुछ हॉट सीट्स पे भी अगर देखें तो वहाँ ज्यादा परिवर्तन नहीं. सिर्फ अनिल विज की सीट को अगर देखें तो अनिल विज पीछे चल रहा है, वरना अनिल विज का जो मार्जिन है वो भी बहुत ज्यादा नहीं है, 500 वोट के करीब है. तो आगे हो सकता है, आगे राउंड भी काफी, अभी सिर्फ 7 राउंड चल रहे हैं, कहीं पर 7 राउंड चल रहे हैं, कहीं पे 6 राउंड चल रहे हैं, लेकिन अभी 17-18 राउंड बाकी है, मतलब 17-18 राउंड तक होगा. तो आंकड़े ये चेंज भी हो सकते हैं, काफी बदलाव भी देखने को मिल सकता है.
But ask Iqbal, overall, do the trends favor the BJP?
जो है काफी जगह पे पड़ा है.
Absolutely, they are. Anand, I'll just ask him, Iqbal, overall बताइए कि overall क्या पिक्चर आपको दिखाई दे रहा है? बीजेपी ने क्या एक बहुत बड़ी लीड ले रखी है? उनका एडवांटेज है अभी बीजेपी का?
बिल्कुल, अभी देखिए कई डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऐसे हैं जहां से बीजेपी काफी सीटों पे लीड कर रही है. अगर हम रोहतक, भिवानी, हिसार, महेंद्रगढ़, रेवाड़ी, गुरुग्राम, पंचकुला, फरीदाबाद, इन डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में बीजेपी पूरी तरह से लीड कर रही है. तो ये एक अभी देखा है कि इन सीटों पे कहीं मार्जिन बहुत कम है, तो हो सकता है कुछ चेंजेस.
So that's the overall picture. Anand, just very quickly, Jammu and Kashmir also. बताइए शौकत क्या है अपडेट
ये है कि कांग्रेस के बड़े नेता लाल सिंह हार गए हैं, और श्रीनगर से फॉर्मर मिनिस्टर पीडीपी की आसिया नक्काश वो भी हार गई है, और रविंदर रैना बीजेपी के प्रेसिडेंट अभी भी पीछे चल रहे हैं. इल्तिजा मुफ्ती भी पीछे ही चल रहे हैं अभी. हाँ, कुछ राउंड बाकी है, लेकिन बहुत पीछे है अभी.
जी. So that's the update from Jammu and Kashmir. That's the latest coming in, Anand. Back to the studio.
So Iltija Mufti has conceded defeat, and Nazir Ahmad Khan has won from Gurez. So in that Fakir versus Wazir wala game, that narrative, the BJP pulling in a lot of votes, giving a tight fight, but Nazir Khan has actually won. But the fact is that in the seats that the BJP is contesting in Jammu and Kashmir, especially in the Kashmir division, they are getting votes. We have to see what the BJP's vote share is in these Kashmir division. And if that is happening, then it's important. Again, the media query is going unanswered as Bhupinder Hooda is not speaking anymore. He was saying कि ना tired हूँ ना retired हूँ, सरकार हम बना रहे हैं. But Bhupinder Hooda has now refused to speak. He's gotten up and gone. So does that mean that the Congress is conceding defeat in Haryana? Does that mean that the BJP will settle somewhere around 49, 50 seats? 48 leads right now, 48 and 36. So between 48 to 50 seats. Zaka Jacob here at CNN News 18. Should we say that Haryana goes to the BJP? Can we, after 7 rounds, there are about 17, 18 rounds in all.
Yeah.
But overall, do you see the leads consolidating in favor of Haryana, the BJP?
We'll have to see how many constituencies the lead is over 2,000 or over 3,000 votes. Those constituencies where it is more than 3,000 votes, I think those constituencies will settle the way it is. I think the tight fight really is in only about 6 or 7 constituencies. So even if you were to change that by 6 or 7 constituencies, I don't see this picture changing dramatically.
Yusuf Tarigami has won Kulgam.
Yusuf Tarigami has won in the seat of Kulgam. He's, of course, an alliance partner of the NC and the Congress. So this is how it breaks up for the NC and the Congress. Out of the 52 that they're currently leading in, National Conference is leading in 41, Congress in 10, and the CPIM in 1. And the Panthers Party, I think they've given up that seat for Mr. Bhim Singh's son. He's trailing. If you were to look at the overall state, and I just want to bring you up to speed with how the state of Jammu and Kashmir, as far as the BJP is concerned, 1 seat in the valley, which is Shopian, where the BJP candidate continues to lead, but all their other leads are from.
I just checked the EC website. Actually, the candidate has slipped by now 1,000 votes.
Okay.
But what we have still is Vinesh Phogat trailing after
Julana.
6 rounds by about 1,100 votes. And that is big because she was the ecosystem's poster girl. She was Rahul Gandhi's next big breakout leader. Right now, if this trend holds, one would be sort of, again, to use facetious terms, should be underweight in this contest.
Now, celebration at Naib Singh Saini's residence. We will try and see if we got a reporter there. News just coming through. There's celebration at Naib Singh Saini's residence. So, Haryana elections more or less settled in favor of the BJP. Looks like it. Haryana BJP chief has responded. BJP farmers have voted for us. That's the BJP's story. The Haryana BJP chief coming out, and there are celebrations at Naib Singh Saini's residence. We'll try and go across to our reporter. I think Arun Dhanta was tracking Naib Singh Saini very actively. We'll try and connect with him and get you these pictures. Omar Abdullah is leading in Badgam and Gandarbal. So lots happening, ladies and gentlemen. But Haryana seems to be in favor of the BJP, and Jammu Kashmir seems to be going clearly to the National Conference and the Congress Party. And they seem to be in pole position irrespective of what the house size is, 90 or 95. They seem to have 51, and the leads are consolidating in their favor. The BJP at 26 will sit in opposition there along with the others and the PDP. Whether or not some of the others continue to join the Congress NC and make it a far more robust government, or the Congress NC says we are enough, we are okay with our pre-poll alliances with the CPM, that is enough. Again, 49. Harish Khurana said this is the number that the eventual tally will hover around. 49-35 into the 8th round of counting. 7-8 rounds are done and leads are consolidating. Vinesh Phogat is currently trailing. Not trials, but trailing. Vinesh Phogat is trailing from Julna. And the Julana, from Julana ki Bahu, is currently trailing. Is that an overwhelming rejection of this entire narrative? Or is it calling out the politics that was played out? Because the moment she joined the Congress, the narrative on ground was, dekha, ये कांग्रेस ने इनको खड़ा किया था. Both Bajrang Punia and Vinesh Phogat, the same thing happened. They said you didn't fight and you didn't protest because you wanted to protest. You were being propped up by the Congress, and that's the narrative. Now, did that work against them?
Even if it is a seesaw, she was expected as the face of the wrestler. The Hindi word for it. Okay, she was supposed to be Pehelwan. She was supposed to be the out-and-out poster girl of the ecosystem. To find herself...
You have roots in Haryana. I'm a South Indian, and I'm telling you, wrestler equal to
Anand, I think we should not apply...
One moment.
I don't believe in Hindi imposition. No, but hang on.
Yeah. Anand, I think we should not, kind of mix the two issues. We should not imply, the mandate theory on an electoral contest where one of the contestants had faced sexual harassment. I think we required greater sensitivity.
It was the Congress that politicized it.
Sorry.
It was the Congress that politicized it.
She herself made it. She herself made it. Becoming a politician. And she was warned by Sakshi. She was warned by Sakshi, don't do this. You're going to bring disrepute. No, sir, one second.
Mandate theory in this.
No, 1 second. It is a serious matter, no doubt about it. But she herself made it a political issue because she campaigned on it.
She had a right to contest.
Of course she does.
If she was made it an issue during campaigning, sir.
On grounds of her gender, obviously she had reasons to
made it an issue during campaigning.
Let's be careful.
By all means. And Mr. Rashid Kidwai, once the dust settles and once all of this is over, then there will be a lot. There will be a lot that will be said.
Sexual harassment charge.
No. Are you trying to?
Are you suggesting that?
No. If she's made it an electoral issue and it's been rejected by the voter, what are you telling the voter? Are you telling the voter? Are you disrespecting the voter? Are you disrespecting the voter? The point that was made was that she politicized the matter. Why did she politicize the matter? That's the point.
Don't trivialize sexual harassment case.
Nobody is trivializing a sexual harassment. No, I am not, sir. Did she not trivialize it by making it a political issue? Did she not trivialize it by making it a political issue?
No, I think she was within her rights.
So she is very much in her rights to politicize it. And the voter has no right to reject it.
No, the voter
is rejecting it.
First past the post
if the voter is rejecting it, Advaita Kala.
You are saying if a rapist wins,
no, sir. The charge has to be proven. The guilty will be punished. But who politicized it is important.
That person should be.
Who politicized this is important. Who politicized this is important. No. What kind of political logic is this that you are okay to politicize it, and if the voter rejects it, you are questioning the voter? The voter is rejecting the narrative.
Somebody contesting election.
Sir, I am not rejecting the narrative.
Sexual harassment.
As of now, she is failing the voter is. Yeah, she should have run away with this election. She is not running away with the election.
How does it matter?
Advaita Kala.
Yes,
How does it matter?
As per the narrative painted, she should have run away with this election. She is not. Yes, Advaita Kala.
Let's not
Has this criminal act been proven, sir? Has this act been proven? Has this act been proven? You are calling the accused guilty even before the act being proven. And the other person went and politicized it, sir, and you are saying that's okay. Yes, Advaita Kala. Advaita Kala.
Okay. See, let's be honest. She used this as a plank.
That's your perception.
Yeah, she did, and so did the Congress. In all the interviews talking about her, they said, "Ye beti hai, isko pratarit kiya gaya," etc., etc., etc. This was used as her plank, not the fact that she was at the Olympics, so she's a great sports woman. None of that. This was highlighted, and that is the reason why a lot of her compatriots, like Sakshi Malik, said that this is a self-serving maneuver. Now, that message has obviously gone to the voter as well, because the main plank on which she stood was as a woman who was rising like a phoenix, despite the harassment she has faced, has been rejected. If we go by these results.
No, Advaita, I think
it has nothing to do about the.
You need to introspect and find out. See, some women facing a case of sexual harassment. There are many, rape survivors who were in the fray in Uttar Pradesh elections, assembly elections, lost. So a mandate does not mean that it's a deflection on that particular case or somebody
but facing a sexual harassment.
He's made an interesting point. Let's not dismiss Mr. Kidwai's point, but I'm just asking the question to you, sir, very rationally. Did she perhaps do herself the disfavor of entering a political arena, taking an issue which should have been actually settled in the court of law and making it a referendum? Now, that is what Sakshi Malik ji had said, that better you stay out of politics.
Her choice.
No, I agree, it's her choice. But
right.
was that a mistake?
Cannot dilute.
Can we ask the question? No, of course not.
As of now, the
no
voter
one
is
will ever do
rejecting
that.
that flag, and the voter is saying that
that is your perception.
You walked the wrong path on that one. That's what the voter is saying. Mohan Lal of the BJP is saying that the BJP will form government. Pradeep Bhandari with us. So, Pradeep Bhandari, you also in quiet tone said that the narrative will be different and the BJP may just pull through, scrape through, and that's what it's looking like. Why is Vinesh Phogat trailing?
Well, Anandji, today the people of Haryana.
She is leading now. Vinesh Phogat is leading now.
Rahul Gandhi, jhoot ki dukaan. Rahul Gandhi, jhoot ki dukaan.
She is leading by 38 votes.
Point number one is I've been saying that The bottom line is that we are creating history in Haryana under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's development politics. No government in the past has been able to come back for the third time. This trend is suggesting that, like the Chhattisgarh elections 2023, the exit polls were making the government of Bhupesh Baghel. I very well remember the trend shifting. Similar is happening in Haryana elections 2024. It establishes 3 points. A, the Dalits have voted the Bharatiya Janata Party. Rahul Gandhi's entire fake news flops. B, the women have voted the Bharatiya Janata Party. Rahul Gandhi's fake news flops. 3, the entire poor has voted the Bharatiya Janata Party. Rahul Gandhi's fake news flops. Also, the jats have voted us. So every biradri has voted her. It's a win for development politics. And a larger point, Anandji. Generally, the analysts, I was listening to Rashid ji, say that after 10 years, the government establishes anti-incumbency. The Bharatiya Janata Party under Prime Minister Modi, if you see every state government, we've shifted the trend. The more the BJP governs, the more is the pro-incumbency trend. This is why we've been able to repeat governments after government, whether it is Madhya Pradesh or now Haryana, where you're about to create history, whereas the Congress party since 2011 has never repeated the state
we'll
government.
talk about Jammu and Kashmir in a bit, whether that is history or mystery. One minute, Pradeep Bhandari, going across to Arun Dhata, joining us from Mr. Naib Singh Saini's residence. There are celebrations there, claims that they will form government. Yes, Arun Dhata, are they saying that they are in position? Bhupinder Hooda gets up and goes. Naib Singh Saini and Mohanlal are speaking.
Well, Anand, the dramatic turn of events in the results, and as you rightly mentioned, I am at this moment at the residence of the caretaker Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini. Look how quickly things have changed here. Now, half an hour back, there was no preparations, no supporters here, but now we are seeing that people are pouring in. And perhaps the message has also gone to them that as BJP can be seen is forming the government as per the trends which they are going right now. So therefore, people have started. Let me quickly go across to these people who have come here. In fact, you can see they're sipping tea at this moment, and further arrangements are also being done for them, like snacks and all. आप बताइए आप कहाँ से आए हैं?
मैं मंगोली चट्टान से आया हूँ।
सुबह जब शुरुआत हुई थी काउंटिंग की, उस समय कांग्रेस लीड में थी, तो आप लोगों को क्या लग रहा था?
उस टाइम कुछ मायूस सा चेहरा हो गया था, लेकिन उसके बाद जब हम लीड करने लगे तो खुशी का उत्साह एकदम जागृत हो गया।
अच्छा, आपको अभी जो नतीजे हैं, अभी भाजपा दिख रही है सरकार बनाते हुए, कहाँ से आए आप और किस तरह की खुशी है तीसरी बार अगर सरकार बनती है?
दिल्ली से आया हूँ, बड़ी खुशी है, सरकार बनने जा रही है और शुरू से ही म्याद थी और लाडवे हल्के से पढ़ते हैं हम और शुरू से ही म्याद थी, माना भाई हम जिता के भेजेंगे।
तो he is from the Naib Singh Saini's constituency, from where he is contesting for the first time. आप कहाँ से आए?
कुरुक्षेत्र जिले से हम भी।
कुरुक्षेत्र जिले से हैं, तो अब तो लग रहा है सरकार बन रही, कैसे जश्न होगा?
बहुत से सरकार बनने जा रही है नायब सैनी के नेतृत्व में जी। तीसरी बार हरियाणा के सीएम नायब सैनी बनने जा रहे हैं।
ये उम्मीद थी आपको कि एंटी इनकम्बेंसी 10 साल की थी, लोग कह रहे थे कि शायद जनता नाराज है, किसानों का मुद्दा, रेसलर का मुद्दा, कैसे हुआ ये सब?
नहीं, जनता खुश थी, बड़ी खुश थी जनता बीजेपी के काम से। बहुत काम करे बीजेपी ने, इतना कांग्रेस ने नहीं किया काम, लेकिन ने पोल बता दे कांग्रेस आके, लेकिन ऐसा कुछ नहीं।
Right, so celebrations at Naib Singh Saini's residence. Arun Dhanta will try and see if you can get Naib Singh Saini if he's already there, if he comes out and speaks. In the meantime, Pradeep Bhandari, Jairam Ramesh has just tweeted. Jairam Ramesh of the Congress has taken to X and he's posted, like the Lok Sabha elections in Haryana, we are again witnessing slowing down of uploading of up-to-date trends on the Election Commission of India website. Is the BJP trying to build pressure on the administration by sharing outdated and misleading trends? And it's tagged ECI, the Election Commission of India. Now, Pradeep Bhandari, Congress is questioning the poll panel and the counting mechanism, saying कि आप pressure बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, सही नंबर नहीं दिखा रहे हैं।
Well, Mr. Ramesh is exactly speaking like the Zimbabwean team had spoken in 1983 when Kapil Dev had hit more than 170 runs and got India to a historic victory. Jairam Ramesh knows that the people of Haryana are not with him. लोगों को हरियाणा में समझ आ गया आनंद जी की जलेबी जो होती है वो फैक्ट्री में नहीं बनती, परंतु जलेबी हलवाई की दुकान पे बनती है। और मैं निवेदन करना चाहता हूं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी के लोग भी समझ जाए कि हरियाणा की जनता को समझ में आ रहा है। It has rejected this politics of lies, politics of falsehood, politics of using wrestlers as tools for your further political agenda. So today, Rahul Gandhi's jhoot ki dukaan has flopped. It's a huge victory. After coming back to power for the third consecutive time in Lok Sabha elections, we have created history in Haryana elections by being the only government which has come back to power for third consecutive time.
Now, in this case, let me bring it into the studio. Jammu and Kashmir, the results are not being slowed down. Haryana results are being slowed down.
Listen,
Aarti Tikku. Rahul Shivshankar, Aarti Tikku, yeah.
Sorry, well,
Jairam Ramesh is saying that the ECI is deliberately slowing down uploading of the results in Haryana. But everything is all right in Jammu and Kashmir.
Well, it's obviously they are disappointed with the results in Haryana and they're looking for excuses. But really, I think these trends show that the narrative that the Congress tried to build, that Modi brand is over in the Hindi heartland, that Hindutva does not really work, that farmers' agitation, the Musselmen and the Kisan and all those narratives that they tried to build in the last few years, they're not really working in the Hindi heartland. I think the Hindi heartland has spoken very clearly, no ambiguity there. As far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, I think BJP has tried to retain its Jammu base, which is not a bad performance at all. We already knew that National Conference was going to do very well in Kashmir. The only thing I'm finding a bit surprising is that National Conference and Congress are getting a clear majority in J&K. That's something that I did not expect. I expected a hung assembly, but even otherwise, I think the BJP should not feel disappointed by the result in J&K because they've done very well in Jammu, where their political investment was only.
Is there a big political learning here, Rahul Shivshankar and
look, from Jammu and Kashmir,
don't
it's very
go
straight.
propped up candidates.
No,
don't either fight directly or don't push these propped up independent candidates.
In Jammu and Kashmir, very straight. Muslim majority Valley has voted for NC in the Congress. Hindu majority Jammu has voted for the BJP, especially in Hindu majority seats. There is a definite polarization there. There is a cleave between two communities there, and it's reflecting in absolute terms in that result.
No, but 18 seats the BJP is not
but
won in Jammu.
A lot of
18 seats the BJP is not won in Jammu.
Yes, but a lot of them, first of all, the BJP has never exceeded 26, right, in Jammu. So it's done phenomenally well on those 25 seats. It has retained whatever. Now, other seats that we are talking about have mixed populations where Muslims play a huge role. So we have to put those caveats, and we'll bring out the exact numbers. I'm actually doing that research as we are speaking. So there is definitely a cleaved voter behavior along identity lines. Let's not run away from it. Now, you can blame the BJP for it, or you can blame the NC and the Congress for it. I'm not getting into that right now.
But if the Congress and the NC form the next government and they're above the halfway mark reasonably comfortably, what does that mean for this whole business of restoring statehood, the business of whether free and fair elections?
So Zach,
interaction with the center.
First of all, this is where again I want to come in, because I had tweeted yesterday a number of hard facts about how the situation has improved dramatically in Jammu and Kashmir as a state altogether. Now, are we getting trapped, the voters getting trapped, in what is known as the politics of fear-mongering? This is an narrative building on identity. This is where, one second, let me just finish, 30 seconds. This is where we have to begin to focus our attention, especially one particular community. Is it being completely led up the garden path? And we'll have to come to, I'm not questioning their judgment, etc., etc. I'm just saying, have they been sold some form of snake oil? Number one. And you look at these, you just transpose the results across other constituencies throughout India. The Muslim vote is consolidating
Congress
against
Pawan
the
Khera
BJP.
speaking on the
Why?
same issue.
Yes, let's go across.
आप तमाम चैनल्स पे देखिए, पहली बार होता हुआ दिख रहा है कि चैनल्स अपने रिपोर्टर्स के जो आंकड़े आते हैं काउंटिंग सेंटर से वो नहीं दिखा रहे, चुनाव आयोग के आंकड़ों पर निर्भर कर रहे हैं, और चुनाव आयोग के आंकड़े चौथे या पांचवें छठे राउंड के दिखा रहे हैं, जबकि हमारे कंट्रोल रूम से 11 राउंड के आंकड़े आ चुके हैं। मैं आपको विनेश फोगाट जी का उदाहरण देता हूं। आप कोई चैनल खोल दीजिए, सब में उनको 4 राउंड के बाद पीछे दिखाया गया था, जबकि 9 राउंड के बाद वो 4,437 वोटों से आगे हैं, अब 5200 वोटों से आगे हो गई। तो ये आंकड़ों में जो मिसमैच है, गैप है, ये क्यों है? ये हम बार बार चुनाव आयोग से, अभी हमारे महासचिव जयराम रमेश जी ने ट्वीट करके भी पूछा है कि ये क्या दबाव डालने की कोशिश हो रही है स्थानीय प्रशासन पर। इसलिए हम फिर से चुनाव आयोग को कह रहे हैं, आगाह कर रहे हैं कि इसमें तुरंत एक्शन ले, तुरंत जितने राउंड्स हो चुके हैं अपडेट करें, जितने भी जो ट्रेंड्स हैं उनको अपडेट किया जाए।
सर किस तरीके की आपको खामियां आपको लगता है या क्या होना चाहिए?
11 राउंड हो चुके हैं, 12 राउंड हो चुके हैं, आप अभी छठे या सातवें राउंड पर ही रुके हुए हैं.
Go
Channels.
to the live result hub. Let's just go to the live result hub and I'll ask Avantika to check with Iqbal, check with Shaukat and all of them. We'll try and go to the live result hub and say these claims of 11 rounds over, 12 rounds over, etc., etc., and the ECI not reporting. Nalin Mehta, is this a new thing or has the ECI been a little slow in updating the full rounds? Is there any merit to it? Because they're not asking this question in Jammu and Kashmir. They're more worried about Haryana.
So two things. I think we should put this EVM bogey to the rest, number one. Number two is that this is not new. In every election, the EC website is generally a lot more slower than what a lot of your respondents. If you go to your to the News 18 counting center, they'll be ahead because generally there's a delay between the time when the counting and the time taken to upload.
Right.
Because our reporters are live and News 18 runs the biggest network for this. You can get it on the phone immediately what's happening. So there is this thing. So this is not. There is nothing.
Let's go to Avantika and ask her to speak with Shaukat and Iqbal and ask them. They see this allegation by the Congress party कि 11-12 round हो चुके हैं ground पर, but only ECI is reporting only 7th round. So what's the story? Is it true?
But haven't we heard that before, Anand, so many times? What a stunning comeback by the BJP. I mean, we've been, since 6 a.m. we've been here. All of people have been here. All the reporters are at the counting centers, keeping a very close track of all those calls coming in, monitoring every number that is coming in. Iqbal, Congress कह रही है कि कुछ गड़बड़ है, ये तो हो ही नहीं सकता है. जो हरियाणा में हमने देखा है कितना नेक एंड नेक हो रहा है. But क्या comeback हुआ है बीजेपी का?
एग्जिट पोल आने के बाद जो है कांग्रेस बहुत पॉजिटिव थी और हालांकि काफी लोग भी ये सोच के बैठे थे कि कांग्रेस का इतना बड़ा डेटा है तो कांग्रेस कहीं ना कहीं सरकार जरूर बना लेगी, लेकिन चूंकि डेटा में फ्लक्चुएशन बहुत ज्यादा देखने को मिल रहा है. शुरू से जो आंकड़े आ रहे हैं वो लगातार मतलब देखिए बीजेपी बहुत ज्यादा पीछे थी और अब 49 का आंकड़ा आप देख रहे हैं कि बीजेपी को 49 सीटों पे जो है बढ़त अभी मिली हुई है. लेकिन अगर आप देखें कुछ चेहरे ऐसे भी हैं जो शुरू से जो मतलब पीछे ही चल रहे हैं, तो अब उसमें जैसे कैप्टन अभिमन्यु जैसा चेहरा है वो देखिए शुरू से दुष्यंत वो भी देखिए शुरू से ट्रेल में है. तो ऐसे जो है कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है ये इन चेहरों के पीछे वैसा रहा कि कहीं वोट मतलब काटा गया या आम आदमी पार्टी का जो है वो एक भी जो है वो लीड नहीं कर रहा है, तो कहीं ना कहीं वोट उनकी तरफ भी चला गया है. तो वो भी
and we've been seeing these fluctuations, Anand. We've been getting you all the reports since morning. All of us have been here since the early morning hours. Shaukat, जम्मू एंड कश्मीर के बारे में जल्दी एक अपडेट बता दीजिए.
जम्मू कश्मीर में अब विन्स का आ रहे हैं और 2 जगह से बीजेपी जीत गई है और 1 जगह से एनसीपी जीत गई है और बाकी जो बड़े नेताओं का, बड़े लीडर्स का है वो ऑलमोस्ट सेम ही ट्रेंड है, अभी कुछ चेंज नहीं हुआ. इल्तिजा मुफ्ती लेकिन अभी
yes, Anand.
Okay, Rahul sir, Amit Malviya of the BJP has now tweeted that Rahul Gandhi's Vijay Sankalp Yatra didn't help. He touched 12 seats and the Congress has lost 8 of them. That's what he just tweeted. So there are jibes and counter jibes, but yes, on the rounds,
the Election Commission's reporting.
Yeah.
See, the Election Commission's I'm looking at the Election Commission website right now.
Yeah.
There are several seats where the Election Commission is currently reporting 11th or 12th round of counting. In some it is 5 or 6, but that is to be expected. For example, in Badli it is showing the 10th round out of 20. In Barwala is showing 8th out of 13th. So there are several ones. I mean, it's not like I don't think it's correct to say.
Already showing that it's reaching
the maximum.
Is
8.
Right.
For example, in Fatehabad is already showing 9 out of 18. In Firozpur, Jirka is showing 10 out of 19. So it is reporting. Its reporting is varied across constituencies, but that's to be expected.
Omar Abdullah, if you pay for exit polls or waste time discussing them, you deserve all the jokes, memes, and ridicule. There was a reason I called them a waste of time a few days ago. So that's what he says. He is being the same equanimous.
Well, if these trends hold for Haryana is right.
In terms of Haryana, it's right. Pradeep Bhandari, how would you respond to Pawan Khera? 12 round ho gaye ground par compared to the Jammu and Kashmir rounds. Haryana is slow. Integrity of the ECI being questioned.
It cannot be possible that you believe in you believe in election commission in Jammu and Kashmir, but you do not believe in the same election commission in Haryana. So it speaks volumes about how the Congress party treats your institutions, particularly the election commission. That is Congress party's thought process. On Jammu and Kashmir, just one small point. Even if you look at the election commission, Anandji, the maximum vote share that we've got, we are the party which has got more vote share even than the NC. So if as per the election commission, we have a vote share of 26.73%, which is more vote share than what we got in the Lok Sabha elections. So even Jammu and Kashmir for us is a big positive. Jammu we've consolidated significantly. Yes, we've increased our votes in the valley, not seats, but Jammu and Kashmir for us just is not about politics. It is about
see, as per the Lok Sabha 2024 seat shares, after the delimitation, BJP was leading and BJP had 29 seats. Right now, you are on 25. This 25 mirrors your performance in Lok Sabha 2020, Assembly elections 2014, where the BJP got 25 seats. Lok Sabha 2019, the BJP was leading or had a hold sway on, if you transpose the leads onto Assembly constituencies in 30. So that means आप minus में गए हैं, आप plus में नहीं गए हैं. Even compared to the Lok Sabha 2014, you are 4 seats minus. You should have consolidated and become better. That's not happened. You are going back to your 2014 performance as of now.
Yes, on 2014, yes, but if you look at the recently concluded 2024 elections, we've increased our vote share even from the recently concluded 2024 election. But overall, if you look at it, the Bharatiya Janata Party has made its presence felt in Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu and Kashmir, now the Congress party, which fought on less seats than us, is a single-digit party. So even in Jammu and Kashmir, the Congress party...
The only vote share gain that you should look for, not in Jammu region, but in the Kashmir region, because the BJP was zero there and never had a footprint. If you have increased your footprint in terms of vote share, that's okay. But I agree with Rashid Kitwai that vote share, when you say increase, is the talk of the loser. It's the seat share that counts, because that's the first past post metric. It's not the vote share. In that case, you are doing worse than what you did at Lok Sabha 2024.
Can I ask, Pradeep Bhandari, can I ask you a question, please, on Jammu and Kashmir? Look, I know that Jammu and Kashmir, sort of the result is settled. So 100% decline in stone pelting incidents, 69% fall in terror attacks, 80% fall in civilian casualties. GDP of J&K has doubled to over 2.25 lakh crore from 1 lakh crore. Industrial development schemes worth 28,400 crore under Sehat. 100% health insurance cover for all J&K residents. Medical colleges have opened. A number of small 28 hydro projects estimated to cost 2,000 crore operational. Despite all of this, why haven't you pulled off some gains in Kashmir? Pradeep Bhandari, is this the fear psychosis? Is this the negative campaign? What is the reason that you have not been able to thwart the NC and Congress in the valley?
Rahulji, a detailed analysis of it is something which we will do in the due course of time. But what the commentary I've been reading and what the commentary is coming from the valley, we have to see that why is it that despite development, the minority vote consolidates with parties which do not do development. That is the minority votes, and this is just not to do with Kashmir. It is to do with every constituency where the minority vote is in a majority. So we've been ensured, if you see any government scheme, and which you've been rightly pointing out, we've ensured that irrespective of caste, creed, religion, we've provided development because we believe in the politics of development. However, in constituencies which have demographic tilt, where the minority is the majority, we tend to see, which is what data suggests, that despite development, the vote is particularly for parties which appease, which we cannot do. We will continue to do development, but it is the point of
Rashid Kitwai asking you a question.
Deliberation.
Yeah, I think Pradeep, this is not a fair argument because what do you say about voting pattern in Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, several other states? And in any case, when we say majority, minority, it has a very different meaning in the context of Kashmir and in the context of Kerala, and also I don't think that really holds a test of time.
No, so the majority, that's the Muslims in Jammu and Kashmir, won't vote for a Hindu party perceptually, that is BJP, despite doing all the work for them.
He's talking about Muslims
which are the
don't vote for development.
Will not vote for a Hindu party, that is the BJP.
It's not about Hindu. He's saying Muslims don't vote for development. So I said, look at the voting pattern in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka.
Muslims are, there is a perception that's been built and the BJP is not able to break that the BJP does not work for Muslims. The BJP is a Hindu party, it's a communal party, everybody else is secular. That's what the whole, and the vote grouping is happening against the BJP consolidation. Muslim votes is not happening. You are not being able to win the Muslims. In trying to win the Muslims, you are losing the Hindu votes also. That's the counter, that's another argument that's being made. That's why this entire batenge to katenge conversation that's happening.
Anand, it's not surprising that the BJP is the Hindu party in Jammu and in Kashmir is not made gains so far. But I want to make two quick points on vote shares. You see, in Jammu and Kashmir, the BJP is now the single largest party by vote share. It's 26%. Compared to the Congress, which is 12.54%. So the BJP's vote share now in the state is now more than double of the Congress's. And in Haryana separately, the vote share for the longest time we've been seeing that the BJP is at 49 and Congress 35, but vote share Congress was higher. Now they are converging. BJP is now 39 point something percent and Congress is 40.2 or 3%. So the vote share is now
the gap
converging.
is also being narrowed.
Right, yeah.
See, in Madhya Pradesh, for example, when the BJP lost that election, their vote share was higher than the Congress by about 0.7%. So that doesn't really make a difference because you could be getting votes in traditional areas where you are stronger in any case in your pockets. Yeah. But it's a good point that you make.
So the other point is because one of the reasons, see, if you look at the vote share in Jammu and Kashmir, the INC, the National Conference vote share is 22.8%. So, so while in some ways you should see the state as together, you know, I'm not sure that this Hindu-Muslim divide, you know, is necessarily a good way of looking at it.
No, but really, Nalin, Rahul has been consistently and persistently saying that the vote in Jammu and Kashmir is polarized, it's communal, and I completely disagree with him. I disagree for three reasons. One, if you really look at how Kashmiri Muslims have voted, in fact, the bogey that every Kashmiri Muslim is an Islamist has been proven completely wrong because Jamaat-e-Islami today is nowhere in the picture. The biggest socio-religious organization which is known for Islamism, which has been known for pro-Pakistan view, which in fact was led by Sayyid Ali Shah Gilani's sentiment with respect to the question of Jammu and Kashmir, that has been busted altogether.
No, then why hasn't the BJP's Muslim candidates? Why haven't BJP's Muslim candidates won then?
No, so wait. Again, we must look at everything.
I'm asking you, why hasn't the BJP's Muslim candidate won?
Let me answer this, Rahul. The fact is that BJP has never invested politically in Kashmir region. So you cannot suddenly wake up, and overnight find candidates, cadre in Kashmir and expect that you are going to win.
Is right, Rahul.
Yeah.
Look.
You see, the BJP had 5 years.
Sir,
I'm
happy to be corrected. I'm happy to be corrected if people believe in this optimistic flowering of interfaith relations, etc., etc. They're free to have their opinion. I don't, and I'm going to hang on to my opinion on this particular issue because I fundamentally find it rather strange that political parties that have not done much for the state of Jammu and Kashmir for 70 years are back through the revolving door. I'm sorry, I find it difficult to reconcile, and I'm probably scratching around through lived history for a reason. So I'll let this go. I mean, I'm not going to contest your point. I hope you're right that the BJP is finding greater acceptance now, and that we have closed the communal divide. No, I hope you're right. I hope you're right. For the good of God, for the good of God. No, 1 second. For the good of the state and for the good of God and for the good of India, I hope you're right.
Rahul, may I make a small point here? Rahul, a quick
very quickly. I think I'm with.
Okay. 1 second. Jairam Ramesh. Commenting. Let's go straight across.
पेश कर रहे हैं अभी अगले 5-7 मिनटों में हम पेश करेंगे शिकायत कर रहे हैं अब उम्मीद करते हैं कि ईसीआई हमारे सवालों का जवाब दें क्योंकि 10 12 11 राउंड के नतीजे आ चुके हैं पर जो अपडेट किया गया ईसीआई के वेबसाइट पर चैनलों पर सिर्फ 4 या 5 राउंड के नतीजे आ रहे हैं तो ये प्रशासन पर एक दबाव रखने का एक तरीका है ये लोकसभा चुनाव में भी हुआ था हम लोग गए थे अभिषेक सिंघवी जी और मैं ईसीआई गए थे हमने शिकायत की और तब ईसीआई ने कार्रवाई की तो हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि ईसीआई जो एक संवैधानिक संस्था है निष्पक्ष संस्था है इस तरीके से स्थानीय प्रशासन पर दबाव नहीं डालना चाहिए
Is this going to be the go-to excuse now of the Congress party if these trends hold in Haryana? Khisyani Billi, Khamba Kharoche, whatever it's called. I just want to ask you, I mean, who is actually rejecting the mandate of the people? We've been talking about, Trump and this and that and, how the BJP does this, that, the other. No, I'm asking, Nalin, I mean, why are we raking up a non-issue? You yourself said that 11 or 12 rounds on EC website have been uploaded.
Diversionary tactics.
but why should they be? I
So-
mean, come
so-
on. This
so
is
no,
not
Rahul, I
diversionary.
agree.
This is
I
a
agree.
cynical
See,
attempt and undermining
blaming the
the
EC, I
people's
think, is
faith in the
counterproductive
institutions.
completely. It's completely irrelevant because you can't reject the EC in one state and accept it in the other. In that case, why did you accept the Lok Sabha election result also? So I think this bogey should be put aside once and for all. I think the Congress is facing a difficult day today because Haryana was supposed to be a sweep for the Congress by their own assessment. Laddu aaye.
Exactly. Laddu went back. The jalebi was retained, but the laddu went back.
And this is not just any other state. Because this is coming after the Lok Sabha election, this state, the results in this state hold portents about what is happening in the Hindi heartland post the 2024 Lok Sabha result. Was this the great revival of the Congress or was it not? If it's not, then it raises much more serious questions about the emergence of Rahul Gandhi and the Congress.
I think it was the revival of the voter who played it a little complacent during the general
Revival
election.
of the voter. Yes, sir. I want to bring in Shazia and me right
I
after.
think
Yes.
it's a very the Congress tried, and they, as you know, they had some kind of caste arithmetic and all. It didn't click. It's a simple thing. You see, in elections, Rahul, it is Janta Janardhan. So Janta Janardhan has given a verdict in Haryana that we are seeing, and Janta Janardhan has given a verdict in Jammu and Kashmir.
Okay.
So we should accept it.
Okay, Shazia Ilmi, accept the verdict, says. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Rahul, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So, Rahul, whether it's Khamba, Noche or Kharoche, the fact is that, no longer will this bogey of EVM and EC and all the victimhood that Congress has been using will work. As somebody just said, as I think Nalin said, that it can't work well in one state and not well in the other. Two, Rashid Bhai saying it has worked in J&K. Now, if you look at Congress, how much is Congress getting in J&K? So NC is doing extremely well and nobody can dispute that. And we will accept our numbers and we will not froth at the mouth and say, oh, there is some EVM hacking happening and Sthani Prashasan and local administration and all of that. But here, you look at how much is Congress, how well is Congress doing in J&K also. They're riding on the NC thing is one thing. So I think it's pretty clear. In the morning itself, I heard Congress leaders not only, celebrate and bajao the dhols and, order the laddus and jalebis and churma and offer each other, but also analyze as to why they're winning and what is the reason why BJP is losing so badly. So such is the connect of the Congress party with the ground that there was no idea whatsoever. And here, this overdoing the Jat land, Jat. So, I mean, what do you expect? And eventually, Jats and Jatavs are citizens.
Okay, Kidwai
They
Saab.
are impacted
Kidwai Saab,
by
please
what
respond.
happens.
Please respond.
Good governance
Please respond
matters.
to Shazia Ilmi. She's making such important points.
Yes, I think my good friend Shazia Ilmi is absolutely right. Political parties do mess up. The political parties, on the 4th of June, also political parties had a realization. They said 300 plus, 400 plus, and got to 240 votes. So it happens. The Congress calculations have gone haywire in Haryana, and they should admit it.
No, but who should admit it?
I mean,
Should Rahul Gandhi come out and say,
obviously.
So he should take blame.
Just as 2024 Lok Sabha verdict from the BJP's point of view, BJP was expecting a very, good performance, and it didn't. It could not get a majority of its own. So it happens, and Shazia is absolutely right about it.
Okay, she's right about it. So viewers, look, there are three ways of looking at this issue. Yes, you want to make a point, Advaita?
I think it's also, Rashid said, if they lose Haryana tomorrow, then is it the Modi factor? I think the Modi factor has actually worked this time because the whole 400 par narrative led to a complacency even amongst the core Modi voter. And I think you're seeing a revival. When I said revival of that voter, I wasn't being facetious, to use your word, but you realize that what a slightly weakened Modi government, although it's still a majority, has had to deal with in the last couple of months.
Okay, so Aarti Tikku, while the numbers on the leaderboard look great when you look at it as a Congress NC hyphen, right? The Congress isn't really pulling its weight. Omar Abdullah was right, even in that alliance.
Yes.
Its vote share is down. And in Haryana, it's also got a bit of a kick in the shins if you really look at the numbers right now. What does that tell you about the Congress party? Is it really coming back as the alternative to the BJP? Or wherever it is actually fighting the BJP, it has a problem breaking through even today?
Absolutely. I think the Congress has a long way to go. It is quite clear that people are not able to repose the same faith that they had in the Congress party once upon a time. they are still finding Rahul Gandhi's tactics, his tantrums, his theatrics not quite appealing. So I think it is not going to be easy for the Congress party. It seemed that it was going to be a cakewalk in Haryana as well as Jammu, where in fact BJP had given them large enough ammunition to have that base, to recover that base. But the fact is that the Congress is unable to, one, provide an alternative, substantive narrative to the voter. Just by saying that Modi has done nothing doesn't really negate the fact that Modi government has provided lot of opportunity to lot of sections of society, especially the OBCs, Dalits, the other backward classes, and that, you know, Congress is not really able to crack it.
Yes, so Kidwai Saab, let me ask you this, because, you know, when we tried to put that question to Mr. Deo, Mr. Deo sort of did not answer me directly. He talked about organizational base not being strong enough, this, that, the other. But the Congress says that the Modi government makes a hash of its time in office, of governance when it's in office. But it is actually the BJP, if these trends hold in Haryana, that will be coming back for a record unprecedented third time. In Uttar Pradesh, it retains, one of the biggest states in the Indian Union. In Maharashtra, actually, with the Shiv Sena, it did retain the state. Okay, in Gujarat it retains, in Bihar it retains, in Uttarakhand it retains. It is won back, in fact, from the Congress. After the Congress gets in, with a big mandate in Chhattisgarh, it wins back Chhattisgarh within 5 years. In Rajasthan, it gets it back after 5 years. So fundamentally, what are we looking at? We're looking at a party that actually is not walking the talk, isn't it? Fundamentally, let's ask that question today.
So to say that, you know, the Congress is weak, yes, most certainly. But what you're saying was a, you know, kind of selective interpretation of it, because what we saw in Rajasthan, what we saw in Rajasthan,
people
the
give
Congress
it a choice.
lost power, but the Congress, you know, performed rather well. And it, you know, it gave a, you know, good fight. The Congress won Himachal from the BJP.
It lost the state, did it not, sir?
No, it did. That's what I'm saying. It did. But I'm saying in terms of performance, if you look at it in Haryana,
no, you're talking about party electoral performance. I'm talking about performance in office, sir. In 5 years, you are not able to convince the voter for a second term. Why?
Yes, it's always a very, you know, a challenging thing, particularly for a political party that's still to, you know, provide a very strong counter to Narendra Modi brand of politics.
It's not about Narendra Modi brand.
Obviously, I mean, you look at
when you are in
Haryana,
office, you've already countered the Narendra Modi brand to win that particular state, but you cannot seem to deliver and carry the voter for another term. That's what I'm saying, Mr. Kidwai.
Your criticism is fair, but what I'm saying is it is not something unusual.
No, so then are we going to say that because the BJP has won at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 back-to-back elections, it is increasing its footprints in Odisha and other states, it is actually the party of governance?
Yeah, in Odisha, BJP came in power for the first time.
Its record. Is it the party of governance?
Well, that's what I'm saying. In Odisha, BJP has come in power for the first time. The Congress has been in power for 10 times there.
Nalin,
okay,
is the BJP really the party of governance? And the Congress gets in where?
Rahul, there are two things. One is the BJP breaking into new areas?
Yes.
Yes. Odisha is one of those.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the south,
Kerala
is the other place. Is the BJP increasing its footprint in its existing bastions? Yes. If you look at the older bastions, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh has not been out of power for over 2 decades, barring the Kamal Nath interim in the middle. In the Hindi heartland, this result seems to indicate that whatever reverses that were happening, those have got reversed again. So, so in the sense that they were more the outcome of local causes or of a specific moment in time as opposed to a larger historic shift. Absolutely. So that is the difference between Congress and BJP at the moment.
Shazia Elmi, would you like to respond? Shazia Elmi, yes.
You know, just a small point, Rahul. Yeah, you're talking about something which is the most important, which is the heart of the matter, which is governance. And I think that is the purpose and the mandate of every government in power, states and center. Now, just look at 3 states. Let's just look at Telangana. Too early to start. Look at Karnataka and Himachal. Look at what's happened with governance model, with administration, with all the talk of guarantees and subsidies and the fiscal deficit. Just see what a mess there is. Also on corruption, I can say, but particularly Himachal and Karnataka. It is a complete royal mess. Himachal is having a problem in even giving salaries next month. So is Punjab. And all the subsidies that were announced, whether they were for power and water, they're also being taken away now because they're saying people who can pay income tax should not get a subsidy. So a lot of them are being taken back because they can't do it. So when there are no pre-budgetary allocations, when there is no planning, expenditure is not preempted. When you just do this is what happens. And this is being
some
proven
breaking
again and
news
again.
coming in.
Also,
I'll bring you in, Mr.
happening-
Kidwai. I'll just give me 30 seconds. Some breaking news coming in. Election Commission sources have spoken to TV18 and they've said that this is wrong. We have put out our updates very regularly in consonance with exactly how we are getting information from the polling centers. In some, we have put out 6 or 7. In others, we have gone beyond. So please do not cherry pick. That's basically what the Election Commission has conveyed to us via its sources. Yes, sir, you were making a point.
I think as far as this thing is concerned, this is of course on the part of Jairam Ramesh, it's a diversionary tactics. It's a difficult moment for the Congress to explain, rationalize what has happened in Haryana. So they have opted for this and just to have some kind of debating point. But that point that Shazia was making about the governance part, etc. Isn't it? So
yes.
I think it is a lesson for the Congress that wherever there is some Congress has some kind of alliance. You look at Tamil Nadu, you look at Uttar Pradesh in recent Lok Sabha elections and all. When it comes to their own direct fight with the BJP, Congress is still finding it very difficult. So I think Congress, in the time to come, should look more at the India story, the India alliance story, rather than the Congress story, the great Congress revival. It seems just not.
And if I may add, Rahul, to Javed's point, to Rashid's point. See, Haryana is not an older bastion of the BJP in the sense that Madhya Pradesh or Gujarat were, or even UP has recently become. Haryana is a place where the BJP was never in power before 2014. It never reached even the 30% mark before that.
That's right.
So for there, in a state like that, to come back to power, as it seems it is looking at the moment, in a third term, without a ground leader of any large regional scale. This is like Uttarakhand. Where you have a leader who was removed, you have a new chief minister, you don't have a regional pan-regional leader, the PM has led the thing and you're still winning. And this is in a state where you barely managed to win in the last time around.
Yes.
So therefore, this is telling us something deeper happening.
So, and what is this victory that might happen in maybe an hour? First of all, do you think this trend is going to dramatically alter? Number one. Number two, if this holds, what do you think are the reasons cephalogically? And then, of course, the larger question about whether Rahul Gandhi's party his narrative has been rejected.
So I don't see this trend changing significantly now, because we are now at about 12-15. There are about 7 to 8 rounds counted almost in all seats, about 15 to 16 in several of them. So it's unlikely to see a very major dramatic change for 2 or 3 reasons. Also because the vote share now is converged. It's about 40% for Congress, 39-point-something% for the BJP. Also, the close fights, those are only 6 or 7 at the moment, under 1,000. And in most of those, BJP is actually losing. So if anything, it might reverse the other way. So that's number one. Number two is, Rahul, that in terms of what does this mean cephalogically? The first thing it means is that there was a lot of infighting within the BJP, which also led to the reverse in the 2024 election. In fact, the Home Minister told us very clearly that, look, he expected that result in Haryana. Now that the BJP has pulled back, the RSS cadres are back on the ground. There's been a lot of movement that happened in the last 2 or 3 months. That's one at an organizational, realpolitik level. Number two, there was a whole thing that jats have moved away from the BJP. I don't think they ever did. Even in the Lok Sabha result, the Jat vote was evenly split. Even now it is evenly split. Our numbers show us that. Secondly, the larger social coalition that the BJP built in Haryana, the BJP's advances in Haryana for the last 10 years have been built on building a social coalition of other castes, other OBCs, non-Jat OBCs, Dalits and so on. That coalition has sustained. And very importantly for national politics, the BJP essentially went below the majority mark in 2024 because the Dalit vote went against it. and the and the OBC vote went reversed.
So are you saying that
you are seeing a huge resurgence of the OBC vote and Dalit vote in Haryana now?
So are you saying that Rahul Gandhi, and let me bring in Mr. Meka. Welcome, sir. Mr. Meka to the panel, Congress leader here. Mr. Meka, are we seeing the Dalit and the OBC voter rejecting this entire caste census bogey, the fact that Mr. Modi is tampering with the constitution to undermine the rights of the Dalits, of the OBCs, of the STs? Is that bogey being rejected, sir? And does this force the Congress perhaps to re-look at their narrative? Mr. Meka.
Yeah, the first point is it's not a caste census, is not a bogey. Okay, you need to change your jargon there.
Okay.
Caste census is something that we are asking for the country.
Right.
So we need to know where we stand. It's as simple as that. It's not a bogey. Second, you are jumping the gun very soon. You need to wait for more rounds. And so this is not something that to validate.
No, okay. So let's talk about a state. Let's talk about a state where the election is pretty much called. Let's talk about Jammu and Kashmir for 30 seconds, right? Let's bring in Mr. Mattu. Yes, let us bring in TV18's Jammu and Kashmir bureau chief and welcome, because you cleave between Jammu and the valley. Now in Jammu, the Congress hasn't really ripped up the turf there either. The BJP is within a couple of seats of what's best showing was in the past. So even in Jammu, the voter, and in Kashmir, the voter not picked the Congress. What do you think is the reason?
See, Rahul, we need to understand that people in Kashmir, they have en masse voted against BJP. This is what the National Conference and PDP has been saying from day one, that people in Kashmir Valley, despite BJP claiming that large-scale development has taken place in Kashmir, there has been decline in the number of terror incidents in Kashmir, stone pelting has stopped, but people in Kashmir, they have rejected BJP en masse. That's why BJP has not been able to open an account, and we need to accept that. As far as BJP is concerned in Jammu region, you see, Rahul, 28, I'll go with when the entire counting would be done, BJP would be around 25 to 26. The reason being that for the last 10 to 12 days before the final phase, BJP had put all its effort on Jammu region, right from Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Home Minister Amit Shah to BJP President JP Nadda, every single leader of the BJP top leadership.
So are you saying that in Jammu, the Prime Minister, Amit Shah, and the others have resonance, that the voter continues to have faith in their ability to govern at least that province of the Union Territory?
See, Rahul, as I told you earlier, that in Kashmir Valley, the 370 continues to be an emotional card. The political parties, Kashmir-based political parties, especially National Conference, National Conference played the 370 card very well. It went to the people. Though people in Kashmir, they are very much politically aware. They know that a regional party cannot bring Article 370 back. It's done and dusted. Okay. But still, it holds an emotional value in Kashmir.
Hold on. Hold your thoughts. Let me go across to Kumari Selja. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Top senior Congress leader, Dalit leader, if I may. Kumari Selja, the result is not called right now. We are around the 8th or 9th round of counting. Some EC constituencies are showing that, look, it's the 13th or 14th round. But this trend that we are seeing at the bottom of our screens has been holding firm for the last 1.5 hours. If you were to go by this trend line, it's not an outcome that perhaps the Congress would be very flattered by.
No, absolutely not. But I don't see this as the final word. I would say that what you have seen since morning trend was something else, and then it changed after some time. I'm sure it will change again, and Congress will romp home to victory.
But Ms. Selja, even if you look at the vote shares, which don't tend to change as the tally does, the vote share suggests that there's a very marginal difference between the BJP and the Congress. I think it's just about 1%, if Nalin Mehta can just correct me exactly. I think it's just 1%, the vote share difference between the BJP and the Congress in Haryana. That doesn't show that there's massive anti-incumbency as far as the BJP is concerned, ma'am?
Yeah, that analysis will have to be done after the final results. But as you're saying, it seems to be neck and neck, and it can go either way. And I'm confident that it will go Congress way.
But this was supposed to be a sweep, wasn't it? The exit polls, the Congress itself came on the show some days back and said, look, we're expecting no less than 60 seats. Now, that hasn't quite happened. Why hasn't the Congress streaked ahead? After all, Mr. Modi has let down the Dalits because he wants to change the constitution and deny them their rights. After all, he's cheated and shortchanged the OBCs by standing against the caste census. This is what the Congress has been saying. Yet the OBCs, yet the Dalits, and even the Jats for that matter, seem to be still pretty loyal to the Congress party, to the BJP. Why is this the case, ma'am?
Again, please don't be hasty in your judgment and final analysis. We are running neck and neck, and when the final results come, then we'll see. And all this analysis can be done much later. All these things matter. Absolutely, they matter. But I would say that the anti-incumbency of the BJP in the state was what mattered most. That was the major factor. The primary factor was that. And I would say that still holds true.
So this tight contest, what do you put it down to, this neck and neck contest? Is it that the BJP has suddenly sort of been, forced back into the game? What really happened? Or was Mr. Hooda's projection perhaps not quite the right thing for the Congress?
To be honest, I'm just going by what you are saying, and I haven't really seen anything else or got information from the ground, because I'm sitting with channels only. But we'll go into it. We'll go into it. Sometimes what happens is that some areas are taken up, and the others we know where we are weak, where we are strong. So that may yet come.
Okay. Well, Ms. Selja, thank you for being a sport and speaking to me at this time when the result is still a bit up in the air. But thank you very much. Mr. Mattu, you were wanting to make a point on Kashmir.
I just wanted to make a point which I think the clear winner in this election so far in J&K is the National Conference.
National Conference.
If you look at the seats of the National Conference, or the trends, suggests that they have won a majority from within the valley, but they have a presence now within the Chenab belt. Ramban, they're leading. Doda, they're leading in a couple of constituencies. They've also, their candidate in Naushera has a lead over the president of the BJP, Surinder Chaudhary, over Ravinder Raina. The Congress, the bulk of its leads are from within the valley, counterintuitively. So you have Tariq Hamid Kara, the present president, leading from Shalteng. You have from Duru, Ghulam Ahmad Mir leading, Pirzada Mohammad Sayed leading from Anantnag. These are all successive presidents of the state unit of the Congress party. So except for 2 seats, Raman Bhalla, who's a hefty, in every sense of the word, leader, he's leading from Jammu, RS Pura South, I think, in Jammu. And then there's one other seat in which the Congress is leading in the Jammu province. So in other words, NC seems to have had its imprint, while the BJP has kept and consolidated on the essentially what, hint, within inverted commas, is the Hindu belt within the Jammu division, Kathua, Samba, Udhampur, Jammu city. That they have retained almost to a man, except for Raman Bhalla here and there, and a couple of other seats. While in Rajouri Punch, it's divided. While in Chenab, it's BJP versus NC because there are population differences. Valley itself is NC territory with Congress. PDP is leading one, surprisingly, Fayaz Ahmad Mir from Kupwara, and Pulwama, Wahid Para, who was in jail and is president of the Youth PDP. I'll just complete in 2 minutes.
No problem.
Then the surprise is Imran Ansari, who's one of the leaders of the Shia community within, and one of the leaders of the JKPC, seems to be trailing behind the National Conference candidate in Patan. His uncle is losing to the National Conference candidate Tariq Tanveer Sadiq. Similarly, Engineer Rashid has turned out to be the biggest joker, not in a humorous sense, but in terms of people believing that he was a card that someone could play in a manner in which he would win anything. And that was the appeal that he had generated after the parliamentary constituency, when, being inside Tihar, he defeated Umar Abdullah and Sajjad Lone. He has had absolutely zero impact because he was then projected successfully to a majority of the people in Jammu and Kashmir as the ultimate insider.
Right.
That he was one card being used by the center.
Right.
Similarly, Altaf Bukhari's Apni party doesn't seem to have done well, except for Altaf Bukhari himself in Chandpura, but he's still trailing behind there. None of the other Jamaat-e-Islami, which had put up, this Sajjan Bhagati's daughter led his campaign in Birua, trailing behind.
Okay.
Muzaffar Beg, one of the tallest leaders of the PDP, former Deputy Chief Minister, Padma Bhushan awardee, coming fourth from Baramulla against his own nephew, Javed Hussain Beg. So this is...
The PDP actually now has lost, the muftis have lost four elections.
We should also take into factor in the fact that even Jamaat has not made any inroads in Kashmir. They came out, in fact, they separated ways with PDP because they used to be their core voter.
Okay.
And now they have really tested their ground.
Right.
All their theory for the last 35 years that it's the pro-Pakistan, sentiment, it's the secessionist sentiment, separatist sentiment, it's all gone out of the window.
One point, I'll just let you come in. That, there's a difference in most places between street power and electoral substantive power. Jamaat and these separatists have had street power, calling off strikes, stone pelting, perhaps being able to ensure lockdowns. But in terms of electoral power, it suggests that the only party within the valley which has the cadre and the strength and the sustainability is the National Conference against all odds.
Right.
And the credentials also.
Yes.
2 or 3 points. One, to add to what Professor Bhattu was saying, the turnout has been of such a paradigmically different nature in this election that it truly reflects the will of the people in more ways than earlier. Let's put it that way. Now, within that, I think what's interesting is that if you see the tally of the Congress NCs 53, out of that, the Congress has won about only 7 seats.
Yes.
6 of them are in the valley: Anantnag, Central Chelteng, Tral, Rajouri, Duru. That's pretty much it. And in Jammu, they're only leading in RS-Pura. Right now, that is, I think the Congress must be kicking itself at the moment, and so would the NC, that the Congress didn't really focus on Jammu at all. So it's been a complete walkover for the BJP in Jammu, right?
Right.
And the fact that the Congress was a national party, the only other national party in Jammu and Kashmir, now its vote share is down to about 12%, less than half of what the BJP's vote share is, 26%. Yes, the BJP has got nothing in the valley, but I don't think that is surprising or unexpected.
Nalin, the way BJP put up its efforts in Jammu region, it's remarkable. In last 10-12 days, they had their union minister stationed there. Dr. Jitendra Singh, who is MOS in the PMO, he comes from Jammu. He was stationed in Jammu and he went to every nook and corner of that region. So BJP did a lot of groundwork in last 10-12 days, and that is the result that BJP has been able to retain those, not only retain those 25 seats, and we see that if we believe these trends, if they are going to turn into the exact results, they are going to surpass the 25 figure number which they had in 2014 elections.
Also, I really think that actually J&K results are really remarkable in many ways. And we should not lose the sight of the fact that this election happened after 2019's historic decision of abrogation of Article 370, regardless of what the political rhetoric was in J&K.
Let me bring in the BJP. Let's ask. You want to ask a question of the BJP then?
No, I actually want to say, I want to say that these results are very positive results because the voter in J&K has reposed faith in Indian democracy. They have voted for peace. They have voted for pluralism and They have voted against
the
Pakistan
peace
and they have voted
that
against separatism.
the peace that the center gave them, and the anti-corruption, the corruption-free politics that the center gave them. Okay, yes, yeah. Go ahead, please. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Rahul, I just want to disagree with that. If you were to read the manifesto of National Conference, I think it is rather disturbing that so many people have voted for National Conference, because the heart of National Conference is the restoration of Article 370. So I don't think that's so great, really, for India. And I think until the statehood comes, which will take a while, or not so much. I don't know.
On the ground,
LG
really, on
remains
the
the head
ground,
of,
on the ground, people know. On the ground, people know.
So I think
voters
this
know
whole idea
Article
that
370 is
people
not
want
getting
restoration
restored.
of 370. Let me finish.
National Conference may have
Let
put anything.
her finish. Let her finish. Let her finish. Let her finish, please. Yes. Go ahead, Shazia.
Yeah. So, Aarti, if you allow me to finish, please, because I had just begun. So, if you see the manifesto of National Conference, which clearly wants not just dialogue with Pakistan, and which also would want China to be part of the whole, multilateral process by which things will be resolved, because Farooq Abdullah has said that it's not part of the manifesto, and wants also trade to resume between the two countries, and mostly the restoration of Article 370, which is so integral to the unity of India.
I think that's an important point. And Shazia, I'm going to just come back to you in 30 seconds on that, because that's the same point that I've been trying to make. But nonetheless, I just want to go across to the Haryana BJP State President, Mohan Lal ji. Mohan Lal ji, namaste. आपको मैं क्या अभी बधाई दूं या अभी थोड़ा इंतजार करूं, क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी कहती है कि ईसी का खिलवाड़ हो रहा है स्टेट में, वो रिजल्ट डिले कर रहे हैं क्योंकि वो ये नहीं चाहते कि कांग्रेस जीते। इस पे आपकी क्या टिप्पणी है?
ये कांग्रेस पार्टी के बारे में मैंने 2 दिन पहले भी बोला था कि हरियाणा की जनता देगी जवाब और कांग्रेस बताएगी ईवीएम को खराब, और वही बात आज उन्होंने प्रमाणित की है। आज 90 विधानसभाओं में जिस प्रकार से चुनाव चल रहे हैं, उसके परिणाम आ रहे हैं, और कहीं 8 राउंड की गिनती हो चुकी है, कहीं कहीं 11 राउंड तक भी गिनती हो चुकी है। ऑनलाइन सब चला हुआ है, प्रशासन ठीक से काम कर रहा है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की लगातार 10 वर्षों से सरकार है, और कांग्रेस पार्टी फिर इसी प्रकार का नैरेटिव सेट करने में लगी है, वो प्रशासन को दोषी ठहराने के चक्कर में पड़ी है। और यही कांग्रेस के नेता 2 दिन से जलेबियां बांट रहे थे, जलेबियां बनवाने के ऑर्डर दे रहे थे, और जलेबियां भी दुकान पे नहीं बनवा रहे थे, फैक्ट्रियों में बनवा रहे थे। राहुल गांधी ऑर्डर देके गए थे जलेबियों का। आज उनको चिंता हो रही है और वो निर्वाचन आयोग को दोषी ठहरा रहे हैं। आज हरियाणा की जनता जनार्दन का मैं आभार प्रकट करता हूं, सबको प्रणाम करता हूं। उन्होंने जो मैंडेट दिया है, जिस प्रकार से भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तीसरी बार हरियाणा प्रदेश में सरकार बनाने का आशीर्वाद दिया है। हमने जन आशीर्वाद रैलियों के माध्यम से, जन आशीर्वाद कार्यक्रमों के माध्यम से हरियाणा की जनता का आशीर्वाद लेने का काम किया, और हरियाणा की जनता ने तीसरी बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आशीर्वाद देना जो स्वीकार किया, आज उसी का ये परिणाम है। जनता जनार्दन का जो आज फैसला आया है, आज उसका मैं स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। हरियाणा के सर्व समाज का धन्यवाद भी आपके चैनल के माध्यम से करता हूं। हरियाणा प्रदेश के सर्व समाज ने जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आशीर्वाद दिया है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं ने जो कड़ी मेहनत की है, और जिस प्रकार से तीसरी बार हरियाणा में सरकार बनने की तरफ आज अब तक की गिनती में जो रुझान आए हैं, वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की स्पष्ट बहुमत की सरकार बनती हुई दिखाई दे रही है। और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि हरियाणा प्रदेश में तीसरी बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी, और नायब सिंह सैनी दूसरी बार मुख्यमंत्री का शपथ लेंगे। और जिस प्रकार से 10 वर्षों से हरियाणा की जनता की सेवा करने का काम किया है, उसी प्रकार से निरंतर सेवा के कार्य हरियाणा।
तो मोहनलाल जी देखिए, अगर ये नंबर या आंकड़े जो हम देख रहे हैं, जहां पर बीजेपी को एक कम 50 सीट है और कांग्रेस को 36 सीट है, अगर ये बने रहे ये आंकड़े, तो आपका परफॉर्मेंस लोकसभा से भी ज्यादा अच्छा रहेगा। तो इसका 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 क्या एक्सप्लेनेशन है कि लोकसभा में आप थोड़े इस नंबर से पीछे थे, 5 सीटों से पीछे थे, और विधानसभा में आगे निकल गए? ऐसा क्यों हुआ?
लोकसभा में हम 44 सीटों पे आगे थे
जी,
और कांग्रेस 42 सीटों पर थी
जी।
और मैंने उस समय भी कहा था कि लोकसभा चुनाव के बाद हरियाणा प्रदेश में बहुत बड़ा बदलाव जनता के बीच में देख रहा हूं। हरियाणा के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री नायब सिंह सैनी जी ने जिस प्रकार से अनेक फैसले लिए, 56 दिन के समय में 12 मार्च को वो मुख्यमंत्री बने और 3 दिन के बाद आचार संहिता लगी और आचार संहिता में जो लंबा समय बीता, फिर 56 दिन का जो समय उनको काम करने का मिला, उसमें 126 फैसले ऐसे लिए जो जन कल्याण की योजनाएं चलाते हुए गरीब को न्याय देने का काम किया और जो मुख्यमंत्री और जनता का जो गैप था उसको जीरो करने का काम किया। हरियाणा प्रदेश का कोई भी व्यक्ति सुबह अगर उठकर मुख्यमंत्री से मिलना चाहता था तो वो मुख्यमंत्री से मिलके आया है और 2 बजे तक मुख्यमंत्री जी मिलते रहे। सबकी बात को सुना है, सभी की बातों का समाधान किया है। जो हरियाणा के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री नायब सिंह सैनी ने काम किया है, बड़ी मेहनत की है और कार्यकर्ताओं के विश्वास को जीता और जनता के विश्वास को जीतने का काम किया है।
नलिन जी आपसे एक प्रश्न पूछेंगे। नलिन मेहता जी आपसे एक प्रश्न पूछना चाहते हैं।
नलिन मेहता बोल रहा हूँ।
भाजपा नलिन जी मेहता जी
नमस्कार। इस बार आरएसएस के कार्यकर्ताओं ने काफी ज्यादा प्रचार किया ग्राउंड पे, उससे भाजपा को कितनी मदद मिली कंपेयर टू लोकसभा चुनाव में जब आपके सीटें 50% गिर गई थी, तब से लेकर अब तक क्या डिफरेंस हुआ है? क्या आरएसएस का आने से बहुत फर्क पड़ा है ग्राउंड पे?
देखो, आरएसएस एक गैर राजनीतिक संगठन है और आरएसएस के लोग कभी भी राजनीति नहीं करते हैं, कभी मंचों पर आपने नहीं देखा होगा, लेकिन वो भी इस देश के सम्मानित नागरिक हैं और वो किस प्रकार की सरकार चाहते हैं उनको भी अपना अधिकार है, मत का अधिकार है। लोकतंत्र में सबको अधिकार है वोट देने का और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आरएसएस के जितने भी कार्यकर्ता इस देश में प्रदेश में हैं, उन सभी ने चाहा कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बने। उन्होंने जरूर मेहनत भी करी होगी, लेकिन वो गैर राजनीतिक संगठन है, वो कभी मंचों पे खुले में राजनीति नहीं करते, वो समाज सेवा का काम करते हैं। वो व्यक्ति निर्माण का काम आरएसएस करती है और व्यक्ति निर्माण का काम उन्होंने किया है और लोकतंत्र को मजबूत करने का काम आरएसएस ने किया है। वोट परसेंटेज बढ़े, सर्व समाज भागीदार बने, इस प्रकार का जरूर काम आरएसएस के कार्यकर्ता करते हैं और उन्होंने जरूर किया भी होगा
मोहनलाल जी,
और उसका परिणाम भी आता है।
हमारे साथ बोलने के लिए थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर दिस इंटरव्यू। थैंक यू वेरी मच and good luck to you in case this turns out to be the trend and fructifies into a victory for you. Well done. Let me go across to Krishnapal Gujjar Sahab, MOS of Power from the Union Ministry. गुज्जर साहब, ये जो आंकड़े अब सेट ही हो गए किस्म से, पिछले 2-3 घंटे से बीजेपी के नंबर ऐसा ही लग रहा है कि वही सरकार बनाएंगे फिर से, तो व्हाट इज द रीजन? इसका रीजन क्या है?
देखिए, मैं पहले दिन से कह रहा था, इसका एक ही कारण है, मोदी सरकार और हरियाणा की सरकार में विश्वास। लोगों ने लंबे अंतराल के बाद हरियाणा में विकास और सुशासन देखा है। एक ईमानदार और पारदर्शी सरकार देखिए, सबको साथ लेकर चलने वाली सरकार देखिए। किसान हो, गरीब हो, महिला हो, युवा हो, जवान हो, पहलवान हो, सबके साथ न्याय किया है, अन्नदाता का सम्मान किया है और एक पूरा करके नौजवानों को योग्यता के आधार पर नौकरी की बात हो, अन्नदाता के फसल की खरीद हो, फसल खराबे का मुआवजा हो, गरीब के लिए 5 लाख तक का मुफ्त में इलाज हो, उनके लिए 100 गज का प्लॉट हो, उनके लिए सस्ती दवाई हो, उनके लिए मुफ्त में अनाज हो, उनके लिए शौचालय हो, मकान हो और गैस का कनेक्शन हो, 24 घंटे बिजली हो। ये सब काम इन 10 सालों में हरियाणा के लोगों ने देखा है, इसलिए इतिहास रचा है। एक सुशासन और विकास करने वाली सरकार के लिए उन्होंने वोट डाला है।
पहली बात तो मुबारकबाद जो रिजल्ट आपके लिए आ रहे हैं हरियाणा में। सवाल ये है सर कि मुख्यमंत्री भाजपा का कौन बनेगा हरियाणा में, क्योंकि सैनी साहब तो हैं, लेकिन क्या पार्टी की इस वक्त क्या थिंकिंग है आपके हिसाब से? मुख्यमंत्री पद के लिए कौन सबसे ज्यादा?
हमारे पार्टी ने केंद्र नेतृत्व में चुनाव से पहले ही किसके नेतृत्व में चुनाव लड़ेंगे तय कर दिया था कि नायब सैनी जी के नेतृत्व में हम विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ेंगे। चेहरा सामने था और लोगों ने उस चेहरे पर और पार्टी को आशीर्वाद दिया है, इसलिए जो चीज पहले तय हो गई उसके बारे में अब पुनर्विचार का सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता। नायब सैनी जी के नेतृत्व में तीसरी बार हरियाणा में सरकार बनने जा रही है, उसमें कोई इस नहीं है। केंद्र नेतृत्व ने जो फैसला कर दिया, हम सब पूरा हरियाणा का कार्यकर्ता और उसके साथ खड़ा है।
Sir, will you also be looking at deputy chief ministers, perhaps a Jat deputy chief minister?
देखिए, ये तो केंद्र नेतृत्व तय करेगा, ये सब चीज कौन मंत्रिमंडल में होगा, ये मुख्यमंत्री का प्रोगेटिव है।
गुज्जर जी, राहुल गांधी ने कहा था कि देखिए आपके नीचे दलित और जो ओबीसी बंधु हैं वो अब कांग्रेस बीजेपी को ट्रस्ट नहीं करते, क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जो हैं वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बदलना चाहते हैं और उनके हक छीनना चाहते हैं। तो लोकसभा में कई लोग कह रहे थे कि उनका ये जो नैरेटिव था वो चल गया, हरियाणा में मगर नहीं चला।
देखिए, काट की आंधी बार बार नहीं चढ़ती, वो एक बार ही चढ़ती है। एक बार इन्होंने भोले भाले दलित भाइयों को गुमराह कर दिया। मोदी जी की सरकार 10 साल से पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार है, पर अभी भी पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार है। 300 से ज्यादा सीटों के साथ सरकार थी, कभी ना आरक्षण से छेड़छाड़ की, ना संविधान से छेड़छाड़ की, लेकिन इन्होंने गुमराह किया सीधे साधे बोले वालों को। अब उनकी समझ में आ गया। यही राहुल गांधी अमेरिका में जाके कहता है अभी समय नहीं है, जब समय आएगा यानी कांग्रेस की सरकार आएगी तो हम आरक्षण समाप्त करेंगे। तो लोगों को असली बात समझ में आ गई। इनका दोगला चरित्र हिमाचल के लोगों को ठगते हुए देश के लोगों ने देखा है। इन्होंने 2 साल पहले हिमाचल की बहनों से वादा किया 1500 रुपए हर महीने आपके खाते में भेजेंगे, 300 यूनिट बिजली फ्री देंगे। 2 साल हो गए, बहनें इंतजार कर रही हैं। वहां का आम आदमी बिजली 300 यूनिट बिजली का इंतजार कर रहा है। दूसरी तरफ मध्य प्रदेश में बीजेपी की सरकार 5 साल 1 करोड़ बहनों के खाते में 2000 रुपए लाडली बहना के आते रहे, अब 3000 रुपए आते हैं। तो भाजपा का जो संकल्प है वो सिद्धि तक पहुंचता है। इनकी गारंटी चुनाव होने के बाद खत्म हो जाती है। ये लोगों ने देख लिया, समझ लिया, इसलिए ये हाल हरियाणा में उनका हो रहा है। और हरियाणा के लोग ये भी समझ गए थे कि ये लोग देश और प्रदेश में अराजकता का माहौल पैदा करना चाहते हैं, बढ़ते हुए हरियाणा, बढ़ते हुए देश को रोकना चाहते हैं, लेकिन ये अपने मंसूबों में हरियाणा के लोगों ने कामयाब नहीं हुए।
गुज्जर साहब, मेरा आपसे आखिरी सवाल है और ये मैं आपसे पूछूंगा क्योंकि कई लोग कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी और बीजेपी में एक अंतर है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी जो है वो विमेन को ज्यादा रिस्पेक्ट देती है, श्रेय देती है, और बीजेपी ने जिस तरीके से विनेश फोगाट और साक्षी मलिक और जो महिला हैं हरियाणा की, उनके साथ सपोर्ट नहीं में आए, इसीलिए ये। हाँ जी गुज्जर साहब मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको? तो
आवाज आ रही है।
विनेश फोगाट ने भी कहा यही कि बीजेपी विमेन को रिस्पेक्ट नहीं देती, स्त्री को रिस्पेक्ट नहीं देती। तो इस पे आपकी क्या टिप्पणी है?
देखिए, महिलाओं का जितना सम्मान मोदी जी और बीजेपी की सरकार ने किया है, आज महिलाओं को आरक्षण की बात हो, हरियाणा की पंचायतों में 50%, नगर निगम में 50% उनको आरक्षण देने की बात हो। महिलाओं के लिए सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप 8 लाख करोड़ रुपए उनको सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप को देकर पहले 1 लाख को 1 करोड़ 10 करोड़ महिलाओं को 1 करोड़ से बढ़ाकर उनकी संख्या 10 करोड़, उनको सबको अपने पैरों पे खड़ा किया गया। उनकी मैटरनिटी लीव 26 हफ्ते की गई। मतलब हर तरह से महिलाओं को गैस का कनेक्शन देना हो, महिलाओं के लिए शौचालय बनाना हो, महिलाओं के लिए इलाज कराना हो, महिलाओं के लिए सस्ती दवाई हो, ये किसने किया? ये मोदी जी की सरकार ने किया। आज सबसे ज्यादा सांसद बीजेपी की महिलाएं हैं, आज सबसे ज्यादा विधायक बीजेपी की महिलाएं हैं, आज सबसे ज्यादा कॉर्पोरेटर बीजेपी की हैं, आज सबसे ज्यादा सरपंच बीजेपी की हैं। तो महिलाओं का सम्मान तो मोदी जी की सरकार ने हर क्षेत्र में दिया है। आज सेना में भर्ती खोलने का काम मोदी जी की सरकार ने किया।
मगर गुज्जर जी,
कमीशन देने का काम
ऐसा होता तो बीजेपी महिलाओं को ज्यादा टिकट भी देती, मगर सारे पार्टियों ने महिलाओं को टिकट ज्यादा दिए नहीं।
नहीं, महिलाओं के लिए हमेशा बीजेपी ने सब पार्टियों से ज्यादा टिकट दिए हैं। अब तो उन्होंने आरक्षण का प्रस्ताव पास कर दिया है। अब डिलिमिटेशन 1/3 महिलाएं आपको लोकसभा में भी दिखाई देंगी और विधानसभाओं में देंगी। ये 10 करोड़ से लोगों को धोखा दे रहे, महिलाओं को धोखा दे रहे थे, जैसे देश के लोगों को धोखा दे रहे थे। अगर महिलाओं को आरक्षण देकर सम्मान और राजनीति में हिस्सेदारी देने का काम किया है तो मोदी जी की सरकार ने किया है, बीजेपी की सरकार ने किया है।
गुज्जर साहब धन्यवाद, हमसे आपने बात की, धन्यवाद, थैंक यू वेरी मच, thank you very much. Viewers, will take a very short break, but as you can see the trend lines on the left of your screen, Jammu and Kashmir 51 for the Congress NC in a position to form the government completely on their own. But it is the big story coming out of Haryana, history made in Haryana almost. In just a few hours, the Election Commission will perhaps put out a formal announcement, but as of now, the BJP looking very unshakable at 49. It appears that it has actually won this election, and this would be the first time in the history of Haryana that any party has come to power for the third consecutive time, and that would be an absolute record-shattering achievement on part of the BJP that was looking at, according to a lot of people, massive anti-incumbency. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back, viewers. Poonam will join us for a lot more on these two developing, unfolding stories. One, a massive surprise, and another, a pretty expected result.
Good afternoon, hello and welcome. You're watching CNN News 18. Our continuous coverage on the two-state elections continues here on CNN News 18, and I'm Poonam Burde. The big story, of course, coming out of Haryana, because up until the postal ballots were being counted, up until the initial trends were in, it looked like it was a Congress's election to win. Then we saw a complete turnaround as far as that went. Look at those numbers on your screens. That is what the Haryana Assembly looks like currently. Of course, counting of votes is still underway. Several rounds still remain, but this is what it stands at. 49 seats for the BJP, 36 for the Congress, Aam Aadmi Party and the JJP not opening an account at all. 46 is the halfway mark as far as Haryana is concerned. The BJP well past that mark, and the gap between the BJP and the Congress is also pretty wide. Is this a gap that the Congress can manage to fill? Well, the Grand Old Party believes that they still are hopeful and that things can turn around for them. The BJP, of course, says this is an election that's won. There is no anti-incumbency anymore as far as the Saffron Party goes. That's where the numbers stand. So let's get you a sense of the takeaways as far as Haryana is concerned as well. What exactly worked in favor of the BJP in that particular state? Now, the BJP strategy of consolidating 35 groups against the Jats may have actually worked. Remember, there are 36 or 36 biradri, as they say, as far as Haryana go. Anger amongst the Jats is something that the BJP perhaps did sense, which is why they ensured that everyone else consolidated, united and stood against them. It looks like the BJP has managed to retain its stronghold in the urban constituencies as well. The fact that all 4 assembly constituencies of Gurugram are also with the BJP leading in all of those 4 segments, is perhaps testimony to that. The factionalism in the Congress, which is the Bhupinder Hooda versus the Kumari Shelja slugfest, that open sort of fight, perhaps did have an impact on how this fared for the Congress party. Perhaps the voters did not want to pick a party where there would always be a power tussle, something that the Congress has already faced in the state of Rajasthan. Congress's thrust on Agniveers doesn't seem to have worked as well. The RSS's on-ground campaign may have worked in favor of the BJP. That's something that perhaps got their campaign running. The thrust on Agniveers, farmers, unemployment is something that the Congress put their focus on. That was the plank that they fought this election on, but it didn't look like that's something that worked for the Congress party as far as Haryana is concerned. Now let's shift focus to the Jammu and Kashmir story. It is a national conference election to win. This is a national conference story, not so much as a Congress story, even though they were fighting in alliance. This is what the Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir is going to look like. Remember, there are elections that were held in Jammu and Kashmir, now a union territory, after a decade. That's the bar that you see on your screens. 51 seats for the Congress-NC alliance, for the combined Congress-NC plus 1 of the CPM, Mr. Tarigami. The BJP has 30 seats. Looks like they've maintained their stronghold, at least in the Jammu region. The PDP, that's where the PDP has seen its biggest decline, only 3 seats, 3 leads as of now. Others have 6 seats there. This includes independents. This includes Jamaat-backed candidates and smaller parties like that of Mr. Altaf Bukhari as well. So what exactly are the takeaways as far as the Jammu and Kashmir story goes? Like I said, the PDP, that really is where the biggest heartbreak comes to the fore. The PDP has lost its strongholds, especially in South Kashmir. Mehbooba Mufti's daughter, Iltija Mufti, also conceded defeat not long after those results were out. The National Conference has managed to wrest some of the strongholds around Srinagar as well, all of which belongs to the PDP at one point. But all of the Srinagar segments, assembly segments, are now with the National Conference. The Jamaat-e-Islami factor doesn't seem to have had much of an impact because all of the Jamaat-backed candidates have failed to garner any seats. There was a sense that there is a negative sentiment against the BJP, against the central government, which was ruling Jammu and Kashmir for the last 10 years. But it doesn't look like that negative sentiment has mattered, at least in the Jammu region, because that's where the consolidation has remained for the Saffron party. As far as independents are concerned, there was a lot of talk, especially after the exit polls, that if there is a hung assembly, independents would be the kingmakers. But it doesn't look like they've managed to make a significant dent, at least as far as Kashmir Valley is concerned. PDP's past alliance with the BJP back in 2014 seems to have been viewed as a betrayal even now. And 10 years later, that alliance seems to have harmed the PDP much more than it did the BJP. So where exactly does this go from here? Sharon, my colleague, joins us from on ground. She's in Haryana. Arun Dhanta continues to be with us from Kurukshetra. Anshul is here in the Congress headquarters in Delhi. And Aman, my colleague, joins us from the studio here, getting us more perspective. But first, let me begin by asking Sharon, what's the mood like there? The Congress believed this was their election to win right from the start. It was a no-brainer, they thought. And a few hours later, everything has changed.
Absolutely, Poonam. There is complete silence, what we are observing at the campaign office, Congress campaign office of Bhupinder Hooda. Those supporters are still sitting here, but there is no celebration, no happiness being seen on their faces. They are still shocked by the kind of numbers that are in fact coming in. In early morning, they were, of course, celebrating. They were sloganeering in favor of Bhupinder Hooda. But now, with the numbers that are coming out, they are, in fact, not really happy, and complete silence is what in a way is being witnessed here. But when we talk about the leaders here, now Bhupinder Hooda, Dipender Hooda, and the Congress Haryana Pradesh leader Uday Bhan, these 3 leaders are going to visit each of the counting centers because they believe in a number of counting centers, the candidates are in fact have very few numbers. They are in fact competing on the same level, and a very tight race is going on. So wherever there is a close match, all these counting centers will be visited by these 3 leaders. So a last leg effort is also being made by the Congress leaders in Haryana to make sure that something can happen, something can turn around. But right now, it's a complete disappointment for the Congress leadership and for the Congress leaders, especially for the Hooda camp, because after this, it's going to be very difficult for Bhupinder Hooda to actually revive from this loss that he's facing right now.
Absolutely. Bhupinder Hooda thought this was his election to win. All of the Congress did. In fact, Anshul, you were at the Congress headquarters here in the national capital. And right now that bears a somber look, a barren look, so to say. But 2 or 3 hours ago, Dhol Nagaras were out there. There were sweets that were being distributed.
Well, yes, yet another election where Congress has had a premature celebrations this time around as well. In the morning at approximately 9 a.m. itself, there were crackers that were bursting over here. There were holes that were called in. But now, as the election results have cleared almost now, a lot of almost a maximum number of rounds have already been counted, especially in the state of Haryana. I'll just try and show you around over here at the Congress office. There is absolutely 0 supporters that you can see over here of the Congress party. The number of people who were present over here, they are somewhere or the other still hoping that there might be some change in the result, and somewhere or the other the Congress party will be able to form the government. Now, if you talk about the leaders over here, there are no senior, no top brass of the Congress party that is present over here. It is just Pawan Khera and Jairam Ramesh who have who are sitting inside the Congress office. But yes, the sweetness of the jalebi that was being distributed this morning, definitely that jalebi has turned sour for the Congress party yet again. Definitely the results in Haryana that has come, that has definitely shook the supporters, although they still expect that by the end of the day they'll be able to perform in a better manner. But the manner in which these results have come up yet again, definitely there is a sense of sadness that can be sensed over here at the Congress party office. Supporters have gone back. The holes and the decoration arrangements, the people who had come to do that, they have all left from here. So definitely somewhere or the other, the Congress party is also realizing that they are on the back foot over here. The results in Kashmir are also not that encouraging, specifically for the Congress party itself, because in Kashmir as well, a national conference has made its way, has able to get a lot many seats than what was expected. So the situation around here at the Congress office, I'll ask my camera person Umesh Sharma to show you around and just to gauge a sense of what is happening over here to our viewers as well.
Right.
Definitely, you can see that there is absolutely no people over here.
Just
no
media persons left there, it looks like, what the Congress comes out and says, because at some point they have knocked on the doors of the Election Commission as well, only to be rebuffed there too. The Election Commission has come out and countered them on claims of no updation on the website or slow counting. All of that has been rebuffed by the Election Commission. But Arun Dhanta, you were tracking the Haryana Chief Minister just a short while ago, and Naib Singh Saini looks to be the last man standing, or at least the one with the last laugh in this case, isn't it?
Well, that's right. That's right. I am here at Naib Singh Saini's residence at this moment, and we are told that he's going to address a press conference also in a short while from now. Of course, he's waiting for some sort of consolidation in those trends, and then perhaps we will see that press conference. As Haryana BJP chief Mohanlal Badoli made it very clear that Naib Singh Saini will be the Chief Minister of Haryana once again. I'm inside Naib Singh Saini's residence, and you can see the celebration has started with the laddus, and the BJP Karyakartas, the workers, they are inside the residence. We'll try to speak to them and find out what exactly was the reason, because many people were talking about the anti-incumbency against the BJP for 10 years. What exactly changed? यहाँ से शुरुआत करते हैं. आप बताइए कि 10 साल कैंटीन कमेंसी की बड़ी बात हो रही थी, किसानों का प्रोटेस्ट है, जाट नाराज हैं और रेस्टलेस प्रोटेस्ट है. क्या चीजें आपके फेवर में गई हरियाणा में?
ये जितनी चीजें आपने गिनवाई हैं, ये सिर्फ एक नैरेटिव सेट किया गया था विपक्षी दलों द्वारा. कोई किसान नाराज नहीं था, कोई पहलवान नाराज नहीं था. हम लोगों ने मेहनत करी, हम लोग जीते हैं. और बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग थे बिना पर्ची बिना खर्ची के, जो लोग लगे थे वो एक्चुअल में ग्राउंड पर थे. ठीक है, कांग्रेस नैरेटिव सेट कर रही थी, वो गलत नैरेटिव था. सही नैरेटिव जीत गया. सत्य की हमेशा जीत होती है और हमने जीता.
अच्छा, कुछ we have some women also, as BJP has been speaking about the empowerment of women, how women have supported them over the years ever since 2014. So we'll speak to them also. आप बताइए कि महिलाओं का जो एक सपोर्ट है नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ हमेशा रहा है. हरियाणा चुनावों में आप कितना रोल देखती हैं महिला वोटर्स का भाजपा को जिताने में?
जैसे कि सभी को पता है कि महिलाओं के लिए मोदी सरकार ने 33% जो राजनीति में आरक्षित किया है, वो सबसे बड़ा एक तो सराहनीय कार्य है. और महिलाओं की अगर आप भागीदारी देखी जाए तो आप यहाँ पर भी देखते हैं 33% के आसपास, और बाहर आप देखेंगे तो 50% के आसपास हमारे यहाँ पर महिलाएं हैं. और महिलाओं ने 50% की जो भागीदारी के साथ मोदी सरकार के लिए नेतृत्व में जो काम करते हुए उन पे वोट डाला.
एक जो विनेश फोगाट और जिसमें बहुत सारे रेसलर्स थे, उसमें महिलाओं को लेकर मुद्दा उठाया गया था. किस तरह से बीजेपी सांसद की तरफ से एलिगेशन लगाए गए थे कि उनके साथ बदतमीजी की गई. तो उन सब चीजों का भी काउंटर हो गया हरियाणा में?
नहीं, ऐसा तो नहीं है. ऐसी कोई मतलब इस तरह का कोई गिनती नहीं की गई है महिलाओं के लिए, और महिलाओं को हमेशा मान सम्मान दिया जाता है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक ऐसी पार्टी है जिसमें महिलाओं का विकास के लिए कार्य किया जाता है और महिलाओं के सम्मान के लिए पूरा कार्य किया जा रहा है. क्योंकि मैं भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी में एक पदाधिकारी हूँ, जिला की उपाध्यक्ष हूँ, और मैं भी जितना जानती हूँ.
की जीत की उम्मीद थी आपको? क्योंकि कांग्रेस तो सुबह से जब स्टार्ट हुआ और जो एग्जिट पोल्स भी आए थे वो भी कांग्रेस को दिखा रही थी कांग्रेस सरकार बना रही. आपको उम्मीद थी कि ऐसा होगा?
जी नहीं, हमें बिल्कुल भी उम्मीद नहीं थी. हमें अपनी भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर पूरा विश्वास था कि हमारी भाजपा सरकार तीसरी बार जरूर बनेगी.
ठीक है, so these are the views and sentiments of the BJP workers here in Kurukshetra, where is the residence of Naib Singh Saini, and in fact we are also given to understand that he will going to continue as the chief minister of Haryana, and there were multiple things which people were saying, that there are issues on wrestlers protest, farmers were upset, Jat anger, etc. But here we are today, where it seems that BJP is well above the majority mark. Back to you.
46 is the majority mark. 49 is where the BJP stands, even though counting is still underway in several of those seats. But it does look like this is where the numbers could stand by the end of the day. 49 for the BJP, 36 for the Congress. This is a complete opposite of what we saw in the initial first 2 hours when counting began. What we're learning is BJP President JP Nadda and Union Minister has also now spoken to the man who was the face of BJP's Haryana campaign, the incumbent chief minister there, Naib Singh Saini. Payal, my colleague, now joining us, getting us more details. Payal, congratulatory messages, of course, coming to the fore for the incumbent there, but much more discussed between the two.
Well, of course, we'll have to just wait and see what the outcome really was. But, initially, JP Nadda, the BJP's national president, has congratulated Naib Singh Saini and also the entire Bharatiya Janata Party unit of Haryana. Because remember, this was not an easy election for them by any standards, and people have actually written the BJP off as well. But what a stunner it's been pulled off. And for Naib Singh Saini, it must be a very, very satisfying performance, given the fact that, just about a few months ago, before the election, he was made the chief minister in place of Manohar Khattar. He was looking at anti-incumbency for 10 years. He was looking at a lot of baggage that actually the BJP brought along with it for 10 years. But what a turnaround of results this has been. So many people are poking fun of Naib Singh Saini this morning when he expressed confidence. But they probably will have egg on their face right now. The BJP is absolutely jubilant. It's a complete turnaround of fortune for the Saffron Party, who's going to be looking to make the government for the third time in a row. And like a colleague Arun Danta was reporting, that as of now, the BJP has decided that they will not go with change of face. They had already declared Naib Singh Saini's name as a CM candidate. That is what is going to be continuing. But what it takes here, because the chief minister form of the government, legislative party leaders have to be elected, for which the BJP has to in fact appoint central observers. So it's a bit of a process which takes place before the oath taking for the next chief minister takes place.
Right. Payal, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. We'll, of course, keep getting more information from the BJP as to what their strategy going from here on is going to be as far as Haryana is concerned. But Aman is here with us in the studio. And Aman, right after the exit polls, or even before that, the mood was that this is the Congress's election and it's a no-brainer. That they had the momentum on ground. There was 10 years of anti-incumbency that the BJP had, but all of it turned around by the BJP. What do you think went wrong for the Congress?
Poonam, I think I would break it down in 5 factors. Number one, I think the BJP's decision to change Manohar Lal Khattar as the chief minister about 6 to 7 months ago seems to have worked wonderfully on the ground for the party. Some people thought that the anti-incumbency was more against Mr. Khattar and less towards the BJP. And I think that seems to have worked for the BJP here. The anti-incumbency got removed because Mr. Khattar was removed. Naib Singh Saini proved to be a surprise performer in the last 6 to 7 months. Apparently, he performed very well on the ground and he was seen as a fresh face, and people seem to have reposed the faith in the BJP. Number two, I would say the involvement of the RSS in this election in Haryana. I think on the ground, it was seen this time that the RSS workers were actively working on the ground. This seems to be a departure from the past before the Lok Sabha elections of last year, this year, I believe. And RSS seems to have put its weight behind the BJP, especially in Haryana. Third, I would say overconfidence in the Congress camp. I think Congress was already speaking about who will be the chief minister. There was a tussle between Kumari Selja, Randeep Surjewala and Bhupinder Hooda. I think the party was too overconfident. They thought this election was theirs to win. There was no competition. It was an election about Jat, beating a Jat chief minister. Clearly, they have miscalculated here. Fourth, I would say the Dalit voters, I think moving away to the BJP in this election, big time consolidation. Kumari Selja, who's the tallest Dalit leader in the Congress, I think was very, very upset over how she was overshadowed for a chief minister choice or even in big decisions in the party. And then that, I think, is also reflecting in this. And finally, I would say the issues like the farmer protest, the restless protest and the Agniveer protest proved to be non-issues in this election. Yes, they may have certain resonance in the Jat land, but even in the Jat land, the Jat dominant parts of Haryana, BJP has got good number of seats. So I think all these factors have come together, Poonam, and BJP winning 49 seats and Savitri Jindal, who's also leading, so they could effectively get 50 seats because Savitri Jindal is the mother of BJP MP Naveen Jindal. This is their best performance in a long time. In fact, in 2014, when BJP won, they had won only 47 seats. So they have even exceeded their 2014 performance. This time, this Haryana election obviously is a big surprise win. This is, I would say, like the Chhattisgarh election win, last year when everybody had written off the BJP. BJP has this tendency to work against the odds. And I think in this case of Haryana, BJP will be very, very pleased with this particular victory.
They've managed to pretty much buck every trend that worked against their favor as far as Haryana is concerned. Let's shift focus to Jammu and Kashmir as well. Ishan, my colleague, joins us from Srinagar. Ishan, as far as the national conference is concerned, this is a success story for the Abdullahs through and through as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. The senior partner in the alliance, and they've pulled their weight, and how?
Well, absolutely. They were confident that they won't need any support, and that's why you saw yesterday Umar Abdullah coming out and rebutting any statements issued by anyone, saying that let's wait till tomorrow, because he felt confident that they will be comfortably crossing that majority mark with Congress. Ever since the coalition was made, it was very clear that the National Conference will have to do a lot of legwork because their seats in Kashmir mattered. And now they have also created inroads in parts of South Kashmir where the party had diminished over the years, but they have gained the seats and the votes which PDP traditionally would have, and that has fallen in the kitty of National Conference. This would not only help the party internally, that their vote share in South Kashmir has increased, but also in parts of Pir Panjal, where they are currently leading. They would believe that they are able to win there again. We saw some time back the National Conference President Farooq Abdullah, coming out showing victory sign, talking to his workers. There were a lot of workers who had gathered outside. All the media glazes at the residence of Abdullahs, because this is where all the decisions will be made. This is where the alliance will be formed. This is where the candidates, if they have the numbers, will be decide who will go and become the minister, because now it seems like that they will be able to form a government on their own, because there were speculations that the PDP has assured them support just in case they fall short of that number of 45, but now it seems that they can comfortably cross that line. Whether these trends stay till the end of the day when the concludes, that'll be interesting to see. But for now, National Conference is riding high. They believe that they'll be able to win comfortably on their own, and the National Conference and Congress combined will be able to form the government. And this, they say, is the defeat of the BJP, because BJP was eyeing at least one seat in Gurez, where Rajnath Singh, along with other top ministers, went, they campaigned there, and Rajnath Singh went to the line of control these areas and campaigned hard for the BJP, but they haven't been able to secure a victory there. This essentially also means that the BJP hasn't been able to create inroads in Kashmir. I will say the month back, actually, Ram Madhav chaired an internal meeting of the BJP, where he clearly mentioned that there are good works done by the leaders across India, but that doesn't essentially mean that those workers will win or there'll be victory in those particular states. So similarly, BJP knew that it'll be hard for them to secure a victory in Kashmir, and that's what has reflected on the ground. So BJP knew that somehow they will need the support of independents. They knew that it's not going to be an easy task, but that's why they were saying that they are in talks with at least 10 independent candidates. But as the results are progressing, it seems like that particular scenario is coming to an end, and the BJP may not have the numbers, or they will not, even after having the independents, be able to at least form the government or prove the majority. If the numbers hold, National Conference for sure, according to our sources, will go to the Lieutenant Governor by the end of today and stake claim of forming the government. And now, how does it progress here onwards? It will be interesting to see. For now, the National Conference workers are jubilant. You will see behind me media. National Conference workers have gathered here in dozens. Many of them are moving to voting centers and counting centers with their candidates who are going to receive their winning certificate there. So yes, there is jubilation. National Conference workers are celebrating, and so are the Congress workers. The JKPCC president, also in Jammu and Kashmir, Tariq Hamid Kara, who was a central man of forming this particular alliance, has also almost won, as victory will be declared very soon. So the National Conference and Congress combined feel that they have been able to keep the BJP out, and definitely they will say this is a victory and a move against 370, because they have been talking about it, that if the BJP loses, it will be the defeat, and their agenda of removing 370 will have the answer from the people. We have to wait for the statement that Umar Abdullah and Farooq Abdullah may make shortly, because they are waiting for the numbers to come in and the final verdict to be heard.
Right. The final verdict is yet to be in, but it looks like what we see on our screens is perhaps what the results are going to end up being. 50 for the National Conference and Congress combined. Interestingly, though, It was 32 seats that the Congress contested, out of which they seem to have won only, or at least are leading in only 8. So the strike rate as far as the Congress is concerned is abysmal in contrast to what National Conference seems to have gotten. And that's something that Omar Abdullah had spoken of. Aman, if you remember, Omar Abdullah had specifically spoken of Rahul Gandhi and how he should be concentrating in Jammu, because that's where they were hoping that the BJP votes would be cut, that the Congress would emerge as the leader. And that's exactly where they got their seats. But that doesn't seem to have happened, because the BJP has maintained its hold as far as the Jammu region goes.
BJP has maintained its hold on Jammu region. It's leading currently on 29 seats. It could settle around this number. I think 26, 27 seats are in the Jammu region. But yes, as you correctly said, the Congress has clearly underperformed in Jammu and Kashmir. Out of the 51, 52 seats which the NC fought, Poonam, they have won. They are leading in 42 seats out of them. So, National Conference, in fact, it's itself alone very close to the majority mark of 46, 42 seats on own. So clearly, Omar Abdullah's party has clearly swept the Kashmir Valley this time. Congress, which has leading only on 6 seats as so far as per the EC website, so 6 to 7 seats is what the Congress could win out of the 32 seats they contested. So clearly, the Congress has not been able, as you correctly say, not able to perform as well in the Jammu region. And maybe if Congress had invested more campaigning and more effort in the Jammu region, the BJP's tally could have come down. Still, I would say BJP also did not contest a majority of seats in the valley. So I think there was too much dependence on the independents that they will bring up bigger numbers, but the only 7 independents are leading, and out of them, 2 or 3 are where BJP had also put up candidates. So clearly that engineer Rashid factor, which the BJP thought could hurt the NC in valley, that has not happened. Engineer Rashid's party has not been able to do enough. The vote in the Kashmir Valley has not splintered. They have consolidated and voted for a national conference. That explains, I think, the big numbers for national conference. And I think BJP did not sweep the Jammu region as they would have wanted to do it. 43 seats there. Yes, BJP would have wanted to hit at least 35 seats on their own in Jammu. That has not happened. And clearly, some indicators of that were there in the last Lok Sabha election also, that BJP's winning margin on some seats in Jammu had come down. So clearly, BJP not doing as well as they wanted to do in the Jammu region also. So Kashmir strategy, Valley strategy anyways has not worked. This raises the question, because I think the biggest issue in this election was the promise of statehood. So could the BJP have done that earlier? Maybe given it a bit earlier to negate this big campaign of NC and Congress over restoring statehood? Time will tell, but clearly in these results, the Omar Abdullah seems to have come up as the man of the match.
And the statehood was the only plank, perhaps, or the biggest plank as far as the opposition in the state or the NC Congress combined or the PDP was concerned. But that seems to have worked for them. That seems to have hit the BJP, perhaps in the Jammu region as well, not performing as far as or as better as they thought they would have before these elections. And if exit polls go, clearly, this election once again shows that exit polls do get it wrong. It's not a rarity, especially as far as Haryana is concerned. We'll continue our coverage here on CNN News 18. Aman continues to be with us. My colleagues on ground getting us the voices as well. But slipping into a quick break, don't go anywhere. Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Poonam Burde, and our coverage here on two assemblies, Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir, continues. Let's talk about what the Congress feels as far as this election results go. Well, the Congress National Conference Alliance is trumping in Jammu and Kashmir, but the reversal of their fortunes in Haryana now seems to be giving them ammunition to make allegations against the Election Commission. The Congress now coming out and alleging several delays on part of the Election Commission. Why is the data not being updated in real time on the website is a question the Congress has asked, to which the Election Commission has come out and rebuffed their concerns altogether. Listening to some of those reactions before we open this up.
ज्ञापन हम पेश कर रहे हैं। अभी अगले 5-7 मिनटों में हम पेश करेंगे। शिकायत कर रहे हैं। अब उम्मीद करते हैं कि ईसीआई हमारे सवालों का जवाब दें, क्योंकि 10, 12, 11 राउंड के नतीजे आ चुके हैं, पर जो अपडेट किया गया ईसीआई के वेबसाइट पर, चैनलों पर, सिर्फ 4 या 5 राउंड के नतीजे आ रहे हैं। तो ये प्रशासन पर एक दबाव रखने का एक तरीका है। ये लोकसभा चुनाव में भी हुआ था। तो हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि ईसीआई जो एक संवैधानिक संस्था है, निष्पक्ष संस्था है, इस तरीके से स्थानीय प्रशासन पर दबाव नहीं डालना चाहिए। खेल खत्म नहीं हुआ है, ये सब मनोवैज्ञानिक खेल है, ये माइंड गेम्स चल रहा है, इससे हम हटेंगे नहीं। ये कोई निराश होने की कोई कारण नहीं है। हमें जनादेश मिलने वाला है, कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने वाली है।
वैसे तो अंतिम परिणाम आने तक निष्कर्ष की प्रतीक्षा करनी चाहिए, परंतु अगर जयराम रमेश जी ने कहना शुरू कर दिया है, इलेक्शन कमीशन के ऊपर उंगली उठाना शुरू कर दिया है, तो मतलब मान लेना चाहिए कि उन्होंने भी अपनी पराजय को अवश्यंभावी मान लिया है। देखिए, अब 12 बज गए हैं, रुझान जिस ढंग से स्थिर होते चले जा रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है कि हम एक निर्णायक विजय की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं और कांग्रेस अपनी भावी पराजय की पेशबंदी करने में जुट गई है।
There is a mismatch in the actual number of rounds that have already been counted and the number of rounds that are being shown on television through the Election Commission data. Because the Election Commission data is lagging behind. They are still showing the 4th or the 5th round, whereas 11, 12 rounds all have already been counted. Our General Secretary Communication has already tweeted to the Election Commission asking questions. Are they trying to put pressure on the local administration by delaying display of and uploading of data?
Now, Aman, it's interesting that we see these kind of claims being made from the Congress, isn't it? Because it's a story of two elections, two states, or one union territory, if you will. One, they have an issue because allegedly the election commission is not doing enough or there's pressure. But the other is all kosher because that's where they're winning.
Well, I think it's more of frustration of the Congress, I think, coming out when, doing these allegations. We all know that EC website is a bit slow than us at the TV channels because EC website needs certified results from each round to reach it. Following that, it puts it up on the website. That is a process. And always EC website is, a bit slower because it takes more time. Anyways, I think the final results will anyways be clear. So, I don't think there's any sort of manipulation happening there. It's more of a frustration of the Congress party. And frustration also stems from the fact that they are losing a state in Haryana, which everybody thought they are winning. They themselves were too overconfident. They had presumed a victory and a loss coming from there. I think that is what really affecting the Congress is the Haryana loss. And also Congress has nothing to celebrate, Poonam, because even in J&K, it is not that the Congress is winning big. It is a national conference which has performed very, very well, winning 42 seats out of the 51 seats it contested in J&K. Congress, which contested 32 seats, is only winning 6 out of them. It's not even a 15-20% strike rate. So I think the Congress really has nothing much to show today. It's a disappointment after the earlier 3 state election defeats in December last year in the 3 Hindi heartland states. Yes, Congress won Telangana and they put up a better performance in the Lok Sabha. But clearly, here in these results, it is showing that the leadership of the Congress has much to think about what they go about in the next upcoming state elections.
Leadership of the Congress needs to think about, but personal wins will be celebrated at least by Bhupinder Hooda. There is no anti-incumbency for him, at least personally. He's won his seat, is what we're given to understand. Randeep Singh Surjewala's son, Aditya Surjewala, has also won his seat, is the latest that we are gathering. Even now, the Congress believes that all is not lost, that there is hope to close in that gap. But if you see the numbers that are flashing on your screens, 51 for the BJP, 34 for the Congress. Now, even though these are not the final results and some rounds of counting is still underway in many of those seats, what are the odds, Aman, that that gap could actually be closed?
It looks difficult. Now I think almost more than half the rounds have already been counted on most of the seats. So the trend seems very clear to me. BJP, may lose 1 or 2, 3 seats, come down below 50 maybe if the trends change. But I don't think there's going to be much of a change here. And at 51 seats, Poonam, this is BJP's best ever performance in Haryana. Not only have they performed a hat-trick of full-term governments in Haryana. I'm sorry.
Catch your breath, Aman. I'll get in a word from Sharon, my colleague, as well, as far as Congress's strategy from here on is concerned. Bhupinder Singh Hooda, from whose office or home you're reporting from, Sharon, where you've been since this morning. The mood was a little somber up until now because of the party's fortunes. But at least as far as his personal win is concerned, perhaps that's being celebrated there now?
Well, Poonam, could you please repeat the question?
Has the mood changed there? The party may be losing the state, but Bhupinder Singh Hooda has managed to retain his seat.
Well, that is right. Graha Sampla Koloi is the seat from where he was contesting, and it is considered to be a bastion of Hooda family. And he has, in fact, we've just been told by his offices that he has went to the counting center and will be collecting his certificate as he has won from that constituency. But Poonam, that's not enough, because Bhupinder Singh Hooda, from day one, even before the screening of Haryana election could begin in Congress party, had promised that he will be winning more than 50 seats in Haryana. His estimate was somewhere around 50 to 55 seats, and that is why a complete dominance was seen on the screening during the distribution of tickets. There were, of course, complaints that were made by Kumari Shailja, Randeep Singh Surjewala, that how there are the Congress president in Haryana is in fact biased towards Bhupinder Singh Hooda. Not just that, there were complaints about how ticket distribution is done predominantly just for Hooda's supporter, and we have seen the kind of cracks that were evident, the infighting that was evident throughout the campaign. But even then, the Congress leadership maintained that they are backing Bhupinder Singh Hooda, because the entire
strategy of the campaign. The entire funding also, we have been told, was in fact done by Bhupinder Hooda. He was very confident that this time the Congress party will come to power, but that is not what the results are showing. Now the results, of course, we are seeing a margin of at least good 5,000 to 10,000 votes in the margin in some of the constituencies. So it is going to be, of course, a very difficult situation for the Congress party, and especially for Bhupinder Hooda, because this could actually mean that it will become very difficult for him to revive from this kind of disappointment, the disaster that we are seeing in Haryana right now, because he was very confident. He in fact led the entire campaign for Congress in Haryana, and now you can see the kind of results that are coming in is very, of course, disappointing for the Congress party. And behind me are the Congress supporters who are still, of course, sitting here at Bhupinder Hooda's campaign office, but you can see not happy at all. They have in fact a very straight face, not really happy. Early morning there was, of course, a lot of confidence among them, but right now they are upset, not too happy with the kind of results that are being shown right now. But of course there are what the Hooda camp is saying is that they are still going to go to each of the counting centers to make sure that the contest, which is very neck and neck, those counting centers will be visited, those constituencies will be visited to see if the counting is going right, and will be updating to the Congress leadership. But that is going to happen anytime soon now. But as of now, Bhupinder Hooda is in fact collecting his certificate from Simpla Kiloi, from where he has won the constituency from. He contested and he has won from it.
Right. What we're learning is that Vinesh Phogat has also won her seat of Jilana. She was trailing initially as far as the early trends were concerned, but now the results are out. We're given to understand that she has won that particular seat. So at least as far as that constituency is concerned, the narrative that was built around her, around the wrestlers and their fight against the central government, against the WFI, or what happened to her at the Olympics, that seems to have resonated amongst voters, at least personally for Vinesh Phogat. But shifting focus now to Jammu and Kashmir as well, Omar Abdullah has won from Budgam. Vaidur Para has, the PDP candidate, has also won, is what we're given to understand. BJP's candidate from Nowshera, the state president there, he has lost, is what we're now learning. But as far as Omar Abdullah is concerned, and Ishan will be joining us, getting us more updates on that, Budgam is a family bastion of the Abdullahs. Remember, Omar Abdullah was fighting on two different seats of Budgam and Gandarbal. There was criticism that he was trying to play it safe, especially after what happened in the Lok Sabha elections, where his luck did run out. But that is a criticism that he had countered. The Abdullahs see Budgam as a family bastion. That's where Farooq Abdullah has won his elections as well. That is a seat that Omar Abdullah has managed to win. Gandarbal, we're given to understand the counting is still underway. As far as Omar Abdullah, the Abdullah family is concerned, Aman, many tried to write them off. Regional parties is something that very easily get written off. This is them slowly going into the sunset, was what was said. But this election, they've shown that they are a force to reckon with.
Definitely. I think Omar Abdullah is the story of the J&K election. This time, remember, he had at one instance before the election said he will not fight any seat in J&K because he doesn't want to become a chief minister of a state where the election, where the state will be run by the LG. But of course, there was a change of heart, and I think Omar Abdullah stepped into the election fight not just from one but two seats. And I think that has galvanized the NC cadre in the valley, especially the alliance with the Congress may have helped the NC also to some extent, because there was no split in votes in the valley, be it Engineer Rashid's party or other small regional parties or the BJP. Nobody could really split the vote in the Kashmir Valley. It's been a one-sided vote. Out of these 42 seats that NC has won, a majority are there in the Kashmir Valley. Even if you see the map of Kashmir, the entire valley is in the red color, which is the NC's color. So very, very clear. I think Omar Abdullah is the big story, and this is also a big victory. He will be the chief minister again of the state. He was the former chief minister as well. So I think now the major issue in Jammu and Kashmir will be Omar Abdullah pressing the center to immediately restore statehood for the state, because this is something that the NC has been very strong. In fact, for the entire election on this particular plank, that we will restore statehood to Jammu and Kashmir, because many in J&K feel that people were more disturbed about the taking away of statehood than even the abrogation of Article 370. So this was a major issue on the ground, and this will now raise questions even within maybe the BJP, that could the BJP have restored the statehood? before the elections? Did they leave it too late, maybe? Because this was an issue which definitely resonated on the ground. Everybody knew that Article 370 is history. It's never going to come back, whatever the NC may say or the PDP may say. But statehood is something which I think is a big emotive issue in J&K. And we could see now Umar Abdullah, really ratcheting it up with the center that statehood, now since the elections are done, statehood should be immediately restored to Jammu and Kashmir.
And seems like that the issue that has resonated, because another plank that the NC was fighting this entire election on was the reversal of the abrogation of Article 370, and that would have been a challenging task. Perhaps even voters realize that this is something that is a poll promise and not something that actually could be delivered. And yet, we've seen the kind of performance that the National Conference has shown in this particular election. As you see on your screens, 50 is what the National Conference and Congress combined have managed to win or lead in as far as Jammu and Kashmir goes. 80% of that share comes from, or more, in fact, comes from the National Conference. They will remain, they are the senior partner as far as that alliance goes, and that's what they've proven with this election. We'll continue our coverage here on CNN News 18, but time for a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18, and these visuals that you see on your screens are coming in from Srinagar. We are going to be seeing the Abdullahs shortly exit their residence, meet that. There you see actually Farooq Abdullah on your screens there. Omar Abdullah has won his seat of Badgam, the family bastion of the Abdullahs. This is a national conference victory through and through as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. Revival of that party 10 years after an election was held. The National Conference has shown that they are a force to reckon with as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. We are going to be seeing a press conference just a short while from now of the Abdullahs. I believe Farooq Abdullah is speaking there to the waiting media.
के लोगों का शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ जिन्होंने इलेक्शन में हिस्सा लिया और कामयाबी बख्शी है। अल्लाह करे कि हम इस कामयाबी को आगे ले जा सके और जो वादे हमने अपने मन अभी काम कर रहे हैं, करें कि वो सब सियासत को बेहतर बनाने के लिए जनाब ये मेहरबानी है, वोटों की मेहरबानी है जी, वोटरों ने हमको दिया है वोट, हमें उसको तस्लीम करना चाहिए।
जम्मू कश्मीर के विकास को लेकर अब आपकी क्या प्राथमिकताएं रहने वाली है?
मैं समझता हूँ कि ये जो हमारा मंशूर है उसमें सब कुछ लिखा हुआ है कि हम लोग कौन से इकदाम करने वाले हैं, वो दोनों रीजन्स के लिए होंगे और दोनों रीजन्स के लिए हम लोग बराबर की कोशिश करेंगे कि उनकी मुश्किलात दूर हों।
डॉक्टर साहब कब तक सरकार बनेगी, कब तक?
मैं समझता हूँ पूरे रिजल्ट आ जाएं, उसके बाद बैठ के हम अपने कांग्रेस के भाइयों से भी बात करके वो दिन कायम मुकर्रर करेंगे जिस दिन हम लोग गवर्नर और बहुमत सामने रखेंगे और हुकूमत के फल उठाने की बात करें।
जम्मू में कांग्रेस को केवल एक सीट मिली है जम्मू में, तो कैसे देखते हैं जम्मू में कांग्रेस के?
ये लोगों का वोट देने का मतलब है, उनने अपनी मर्जी से इसको चाहा वोट दिया, इसके बारे में और कुछ नहीं।
ठीक है, ठीक है, गवर्नमेंट को लीड करेंगे सर इंशाल्लाह। डॉक्टर साहब आपको लगता है पूरा एतमाद नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस पर दिखा दिया है? क्या आपको लगता है नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस पर लोगों ने पूरा एतमाद दिखा दिया है? आज
लोगों ने अपना फैसला दिखा दिया, लोगों ने यह साबित कर दिया है कि जो इन्होंने इक़दाम 5 अगस्त को किए थे वो लोगों को मंजूर नहीं है।
क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन से ज्यादा ये जीत मिली है?
हमें एक्सपेक्टेशन तो छोड़ दीजिए, काम बहुत करने, मुश्किलात दूर करने, यहाँ पे जो बेकारी है उस बेकारी को दूर करना है, बेरोजगारी को दूर करना है, यहाँ पे जो महंगाई है उसकी तरफ देखना है, जो ड्रग मेनेस है जो इस रास्ते को खा रहा है उस ड्रग मेनेस को खत्म करना है। इसके लिए हमने कायम करने हैं वो सेंटर्स जहाँ पे इनका इलाज हो सके।
सर अब आपकी जीत के बाद क्या हम ये माने कि जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर पॉलिटिकल लैंडस्केप पूरी तरह बदलने वाले?
जरूर बदले। आज एक लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर और 4 मुशीर नहीं होंगे, आज 90 लोग जो होंगे यहाँ की इसकी मुश्किलात को दूर करने की कोशिश करेंगे।
डॉक्टर साहब आप कांग्रेस के शुक्रगुजार हैं, आप कांग्रेस के कितने शुक्रगुजार हैं जो अलायंस में पूरा साथ कांग्रेस ने दे दिया?
मैं कहता हूँ मैं सबका शुक्रगुजार कि लोगों ने इलेक्शन में हिस्सा लिया और बड़ी आजादी से लिया और अल्लाह का शुक्र है नतीजे आपके सामने है। उमर अब्दुल्ला बनेगा चीफ मिनिस्टर। चले जाओ, शुक्रिया।
बहुत शुक्रिया।
Omar Abdullah is going to be the chief minister. That confirmation coming to the fore from Farooq Abdullah. No surprises there as far as the NC strategy is concerned. When asked about how thankful they are for the Congress, a very cryptic response coming to the fore from Farooq Abdullah. They've made their feelings about the Congress's campaign very, very clear in the run-up to the elections as well. The National Conference on its own pretty much could win this election. That's something that they have believed right from the start. 49 on the board for the alliance as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, 29 for the BJP, mostly restricted to the Jammu region. The saffron story is pretty much, that's where it goes. The entry of Ram Madhav, the re-entry of Ram Madhav, Aman, if you could speak of that as well. Is that something that did work as far as the Jammu region is concerned? Because we saw a message that came to the fore from Ram Madhav in the recent past as well, where he spoke about what their campaign focused on, what the election result could look like.
Well, Ram Madhav is a Kashmir, J&K expert. It had worked wonders the last time there was an election there when he managed to stitch this alliance, unlikely alliance, I would say, with the PDP. But this time, I think Ram Madhav was sent a bit too late. There was not much he can do a month and a half before the elections were to be held. Maybe if it would have been sent earlier, maybe the BJP could have seen better results, in Kashmir, or a bigger tally even in Jammu. Maybe Jammu they've done well. Of course, I think Jammu they were always expected to do well, but still to win 29 seats out of the 43 seats in Jammu. BJP would have wanted to maximize its gains in Jammu. It wanted to have chance. If you see now, BJP is about 29. If you see the others are about 9. So there is no way the BJP can form a government, in J&K. So I think BJP would be disappointed with that, it could not maximize its gains in Jammu, and it could not make intrusion into the Kashmir, with some seats, and maybe some of the, as some were saying, like-minded independents not winning as the BJP expected them to win. Out of these 9, I believe only, not many are the independents where BJP did not contest. BJP also, I think this decision to not contest a majority of seats in the valley, Poonam, was that the correct strategy? Because BJP did not contest a majority. They fought all the seats in Jammu, but not so many in Kashmir. They depended on these independents, who have not been able to win as big as they want. That said, I still think that 49 Congress NC together is just a close shave. 46 to 49. There's not much gap there, and the culprit there, of course, is the Congress party, which may end up winning just 5 or 6 seats. So I think that has really hurt the alliance in Jammu, and that also explains why BJP has been able to win big in Jammu, because the Congress simply was rejected in the Jammu region by the voters.
So the Congress failed to reap benefits in Jammu and Kashmir. The Congress failed to win an election that was seen as theirs to win as far as Haryana is concerned. There is lesson for Congress in this entire story. We'll try and get more into that right after this quick break. Back in just a few minutes. Do stay tuned. बट उसका दूसरा पार्ट ये है कि जैसे हमारी पार्टी को तोड़ा, आप देखिए यहाँ पे या तो एनसी थी, पीडीपी थी, वो फायदा एनसी को गया, जो हमारी सारी सीटें हमने हारी वो एनसी को गई. So I accept it and this is a democracy. People are allowed to choose who they choose and I am मुफ्ती साहब granddaughter. मैं उस शख्स की पोती हूँ जिनने पूरी अपनी लाइफ में इलेक्शंस इतने हारे फिर भी उनने जद्दोजहद करके जम्मू कश्मीर की आवाम को एक फीजिबल ऑल्टरनेटिव दिया जो पीडीपी है. वी आर डाउन बट वी आर नॉट आउट. मैं यहाँ महबूबा जी के साथ ही नहीं, हमारे वर्कर्स के साथ मैं खड़ी हूँ और मैं खड़ी रहूंगी.
What about the alliance? Are you going to be with the alliance with NC or Congress?
That is above my pay grade. I think this is a question that only महबूबा जी can answer. हमारे पार्टी के जो spokespersons थे वो भी preemptively decide कर रहे थे कि we'll support them, but this is something that only महबूबा जी will answer.
जी वजह क्या रही अगर हम पे 35 सीट जो है बिजबिहाड़ा आपका रहा?
जी देखिए, बिजबिहाड़ा की बात नहीं है. जैसे मैंने कहा पीडीपी को तोड़ा गया. दिल्ली की मरकजी सरकार ने जैसे हमारी पार्टी को डिसमेंटल किया, हमारे मिनिस्टर्स, मेंबर पार्लियामेंट, उसका कहीं ना कहीं ग्राउंड पे असर आता है क्योंकि जब आपका एक लीडर निकलता है तो साथ में कैडर भी जाता है. बट आई टेक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. ये मेरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है. मुझे 4 हफ्ते दिए गए थे. आई न्यू कि ये सीट थोड़ी टफ है बिकॉज इस बार वीरी साहब ने वहां बहुत अच्छा काम किया लेकिन उनकी एंटी इनकम्बेंसी भी थी. बट दिस इज अ डेमोक्रेसी. मैंने पहले भी कहा मैं यहाँ लोगों के सर पे सवार आने तो आई नहीं हूँ. इतना जूनो किया, सीट हार गई, बट आई एम अ फाइटर. मैं मुफ्ती साहब की पोती हूँ. आज मैंने उनको बहुत मिस किया, तभी उनके बारे में मैंने ट्वीट किया. मेरे ग्रैंडफादर ने पूरी अपनी पॉलिटिकल लाइफ में जद्दोजहद किया. आई एम अ स्ट्रॉन्ग गर्ल, आई एम अ स्ट्रॉन्ग पर्सन, आई एम नॉट समबडी हु विल ब्रेक.
नॉमिनेशन चेंज होना भी एक रीजन रहा?
नॉट एट ऑल. इनफैक्ट आपको जैसे मैंने पहले ही कहा, वीरी साहब के अगेंस्ट वहाँ सब्सटैंशियल एंटी इनकम्बेंसी भी थी. जो हम वहाँ ग्राउंड पे गए वहाँ हमें लगा वहाँ बहुत, तो मुझे 4 हफ्ते दिए गए. उन 4 हफ्तों में मैं जो कर पाई मैंने किया. एंड इट्स वेरी.
All right, so that was PDP's Iltija Mufti, who's saying that she concedes defeat, but she's not broken. She's raring to go. There's a lot for her in the future as well. In fact, she said that she has accepted the people's verdict. I'm Avantika saying you're watching continuing coverage of these fantastic elections that has happened since morning, and what a dramatic turnaround it has been, at least for the state of Haryana. The Congress and the National Conference extremely upbeat and ecstatic with what is happening in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. We have right now the reaction coming in from Farooq Abdullah. Let's cut straight across and listen in.
हमने मोहब्बतें बढ़ानी है, हिंदू मुसलमान में एतबार पैदा करना है, वही सबसे बड़ी चीज है. जी हाँ, ये बहुत जरूरी है. इसमें मुझे उम्मीद है कि हमारे जो गठबंधन के लोग हैं, जो इंडियन अलायंस है, वो हमारे साथ इसके लिए बराबर की जंग लड़ेंगे कि स्टेटहुड जल्दी से जल्दी यहाँ पे वापस आया जाए. हरियाणा में कांग्रेस आ गई. मुझे अफसोस है इस बात का, बेहद अफसोस है, क्योंकि वो जीतना हमें पूरा पता था वो जीतेंगे, मगर मेरे ख्याल से इंटरनल डिस्प्यूट जो उनमें थे उसने टोल दिखाया है. सीएम कैंडिडेट की सूरत में किसको देखेंगे? सीएम कैंडिडेट मैं समझता हूँ उमर अब्दुल्ला जो है वो सीएम बनेंगे. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Well, the elections are always like a cricket match. It's not over till it's over. And the vote counting is presently underway in Haryana. We are closely monitoring what's happening out there. Excuse me. And we are seeing all those numbers also pouring in right now. But let me just quickly go to Executive Editor, CNN News 18, Aman, who's been with us since the very morning. Aman, how did the BJP manage to pull off what they have in the state of Haryana, beating anti-incumbency after 10 long years? Because if I'm not mistaken, the BJP had been banking on the caste arithmetic. They had been wanting to try to consolidate the non-Dalit community and also the split in the Dalit vote. Do you think that this counter consolidation has worked in their favor?
Well, Avantika, let's put it in context. If you see the BJP's performance in Haryana this time with 50 seats as we are showing right now, this is BJP's best ever performance in the state.
True.
In 2014, when BJP won Haryana for the first time, they had won 47 seats. Last time, they had gone down to 40 seats. To win 50 seats in a state where everybody had written you off. You were against all odds. farmer issue, wrestler issue, Agniveer issue, anti-incumbency of 10 years. To pull it off from there is a remarkable story, and BJP would be thrilled to bits with what has happened in Haryana. This is reminiscent, I think, of what happened in Chhattisgarh in December, when nobody gave them a chance to win Chhattisgarh, or BJP won a landslide victory in Chhattisgarh against Bhupesh Bagel's government.
Right.
That said, I believe what has happened in Haryana also is this decision to change Manohar Lal Khattar. Because many on the ground used to say that the anti-incumbency is not so much against the BJP, it is more against Mr. Khattar. So I think this decision 6 to 7 months ago to replace him with a younger chief minister, Nayab Singh Saini, also an OBC face, has worked for the BJP. The man seems to have done some good work in the last 6 to 7 months, shown some good intent, and people seem to have forgiven the BJP, I would say, for Manohar Lal Khattar's, in a way, the anti-incumbency which built against him.
That anti-BJP, anti-incumbency vote doesn't seem to have consolidated behind the Congress party, because it was perceived, Aman, that the Jat community was coalescing towards the Congress party. But what exactly has happened? This is unprecedented, because if I'm not mistaken, no party has secured a hat-trick like the BJP has after 10-year rule.
Yes, absolutely. This is the first time a party in Haryana has done a hat trick after 2 full terms.
Yes.
So that is unprecedented anyway. I think to answer your first question, Avantika, I think the Congress seemed too overconfident. They thought they had already won this election. They were talk about who will be chief minister, Hooda, Selja, Rajiv Surjewala, everybody throwing their hat in the ring. I think the party was too overconfident. It was banking too much on the Jat consolidation factor, because what we heard from the Congress and also from the ground, if we go to Rohtak and these belts, that the state wanted a Jat chief minister after 10 years of a non-Jat chief minister. But I think that what seems to have worked for the BJP is this consolidation on the other side, especially the Dalit consolidation for the BJP in this election. Kumari Selja, did she work adequately for the Congress in this election or not in her belt, because she was unhappy with the ticket distribution and later whatever happened. So, that is also a big factor. And I think knives are going to be out in the Congress now, Avantika, that, who is to take blame for this particular loss, because in this particular case, Bhupinder Singh Hooda was given charge of the campaign much earlier. Kumari Selja was removed as the PCC chief to make Udayban Chaudhary, a close aide of Bhupinder Singh Hooda, as the PCC chief. So Bhupinder Hooda, in a way, had full control of the party unit in Haryana. This was a victory they thought was presumed, but to lose in such a fashion and giving BJP the biggest victory till date, I think knives are going to be out in the Congress, and Kumari Selja would be saying that, look, you ignored me, but now I am your big Dalit face. Has this result effectively retired Bhupinder Singh Hooda is now the big question in the Congress.
She's been giving, one interview after the other. I mean, I wanted to understand from you that, do you think this Congress versus Kumari Selja slugfest had anything to do with the kind of performance that we're seeing? And also, very quickly, what happened about Bhupinder Singh Hooda? He's a Jat stalwart. He has been Congress's face in Haryana. He was given a free hand in the selection of candidates, over 70 candidates. And not just that, he was also responsible for scuttling the Aam Aadmi Party alliance. I'm just trying to make sense as to what really went wrong for him and what worked for the BJP.
Well, I think overconfidence, Avantika. Bhupinder Singh Hooda was, I think, overconfident. And this is the third election loss for Hooda when he was the presumed CF minister face. So I think there will be questions in the Congress that, can Mr. Hooda really win as a chief ministerial face any longer? Do they need to look for a younger leadership in Kumari Selja or somebody else? I think that is very clear. And also, what has worked also for the BJP, I think, Avantika, what has worked silently on the ground is the RSS support also. This is an election where many now say the RSS footprint on the ground was very much there after that Kerala BJP RSS Samanvaya meeting. This is the first election which happened. RSS was effectively on the ground in this election, helping the BJP. And I think that is something, along with Nayab Singh Saini as the face, Mr. Khattar no longer there. I think all that has worked beautifully for the BJP. And issues like I would say the farmer protest, the Agniveer protest, the wrestler issue seem to have been non-issues as far as the people's mandate is concerned.
This is the unity that Mohan Bhagwat was also talking about, isn't it, Aman? I want to talk about the RSS contribution in the performance of the BJP in the state of Haryana. Before I come to you, let me quickly go straight across now to Arun Dhanta. He's been closely tracking all the developments. Arun, how's it looking out there? Could this be Bhupinder Singh Hooda's farewell election? He was so confident. He was exuding confidence of winning these elections. All throughout, he said that the Congress High Command will decide as to who's going to be the chief minister. But I'm sure he was harboring those, those aspirations of being the next chief minister. But just look at these shocking, stunning election results that have come in.
Well, that's right. Congress party was very much confident for the victory till those trends changed in favor of BJP today. Otherwise, in last couple of days, we have seen that Congress party was very much saying this, that they are forming the government in Haryana. There is nothing which can stop them. On the other hand, of course, BJP was showing the brave face even when there was protest for Agniveer, farmers protest, wrestlers protest. They all the while they were saying that this is a false propaganda of the Congress party. Nothing is on the ground. And in fact, today in the morning when I spoke to the Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini, he maintained the same thing, that we are going to win, wait for the final result to come. Right now, Avantika, I am here at Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini's residence, and we're given to understand that he is going to leave his residence in a short while, and he will be holding a roadshow from Kurukshetra, his residence, to Ladwa, his constituency, to thank people for the overwhelming support which he got from that seat. Remember, he has contested for the first time from Ladwa Assembly seat, and at 5 p.m. we are told that he will be addressing a press conference here back at his residence after thanking people in his constituency. 2 or 3 factors which I can actually sense on the ground which worked in favor of BJP last 2-3 weeks. One, of course, the narrative which they built around Shalja's statement, the way BJP in fact used it, saying that the Congress party is anti-Dalit, and also of course combining with Rahul Gandhi's statement on reservation. Second important thing, BJP realized that in 2024 Lok Sabha polls, their voters did not come out of their houses to cast their votes. This time around, they ensured in Haryana that voters come out of their houses to cast their vote, and perhaps this could one of the biggest reasons for the results which BJP has got here. Back to you.
Oh, absolutely. And Aman, on that part, I wanted to talk about Naib Saini. He was extremely confident that the BJP is going to do really well. Now, what worked for Naib Singh Saini? He's only just come about after he was replaced, and when the BJP trying to deflect anti-incumbency for Manohar Lal Khattar, while you had the Congress party leveraging on all of the other public grievances, discontentment against the BJP, what worked for the BJP? They focused their campaign only on local and other development issues. Do you think that perhaps worked in their favor?
See, Avantika, the kind of victory that BJP has in Haryana, if you look at the regions that they've won well, this whole GT belt, this was always been a stronghold of the BJP. This time they have completely swept it. Seats where BJP had not won the last time in GT belt, this time they have won that as well. And this is the region, I would say, Karnal, Kurukshetra, which is also Naib Singh Saini's a strong region. He, of course, was the MP earlier from Kurukshetra before he contested from Karnal in the assembly elections. So this was the stronghold area. Manohar Lal Khattar, of course, was from Karnal, but I think this victory in the GT belt, I think a lot of credit would go to Naib Singh Saini. Also the urban areas, see Gurgaon, Faridabad, these areas which also have been BJP stronghold, they've managed to retain the victory. What is big surprise is BJP's intrusion into the Jat belt. If you see the map of the election victory of Haryana, there are big number of seats that BJP has won in the Jat belt of Haryana. So this was something that nobody anticipated. People thought that the Congress will sweep the Jat belt. So clearly that Jat consolidation that the Congress was speaking about, I think has also not worked, because how did BJP then win these large areas in the Jat belt, even near Sirsa, which seems that Dalit voters have also converged towards the BJP in Haryana, and that is, I think, a phenomenal story, fantastic story for the BJP. They have the Chhattis Biradari of Haryana that we speak about. I think the Congress had been speaking about getting the support from the Chhattis Biradari, but I think this seems that the BJP, in fact, has managed to get the communities together and vote for it.
So do you think that, Haryana becoming this rapidly urbanized society has a role to play? And do you also feel that Jats have also voted for the BJP despite all that everyone had been talking about? Do you think that they perhaps have learned that lesson, what happened in the Lok Sabha polls when we didn't see that kind of response from the Jat community towards the BJP?
In some measure, they may have. We can only presuppose this, but I think some measure they may have. Of course, urban areas, the infrastructure that the BJP government, both the central and the state, have got is a big factor, and that helps the BJP win in the urban areas big. But I think the Jat voters, in some measure, may have voted for the BJP also, because otherwise, how would they win this particular area? In the west of Haryana, where Congress has a stronghold. So I think BJP has managed to do that in this election. And going ahead, I think BJP would now be trying to focus to build upon this, because also this Avantika, this factor was there, that 5 seats when it was lost from Haryana, maybe that sympathy factor for the BJP also worked, because
Could be.
Haryana
Yes.
was one state where BJP faced the reverse, a
Yes.
North Indian state, and I think the people maybe did not feel so good about it, that Modi's BJP getting 240 and Haryana contributing 5 seats less from the last time. I think that sympathy factor may have also worked for the BJP.
Yeah, that's a very important point, Aman, that you raised. We have Randeep Surjewala's reaction that has come in. Remember, his own son, Aditya Surjewala, had been leading, then trailing. It has been going, I don't know what's the last bit. What about Aditya Surjewala? Do we know what's the update? All right. So he has won from the Kethel seat. And that's a big one for the Surjewala family. Remember, Mr. Surjewala was also very upset with the kind of clout that Hoodas was enjoying. Let's listen into what he says after the performance of the Congress party and the winning of his own son from Kethel.
हमारे साथ भारतीय राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस के और हरियाणा के दिग्गज कांग्रेसी नेता हैं रणदीप सुरजेवाला। कैथल में सुरजेवाला परिवार की वापसी, बहुत बहुत मुबारकबाद।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। ये कपिस्थल कैथल की विराट, विशाल, पवित्र संस्कृति और संस्कारों से सरोबार कैथल की भूमि और कैथल के लोगों की जीत है, किसी एक व्यक्ति की नहीं। कैथल के लोगों ने ये निर्णय कर लिया था कि वो न्याय की लड़ाई लड़ेंगे, सदाचार और सद्भाव की लड़ाई लड़ेंगे। राहुल गांधी जी और खड़गे जी के नेतृत्व में विश्वास कर कैथल की तपोभूमि लड़ेगी और पूरे कैथल में पूरे कैथल में कांग्रेस पार्टी इसलिए भारी बहुमत से जीत रही है। ये दर्शाता है कि प्रदेश के ट्रेंड को तोड़कर कैथल ने राहुल गांधी जी में, खड़गे जी में, कांग्रेस में विश्वास जताया है। मैं हाथ जोड़कर कैथल जिले के हर एक व्यक्ति का, खास तौर से कैथल विधानसभा की तपोभूमि के हर व्यक्ति का कोटि कोटि धन्यवाद करता हूं।
रणदीप जी, आदित्य ने जिस तरह से आदित्य उतरे, रणदीप ही लड़ रहे थे, रणदीप के टिप्स काम आ रहे थे, पारिवारिक पृष्ठभूमि थी। क्या इस बार लग रहा कि कैथल में कांग्रेस की झोली में सीट गई? और दूसरी बात, जो ट्रेंड आ रहे हैं शुरुआत में कुछ थे, फिलहाल बीजेपी फिर से सरकार बनती नजर आ रही है, क्या कहेंगे इस बारे में?
देखिए, अभी नतीजे आने दीजिए, परिणाम आएंगे तो उस पर टिप्पणी फिर करेंगे देखकर। मुझे अभी भी विश्वास है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी का चांस है गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म करने का, पहले पूरे नतीजे आने दें। जहां तक कैथल का प्रश्न है, नतीजे साफ हैं। कैथल की 4 विधानसभा सीट हैं, हम लगभग सारी सीटें जीत रहे हैं। राहुल जी और खड़गे जी में कैथल के लोगों ने विश्वास जताया है, पूरे प्रदेश के ट्रेंड को तोड़ा है। ये दर्शाता है कि संस्कार और संस्कृति की इस भूमि के लोग कांग्रेस की विचारधारा में विश्वास
ना सवाल, आपने पिछली बार भी कहा था कि सीएम बनना सबकी इच्छा है, इस बार भी आपने कहा, अभी नतीजे आपने कहा नहीं आए, लेकिन ट्रेंड की बात करें, अगर कांग्रेस सरकार नहीं बनती, मंथन तो होगा ना, जो सवाल खड़े हो रहे थे वो।
देखिए, अभी कुछ भी कहना बहुत प्री मैच्योर है, अभी नतीजे आने दीजिए। मुझे विश्वास है कि कांग्रेस सरकार बना सकती है।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। तो ये थे रणदीप सुरजेवाला।
So that was Randeep Surjewala, obviously extremely upbeat and happy about his son's performance and him winning from Kethel as well. Randeep Surjewala has also really restricted his campaign to Kethel. He hasn't really gone out of Kethel and campaigned extensively amid the kind of bickering, infighting, factionalism within the Congress party. Arun Dhanda is with us. But Arun, Mr. Saini is really someone who is the man of the moment, all throughout, while every exit poll or everyone had predicted a Congress sweep. You had a very confident Saini who had been smiling, very calm, collected, said that he was extremely confident of the BJP winning. What makes him so popular? He's quite likable. Like where all I went, people did say that बहुत ही अच्छा इंसान है. He's young, he's energetic, he's decisive. But what exactly do you think, or the sense that you are picking up from the people around you, worked for Naib Singh Saini?
Well, see, he's somebody who's come from the OBC category, and 40% of the population comes from the OBC. So that was the master stroke which BJP played in the month of March this year itself, when they replaced Manohar Lal Khattar as the Chief Minister of Haryana. And secondly, after in his tenure of 6 months, essentially he got actually 55 days of working, because rest of the days there was either Lok Sabha's model code of conduct and then the Assembly model code of conduct. So 3 or 4 important things that people talk about which he did during his tenure was something which perhaps worked for in his favor and for the party. One, of course, the MSP on 24 crops, which he gave during his tenure, and secondly, increasing that creamy layer reservation from 6 lakh to 8 lakhs, and the jobs which he gave, the bharti which happened during his tenure was something which was, as BJP said, not like in the period of Bhupinder Hooda, Kharchi Parchi. There was, of course, a clean image that he holds in Haryana. And I think it's a combination of all these things, and people perhaps wanted to give him, more chance, because he only got 6 months, and that perhaps somehow the sentiment was amongst the people that he did not get his time to deliver on the ground. If he can do these things in 6 months, then perhaps if he is given more time, he would, give some beneficial things for Haryana. So right now, when we are talking about the Haryana results, it has become amply clear that BJP is going to form the government in Haryana. The losses which they faced in the Lok Sabha polls, when BJP won 5 seats in Haryana in the Lok Sabha polls, that was the time when they had to really pull, everybody together and to sit and actually discuss and strategize how to go about the assembly elections in Haryana, because the difference was not that much as far as the time of assembly and the Lok Sabha was concerned. So I think they have done their homework, they've strategized it well, and that is the reason why in this two-way contest between Congress and the BJP, as it has become, BJP has emerged victorious.
Oh, absolutely. And very interesting strategy there of the BJP as well. They sense the kind of angst that the Jat community had against Manohar Lal Khattar, who belonged, he's a Khatri Punjabi. He's not a Jat, a rank outsider. He was never really able to make his place amongst the Jat community. Aman, Naib Singh Saini, someone who's extremely affable, smiling, and he has much to rejoice now, helping the BJP to pull off this massive electoral success. But tell us a little bit more about him. Do you think that the caste factor worked in his favor, because he was also pitted against Meva Singh from the Congress, a very important and a very strong candidate from the Congress party in Ladwa. He was a bit skeptical initially when they told him that he's going to be contesting. But what do you think has worked for Saini, and is he going to continue to be the Chief Minister of the state?
Well, Avantika, I think he will continue as the Chief Minister of State. That's what BJP sources are telling us, that he will be in the Chief Minister's chair for the second term as well, just 55-56 term in the first in the outgoing government. But also I think Naib Singh Saini, since he's an OBC face, as Arun Dhanta was just telling us, I think he also is a very unassuming character. He's not something party discipline has stopped for him. When he was made the Chief Minister, also many questions were raised by Anil Vij that he is the senior most. But Naib Singh Saini never even spoke against Anil Vij. Even now, when he was asked to change his seat to Ladwa, he readily agreed, though he wanted to fight from his home constituency, but he was asked to fight from Ladwa because there are 7 to 8% Saini voters in this particular seat. So I think Saini is seen as somebody, unassuming, somebody who's disciplined to the party, and I think there is a lot of value in the BJP to such people, and that is why we saw the BJP now saying that he will continue also as the Chief Minister in his second term. Also, what has worked, I think, as you correctly say, taking off the heat from the BJP on the issue of Khattar. So once Manohar Lal Khattar was removed, people were looking at he's a younger face. He's somebody who's worked in the party organization a lot. He knows the nuts and bolts of the organization, how it works. All of that seems to have worked for the BJP. And,
I mean, just kindly stay on with me. Vinesh Phogat is speaking right now. We'll have to cut straight across and listen in to Phogat.
संघर्ष की जीत हुई है, सच्चाई की जीत हुई है, और मैं चाहती हूँ कि हमारे लोगों ने जो प्यार प्रेम दिया है, जो इस देश ने मेरे को प्यार प्रेम दिया है, उसको मैं हमेशा बना के रखूं, उनके विश्वास को हमेशा बना के रखूं।
आपकी पार्टी आपकी पिछड़ गई है, सरकार नहीं बन पा रही, इसको लेकर क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, अभी वेट कीजिए थोड़ा सा, अभी सारे रिजल्ट नहीं निकल के आए हैं, एक सीट निकल के आ रही है, पहले हमारा भी पीछे चल रहा था, लेकिन हम भी लीड में आए हैं, तो अभी रिजल्ट चल रहे हैं, अभी क्लियर नहीं हुआ। जब सर्टिफिकेट हाथ में आएगा तो कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी।
राजनीति में कंटिन्यू रखेंगे या फिर जेल की तरफ भी देख सकते हैं?
राजनीति में अगर आ गए तो कंटिन्यू इधर ही रखेंगे। लोगों ने प्यार प्रेम दिया है, उनके लिए काम भी करना पड़ेगा फील्ड में रह के। ऐसा तो है नहीं कि हम दोनों चीजें कर सकते हैं।
कांग्रेस नेता इलेक्शन कमीशन पर आरोप लगा रहे हैं। विनेश, कांग्रेस नेता इलेक्शन कमीशन पर आरोप लगा रहे हैं।
और किसी को पूछने दो एक बार।
शहर के लिए क्या क्या करेंगे?
शहर के अकेले की बात नहीं है, पूरे जुलाना विधानसभा के लोगों ने जो मेरे को प्यार प्रेम दिया है, जितनी उम्मीद से मुझे वोट किया, हर एक वोट को मैं चाहती हूँ कि हर एक वो वोटर खुश होना चाहिए जिन्होंने मेरे पे उम्मीद जताई है। तो वो कोशिश रहेगी हमारी। देखिए, मैं स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन हूँ, जितना हो सकता है मैं स्पोर्ट्स के लिए करूंगी। और मैं एक फील्ड में सीमित नहीं रहना चाहती। हर फील्ड के लोगों ने, हर किसान का मेरे हैं, चाहे नौजवान है, सभी ने मेरे को वोट दिया है। तो सभी की जो जिम्मेदारियां हैं वो मैं बखूबी निभाने की कोशिश करूंगी।
खेल के लिए सर क्या प्रार्थना करेंगे, आप क्या चाहेंगे?
सर वो आगे का सवाल है।
Vinesh Phogat, the Olympian wrestler turned politician, Julana ki Bahu, that was her campaign. This is the constituency where her in-laws also live. Julana seat in Jind district received a lot of hype, a lot of attention as well. And Mehbooba Mufti right now is speaking. There's a lot of reactions coming in. Let's cut straight across and listen in to PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti.
मुबारकबाद देना चाहती हूँ, उनकी बड़ी शानदार कामयाबी हुई। और उसके साथ साथ जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को भी मुबारकबाद देना चाहती हूँ कि उन्होंने एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट के लिए वोट डाला। क्योंकि पिछले 10 साल से जो हालात रहे जम्मू कश्मीर में, बिलखुसूस 2019 5 अगस्त के बाद, तो जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, बहुत मुश्किलात हैं। और उसके लिए एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट का, एक मजबूत सरकार का बनना बहुत ज़रूरी है। मैं जो हमारे पीडीपी के जो हमारे लीडर्स हैं, वर्कर्स हैं, जिन्होंने हमें बहुत मुश्किल हालात के बावजूद वोट डाला, उनकी भी बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ। और उनसे यही अपील करूँगी कि हिम्मत नहीं हारनी चाहिए, उतार चढ़ाव आते रहते हैं। और मुझे इस बात की खुशी है कि जिस तरह से लोगों ने वोट किया एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट के लिए, तो जो इसमें गड़बड़ करने का कोई चांस नहीं अब। क्योंकि लगता था कि अगर मैंडेट कुछ मिक्स्ड होगा, अगर एक तरफा मैंडेट नहीं होगा, तो फिर उसमें बहुत सी शरारतें हो सकती थी, बहुत सारी उथल पुथल हो सकती थी। और कहीं ना कहीं यहाँ के जो लोगों ने मैंडेट दिया है उसको डिफीट करने की बात हो सकती थी। इसलिए आई कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट ऑल ऑफ देम, स्पेशली पीपल ऑफ जम्मू एंड कश्मीर, जिन्होंने बहुत जो है सोच समझ के एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट के लिए वोट दिया। Want to ask anything, please?
पीडीपी 2014 में 28 सीटें,
जी जी जी,
और 2024 में 3 सीटें,
जी जी,
क्या
96 में नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस 60 सीटें, 2014 में 16 सीटें। ये उतार चढ़ाव आता रहता है, इसमें क्या करेंगे आप? लोगों की विक्ट्री है, लोगों की चॉइस है। आपको लोगों की चॉइस, जो उनकी मर्जी है, उसकी कदर करनी चाहिए, उनकी इज्जत करनी चाहिए। जमहूरियत में तो यही होता रहता है। नहीं, मुझे लगता है कि लोग चाहते थे एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट, और उनको लगा नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस जो है वो हमें स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट दे सकती है और कहीं ना कहीं बीजेपी को दूर रख सकती है। आई थिंक दैट इज द, मुझे लगता है सबसे बड़ी वजह। सॉरी जी, मैं कहती हूँ वो तो बाद की बात है, अब क्या हुआ। पर मेरा ये है कि जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों ने एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट के लिए वोट डाला, जो उनको लगा कि नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस एक गवर्नमेंट, स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट दे सकती है और बीजेपी का मुकाबला डट के कर सकते हैं, तो उसके लिए उन्होंने वोट दिया। नहीं, अब तो मेरे ख्याल में बहुत अच्छे बने। तो वही मैं तो कह रही हूँ कि लोगों को मुबारकबाद दे रही हूँ कि उन्होंने हंग असेंबली को नहीं चुना, एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट के लिए वोट दिए। ये तो मुबारकबाद है लोगों के लिए।
As a former chief minister, why do you think people didn't vote for me?
नहीं, मैं तो बार बार वही बात कह रही हूँ कि नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस का लग रहा था कि वो गवर्नमेंट बना सकते हैं, मिलजुल के एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट बना सकते हैं। और जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों ने, खासकर कश्मीर के लोगों ने चुना कि हम एक तरफा वोट दे के एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट को वोट दें कि उन्होंने अपोजिशन से ज्यादा सरकार को वोट देने का जो फैसला किया।
मैम, बहुमत का आंकड़ा चूंकि 48 हो जाएगा, ऐसे में अभी पूरी फाइनल रिजल्ट नहीं आए हैं, अगर जरूरत पड़ती है बीडीपी के 2-3 विधायकों,
देखिए मुझे लगता है कि नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस 50 तक पहुंच जाएंगे। ये मेरा अपना, ये आज का नहीं है, ये मेरी एक हफ्ते से पहले मेरी एनालिसिस है कि कांग्रेस और एनसी को किसी की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी सपोर्ट की। हालांकि जब मुझसे कई कांग्रेस लीडरशिप ने बात भी की, मैंने उनको यही बताया आज से 2-3 दिन पहले, मैंने कहा एनसी और कांग्रेस की जो है मिलजुल के आपके इतने सीट्स आएंगी, आपको बाहर के सपोर्ट की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, एंड दैट इज आई हैव बीन प्रूव्ड राइट। ओके, नहीं, मैसेज ये गया है कि जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग बहुत अक्लमंद हैं, बहुत वाइज हैं, और उन्होंने इलेक्शन में इसका सबूत दिया है कि वो नहीं चाहते हैं यहाँ मरकजी सरकार को कोई तोड़ फोड़ करने का मौका मिले, क्योंकि अगर यहाँ पर खुदा ना खास्ता हंग असेंबली होती तो बहुत तोड़ फोड़ हो जाती, और फिर जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को इतनी मुश्किल के बाद जो सरकार मिल रही है शायद वो सरकार भी नहीं नसीब होती। तो अब माय ऑल द बेस्ट विशेस आर फॉर द जो गवर्नमेंट बनने वाली है कि, और लोगों की बड़ी उम्मीदें हैं, उनसे वाबस्ता हैं, बड़ी मुश्किलात हैं लोगों को, खासकर जो हमारे नौजवान बाहर के जेलों में बंद हैं उसके हवाले से, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट के हवाले से, बिजली के हवाले से। तो मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ कि इतना बड़ा मैंडेट उनको मिला है, वो लोगों की जो उनसे जो उम्मीदें हैं उन पे पूरा उतरेंगे। थैंक यू सो मच।
कौन सी वजह रही आपके हिसाब से जो जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों से कम्युनिकेशन आप नहीं बिठा पाई?
सॉरी
मैम, वो ऐसी कौन सी वजह
नहीं, कोई कम्युनिकेशन नहीं है, लोगों की चॉइस है। इस बार लोगों ने चुना कि हम सिंगल कॉम्बिनेशन को मैंडेट देंगे, हम इधर उधर वोट नहीं डालेंगे, बल्कि एक जो अलायंस है उसको वोट देके उनकी सरकार बनाएंगे सर आंखों पे। थैंक यू। सॉरी, आपको तो कैसे लो है? जहां भी देखिए इतनी टक्कर में तो पीडीपी है, नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस।
Okay, we will talk about Jammu and Kashmir. We just had a very long discussion on the status in Haryana, but we're going to get you all the latest political reactions. Lots coming right here. We have Executive Editor Aman also joining us on the broadcast, but have to slip into a short break. Stay tuned. I'll be back with lots more in just a bit. Welcome back to our special Battle for the States and our continuing coverage on the election results from the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. And right now we're getting in breaking news. The Election Commission of India has responded to the Congress, Jairam Ramesh. Before I get you that breaking news, Bhupinder Hooda is giving a reaction. Let's go straight across and listen to what the two-time former Chief Minister of Haryana has to say.
Hello.
Former two-time Chief Minister who was extremely confident of a big, massive win. In fact, just 2 days ago, was telling CNN News 18 that he was very sure that the Congress is going to sweep the elections. And obviously, one has seen the results now. The Congress at 38 is just about to speak now to the press. When asked if he's going to be the future Chief Minister, he had already left that to the Congress High Command. Let's listen in to what Mr. Bhupinder Hooda has to say after the results that have come out, the Congress at 38 and the BJP pulling off that huge surprise in the state of Haryana.
हेलो सभी साथियों से अनुरोध है कि शांत हो जाओ भाई और जिधर ये मीडिया वाले हैं उनके साथ ये अपने
Okay, we'll just go to this press conference in a bit because he's just trying to fix up things. But Bhupinder Hooda, his first response, his first reaction, in fact, coming in after that stunning comeback by the BJP, beating anti-incumbency. So this is going to be a very important one, just to listen to what Bhuta had to say. But in the meantime, even the Election Commission has given their response on the allegations being made by the Congress Jairam Ramesh and Pawan Kheda. In fact, the ECI has said, all right, Mr. Hooda has started speaking now. Let's just listen in.
एक तो आपसे निवेदन है कि डेटा अपडेट नहीं हो रहा है तो मेरे पास खबर है वी आर टचिंग द मेजॉरिटी कांग्रेस इज गेटिंग मेजॉरिटी कांग्रेस को मेजॉरिटी मिल रही है डेटा अपडेट क्रिएट किया जा रहा है बहुत सारी सीटें हैं जो हम जीत चुके हैं वो अपडेट नहीं की जैसे चट्टा साहब है शैली है रामकरण है अशोक क्रिएट किया जा रहा है बहुत सारी सीटें हैं जो हम जीत चुके हैं वो अपडेट नहीं की जैसे चट्टा साहब है शैली है रामकरण है अशोक अरोड़ा है ऐसे कई सीटें हैं जो हमारे खबर मिली है जैसे आदमपुर में भी हम लीड कर रहे हैं दतिया में भी लीड कर रहे हैं बहुत सारी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी हैं जैसे वतन में हम जीतने जा रहे हैं तो ये अपडेट नहीं हो रहा है डेटा इलेक्शन कमीशन में और कई जगह काउंटिंग की गई है तो मेरा एक तो सभी जो काउंटिंग एजेंट्स हमसे साथियों से निवेदन है कि आप डटे रहो मेजोरिटी आ रही है
सर आप इतने
शांत रहो
सर आप इतने सीनियर लीडर हैं मुख्यमंत्री रह चुके हैं 10 साल तक आज 2:30 बजे जब काउंटिंग हो रही है क्या आप पूरी जिम्मेवारी से ये बात अपने जो कार्यकर्ता है उसको बता रहे हैं
हाँ मेरे पास खबर है कई जगह काउंटिंग रुकी हुई है जैसे रोहतक शहर की रुकी हुई है
और कई जगह है जो कंफ्यूजन क्रिएट किया, डाटा अपडेट नहीं किया। मान लो जहाँ कहीं 10 राउंड की हो गई है, 11 राउंड तक, 12 राउंड तक हो गई है, 7 राउंड तक का डाटा किया है। कई जगह जो जैसे थानेसर है, वहाँ हमारा कैंडिडेट जीत भी गया है, सर्टिफिकेट भी ले आया, वो भी अभी इसमें नहीं डाल रहे हैं। इस प्रकार से कंफ्यूजन है, कंफ्यूजन क्रिएट हो रहा है। डाटा अपडेट कराने इलेक्शन कमीशन को तो डाटा अपडेट करें। और जैसे मैंने कहा, ये खेल है, बॉल कभी इधर कभी उधर, लेकिन गोल हम मारेंगे।
इलेक्शन कमीशन भी कह रहे हैं कि बीजेपी के
इलेक्शन कमीशन से मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप निगरानी रखें और कोई ऐसी बात ना होने।
तो अभी भी आप फुलफुल है सर, सरकार आ रही है, आप फुलफुल है।
आपने मैंने क्या सुना आपने सुनानी है आपको, मैंने क्या कहा है, क्या चला रहे हैं। थैंक यू।
इलेक्शन कमीशन ने
Singh Hooda extremely confident of securing a big win, and Aman, he's saying that goal to hum hi marenge. Congress is getting a majority. He is also alleging that there's a lot of confusion that's being created because the Congress party has also alleged manipulation and updating of the EC website. What do you make of that statement? He is putting up a very brave front despite the numbers that have given that have already come in. 38 for the Congress, 47 for the BJP, but Hooda Saab saying that bhai jeet to hamari hi hogi end mein.
Surprising, Mr. Hooda is still not conceding defeat, and he's continuing to refine, saying some seats are very, very close. So yeah, few rounds are left and some seats, but overall it seems BJP at 47, one above the majority mark, in fact, and among the independents also, I believe one is Savitri Jindal, who's expected to go with the BJP since son is with the BJP. So I think the BJP is very confident that it's going to cross the majority mark. It will be above 46 by the end of the day. Congress is still struggling, Avantika. It's at 37.
Yeah.
So to make up, almost 9 seats may be very difficult for the Congress from this stage. But of course, I think defeat is hard to digest when you have already presumed a big victory. And, it's a big shock, I think, and that is showing for the Congress in Haryana, because this was one state they were very confident of winning. In fact, especially so after the Lok Sabha results, when it was a 5-5 split verdict, on the 10 seats in Haryana. So BJP, I think Congress was very confident, and that is why maybe this loss will be very hard to digest by the end of the day if these numbers actually stay good till the end of the day.
Absolutely. Aman, just kindly stay on with me. The NC Congress is poised to form the government. If we just pivot to Jammu and Kashmir, they have put up a great performance in the state. Omar Abdullah presently is speaking. Let's cut straight across and listen in.
देखिए, मैं अभी फिलहाल पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर के हवाले से बात नहीं करूंगा, क्योंकि कई सारी सीटें हैं जिनके नतीजे आना अभी बाकी हैं। लेकिन फिलहाल बड़गाम में खड़े होके मैं जरूर बड़गाम के वोटरों का शुक्रिया करना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने मुझे अपने कीमती वोटों से नवाजा, मुझे यहाँ से कामयाब होके भेजा और मुझे जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों की खिदमत करने का दोबारा एक मौका जो है हासिल हुआ है। जम्मू कश्मीर नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को पिछले 5 साल से खत्म करने की मुकम्मल कोशिश की गई थी। यहाँ बहुत सी ऐसी तंजीमें खड़ी की गई जिनका मकसद था नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को खत्म करना, लेकिन अल्लाह का फजल है कि जो हमें खत्म करने के लिए आए थे मैदान में, वो खुद ही मतलब उनका कोई नामो निशान नहीं रहा। लेकिन हमारी जिम्मेदारियां बढ़ जाती हैं। अब हमारा फर्ज बनता है कि हम अपने काम के जरिए अपने आप को इन वोटों के काबिल और लायक समझें, जो कि अगले 5 साल के लिए हमारी मुकम्मल कोशिश रहेगी।
महबूबा जी ने कांग्रेचुलेट किया है, आपको बधाई दी है जम्मू कश्मीर नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस को नई सरकार के लिए।
अब हम उनके मुबारकबाद के पैगाम का शुक्रिया करते हैं और क्या कर सकते हैं।
नए मुख्यमंत्री से मैं बात कर रहा हूं, उमर साहब जिंदाबाद।
All right, very interesting. Aman, whenever there are talks of the PDP, you have Omar Abdullah who's trying to avoid the whole conversation of a possibility of an alliance. But about Omar Abdullah winning big from Budgaon, and he was also leading in Ganderbal. The last I checked was by over 8,500 votes. Very impressive performance by the National Conference. What does this mean for them and also for the BJP? If in one state they're rejoicing their victory and a great surprise win that they're enjoying, what does this mean for the BJP with the NC getting these number of votes from the people of Jammu and Kashmir, especially in Kashmir?
Well, I think Omar Abdullah is the big star of this election in J&K. From a stage where he said he would not contest the assembly election to ultimately fighting two seats and winning both. So I think Omar Abdullah is the big star. You know, out of the 51 seats, Avantika, that NC contested in these elections, they have won 42. 42 out of 51 or 41 out of 51, depending on the leads. At the end of the day, the NC is going to end up winning nearly 85% of the seats it contested. Comparatively, the Congress, which was very graciously, I think, given 32 seats by the NC, has won only 5 to 6 seats. So in a way, it is the Congress which has pulled down this number. Maybe if the NC had contested this election alone, it may have crossed 50 on its own in this election. A brilliant election fought, I think, by Omar Abdullah. He consolidated his forces, his cadre in this particular election happening after a decade in Kashmir. And, party does go into a bit of an oblivion if there are no elections for a decade. But NC managed to rally its cadre together. So much so that all these other factors, the independents, Engineer Rashid's party, have not been able to cut the votes of the NC. I think that goes to the credit of Omar Abdullah. He warned the voters of Kashmir that voting for Engineer Rashid's party, voting for these independents, only ends up voting for the BJP. Don't vote for them. I think the Kashmir voters, the NC was able to convince them. And that is why we see the sweep of the Kashmir Valley by the National Conference. Congress has won very little. They won, I think, just one seat in Jammu, where NC was actually banking upon them to do well, but that has not happened.
He was not very enthused about the alliance, Omar Abdullah, all throughout. He was quite upset with Rahul Gandhi, also not really focusing on the campaigning. But Ishan Vani is also joining us. Ishan, do you concur with Aman that it's Omar Abdullah, the star of the show in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, National Conference, doing so well? Him, in fact, doing fantastically from Budgam and also leading in Ganderbal. What is the sense that you're getting from the ground? The independents haven't really had such a big role to play, and there were some formidable independents who were in the electoral fray this time around.
Well, definitely credit to the National Conference that they kept their cadre intact. PDP scattered, their party broke, the leaders left, they wanted out to form new parties. Even those new parties which came into electoral politics, have lost. Even Altaf Bukhari, which was the best bet, even the BJP, for the BJP, that if you could come after winning the few seats, that he could provide you support in Kashmir. He hasn't really clicked. So there are independents that the BJP was also backing upon. They haven't clicked. There is joy behind me at the Congress headquarters, that the COVID and crowds have started to build up. They believe that this is a big victory for them, a defeat for the BJP. Now, this all will be linked to the 370. Definitely that because of the 370 abrogation, that Kashmir-based political parties have been able to successfully take it to the masses that BJP actually was behind everything Article 370, and they've snatched something away from them. But the National Conference is the big winner from the entire scene that you see today. It was very clear. National Conference wanted Congress to focus on Jammu, but National Conference felt that the Congress was actually sacrificing Jammu for Haryana. But Haryana hasn't also turned out well for them. While the focus of the Rahul Gandhi's campaign, most of the campaign happened in Kashmir. He held multiple rallies in Kashmir. But the National Congress would have wanted is a star campaigner of the Congress to campaign in Jammu and win them a few seats. But that didn't happen. There was also, BJP was also looking at cutting the votes. Because if you see Jammu, there are clear two parties which had contest. It was either the BJP or the Congress. And few of the independents who were rebel from the parties and fought as independent candidates. Other than that, there was no chance of any other party coming there or swinging victory in their favor. And within Kashmir, there was a divided vote. They felt that there will be a vote division, and the National Conference and Congress will hurt because of that division, particularly in those areas where the National Conference is dominant. Because the Indian regime was able to upset Umar Abdullah in North Kashmir, and that's where the main bastion is, apart from Central Kashmir, which comprises of Srinagar, Budgam, and Ganderbal. They felt they'll be able to segment his vote by Rashid and make their victory there and get independence out of that particular area. But that didn't happen. Now, clearly, it seems like Umar Abdullah is heading towards Ganderbal to collect his victory certificate. Then he will go to Budgam. He has contested on 2 seats. Though he was nervous given the fact that he has lost Lok Sabha elections. very nervous. In fact, he didn't speak to the media this time. Last time he spoke to the media when Lok Sabha elections were taking place. So he was a little nervous, but that hasn't really, led his fortunes down. He is going on. They feel that they'll be able to form the government. Even if you look at the statements that the PDP has made, just few minutes back, we saw PDP saying that they would need the support of PDP if National Congress is going to form the government.
Oh, absolutely. An exuberant National Conference and Congress alliance taking a very impressive lead in the Jammu and Kashmir election. We also have a reaction now from BJP's leader, Kavinder Gupta. He, in fact, if you recall, was extremely confident that his party will emerge as the single largest party in the Union Territory. We have his reaction. Let's just play that out.
वो देश की बेहतरी के लिए काम करे। जम्मू कश्मीर में बहुत कुछ सहा है और जम्मू कश्मीर में पत्थरबाजों को छोड़ना, इस प्रकार की जो चुनावी जो हथकंडे इन्होंने अपनाए हैं वो यहाँ पर संभव होने वाला नहीं है। इसलिए जनता की बेहतरी के लिए, जम्मू कश्मीर की बेहतरी के लिए काम करें तो अच्छा रहेगा।
मतलब बीजेपी का मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बनेगा जैसा दावा किया।
देखिए, मैंने कहा 2 घंटे इंतजार करिए, देखते हैं क्या होता है, क्या रणनीति बनती है। अभी इतनी जल्दी कुछ कहना ठीक नहीं।
जिस तरह वो कह रहे हैं कि उमर अब्दुल्ला सीएम बनेंगे।
देखिए, उन्होंने अपना दावा किया है, अच्छी बात है, करना भी चाहिए, उनके पास फिलहाल तो बहुमत है।
But the BJP much below the halfway mark. They were expecting 30 to 35 seats in the state of Jammu and Kashmir and also putting up a very good performance in Jammu region. We'll talk about the politics in Jammu and Kashmir in just a bit. A quick break right here on the broadcast. Stay tuned. I'll be back. Welcome back. You're watching our special coverage on the election results from the states of Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. And with me is Executive Editor, CNN News 18, Aman, who's also giving us perspective on this big surprise coming up from the state of Haryana. Haryana has really thrown a big surprise, Aman. That's really been the talking point. There was a point in the live results hub when all the focus was on Haryana. Everyone had forgotten about Jammu and Kashmir. But it's very impressive. They have been able to beat anti-incumbency. They have been able to beat all of the grievances, the kind of restlessness that was there amongst the Jat community, the anger, the restless protest, the farmers' unrest, governance bottlenecks, to come out triumphant. How have they been able to achieve this?
Absolutely, winning against all odds. Everything was stacked against the BJP in Haryana. This was a state where they lost 5 Lok Sabha seats just a few months back, in fact, just 3.5 months back. And to come back, make this comeback and win Haryana, I think is a phenomenal victory. Obviously, there are multiple factors in it. We spoke about that earlier. This time, I would like to point out to the Dalit voter. I think this is something which was much ignored in Haryana, while the Congress focus was firmly on the Jat voters consolidating behind it.
And they constitute 20% of the population in the state.
Yes, nearly 22% of the population in Haryana is Dalit voters, something that the BJP has cultivated over the last few years. In fact, created a deprived scheduled caste community there, which 14% of them, which BJP has really focused upon. I think that is something which has totally worked in the favor of the BJP in this election. This vote has not gone to the Congress. This has come to the BJP, which is, I think, explains the overconfidence of the Congress in this election, that, just the Jat sentiment will carry them through. The Chhattis Biradri of Haryana, which Congress spoke about a lot, I think BJP has practiced that well on the ground. Of course, replacing Mr. Manohar Lal Khattar with Nayab Singh Saini is a move that was criticized when it happened. Avantika, I remember all of us were criticizing it, saying this is almost an admission that BJP is going to lose Haryana. Soon after that, we saw BJP lose 5 seats in Haryana. So it was a tough task, but I think BJP has worked on the grassroots here, got their cadre together. There was RSS support, which I'm saying the X factor in the Haryana election. After the BJP RSS Samanvaya meeting in Kerala, we have seen the RSS being involved in a big deal in the Haryana election. And all these, I think the result which is showing to us, BJP at 48, best ever performance of BJP in Haryana ever since 2014, when they won it with 47 seats. To get up such a victory, I think, from a possible defeat, which everybody said, is, I think, speaks of the BJP's resolve, and also the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's big appeal in Haryana. Avantika, remember, Prime Minister always begins his Lok Sabha campaign from Haryana. Be it from Rewari or be it from some other place, he always begins his Lok Sabha election campaign from Haryana. PM Modi has a long history of, working in Haryana. He once recalled how he used to move on a bike, campaigning Haryana with Mr. Manohar Lal Khattar sitting behind him, pillion riding behind him. So Haryana is somewhere where Narendra Modi has worked as a Karyakarta, and I think that is why that deep knowledge of the state, what works there. Even the issue of Agniveer, for example, which many thought would work against the BJP, nothing has worked. Farmer protest, wrestler protest, nothing seems to have worked on the BJP. People seem to have voted for development and this cohesive caste politics that BJP has practiced in Haryana.
And something that perhaps has backfired for the Congress party was, reports of factionalism. And it was out in the open, the very obvious infighting in the Congress party between a very prominent Dalit face, Shailja Kumari, who herself enjoys a very respectable position in the Congress unit. And you had Bhupinder Hooda. In fact, we have an exclusive interview with Shailja Kumari. She spoke to CNN's reporters. Let's just play that out.
Joining us now, Senior Congress Leader and MP Kumari Shailja. Ma'am, thank you so much for speaking to CNN News 18. Ma'am, the tally has almost taken its final shape, and it seems it's a disappointment for the Congress party. First of all, your first thoughts on it?
No, my first thought, obviously, is that of disappointment, because in the morning I was talking to you here in this room, and I was claiming that we'll get 60 plus. So we are nowhere there. And that is a huge disappointment, not only for me personally, not just, for a few people, for the aspirants, for the candidates, but I think for our workers at large and for Haryana people also. We have not been able to deliver or garner the kind of support that we should have or we could have.
The campaign was really extensive, ma'am, by the Congress party. In fact, from Kisan, Pahalwan to Jawan, all three were focused. Do you think now it's time for introspection, exactly what went wrong?
Absolutely. We will have to introspect. And that is something that any party would do, and we have to do, because we were on way to form government. And kahan 60 or even your all your exit polls didn't put it less than majority, absolute majority. So there's some shortcomings.
Ma'am, your initial thoughts, what went wrong?
But the BJP is still currently leading in votes in Haryana Assembly elections, clearly overturning all those early trends. And of course, the exit poll predictions. You also just heard Kumari Selja taking a swipe at all of these exit poll predictions. But the BJP clearly is the story as far as the state of Haryana is concerned. We're going to be talking about Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir in detail. Have to slip into a very short break. Stay tuned. The news and updates continue. Hello and welcome to a very special coverage, Battle for the States, where we are focusing on the results that are out for the states of Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. Vote counting is still presently underway in the state of Haryana. It's a closely contested election where the ruling BJP and the Congress were engaged in a nail-biting battle. And what a dramatic turnaround of events it has been as far as the state of Haryana is concerned. Defying initial projections, the BJP has surged ahead, crossing the majority threshold with leads in 48 seats, while the Congress is trailing at 36 now as I speak. Former Chief Minister Bhupinder Hooda is still extremely confident and very optimistic, asserting that the Congress will secure a decisive victory despite the BJP's current advantage. But the outcome is going to determine the fate of over 1,000 candidates, including the fate of 464 independents and other female candidates as well. So these are the numbers that we're showing you right now: 48 for the BJP and 36 for the Congress party. It's very interesting what's happening in the state of Haryana. Now we're going to be showing you some graphics as well. We'll just explain you as to what really worked in the favor for the BJP, because that's very important. Was it the consolidation of the jats, or was it something else? The caste vote, as my colleague Aman has been talking about, has also worked in the favor for the BJP. But let me go straight across now to Sharon. Sharon is joining us. Sharon, early in the morning, celebrations were seen at the party headquarters when the early trends were trickling in. And obviously, all of that has changed, though Bhupinder Hooda has still put up a very defined, very confident, note. He's saying that he's very confident कि आखिर में वो ही जीतेंगे and they are only going to be scoring that final goal. But what are you seeing around you? How's the mahal at the BJP office, at the Congress office in Rohtak, Hooda's home ground, his traditional bastion, and also his party office in Rohtak?
Well, behind me, you can see that the supporters are still sitting here firmly, believing that something would actually turn around and things would be favorable for the Congress party, because that is what the message by Bhupinder Hooda has been just moments back. He came to the party office, the campaign party office, and in fact told his supporters that he in fact is going to the counting centers, and there are about 10 such seats where there is in fact a tight match that is going on. It is in a neck-and-neck situation, and he believes that all these 10 seats are in favor of the Congress party, and that will increase the tally of the Congress party as far as the results are concerned. But of course, the results that are coming in is in fact disappointing for the supporters, cadres who have gathered here, of course for the Congress leadership as well. But there is a sense of confidence that is still being put across by Bhupinder Hooda. He still believes that it is the Election Commission that is doing some sort of a miscalculation, and they are not updating the Election Commission website with the numbers. There are about 10 seats where the counting has stopped, is the big allegation that is coming in from Bhupinder Hooda. And same sentiments are being echoed by the leaders in Delhi as well. We have seen Jairam Ramesh and Pawan Khera also in fact saying that there is some sort of a delay in counting, and that is why the numbers are not getting updated. So right now, the supporters who have gathered here, all of them believes that there is still expectation. They still believe that something would actually work out in their favor. And as far as Bhupinder Hooda, the Congress president in Haryana, Uday Bhan, and Deependra Hooda are concerned, they are going from one counting center to another counting center, making sure wherever there is a close match between the candidates, there is proper counting that is done. The counting agents have been told to stay firm in all the counting centers and make sure that there is no, the counting continues as far as the counting centers are concerned.
Right. It's interesting that the Congress is alleging manipulation and updating of the Election Commission website. They've raised questions on the lag as far as updating those numbers are concerned. Stay on with me, Sharon. Let's just tell our viewers as to what perhaps has worked in the BJP's success story and what's working in favor of the Saffron party. But remember, the counting is still underway, but they have managed a good lead, 48 as against 36 of the Congress party, who were actually expecting a massive sweep. In fact, the Congress party workers had been hoping 60 and above. Caste consolidation, as my colleague Aman Sharma has been talking about and stressing on, the move to unite those 35 caste groups and against the jats perhaps gave them the advantage that the BJP, the anti-jat vote consolidation, that's a big one as well. The BJP all along had been banking on the caste arithmetic, hoping to consolidate the non-Jat vote and the split in the Dalit vote. So that perhaps has also worked in their favor. And as we were talking before, lessons from the Lok Sabha debacle, the BJP votes may have just turned out in large numbers to vote for BJP and also for the Saffron Party. RSS's rural push. Aman was telling us just a short while ago the massive footprint of the RSS workers, the Karyakartas, how they have been working on the ground. And we've also been hearing from Mohan Bhagwat, who's been talking about unity, talking about all groups within the BJP to come together within the NDA to work for that ultimate goal of winning elections. So the RSS's involvement, their participation, the RSS's ground level efforts, perhaps is also what has led to this fantastic performance in the state of Haryana. A great comeback by the BJP. Winning candidates had very strong political backgrounds as well, and the winnability factor was something. Most importantly, Nayab Singh Saini, he himself is a very affable face. He's likable, he's decisive, he's young, he's energetic, and the BJP perhaps had already foreseen that, and that's why they had decided to change and replace Manohar Lal Khattar with Nayab Singh Saini. So I'm talking about that strategy that seems to have worked. And Saini, in fact, has also been extremely confident. I mean, something that really stood out about him through and through, while everyone had been talking about the Congress's massive win or their clean sweep, etc. You had Saini all calm, composed, smiling year to year, very, very sure that the BJP will win. He talked a lot about the work that has been done by the BJP workers on the ground and how the BJP campaign, has really been focusing on development, on reinstilling the faith and confidence in the youth, on talking to them, on reaching out to them, and most importantly, the big announcement of the purchase of 24 crops at minimum support price. So all of these schemes that were announced in this Sankalp Patra, the BJP is stressing how Haryana, the state, has been marching on the path of development. The Dalit vote shift, the Dalits were hesitant to side with the Congress, unlike in Lok Sabha polls, and also the urbanization factor that Aman was talking about, Haryana's rapid urbanization that perhaps has also worked in the benefit of the Haryana state. All right, I've just received some breaking news on the Haryana election results. The Shiv Sena UBT MP Priyanka Chaturvedi has said, and I quote, that I congratulate the BJP because even after so much anti-incumbency wave, it seems that they are forming the government in the state of Haryana. The Congress party needs to think, to introspect about its strategy, because wherever there is a direct fight with the BJP, the Congress party gets weakened. So that's the congratulatory message coming in from Priyanka Chaturvedi. She has openly come out and she's saying that she congratulates the BJP amid the anti-incumbency, amid all the issues that the party had been grappling with in the state of Haryana. It has come out triumphant. It has emerged trumps. Executive editor, CNN News 18, Aman Sharma, has been with us throughout. He's also giving us more context and perspective. Aman, I just want to understand from you what happens for the Congress party now. What happens to Bhupinder Singh Hooda, Kumari Selja? I mean, the kind of infighting that one saw, and we just heard from Kumari Selja as well. She took a bit of a dig on that 60 number, but perhaps it is curtains for senior Hooda, Bhupinder Singh Hooda. Do you think so?
Well, I think, Avantika, knives are going to be out in the Congress now. It's clear. We listened to Kumari Selja's interview with her colleague Yash today, which is cleared out. She's clearly saying that party needs to introspect. कहाँ बात हो रही थी 60 की और हम वहां तक पहुंच भी नहीं पाए. 36-37 सीट्स हम जीत रहे हैं. So very, very clear. Kumari Selja is now saying, look, you banked completely on Bhupinder Singh Hooda in these elections. You made his man Uday Bhan as the PCC chief, replacing me. Kumari Selja, you're the only woman Dalit face you have in the state. And this, in a way, is a sweet revenge, I would say, for Kumari Selja, whose candidates did not get tickets. In these elections, she herself wanted to contest. It was not ignored because they said no MP will contest. Now, and Dalit votes, which the Congress desperately needed to win this election, have not come to the Congress because BJP was effectively able to tell voters that, look, Congress party is disrespecting its tallest Dalit face. Why do you even want to vote for the Congress party, which does not even, wants to repose any trust in Kumari Selja? So it's very clear. I think Kumari Selja's words now are laying the ground
but
out.
the re-entry of Ashok Tamar didn't help the Congress party. He is also a known Dalit candidate. He's known to be extremely fickle. He's been changing his party allegiance as well. But clearly it seems that Kumari Selja, not that she felt slighted, but it has also had an impact on the Dalit community as well.
Absolutely. I think Ashok Tamar was too late. And, clearly Selja has much bigger stature in Haryana. She's also the MP from Sirsa. But I think Kumari Selja's factor, I think the Congress could have played it up more. She did not campaign much. At least, she was unhappy first with the candidates. Even Tawar's re-entry into the Congress, she was not happy. And this, I think, effectively, this election, Bhupinder Singh Hooda's political career seems to be going into the sunset. He's lost 3 consecutive elections as the presumptive CM face of his party. And I think Kumari Selja could be, the party may look at a younger leadership now to take it forward, especially to focus on the Dalit vote, because they are realizing now that banking just on the Jat vote is not going to help them win Haryana. They need to get the Dalit vote back with them, and maybe Selja is the best face they have to do that in future elections.
Interesting. Just stay on with me, Aman. We also have Priyanka Chaturvedi's soundbite now. Her reaction, she has congratulated the BJP, and she's also asked the BJP to sit back and introspect to find out just what went wrong for the party in the state of Haryana.
अभी देखिए चुनावी नतीजे अभी पूरे आए नहीं हैं, पर जिस तरीके से जा रहा है उससे स्पष्ट हो रहा है कि इतनी एंटी इनकम्बेंसी के बावजूद भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी अगर सरकार बना रही है, तो मैं सबसे पहले भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बधाई देना चाहूंगी कि उन्होंने ये कैंपेन अच्छे से लड़ा, जनता का विश्वास जीता हरियाणा में, डिस्पाइट एंगर वोट भी उन्हीं को गए, यानी विश्वास बनाए रखा कि बीजेपी में विश्वास बनाए रखा है। और कहीं ना कहीं कांग्रेस पार्टी को भी अपनी रणनीति देखनी पड़ेगी कि जैसे डायरेक्ट फाइट होती है बीजेपी के साथ, कांग्रेस कहीं ना कहीं कमजोर पड़ जाती है, तो क्यों है रीवर्क द एंटायर अलायंस। ऐसा कोई मैं मानती हूँ कि अभी नतीजे जब आएंगे तो फाइनली पता चलेगा, बट अगर जीतते हैं तो उनको बधाई के पात्र भी बनते हैं कि डिस्पाइट एंटी इनकम्बेंसी दे हैव डन वेल।
I'm going to get in a quick word now from CNN News 18's Pallavi Ghosh. Pallavi, how is the mood in the Congress camp? We just heard from Bhupinder Singh Hooda. He's still extremely confident of pulling off a massive win. He's saying ki aakhir to goal hum hi marenge. And he's also alleged that there's a lot of confusion that's being created.
Well, I mean, at 4 o'clock is going to be the first official press conference of the Congress party, which is from Jairam Ramesh. But already, voices coming in from the Congress seems to be suggesting that they're accepting the mandate. And of course, there will be a stock taking at some point of time on what possibly could have gone wrong. And that perhaps is a lesson they would want to learn. But I would be more worried if I was a Congress party by the comments of Priyanka Chaturvedi, because that's the next big election, which is in Maharashtra. Priyanka Chaturvedi belongs to the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena faction, clearly the ally of the Congress. And the allies have been unhappy. They feel that whenever they are straight fights, the Congress party gets its strategy wrong. Whether it was Omar Abdullah being upset with the Congress for not campaigning enough in Jammu, or whether it's now Priyanka Chaturvedi who must be wondering whether there would be a repeat of the Congress's lack of enthusiasm of good strategy when the elections begin in Maharashtra. These are worrying signs for the Congress. This is also something which I think at some point of time the AAP may raise, that so much for not aligning with us, saying that you don't need us in Haryana, but you lost. You haven't got that mandate. So why did you reject us? So these are certainly going to be those niggling questions aimed at the Congress.
So what's next for Kumari Selja, for Bhupinder Singh Hooda? What do you think went wrong for the Congress party? They're at 37 as we speak. BJP is still at 47. The counting is still going on. But in your perspective, in your understanding of the situation, what backfired for the Congress party given do you think it was the slugfest between Kumari Selja, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, the internal drifts, the controversies, or was it just overconfidence and arrogance that it's going to be a clean sweep for the Congress party in Haryana?
But in the last 10 to 15 days, the BJP kind of made up for the lost ground. And I think the Congress failed to sense that. They didn't realize that the Congress party was actually fighting with their back to the wall, and they know how to hit back. And that's precisely what they did, going on the ground and hitting back consistently. But the second and the more important thing is, I think, is that infighting which certainly seems to have hurt them. Kumari Selja was underestimated. Look at her statement just a day before polling. She said, I am not someone who can be ignored. I don't think she made it an off the cost. She was clearly upset with getting in Ashok Tamar last minute. And the fact is that it's only post-26 that she began to campaign, that too in and around the Hisar and the Sirsa area. The campaign was largely by the Hoodas, off the Hoodas. And somewhere she wanted perhaps to teach the party also a lesson, despite making the right noises that I am a loyalist. She remains in the Congress party, but she also tried to send out this message to the top leadership that elections cannot be as far as a monopoly by only one particular family is concerned.
Right, Pallavi, thank you so much. Aman, I wanted to understand from you, usually the political and the electoral inclination of Dalits in Haryana, or for that matter in any state, is subject to various factors such as the charisma of a political leader or the caste character of the candidate as well. Do you think that that's where the Congress lost out on? Because you're right, Kumari Selja has been pretty much in the national capital. She hasn't really campaigned for the party. She's been giving interviews to most of our reporters at CNN News 18. Do you think that is one big point that they lost out on?
I think multitude of factors, Avantika. Number one, of course, is the Kumari Selja factor. She being ignored by the Congress was milked very, very effectively by the BJP during this campaign, especially in the last few days, as Pallavi was mentioning. Also, I think one thing that the BJP leaders told me, this Rahul Gandhi's comment in the US. When he mentioned something about reservation, later he said that, it was misconstrued. He never said that reservation will go away. The damage was done. That particular remark also the BJP actively circulated amongst its channels in Haryana to say that, Congress is against reservation. And this effectively may have also secured the Dalit vote for the BJP. Of course, the third point is obviously because Congress over dependence on Jat voters. If your face is a Jat, Chief Minister presumptive face is a Jat, and all the time the BJP's Congress is talking about promoting him over other leaders who are Dalit faces or Randeep Surjewala or somebody else. Obviously BJP was able to milk that in their favor, and I think all of that combined into seeing what we are seeing in the Haryana result right now.
Well, someone who's going to be smiling today is Nayab Singh Saini, the Chief Minister of Haryana. He who has just come into the picture after Manohar Lal Khattar was replaced. And we have Arun Dhanta, who's joining us from his constituency. Arun, in fact, has been keeping a very close track of all the developments. Arun, what is it that you are hearing from the ground, the factors that have led to this fantastic performance by the BJP in the state of Haryana? And can we expect to hear from the Chief Minister? Will he be addressing a press conference?
Well, absolutely he will. He will speak to media, but right now we are of course inside his residence, and we are told that he is watching the trends very closely, and perhaps he's little cautious at this moment. Therefore he's not coming out or making any statement to media. He wants to have some sort of assurance as far as the trends goes. Perhaps then we will see he'll come out and then address the media. We are also told that he will be going to his assembly Ladwa for a road show, in which of course he's going to thank the people of his assembly who supported him. And the factor which was playing, because when I was traveling across Ladwa in 2 days back, the campaign on which he went to people was that he is once again going to become the chief minister. So if people of Ladwa are voting him, they are voting for the chief minister. That was the confidence which he was in fact showing to the people. And now I think he's coming out. Let's hear Nayab Singh Saini. He's coming out from his residence and likely speak to media on this victory, which has come after many were saying 10 years anti-incumbency. You can see some movement is taking place here, and that is of course because of Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini coming out from his residence, moving towards first the temple to offer. You can see the victory sign. You can see the victory sign of Nayab Singh Saini showing to the media, and the confidence that is reflecting on his face. We'll try to speak to him. Let's see what he says.
सैनी साहब 16,000 से ज्यादा की लीड आपको मिली है। हरियाणा की बात कर रहे हैं। हरियाणा में भी मैंडेट आपको दिया गया है। हाथ में हाथ लग जाएगा। लाडवा की जनता का, लाडवा की माइक को लगने दो, धन्यवाद। नहीं मुंह पे पीछे रहेगा, मुंह से पीछे रहेगा। मैं उसके लिए लाडवा के लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के 280 लाख लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। और अपने लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री विश्व के नेता आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के पूरा का पूरा श्रेय मैं आदरणीय मोदी जी को देता हूँ। उनके आशीर्वाद से, उनकी गाइडलाइन के अंदर उनकी जो नीतियां हैं, उन नीतियों के ऊपर हरियाणा के लोगों ने मोहर लगाई है। मैं हरियाणा की जनता का तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ, उनको प्रणाम करता हूँ। वही आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो ये तीसरी बार हरियाणा की ऐतिहासिक जीत हुई है, इसके लिए भी मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं अपने उच्च लीडरशिप का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के लाखों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि जिनकी कड़ी मेहनत और पसीना बहा करके उन्होंने इस ऐतिहासिक जीत का जो दिलवाई है वो पूरे धन्यवाद के पात्र हैं। हरियाणा के लोगों को दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
गोहाना की जलेबी की फैक्ट्री
तो हाथ अलग से
प्रधानमंत्री जी का फोन आ गया।
उतर क्या हो यार, एक मिनट।
Okay, that's the Chief Minister, Naib Singh Saini, the man of the moment after he has put up that spectacular win. And I can't really declare it because the counting is still going on. But Saini has already put up that victory sign. He thanked the Prime Minister. He thanked the people of Haryana. He's still speaking. Let's just cut straight across and listen in. You can understand, this is the residence of the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini. So you can just imagine the mad rush just to catch his reaction. He's still speaking. We'll try and listen in. Okay, so a lot of commotion there, and obviously the BJP in celebratory mood, they're exuberant after the numbers that they have got, and no one had actually seen that coming. The BJP pulling off this impossible in Haryana, and it's Naib Singh Saini who has been able to achieve this massive electoral surprise. He's someone who's extremely effective, very young, energetic leader. He came in place of Manohar Lal Khattar, the former Chief Minister of Haryana, and he's also someone who has been attacking the Congress party for being anti-Dalit, for not listening to the Dalit community. And now Naib Singh Saini emerging victorious, extremely happy with the performance of the BJP, the entire party cadre as well, thanking the people of the state. And it's really unimaginable that how Haryana has emerged triumphs, beating anti-incumbency. In fact, it's a historic, historic thing that we're seeing, because no party ever has been able to achieve a hat-trick in the state of Haryana. And Naib Singh Saini has done just that. He has achieved this hat-trick and has won from the state of Haryana, with the numbers still coming in. But it is now almost 3:30, and Naib Singh Saini is extremely confident that his party is going to be the party who will rule for the next few years in the state of Haryana. We're going to take a very short break. The news and updates continue. Just leaving our viewers with the visuals of the Chief Minister of Haryana, who is thanking the people and the Prime Minister of India for this victory. Welcome back to our special battle for the state and our continuing coverage on the election results coming in from Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. And speaking of the latter, the National Conference and the Congress Alliance has surged ahead, taking the lead in 48 out of 90 seats, while the BJP is trailing behind with 29 seats. In fact, the latest development also suggests a significant advantage for the alliance, with the National Conference Vice President Omar Abdullah leading in both Budgam and Ganderbal constituencies. In fact, he's already declared the win from Budgam. He's on his way to Ganderbal. He was leading by over 8,500 votes. And Farooq Abdullah has declared that National Conference leader Omar Abdullah is going to be becoming the next Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, as his party is racing ahead in winning the assembly elections. In fact, after conceding defeat in the Brij Bihara constituency, Mehbooba's daughter, Iltija Mufti, has said that she concedes defeat. She respects the people of the people's verdict. But she also said that she's not going to break down, and she looked forward to a more exciting phase in her political career. So all these reactions coming in, it's going to be very interesting as the counting is still going on. The alliance's momentum just may pave the way for a potential victory for the National Conference and the conference. Now, let's just take you through the big Jammu and Kashmir takeaways. Well, PDP has lost its stronghold in South Kashmir, but we heard from Mehbooba Mufti, and she is extremely happy with the outcome. She's very pleased that it's not in hung assembly. She, in fact, has been speaking in favor of the National Conference. She's saying कि तोड़ मड़ोड़ अब होने का कोई उम्मीद नहीं है. She did not really speak of any alliance with the National Conference. The National Conference resting PDP BJP's stronghold in and around Srinagar is also a very important factor in the politics of Jammu and Kashmir. But it's the Jamaat-backed candidates who have faltered. They haven't really performed well. Jamaat-e-Islami-backed candidates failing to really make any substantial impact in these elections. And despite negative sentiments, the BJP is also maintaining its dominance in Jammu. They still haven't really gotten the number of seats that they had wanted. They were expecting about 33 to 35, but they've only managed to get about 29. Independents have also, like the Jamaat-backed candidates, unable to make any significant mark in the valley. And PDP's alliance, their past alliance with the BJP in 2014, perhaps is being viewed as a betrayal of sorts. Let me go straight across now to Ishan Bani. Ishan, it's so fascinating what has happened in Jammu and Kashmir, and it's Omar Abdullah who is the man of the moment. He's someone who's going to be now the chief minister of the state. This has been a long wait for Omar Abdullah as well. And before I come to you, Ishan, we're getting lots of updates. The Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, has congratulated the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini. Saini, in fact, was speaking to our reporters just a short while ago, where he himself had thanked the Prime Minister and the people of Haryana. In fact, Saini said that this is historic, that the party has won this hat-trick. It has secured a third consecutive win, and that's why he has expressed his gratitude and thanks to the people of Haryana. Imagine this is the same party that has been in power for a decade, for 10 long years. It has beaten anti-incumbency. It has beaten the kind of disgruntlement amongst the farmers, the Agniveers, the wrestlers to win these elections. And those are the numbers: BJP at 51, the Congress at 34. The Congress party, in fact, is alleging manipulation in updating trends on the Election Commission of India's website. They're extremely shocked because they were expecting a sweep. The Congress had put up numbers of 60, but there's going to be a lot of introspection. Payal joins us now for the very latest. Payal, what a fantastic performance by the BJP. It's a massive electoral surprise, and something that has been secured by Naib Singh Saini, someone who has just come into the picture and securing this big win for his party in the state of Haryana.
Well, not many would have given, a chance to Naib Singh Saini because he just came in to become the chief minister. His asset test was just in a few months to actually prove the trackers wrong that he was capable of, staging such a victory for his party. But he surprised one and all, including few leaders from his party also would have been extremely surprised with the volume with which the BJP is looking at, getting this victory in place. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the captain of the ship, has in fact called up Naib Singh Saini, congratulated him and spoken to him about, the victory, and said that this is what was expected for a leader like him, and that's the reason the Prime Minister is said to have believed in younger leadership and newer leadership, and that's something which, of course, is a reflection. And Naib Singh Saini is extremely overwhelmed with the response that he's got, from the party president, the Prime Minister, to the Home Minister will be calling up and congratulating him for this big win. So remember, these are not easy shoes to fill in. You were looking at massive anti-incumbency with Manohar Khattar's rule of 10 years. And then something, of course, was the duty of Naib Singh Saini to deliver the goods. And he's delivered the goods, and how, Avantika?
Absolutely. What do you think worked for the BJP? Do you think Congress's over-dependence on Jat or the counter-consolidation that worked in favor of the BJP?
It's going to be too early to say about this right now because the BJP is also trying to just calculate what really worked for them. But one thing, when we spoke to the BJP floor managers, the BJP, forces on ground, they said the key to this election would have been the localization of the issues, making sure the local candidates, irrespective of whatever the combination was being able to give a seat, and they wanted to actually prove this thing wrong that, there are other parties. Chhattis Biradari, something which everybody speaks about as far as Haryana is concerned. So the entire logic, the way BJP was hoping would work, has worked for them because apart from just the Jat, there are many other OBCs and, people from the Dalit background who, of course, would have voted for the BJP. And a big setback came to the BJP on the very last day of the campaigning when Ashok Tawar, a Dalit leader, had joined the ranks back to the Congress party. So many thought probably it's doomsday as far as the BJP is really concerned. The BJP had faith in their leadership, especially the local leadership. And those people who work on ground say that this strategy wouldn't have been possible had it not been the involvement of somebody who's like Amit Shah, who's got his ears to the ground, meets Karyakartas every now and then, takes feedback from ground, and effectively devises a strategy. So, of course, a effective team of Dhanraj Pradhan has already worked with Amit Shah multiple times in the past. And, of course, Surendra Singh Nagar, who's a new entrant to the party, being able to deliver the goods. As far as the party is concerned, of course, Biplab Deb has been in charge of the party for a long time now. And without a doubt, Prime Minister Modi's charisma works undoubtedly, and of course, the hard work also of JP Nadda.
Very interesting, Payal. Thank you so much for joining us. And now let's shift our focus to Jammu and Kashmir. Coming to you now, Ishan, my apologies to have cut you in earlier on. But Omar Abdullah, you know, the man of the moment, he's going to be the next chief minister. He has also secured a thumping victory from Budgaon. The Congress has gone past the halfway mark. So what happens next? And I'm amazed, the Jamaat candidates, 10 candidates who were in this electoral process have also really disappointed. They have faltered. They haven't really impressed as well. What's the latest that you're getting in from the ground? All attention will be on the national conference.
Well, absolutely right. It's up to the national conference now that numbers to get them together, to keep their leaders together. You know, it's all noisy out here at the JK PCC headquarters. The president who recently appointed Tariq Sarra has won. So central starting. That's why you see young and old dancing together. There's music, there is DJ, and Tariq Sarra has just come here, and we see this as a celebration. Those Congress has performed poorly. You know, not to the liking of their alliance partners. National conference, they would have believed that they could perform better. They will do well in these polls. They would make sure that their winning margins are high and they're able to win. That really did not happen. National conference wanted them to play this in Jammu region. That's why you're seeing.
Right. Ishan, we're just having a bit of an issue with your audio, but we can see the celebrations out there. All the national conference workers and the Congress party workers celebrating the win for the national conference. Manohar Lal Khattar presently is speaking, the former chief minister of Haryana. We're going to cut straight across and listen in.
लगातार एक झूठ बोलने का, भ्रम फैलाने का काम कर रहे थे। जनता ने कांग्रेस की बात को नकारा, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बात को उन्होंने सराहा, स्वीकार किया। और मैं समझता हूं कि एक जनता ने एक ऐसा संदेश दिया है कि मोदी जी के जो सरकार की नीतियां हैं, मोदी जी की जो उपलब्धियां हैं, जो हमारा काम करने का तरीका है, कार्यपद्धति का, वो जनता के ऊपर असर कर रहा था। और जनता ने उसका प्रत्युत्तर में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हरियाणा में तीसरी बार सरकार बनाई है। और ये अपने आप में एक रिकॉर्ड बना है कि हरियाणा में आज तक किसी भी पार्टी की लगातार तीसरी बार सरकार नहीं बनी थी। पहली बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने हरियाणा में लगातार तीसरी बार सरकार बनाई।
कांग्रेस पार्टी ने एक मुद्दा बनाया था, पहलवान, किसान और जवान, ये मुद्दा बना करके कांग्रेस पार्टी इस बार चुनाव में उतरी थी। आप क्या लगता है ये मुद्दा उनका चला नहीं?
मुद्दा तो यही था। मुद्दा ये था कि हमने जितना हरियाणा के किसान के लिए, हरियाणा के जवान के लिए, हरियाणा के पहलवान के लिए किया है, कांग्रेस तो कर ही नहीं सकती है। और ये चीज लोगों को पता है। वो लोग किसी भी प्रकार की कोई बात करेंगे, वो जनता को जो सही बात है वही पसंद आएगी, जो गलत बात पसंद नहीं आएगी। हमने किसानों के लिए भरपूर किया, बहुत काम किया है। इसलिए मैं तो आज इस समय इतना ही संक्षेप में कहना चाहूंगा कि जो चीज जनता ने महसूस की, कांग्रेस के भ्रम में नहीं आई है। यहाँ का लोकतंत्र, हरियाणा का लोकतंत्र बहुत ही परिपक्व है, जनता बड़ी परिपक्व है। और जनता ने एक हमारे कामों पर, मोदी जी की नीतियों पर एक मुहर लगाई है। और मैं इसका श्रेय जनता को देता हूं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को देता हूं।
सर, सारे चुनाव पूर्वानुमानों को धक्का बताते हुए ये बड़ी जीत हुई है, क्या कहेंगे?
पूर्वानुमान जो लगाते हैं, ये उनको इंट्रोस्पेक्शन करना है कि किस आधार पर कैसे पूर्वानुमान करते हैं। पूर्वानुमान जो है वो जनता अपने मन की बात सबको बताती भी नहीं है। और जिस प्रकार के पूर्व अनुमान हैं, बहुत बार पहले भी फेल हुए हैं, इस बार भी फेल हुए हैं। और थोड़ा सा गहराई में आप लोगों को जो भी करते हैं पूर्व अनुमान, उनको करना चाहिए।
क्या लगता है कांग्रेस कहाँ फेल हो गई?
ये तो कांग्रेस वालों से पूछना पड़ेगा।
कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इस बीच आरोप लगाया है कि स्लो काउंटिंग किया जा रहा है, कई
चुनाव आयोग नतीजों को रोक रहा है,
नतीजों को लेकर।
ये तो कभी कभी हमको भी लगता है कि कांग्रेस वाले जब हार देख रहे थे तो कहीं ना कहीं इस चीज में कैसे कोई बोला जाए कुछ। क्योंकि हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी ने पहले जैसे कहा कि दिन आएगा जब जनता देगी उनको जवाब, और ये एक ही बात कहेंगे कि ये ईवीएम खराब।
सर, आपने जब वोटिंग के दिन हमसे बात करी थी, बिरादरी उनके साथ है, क्या 36 बिरादरी ने कांग्रेस का साथ नहीं?
मैं अपनी बात कह सकता हूँ, मेरे से कांग्रेस की बात क्यों पूछे, आप उनसे पूछिए। मुझे पता है कि हमने हरियाणा में जब 2014 में चुनाव लड़ा था, मैंने स्वयं से एक नारा दिया था, हरियाणा एक, हरियाणा में एक। तो इसलिए हरियाणा के सब लोगों को मैं अपना परिवार मान करके चलता रहा हूँ। आज भी हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जो हैं वो उसी प्रकार से और हरियाणा की जनता के साथ एक तालमेल बैठा करके एक बड़े विनम्रता के भाव से जनता के काम हमेशा करते हैं।
सर, करनाल में जब वोटिंग के दिन आपने बात करी थी तो आपने दो बातें कही थी। एक तो पूर्वानुमान आपने भी लगाया था कि 45 से ज्यादा सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीत रही, अपने दम पर सरकार बना रही
मैंने कहा था,
और दूसरी बात आपने कही थी नायब सैनी ही हमारे मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे। क्या इस बात की आप
हमारे
Okay, we just have received some breaking news. Jairam Ramesh's fresh allegation. He has said, and I quote, that in Adampur Vidhan Sabha, Haryana, I'm just trying to understand, the candidate Chandra Prakash has reportedly won by 1,426 votes, but the Election Commission of India has not issued an election certificate yet, and the website is not showing the results of the last 3 rounds. What explains this delay? This is what Jairam Ramesh has said. So basically, what the Congress is alleging manipulation in updating the ECI website. In fact, it's not just Congress's Jairam Ramesh. Even Pawan Kheda has questioned this lag, the delay in updating the ECI website. In fresh trends on the website, they have decided to lodge a complaint as well. Pallavi is joining us now for the latest. Pallavi, over to you. Are they planning to lodge a complaint? They're putting out these tweets again and again. They're alleging all sorts of manipulation and a deliberate attempt of delaying to update the ECI website. Have we got a reaction from the Election Commission of India on these allegations?
Oh, yes, absolutely, Avantika. In fact, after Jairam Ramesh wrote that letter to Election Commission, the EC has responded with a table pointing out that these are the times on which we have declared the result, and therefore this is completely uncorroborated facts which are being put out by Jairam Ramesh, and these are baseless allegations.
All right, Pallavi, we're having an issue with their audio. So the Congress claiming discrepancies in the Election Commission's reporting of the counted rounds. That's what they're alleging, that there seems to be some discrepancies. In fact, another Congress leader has alleged manipulation in updating the ECI website. The ECI has come back very strongly. They have said that there is no truth in all of these claims, but the Congress party is saying that there is an attempt and there is a lag in updating the Election Commission of India updates. So that's the latest coming in. But I'm just also going to get an executive editor of CNN News 18, Aman, on the remarks and statement being made by the erstwhile Chief Minister, Manohar Lal Khattar. Something that he says was, obviously, he thanked all the BJP workers and all the work that has done in securing this impressive performance. But very interestingly, he talks about how the Congress party thrives on falsehoods, how they are a pot of lies. And I remember that Saini also, during the entire campaign, Aman, had focused on how the Congress is so against the Dalit community. He had talked about the incidents that had taken place in Mirchpur, in Gohana, in Daulatpur, where Dalits actually were subjected to a lot of atrocities. Do you think all of this
also date back, to Mr. Hooda's tenure? The BJP always brings that up, then when the Jat dominated Sarkar comes in Haryana,
yes,
it is the Dalits which suffer the most. They are at the end of facing these atrocities. And even in this election, we saw BJP trying to remind the voters of those days of the Hooda government. Number two, I think this, what BJP made a big point in this election is the so-called disrespect of Kumari Selja by the Congress leadership, saying that she did not get a say in the seat, she's not being projected as a CM face, she's not campaigning. This is because Congress does not respect Dalits in their party, and that is why we see the BJP making it a big issue. Also, Rahul Gandhi's reservation comment in the US, which he says was misconstrued, but that comment still got a life of its own in this particular campaign. So I think all that has worked for the BJP, and right now we're looking at almost 40% vote share for the BJP in Haryana. This could also be their best ever in a J&K assembly election, winning these many seats, 51 right now. This is phenomenal. Last time they won 47 in 2014 when Manohar Lal Khattar first became the chief minister. So Nayab Singh Saini effectively is also beating Manohar Lal Khattar's record of 47 to win 51 seats this time in an election where nobody was giving BJP a chance, saying everything is stacked up against them. I think a phenomenal victory by Nayab Singh Saini's leadership, and of course the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership and his continuing admiration amongst the people of Haryana on various issues. And as we were earlier discussing, Modi always begins this campaign in a Lok Sabha election from Haryana. He's an old connection with Haryana. He's worked as a Karyakarta on the ground here. And that is why I think the BJP's deep investment in Haryana, also backed by this time, I think, by the RSS cadres on the ground.
Absolutely. No, I would say this is unprecedented. And no one saw it coming with the kind of anti-incumbency that had set in and all the other issues, whether it was the farmers' unrest, whether it was the grievances of the wrestlers, governance bottlenecks, and there was also the issue of drug addiction, and there was just so much corruption also, at least allegations of corruption. And they have beaten all of that to come to power. For them to secure this hat trick is historic. Aman, you have been talking about the RSS factor, and I really want you to kind of give us more information on that and tell us how important has their work, their contribution been for the performance of the BJP in the state of Haryana, and is this going to follow in the by-polls in Uttar Pradesh assembly elections as well?
Well, I think so, because I think the BJP RSS Samanvaya Baithak, which happened in Palakkad, Kerala last month, I think led to ironing out of many issues. There have obviously been, after the Lok Sabha results came, there was this talk inside the BJP that was the RSS fully involved in the campaign. The statement of Mr. JP Nadda, the BJP president, saying that BJP can do well without the RSS as well. It's abhi khud se saksham hai. That was also seen in the political circle, and maybe RSS has taken a bit of a backseat. But I think after that Samanvaya Baithak had happened in Kerala, we saw the RSS being on the same page. Ram Madhav was in fact made in charge of J&K again after that as well. So I think RSS was very much, the machinery was very much out in Haryana, boots on the ground, going to voters, reaching out to them, telling them the good works of the BJP government in the state, telling them the good work, the leadership of Narendra Modi, why it is important for the people of Haryana to vote in his favor. I think all of those factors have had an impact. And, though the RSS and the BJP will never say that officially, but I think the inputs from the ground suggest that the RSS was firmly backing the BJP in this election. And that seems to have contributed, the bit is had, to seeing this record verdict. And 51 seats for the BJP in Haryana. I don't think anybody ever gave them such a chance here. And this is a phenomenal victory.
Oh, indeed. And speaking of Uttar Pradesh by-polls, as I was just mentioning, Aman, Yogi Adityanath has put out his tweet. He's also congratulated the BJP. He said, and I quote, "Hearty congratulations to all the dedicated workers, office bearers and respected voters of this historic victory of BJP for Haryana in the Haryana Legislative Assembly elections 2024. This victory, the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister says, is dedicated to the accomplishments of the concept of quote-unquote developed Haryana, developed India. And is also a seal of the faith of the people of Haryana on the public welfare policies of respected Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, the efficient leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister Shri Naib Singh Saini, BJP, and also the power of the double-engine BJP government, the double-engine Sarkar. Hearty congratulations to all the people of Haryana for once again giving BJP imbued win with the spirit of nation first, the privilege of serving." So that's a long congratulatory message being put out there by the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, congratulating the Prime Minister, and Naib Singh Saini, the Chief Minister of the state of Haryana. Quick break right here on the broadcast. Keep watching. We'll be back with the latest political reactions and all the updates on these very interesting election results from Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir.
Let me go across to Kumari Selja. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Top senior Congress leader, Dalit leader, if I may. Kumari Selja, the result is not called right now. We are around the 8th or 9th round of counting. Some EC constituencies are showing that, look, it's the 13th or 14th round. But this trend that we are seeing at the bottom of our screens has been holding firm for the last 1.5 hours. If you were to go by this trend line, it's not an outcome that perhaps the Congress would be very flattered by.
No, absolutely not. But I don't see this as the final word. I would say that what you have seen since morning trend was something else, and then it changed after some time. I'm sure it will change again, and Congress will romp home to victory.
But Ms. Selja, even if you look at the vote shares, which don't tend to change as the tally does, the vote share suggests that there's a very marginal difference between the BJP and the Congress. I think it's just about 1%, if Nalin Mehta can just correct me exactly. I think it's just 1%, the vote share difference between the BJP and the Congress in Haryana. that doesn't show that there's massive anti-incumbency as far as the BJP is concerned, ma'am.
Yeah, that analysis will have to be done after the final results. But as you're saying, it seems to be neck and neck, and it can go either way. And I'm confident that it will go Congress way.
But this was supposed to be a sweep, wasn't it? The exit polls, the Congress itself came on the show some days back and said, look, we're expecting no less than 60 seats. Now, that hasn't quite happened. Why hasn't the Congress streaked ahead? After all, Mr. Modi has let down the Dalits because he wants to change the constitution and deny them their rights. After all, he's cheated and shortchanged the OBCs by standing against the caste census. This is what the Congress has been saying. Yet the OBCs, yet the Dalits, and even the Jats for that matter, seem to be still pretty loyal to the Congress party, to the BJP. Why is this the case, ma'am?
Again, please don't be hasty in your judgment and final analysis. We are running neck and neck, and when the final results come, then we'll see, and all this analysis can...
Welcome back to our special battle for the states. You're watching minute-to-minute coverage of the political developments. It's a big day today. The results are out for the states of Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, the BJP doing exceedingly well despite facing anti-incumbency. But the Congress also very hopeful of a victory in what has been a largely bipolar contest. I'm going to go straight across now to my colleague Arun Dhanta. Arun, in fact, is following and tracking the man of the moment, Naib Singh Saini, who has pulled off this great performance in the state of Haryana. Arun, you're in your car right now. Now tell me, where are you heading to and where is the Chief Minister?
Well, Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini has headed towards Jyotisar. It's a Hindu pilgrimage site where many say that Gita was born. It was the place where Lord Krishna gave Gita to Arjun. So he has moved to that place at this moment. He'll be, of course, seeking a blessing from there. And then, of course, he will be heading towards Ladwa, to the people who have sent him to the assembly, not only to the assembly, but he is going to be the chief minister. So it's a big achievement for the Ladwa people that for the first time, you will have a chief minister from Ladwa. And that was his campaign slogan. His team was actually building his campaign on this, that this time around from Ladwa, there will be chief minister again in Haryana. Remember, he contested from Ladwa for the very first time. Before this, he was, of course, an MLA from Karnal, the seat which was vacated by former chief minister and union minister Manohar Lal Khattar. So now he has won from Ladwa, and after seeking blessings from there, he will be heading towards Ladwa. Of course, there will be a small road show in that, and then he will be meeting people there. And while he was moving out of his residence, when he spoke to media, he said that once I will be back, I will hold a proper press conference. So we will be waiting for that press conference also. But the fact of the matter here is that what BJP has achieved in Haryana, as per the trends, it is something which is significant, unprecedented. We had seen in the past that there has been a trend, a 10 years trend. In 2004, we saw Hooda coming to power and then staying in power till 2014. And then BJP came to power in 2014 till this election. Now again, you have BJP once again forming the government. So it's unprecedented in
Arun,
the politics
what do you
of
think has
Haryana,
worked
but
for Naib Singh
that's what it is.
Saini? And the Prime Minister is also right now expected to speak. We're just getting some information right now, around 7 in the evening. Aman, do we have any information about this?
PM could go to the BJP headquarters in the evening. Yes.
Sure. So, coming to you, Arun, what do you think has worked for Naib Singh Saini? He was assured of the BJP's win. What has worked for the BJP? Is it the promises that they made, 2,100 rupees for the women in the state under the Ladu Lakshmi Yojana, or guaranteed jobs for the Agniveers, government jobs for the Agniveers? Or was it the big announcement of the purchase of those 24 crops at minimum support price? Just explain and put things in context for our viewers.
Well, see, there were multiple factors, and the first one in those factors was the appointment of Naib Singh Saini as chief minister. There were talks, of course, that ML Khattar, it was BJP delayed actually the change of guard in Haryana, and many were saying that it could be detrimental for BJP. They could have done this replacement a year back or a year and a half back, but they changed Manohar Khattar in March of this year, and the decision was, of course, to cut that anti-incumbency. But nobody knew whether it will work on the ground or not. And then, of course, the strategic part of BJP's planning was to give a face which can represent the largest section of the state, which was, of course, OBC, and Naib Singh Saini, who's somebody very close to Manohar Lal Khattar. And importantly also, Vantika, we saw that ML Khattar, two-time Chief Minister of Haryana, was kept away from the campaign. And I think that has also worked in favor of BJP.
Oh, indeed, absolutely. And Arun, will come back to you if you do happen to catch up with the Chief Minister, Naib Singh Saini of Haryana. Thank you so much for joining us. Aman, very quickly, before I close the show, if you could just give us a little more details about this news coming in of the Prime Minister. Is he expected to speak about this fantastic performance that has been pulled off by the party in the state of Haryana?
That is what we are hearing, that the PM could be at the BJP headquarters later this evening to attend, speak to the Karyakarta. That this is the practice in the BJP when a big election victory happens, as it has happened in Haryana. The Prime Minister goes and speaks. And this is a special occasion. It must be a historical occasion. BJP winning Haryana for the third time. First party to do this hat trick. Highest vote shares in both in J&K as well as Haryana. Highest number of seats as well in J&K and Haryana. So I think BJP has much to celebrate about today.
Indeed. And we will also cover those celebrations, and we'll have Aman as well, who's going to be getting us all the updates on the celebrations, the celebratory mahal in the BJP headquarters in the state of Haryana and Jammu as well. With that, it's time for me to wrap up things here, but the news and updates continue with my colleague Kritzpin and all the political updates coming in on these results from the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana in our special show, Battle for the States. Keep watching.
Let me go across to Kumari Selja. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Top senior Congress leader, Dalit leader, if I may. Kumari Selja, the result is not called right now. We are around the 8th or 9th round of counting. Some EC constituencies are showing that, look, it's the 13th or 14th round. But this trend that we are seeing at the bottom of our screens has been holding firm for the last 1.5 hours. If you were to go by this trend line, it's not an outcome that perhaps the Congress would be very flattered by.
No, absolutely not. But I don't see this as the final word. I would say that what you have seen since morning trend was something else, and then it changed after some time. I'm sure it will change again, and Congress will romp home to victory.
But Ms. Selja, even if you look at the vote shares, which don't tend to change as the tally does, the vote share suggests that there's a very marginal difference between the BJP and the Congress. I think it's just about 1%, if Nalin Mehta can just correct me exactly. I think it's just 1%, the vote share difference between the BJP and the Congress in Haryana. That doesn't show that there's massive anti-incumbency as far as the BJP is concerned, ma'am.
Yeah, that analysis will have to be done after the final results. But as you're saying, it seems to be neck and neck, and it can go either way. And I'm confident that it will go Congress way.
But this was supposed to be a sweep, wasn't it? The exit polls, the Congress itself came on the show some days back and said, look, we're expecting no less than 60 seats. Now, that hasn't quite happened. Why hasn't the Congress streaked ahead? After all, Mr. Modi has let down the Dalits because he wants to change the constitution and deny them their rights. After all, he's cheated and shortchanged the OBCs by standing against the caste census. This is what the Congress has been saying. Yet the OBCs, yet the Dalits, and even the Jats for that matter, seem to be still pretty loyal to the Congress party, to the BJP. Why is this the case, ma'am?
Again, please don't be hasty in your judgment and final analysis. We are running neck and neck, and when the final results come, then we'll see. And all this analysis can be done much later. Um, all these things matter, absolutely they matter. But I would say that the anti-incumbency of the BJP in the state was what mattered most. That was the major factor. The primary factor was that, and I would say that still holds true.
So this tight contest, what do you put it down to, this neck and neck contest? Is it that the BJP has suddenly sort of been, forced back into the game? What really happened? Or was Mr. Hooda's projection perhaps not quite the right thing for the Congress?
To be honest, I'm just going by what you are saying, and I haven't really seen anything else or got information from the ground because I'm sitting with channels only. But we'll go into it. We'll go into it. Sometimes what happens is that some areas are taken up, and the others we know where we are weak, where we are strong. So that may yet come.
Okay. Well, Mr.
Hello and a very good evening. Thanks for tuning in to CNN News 18. I'm Kritsween Walia. And while this day has been nothing short of twists and turns, viewers, it indeed has been a Super Tuesday verdict. Let's start with Haryana first. In politics, as they say, nothing can be ascertained till the last vote is counted. But by now, the picture is more or less clear. The BJP has done what the party, none of the parties, in fact, in Haryana so far have managed to pull off in the state. It's on the verge of scripting history by becoming the first party in Haryana to have returned to power for a third time, this time under the leadership of Naib Singh Saini. Now, the Prime Minister has already dialed the current Chief Minister, the Chief Minister to be in all likelihood. The BJP has done the unimaginable, especially all pollsters, remember, handed over Haryana to the Congress. But as we speak, the BJP leading on 51 as opposed to 34 for the Congress party. By that, now that number is also more or less firmed up. Earlier today, in fact, we saw the Congress raise a few complaints with the Election Commission of India while alleging a delay on part of the EC in updating numbers on their website, calling it baseless and malicious. The Election Commission, of course, hit back, rejected all of those charges. But it's been one of its kind. If we talk about the elections overall, the BJP almost snatching victory from the jaws of the Congress. It's been a very exciting election result to watch out for. We've been tracking the latest, and a lot of excitement as on expected lines in the BJP camp. The mood is on an all-time high, given that nobody saw this coming. As for the Bharatiya Janata Party, they had been exuding confidence in Haryana since day one. In fact, when the exit poll results were out as well, we did hear it from top BJP leaders say that the party has just begun and wait for the last vote to be counted. Let's now talk about the success story of the Bharatiya Janata Party. What is it that's worked in the favor of the Saffron Party? Because as many pollsters were also talking about, nobody saw this coming. There has to be some work that the BJP did manage to pull off on ground zero that's worked in its favor. So we take you through these factors one by one. First and foremost, caste consolidation. The move to unite 35 caste groups against jats most certainly has been advantage Bharatiya Janata Party. And that's something that the BJP perhaps was not entirely confident of whether or not it will work in its favor, but that's the strategy that the Bharatiya Janata Party decided to go ahead with. In continuation, the anti-Jat vote consolidation, remember, leveraged forward caste and OBC consolidation. So this was the counter strategy on part of the Bharatiya Janata Party. They tried to make the most of the anti-Jat consolidation. While the Congress was very clear in its strategy of wanting to woo the Jat community as on expected lines along with the Dalit community, the BJP went with a reverse strategy, and that most certainly seems to have worked out for the Saffron Party. Lessons from Lok Sabha debacle. Remember, the BJP voters may have turned out in large numbers to vote, and as many experts do highlight time and again that the BJP voter, the core BJP voter, not just in Haryana, across the country, is an emotional voter. They're very loyal to the Bharatiya Janata Party, and they perhaps seem to have learned their lessons from the Lok Sabha results. RSS's rural push is another key factor. The ground level efforts by the RSS in rural areas seem to have paid off, and that's something that's worked out for the BJP as well. If we talk about winning candidates, All of them have had strong political background and the winnability factor. In fact, that's something that the Congress seemed to have not focused on all that much. It may have overemphasized on the Jat factor, over-relied on the Jat factor, and not so much on the winnability factor. And that's where the BJP perhaps tried to come in and use it to its advantage. As far as the CM change strategy is concerned, remember, it's just been a few months of leadership for Mr. Saini. That seems to have worked out because it was done with a purpose. It was done to dodge anti-incumbency against the Bharatiya Janata Party. That seems to have effectively worked in favor of the BJP. Talking about the Dalit vote and how the Dalit vote has also shifted, that seems to be a very interesting aspect. Remember, this also needs to be viewed alongside what was happening in the Congress camp all this while, because remember, there was a little bit of a tussle that was going on between the likes of Bhupinder Hooda and Kumari Selja, who's known to be a big Dalit leader, big Dalit face in Haryana. Whether or not a little bit of a miscalculation seemed to have come in as a setback for the Congress, that's something that we will be talking about in just a bit. Urbanization factor as well, key to BJP's victory in Haryana. Remember, the entire area surrounding Gurugram, so south of Haryana, we see a lot of BJP support really through the votes. And that's the pattern that we have essentially been able to draw out as far as Haryana is concerned. Kumari Selja, like I said, has been key all through the election campaign. We've seen a lot of internal fights in the Congress camp in the run-up to the Haryana polls. Whether or not that did play a significant role, we'll talk about that in just a bit. But here's what Kumari Selja said about the overall performance of the Congress.
Ma'am, the tally has almost taken its final shape, and it seems it's a disappointment for the Congress party. First of all, your first thoughts on it?
No, my first thought obviously is that of disappointment, because in the morning I was talking to you here in this room and I was claiming that we'll get 60 plus. So we are nowhere there, and that is a huge disappointment, not only for me personally, not just, for a few people, for the aspirants, for the candidates, but I think for our workers at large and for Haryana people also. We have not been able to deliver or garner the kind of support that we should have or we could have.
One thing which a lot of people are talking about is because of a probable infighting within the party, or there was a divide within the party. Do you think that was something which had hurt Congress party on the ground level, because there was some sort of a messaging which went wrong to the people in Haryana?
Well, some of I can't really say that can be such a big thing, because differences have always been there. We have won in the past. There have always been differences and issues. That's part of politics in every party. You can't say that BJP is immune from that. They also have differences. They also have groups. But having said that, I would say there could be other things also, and the kind of what we were able to present to people and what they expected of us. I think there was a big gap there.
All right, you heard it from Kumari Selja. Quickly putting out another set of visuals that have come in. Remember, the BJP continues to celebrate its Haryana victory, and as on expected lines, because the manner in which the BJP has emerged victorious is being spoken of across the country. These are visuals on your screens that you see from Maharashtra, celebrations taking place in Maharashtra, which is also very interesting given that the state is going to elections, in just a few days' time. And we're going to now see the BJP shift its attention to the state of Maharashtra. But we're picking up another live reaction coming in. Let's cut across. Okay, all right. We'll keep cutting across to live reactions coming in. Remember, the Prime Minister has dialed Mr. Saini already, so congratulatory messages coming in for him. It's been a great short run for him, and perhaps he's going to continue as the Chief Minister. I'm going to ask that to Aman in just a bit. What do we make of this win, and what lies ahead of for the BJP in Haryana? But before that, taking a word from Ananya Bhatnagar, joining us from the BJP headquarters in the national capital. Ananya, it's been a great day. It's been a day of political surprises since the minute go. We saw first celebrations erupt in the Congress camp, AICC headquarters, fireworks there, jalebis being distributed, and that changed in no time. What's the mood in the BJP camp as we speak? What's going on there?
Well, you can see right behind me are the visuals, and they are BJP workers who are celebrating this for the Haryana Festival for sure. And very clearly, categorically, this one is thanks to the BJP, because at some point, lost their इस तरीके से देखते हैं हरियाणा at around 7:30. It is very clearly at this point.
Okay, clearly celebrations all over the place in the BJP headquarters. Ananya, we'll keep coming back to you. And that's the mood, Aman, that we're going to witness in the Bharatiya Janata Party, let alone the national capital, visuals coming in from Maharashtra as well, which is so very interesting in itself. But let's cut the chase. Let's really talk about what we've witnessed today. Nothing short of a political thriller. Nobody saw this coming, not even the exit polls. This has been a huge victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party going into elections in states like Maharashtra, Jharkhand, and subsequently the national capital as well. We've laid out for our viewers some of the factors that may have worked for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Which is the biggest takeaway for you, though?
I think, Krishwin, the biggest takeaway is that BJP's best ever performance, both in J&K and Haryana. If BJP is sticking to this 49 seats at the end of the day when the final results come, this is BJP's best performance in Haryana in an assembly election. They had won 47 seats when they won the state for the first time in 2014. They were down to 40 seats in the last assembly elections, but now 49 seats or 50 seats if BJP wins in this election. This is the biggest ever win, and this is coming against all odds. When everybody had written them off in Haryana, BJP in fact is at 40% vote share in Haryana, which is also their best performance in an assembly election. So I think the Haryana victory will be extremely special because this also comes, after the Congress was, I think, overconfident. Congress had presumed that already won the election. There was talk of who will be the chief minister in the Congress camp. Bhupinder Hooda was laying his claim. Kumari Selja, Randeep Surjewala was laying his claim. The Council of Ministers was being spoken about, and here we see BJP pull off such an astounding victory against all odds. Farmer protest, wrestler protest, Agniveer issue. Everything that could go wrong, maybe for the BJP, could have gone wrong in this election. But I think it is the leadership's thinking. It is the move to remove Manohar Lal Khattar as the chief minister 3 months ago, because BJP thought that maybe it was better to cut that anti-incumbency, which was maybe against more the CM and less against the party, bringing in a younger face, an OBC face in Nayab Singh Saini, consolidating the Dalit vote. I think 22.5% Dalit vote in Haryana. It was the BJP which focused on it. Congress maybe was not so much focused on it. And BJP ran a very effective campaign saying that, look, Congress is disrespecting its senior most Dalit leader in Kumari Selja by not heeding to her requests for candidates in the party list, or her claim or her ambition to be the chief minister. So I think all this has worked beautifully for the BJP in this election, combining the 35 as a 36 biradari ka state kaha jata hai Haryana, and BJP has managed to do that caste, I think, combination caste politics very, very well in Haryana, and that is what explains that no other party, Kritswin, has won the state the third time after running 2 full governments. That is also a historic occasion. So I think BJP has much to celebrate in Haryana, but I think even in J&K, because in J&K, though BJP has won 29 seats and is not forming the government, this is again the best ever performance of the BJP in J&K. Last time they had won 25 seats. This time they won 29 seats. Their vote share is also up to almost 26% from 23% last time. This is BJP's best performance in J&K as well. And though there'll be some introspection on if BJP could have done some other things, to ensure that it also did better in J&K. But I think Haryana, as we can see, and Nayab Singh Saini's visual, these on the screen, and he's visiting this Hindu pilgrimage site where he's going, and I think Nayab Singh Saini Crispin is also a big success story. A very unassuming man, a man who does not speak so much flamboyantly, a disciplined Karyakarta of the party who was picked to become the chief minister. He was an MP, and the party still chose him to become the chief minister. He was not even an MLA. He contested an MLA seat and won in a bypoll. In this particular election, he has contested from a seat, Ladwa, which he had never contested before. And has won with good margin from there as well. So I think party has recognized and party has appreciated the discipline of Nayab Singh Saini. He will also be the next chief minister that we are hearing from the BJP. There'll be continuity and he will continue as the chief minister of Haryana. So I think he's collecting his certificate as well from the election commission.
And that, Aman, in fact, could be another contributing factor, don't you think? The fact that the party from the word go was very clear about his leadership, about the role he's going to be playing all through campaigning. We did not see any other name come up, through the course of the campaigning, be it on part of the Prime Minister, Amit Shah, anyone from the Bharatiya Janata Party, as opposed to a Congress wherein there were several aspirants who were being spoken of. In fact, like you and I have been discussing, over-reliance on Bhupinder Singh Hooda did not go down well with many. And all of those factors seem to have played a role clearly.
But clearly, the BJP is a far more disciplined party than the Congress. There are no two doubts about that. And when Nayab Singh Saini was made the chief minister, though the senior most leader of the BJP in the party was Anil Vij, who also voiced his discontent over that particular move, the party did not budge. The party reposed its faith in Nayab Singh Saini, an OBC leader, and now we have seen the results of reposing their faith in a leader, who even changed his seat to contest, from whichever seat the party gave him. He has contested from that seat, delivered this big victory, and I think a lot of credit to Nayab Singh Saini as well as Prime Minister Narendra Modi's big appeal in the state of Haryana. Haryana is a state which is very, very dear to the Prime Minister. In fact, Prime Minister Modi always begins his Lok Sabha campaign in every election from Haryana, from Rewari or from some other seat in Haryana. And he has worked as a Karyakarta in Haryana. So I think Narendra Modi has a very deep understanding of how Haryana works. And I think that has been a big guiding force for Nayab Singh Saini as the chief minister. And the development journey of Haryana in the last 10 years, this is a state, Kritzween, where former chief ministers have gone to jail in corruption and recruitment scams. And this is a state where BJP cleaned up the government recruitment. For the first time, there was recruitment on basis of merit and, no money being exchanged in government jobs in Haryana. So BJP has a lot of goodwill in Haryana. Yes, there was anti-incumbency, 10 years of government. Nobody's ever done it before, a 3-term. But I think BJP did the master stroke, I would say, of replacing Manohar Lal Khattar a few months back with Mr. Saini, who had just, about 2 months in power. But still, now he's the rising star in the BJP, and we could see him, as the next chief minister, very, very taking oath.
And this is no ordinary anti-incumbency that the BJP had to take on, right? There were other issues like, the Agniveer scheme, the farmers' protest, so on and so forth, that really were coming in as a challenge for the Bharatiya Janata Party. So after being in power for 10 long years, with these challenges, staring right at the Bharatiya Janata Party, having tackled all of that with this kind of a number is so very big in itself. But since we're talking about Mr. Nayab Singh Saini, he's offering prayers there in Kurukshetra. I want to go across to my colleague Arun Dhanta as well, joining us on the broadcast. Arun, what's going on there? I believe his family members are also standing right next to him. We must focus on his political career so far. Elected as an MLA first in 2014, a young leader, and long way to go, really.
Well, that's right. And that must have gone into the thought process of the BJP when they had decided to change Manohar Lal Khattar with him. And also importantly, of course, the OBC vote bank of Haryana, which has 40% of population. So it's a significant vote bank, which perhaps BJP targeted through him. And here you have results, unprecedented results in the Haryana's politics, when you have BJP creating history, once again coming to power as per it seems from the trends, and also importantly the strategy which BJP deployed this time around, especially after the loss they faced in the Lok Sabha elections. 5 seats they conceded to the Congress party, and the calculation which they did post that was that Dalit voters was something which went to the Congress party. So I think the caste equation, the ticket distribution, and also importantly Nayab Singh Saini's tenure of 6 months, because they knew there was brought him in, and immediately as he came in, the decisions that he took, including the 20 MSP on 24 crops in Haryana, increasing that creamy layer reservation from 6 lakh to 8 lakhs, the jobs that he gave in last 2 to 3 months. I think all these factors have gone in favor of BJP, and BJP all through the campaigning has been maintaining this, that the points which opposition party, especially the Congress party, is raising about the Agniveer scheme, farmers' protest, and the wrestlers' protest are something which is not on the ground. People will not vote on this, and they were saying that it's a narrative it's a false narrative which the Congress party is spreading in Haryana. Now it seems that people have really not voted on these issues. In fact, when I was 2 days back in Ladwa for the voting, when I was speaking to voters there, they were saying that for them these issues are not important. For them, what is important is the hyperlocal issues, the traffic congestion which they face on daily basis, garbage lying unattended outside their houses, electricity issues. So these are the basic issues which these people were talking about. But nobody knew on that day that it would react in this way, that BJP will once again form the government in Haryana. Remember, last time around they were not in full majority. It was the support of JJP which helped them to form the government. And this time around, when people were talking about the anti-incumbency, 10 years anti-incumbency against the BJP, they came out in flying colors.
Oh, yes, absolutely. You spoke of JJP. In fact, the decision to part ways with the JJP in a way, and Aman, you may correct me if I'm wrong, perhaps has worked out for the Bharatiya Janata Party too, isn't it? Because, you know, when we talk about the vote that didn't really go to the Bharatiya Janata Party, the BJP has ended up cutting the vote that was supposed to go towards the Congress. And that's what's happened in the BJP going solo and not in an alliance with either of these parties. So independents most certainly have played a big role.
Absolutely. I think JJP was a drag on the BJP for quite some time now in this government. And that is why we saw that alliance breaking off soon after Manohar Lal Khattar was removed as the chief minister. We saw the JJP also parting ways. And if we see clearly, JJP had won 10 seats in the last elections. Many of those seats have been won now by the BJP. So clearly the vote transfer of the JJP's, people who voted for the JJP seem to have transferred their vote to the BJP this time. So the BJP has been a gainer. It's up from 40 seats last time to 49 seats. Many of those seats are those which the JJP had won the last time. So clearly, I think breaking ranks with the JJP was a good decision by the BJP. It came alongside the other good decision, I would say, of replacing Manohar Lal with Nayab Singh Saini, and both these things seem to have worked very well for the party on the ground.
Okay. I want to quickly go across to Ananya as well if he's through too. Arun, stay on with us. Stay on with us. Ananya, we are continuously keeping up with the visuals of celebrations that continue to come in from the BJP camp. Later this evening, we're learning that both Prime Minister Narendra Modi and BJP President JP Nadda are also going to be there. All right, seem to have lost that line with Ananya. We'll reconnect with him in just a bit. Arun continues to stay on with us too. Arun, we've been trying to decode what worked out for the BJP in Haryana, and in contradiction to, of course, what didn't work out for the Congress. Very different factors, but somewhere interconnected. If we talk about the few months that Mr. Saini has been the chief minister in Haryana, how's that played out for the Bharatiya Janata Party? Because he has indeed made some big announcements that cannot be sidelined right now, and they may have been, contributed to the BJP victory too, in whatever capacity.
Well, that's right. And we all know that when BJP formed the government in Haryana in 2014, so they set a new trend, the non-Jat politics in Haryana, by making Manohar Lal Khattar the chief minister, and they continued with this, and it is auguring good result for them. And when they realized this, there is huge anger against them in the Jat community. Manohar Lal Khattar was something which was not liked by the people of Haryana. They played that master stroke by again going with their stand of non-Jat politics. They made Nayab Singh Saini the chief minister, and of course that to target the largest OBC community in the state. And then, of course, in Lok Sabha elections, we saw that Dalits have, in fact, Dalit vote and got a dent from the Congress party side. So BJP leaders sat together and they decided what they can do, how they can, divide Jat community votes, what can be done in that, and how to consolidate OBC and the Dalit votes. And on top of it, of course, the development is something which they were talking about. Even today, when I was speaking to Naib Singh Saini in the morning, he was talking about not only the works which he did in Haryana, but largely the works of the central government, the works of Prime Minister Modi, which his government has done for the entire country. So there have been multiple factors which has played, and one thing is very clear with this result, that the topics like wrestlers protest, farmers protest, and other things that everyone was talking about, that it will create problem for the BJP in Haryana. It doesn't seem to be working on the ground, and BJP has been maintaining this stand all the while, that these issues which we are discussing in Delhi are really not resonating on the ground. So with this result, we can say that
We'll come back to you in just a bit. So on the right side of your screens are live visuals coming in from Kurukshetra, and of course the entire family, the Chief Minister himself offering prayers. Really, the mood in the BJP camp is elated at the moment. And the left side of your screens are visuals from Maharashtra, and you do see Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis as well. In fact, I do want to touch upon what this means for elections going forward in Maharashtra, Jharkhand, subsequently in the national capital as well. But before that, let's quickly listen into the other reactions that have come in. Randeep Surjewala, a very interesting player who also wanted to fight elections this time around in Haryana, but the party leadership was not in agreement. Here's what he said and what he makes of the setback coming in for the Congress. Listen in.
कपिस्थल कैथल की विराट विशाल पवित्र संस्कृति और संस्कारों से सरोबार कैथल की भूमि और कैथल के लोगों की जीत है, किसी एक व्यक्ति की नहीं। कैथल के लोगों ने ये निर्णय कर लिया था कि वो न्याय की लड़ाई लड़ेंगे, सदाचार और सद्भाव की लड़ाई लड़ेंगे। राहुल गांधी जी और खड़गे जी के नेतृत्व में विश्वास कर कैथल की तपोभूमि लड़ेगी और पूरे कैथल में कांग्रेस पार्टी इसलिए भारी बहुमत से जीत रही है। ये दर्शाता है कि प्रदेश के ट्रेंड को तोड़कर कैथल ने राहुल गांधी जी में, खड़गे जी में, कांग्रेस में विश्वास जताया है। मैं हाथ जोड़कर कैथल जिले के हर एक व्यक्ति का, खास तौर से कैथल विधानसभा की तपोभूमि के हर व्यक्ति का कोटि कोटि धन्यवाद करता हूं।
रणदीप जी, आदित्य ने जिस तरह से आदित्य उतरे, रणदीप ही लड़ रहे थे, रणदीप के टिप्स काम आ रहे थे, पारिवारिक पृष्ठभूमि थी। क्या इस बार लग रहा कि कैथल में कांग्रेस की झोली में सीट गई? और दूसरी बात, जो ट्रेंड आ रहे हैं शुरुआत में कुछ थे, फिलहाल बीजेपी फिर से सरकार बनती नजर आ रही है, क्या कहेंगे इस बारे में?
देखिए, अभी नतीजे आने दीजिए, परिणाम आएंगे तो उस पर टिप्पणी फिर करेंगे देखकर। मुझे अभी भी विश्वास है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी का चांस है गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म करने का, पहले पूरे नतीजे आने दें।
Okay, he's of course wanting to comment on Aditya Surjewala's performance in Kaithal. He's emerged victorious there. And Aman, it's not surprising. He really doesn't want to talk about the overall setback for the Congress party. All right. Naib Singh Saini speaking live. Let's cut across.
मैं बाद में भी लाड में मैंने लाड में जाना 1 मिनट का टाइम नहीं देखिए कॉमन
Okay, that's the man of the moment, as is Omar Abdullah in Jammu and Kashmir. Aman, you know what, I was meaning to ask you what this means for the BJP going into the subsequent assembly elections. And I wouldn't be wrong in saying that the BJP is deadliest when their perhaps anticipating a loss already, isn't it? And doesn't that hold true for a state as crucial as Haryana? Given this big boost for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Haryana, what does this mean for assembly elections going forward? Because the BJP most certainly is going to be all charged up. The Josh across the Bharatiya Janata Party is going to be at an all-time high. How do we see this moving the next few days?
See, I think Kritzwin, what the BJP will try too hard to say here now is that in direct contest with the Congress cannot defeat the BJP. We saw this in the 3 state elections last December, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, where the BJP won in direct contest against the Congress party. And now in Haryana, where there was a direct contest between the BJP and the Congress, we see the BJP winning big in Haryana as well. Next 2 state elections which are coming up are Jharkhand and Maharashtra, where again there is a sort of a direct contest in Jharkhand, but also in Haryana, in Maharashtra, we will see the alliances square up against each other. I think this is a big boost to BJP's chances, both in Jharkhand as well as Maharashtra. Maharashtra is another, both Maharashtra and Jharkhand are 2 states where the Pandit said it's tough for the BJP, but Pandit said it's tough for Haryana as well. So the BJP will now look, we have much more chances.
Okay, let's cut across live. I think he's speaking now.
नहीं, देखिए, मैंने कल ही कहा था परसों प्रेस के अंदर भी ये लोग जनता जवाब देगी और ये ईवीएम को खराब बताएंगे, ये ईवीएम को कोसेंगे। इनकी आदत है, ऐसा ही होने वाला है। नहीं, देखिए, मैं बड़े विश्वास के साथ, देखिए, मैं ये विश्वास के साथ कह रहा था कि हम जीत रहे हैं। मेरा कहीं भी आपको स्टेटमेंट, क्योंकि मैं ग्राउंड की रिपोर्ट ले रहा था, मेरे पास 0 ग्राउंड की रिपोर्ट थी। लोगों का जो प्यार, जो उत्साह, जो स्नेह, जो आशीर्वाद हरियाणा के लोगों का मिल रहा था, गरीब का मिल रहा था, पिछड़े का मिल रहा था और हरियाणा के 36 बरादरी का आशीर्वाद मिल रहा था। मैं उस आधार के ऊपर कह रहा था कि हम जीत रहे हैं और बड़े मैंडेट के साथ जीत रहे हैं। ये मैंने स्पष्ट रूप से कहा था। ये आदरणीय मोदी जी की नीतियों का परिणाम है, क्योंकि मोदी जी और डबल इंजन सरकार ने जो ज्वाइंट मिलकर के काम किया है, ये उसका परिणाम है। और अब हम आदरणीय मोदी जी के ही दिशा निर्देश के अंदर हरियाणा में तीव्र गति से 36 बरादरी का वोट है हमारे पास। देखिए, क्योंकि मैं तो लाडवा से चुनाव नहीं लड़ा, यही चुनाव लड़ी है। इन्होंने गांव-गांव जाकर के इन्होंने लोगों का आशीर्वाद लिया है, मेरे लिए भी लिया है। और
नाम कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? सभी कार्यकर्ताओं ने चुनाव लड़ा है और कार्यकर्ता की जीत हुई।
6 महीने में ऐसा क्या किया
सर? एक मिनट
All right. Once again, talking about the victory of double engine Sarkar in Haryana, that was Nayab Singh Saini talking about the good work of the Bharatiya Janata Party and how it will continue for the next 5 years. With that, it's time for us to head into a very short break. We'll be right back. Keep watching.
Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini coming out from his residence, moving towards first the temple to offer. You can see the victory sign. You can see the victory sign of Nayab Singh Saini showing to the media and the confidence that is reflecting on his face. We'll try to speak to him. Let's see what he says.
सैनी साहब, 16,000 से ज्यादा की लीड आपको मिली है। हरियाणा की बात कर रहे हैं, हरियाणा में भी मैंडेट आपको दिया गया है। हाथ में हाथ लग जाएगा। लाडवा की जनता का, लाडवा के माइक को लगने दो, धन्यवाद नहीं मुंह पे पीछे रहेगा, मुंह से पीछे रहेगा।
मैं उसके लिए लाडवा के लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के 280 लाख लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ और अपने लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री विश्व के नेता आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के पूरा का पूरा श्रेय मैं आदरणीय मोदी जी को देता हूँ। उनके आशीर्वाद से, उनकी गाइडलाइन के अंदर, उनकी जो नीतियां हैं उन नीतियों के ऊपर हरियाणा के लोगों ने मोहर लगाई है। मैं हरियाणा की जनता का तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ, प्रणाम करता हूँ। वही आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो ये तीसरी बार हरियाणा की ऐतिहासिक जीत हुई है, इसके लिए भी मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं अपने उच्च लीडरशिप का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के लाखों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि जिनकी कड़ी मेहनत और पसीना बहा करके उन्होंने इस ऐतिहासिक जीत का जो दिलवाई है वो पूरे धन्यवाद के पात्र हरियाणा के लोगों को दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
गोहाना की जलेबी की फैक्ट्री
खेतों हाथ अलग से
प्रधानमंत्री जी का
Welcome back. We keep our sharp focus on BJP's victory in Haryana. Safe to say the same, given that we're now in the eventual hours of counting of votes, and we see those big figures on the bottom of your screens, viewers. 50 for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Haryana, which in itself is historic because this paves the way for a comeback for the BJP for a third consecutive time. No other party in the state has managed this achievement so far. So it's lots that BJP has pulled off in Haryana, and it most certainly is going to have positive consequences, if I may say, for the BJP going into the subsequent assembly elections in different states in the country. But I want to quickly bring you into the conversation once again. The future of the BJP, the position BJP finds itself right now in is also very interesting. BJP, remember, is looking for a party president after JP Nadda. All right, we need to cut across to Kumari Selja, who's speaking live. Listen it.
खुल जाओ, बाहर आ जाओ, पीछे आ जाओ, पीछे हो जाओ, सब आ जाएगा, पीछे आ जाओ और सारे आ जाओ, आ जाओ।
मैम, कल एग्जिट पोल आपकी जीत दिखा रहे थे हरियाणा में, आज चुनाव परिणाम कंप्लीट अंदर आए हैं। बीजेपी हाफ सेंचुरी लगा चुकी है, कांग्रेस की हार तय देखी जा रही है।
निराशाजनक है नतीजे। हम सुबह तक हमें पूरी उम्मीद थी, हमारे सभी वर्कर बहुत निराश हैं क्योंकि इन्होंने जो 10 साल सहा है कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए, इन्होंने खून पसीना बहाया है। आज जब ऐसा नतीजा आता है तो निराश हो जाते हैं सब। निराशाजनक बात है ये, लेकिन अब हमको इन सब बातों को देखते हुए नए सिरे से आगे सोचना होगा, क्योंकि जो ये अभी चल रहा है बिजनेस एज यूजुअल ऐसा तो नहीं चलेगा। कहाँ हमारी कमियां रही हैं, क्या कमियां रही हैं, इसके बारे में देखना होगा। कौन जिम्मेवार रहे, पार्टी को किस तरह से स्टेट में सींचा नहीं गया, तालमेल नहीं रखा गया, जो कौन लोग हैं जो जिम्मेवार थे सबको साथ लेकर चलने के और पार्टी को एक दिखाने के और सबको बैलेंस आउट करने के, वो भी बातें हैं। स्टेट में क्या मैसेज गया है, किस लिए लोग कांग्रेस की सरकार बनाते हुए पीछे हट गए हैं। जो एक माहौल बनाया राहुल जी ने, वो उस माहौल को एकदम निगेट कर दिया, खत्म कर दिया। इसके लिए क्या कारण हुए, ये सब बातें।
मैम, आप जो कह रहे हैं कि तालमेल की कहाँ कमी रही या एक माहौल जो था वो सक्सेसफुल नहीं रिजल्ट ला पाया, तो आप इस चीज को आप मानते हैं, शुरुआती मंथन के लिए आप मानते हैं कि तालमेल की कमी रही और ये वजह है, बड़ी वजह है?
देखिए, ये हमने पहले से कहा था। आप जानते हैं कि मीडिया के सामने ये बातें पहले हुई थी। चुनाव के समय जरूर हमें लगा कि हमको सबको मिलकर चुनाव लड़ना चाहिए। बहुत कुछ होते हुए हमने सारी चीजें ढकते हुए चुनाव लड़ा, मिलकर चुनाव लड़ा, लेकिन जिस तरह से उसके एज अ रन अप इलेक्शन तक और इलेक्शन के दौरान बहुत सी बातें हैं। आज कहना अच्छा नहीं लगेगा, ऐसे लगेगा कि हम पुअर लूजर हैं। तो इस चीज को छोड़ें, लेकिन आगे के लिए पार्टी को कैसे हम मजबूत करें और हमारे वर्कर जो इतनी मेहनत कर करके 10 साल बाद आज उम्मीद लगाए हुए थे कि हमारी सरकार होगी, हमारी पूछ होगी और ऐसी सरकार से निजात मिलेगा, आज उनकी सारी उम्मीदों पर जो पानी फिरा है उसके लिए बहुत दुख होता है, निराशा होती है। पर हमारा वर्कर निराश हुआ है, हताश नहीं हुआ। आगे के लिए हम सब मिलकर कांग्रेस पार्टी को फिर से मजबूत
करने की बात की, और क्या लगता है कि
ये हाई कमांड अब देखेगा, क्योंकि हाई कमांड को ये देखना चाहिए कि क्या हुआ, और आई एम श्योर कि हाई कमांड हर पहलू में जाकर देखेंगे कि क्या हुआ है, किसकी कहाँ क्या कमी रही और क्यों ऐसा नतीजा आया।
कांग्रेस में जो खेमेबाजी हुई वो हार का कारण रही? Okay, a very aggressive response coming in from Kumari Selja. All through campaigning for the Congress party, we've seen the kind of infighting that's come to the fore. A repeated message also that the party high command was in fact trying to send out, which is that of unity. But that seems to have fallen flat, Aman. Very clearly, Kumari Selja gunning for the party high command, blaming the party high command for perhaps solely giving the entire responsibility to Bhupinder Singh. And this tells us that this wasn't a wise decision. Putting all the eggs in Bhupinder Singh Hooda's basket has led to the consequence we see today for the Congress.
Well, knives are out in the Congress, clearly, Kritzwin. If you listen to, read between the lines of what Kumari Selja is saying, knives are out. She's saying, let the high command now fix accountability for who is responsible for this loss. She also saying, talmel nahi rakha gaya, balance nahi rakha gaya. There were events before the election campaign started. She's referring to the ticket distribution. She's also referring to how the election campaign was run, where Selja was absent. I think in most of the times, I think she is now clearly saying that you repose your faith totally in Bhupinder Singh Hooda. This was the third time that he was, presumably your CM candidate, but he has lost. So why this whole reposition of faith in Bhupinder Singh Hooda while ignoring other leaders like Kumari Selja, who's the woman leader, a Dalit leader of the party in the state, was that fair? And if we see the election results, Kritzwin, it's very, very clear that the Dalit voter in Haryana, which is 22%, seems to have voted in favor of the BJP. BJP made the humiliation of Kumari Selja by the Congress as a major point in this election campaign. Also, Rahul Gandhi's purported comment in the US about reservation, which he said was misconstrued, but still the BJP used it. I think Selja is trying to say here that, look, you need to move ahead. And she's also said that नई start लेनी चाहिए. She's effectively saying that move ahead from the Bhupinder Singh Hooda regime. Give me a chance, maybe give the Dalit leader a chance in Haryana, because it is now very clear, Kritzwin, that with Jat support alone, Congress cannot win Haryana. It's been the third time that they've lost. They need the Dalit support, which is 22%. If they don't get that Dalit support, Congress will not be able to win Haryana.
And also makes us wonder, this reaction from Kumari Selja, whether or not the party high command paid more heed to the loyalty factor than the winnability factor, which instead has led to a BJP victory. Many thanks, Aman, for that. We'll come back to you in just a bit. A quick commercial break. With that, we'll be right back.
Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini coming out from his residence, moving towards first the temple to offer. You can see the victory sign. You can see the victory sign of Naib Singh Saini showing to the media, and the confidence that is reflecting on his face. We'll try to speak to him. Let's see what he says.
सैनी साहब 16,000 से ज्यादा की लीड आपको मिली है। हरियाणा की बात कर रहे हैं। हरियाणा में भी मैंडेट आपको दिया गया है। हाथ में हाथ लग जाएगा। लाडवा की जनता का, लाडवा की माइक को लगने दो। धन्यवाद। नहीं मुंह पे पीछे रहेगा, मुंह से पीछे रहेगा। मैं उसके लिए लाडवा के लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के 280 लाख लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। और लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री, विश्व के नेता आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, पूरा का पूरा श्रेय
आदरणीय मोदी जी को देता हूँ। उनके आशीर्वाद से, उनकी गाइडलाइन के अंदर, उनकी जो नीतियां हैं, उन नीतियों के ऊपर हरियाणा के लोगों ने मोहर लगाई है। मैं हरियाणा की जनता का बहुत दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ, प्रणाम करता हूँ। वही आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो ये तीसरी बार हरियाणा की ऐतिहासिक जीत हुई है, इसके लिए भी मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं अपने उच्च लीडरशिप का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के लाखों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि जिनकी कड़ी मेहनत और पसीना बहा करके उन्होंने इस ऐतिहासिक जीत का जो दिलवाई है, वो पूरे धन्यवाद के हरियाणा के लोगों को दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
गोहाना की जलेबी की फैक्ट्री
तो हाथ अलग से
प्रधानमंत्री जी का फोन आ गया,
Welcome back. We now speak about Jammu and Kashmir, the Union Territory. The National Conference Congress Alliance has surged ahead, taking the lead in 49 of the 90 seats, while the BJP trails behind with 29 seats. Remember, exit polls too predicted a photo finish for the National Conference Congress Alliance, while some did predict a hung verdict as well. The picture by 4:30 p.m. is very clear, viewers. The BJP dominated Jammu region but posted a dismal performance in the Kashmir Valley. This despite the central government's 5-year push to transform the region into a Naya Kashmir. In the meanwhile, speaking of Omar Abdullah, who is poised to be the next Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, he's proven his mettle both in Budgam and Gandarbal constituencies where he was fighting this election. Also, after conceding defeat in Bijbehara constituency, Mehbooba Mufti's daughter, Iltija Mufti, has said, "I respect the people's verdict." The counting continues, but the alliance's momentum has paved the way for a potential victory of the NC Congress. Now, what are the big takeaways if we talk about Jammu and Kashmir? There are a host of players that need to be spoken of, including the several independents. And there was so much hope really pinned on independents and what really would this election mean given the manner in which they were participating. But first up, the PDP loss. Remember, PDP losing its stronghold in South Kashmir, and the PDP picture was very interesting because if the PDP didn't perform well this election, and that's really happened for the PDP, it almost is a finish for the PDP. At least the next 5 years, they continue to diminish in the Kashmir Valley. The National Conference resting PDP's stronghold in and around Srinagar, so big gains being made by the National Conference. Like I said, several other stakeholders involved was something that we were looking out for. The likes of Jamaat-e-Islami backed candidates also failed to make an impact, which, remember, was a possibility this election. It was a new scenario elections as is taking place after 10 long years. For the first time after abrogation of Article 370, more so, despite negative sentiments, BJP has maintained its dominance in Jammu. Now, we've seen several other factors, including delimitation, and though critics will say that that has had a role to play in the BJP maintaining its stronghold in Jammu region, but the BJP very, very confident of how it's looking in this entire region. Independents unable to make a dent, unable to make a significant mark in the valley. Now, remember, BJP's rivals most certainly saw a BJP hand in this. They were calling all the independents, the smaller parties, BJP's proxies. That seemed to have not really featured given the dismal performance by all of these parties. PDP's past alliance with the BJP in 2014 viewed as betrayal, and that perhaps did not work out for the PDP. As for the BJP, they've maintained where they stood in 2014 as well. Let's listen in now to Farooq Abdullah. He's confirmed that Omar Abdullah is going to be the next Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. Listen in.
लोगों ने अपना फैसला दिखा दिया है। लोगों ने यह साबित कर दिया है कि जो इन्होंने इक़दामात 5 अगस्त को किए थे वो लोगों को मंजूर नहीं है और अल्लाह का शुक्र है नतीजे आपके सामने है।
I'm going to go across to my colleague and executive editor Aman Sharma, who continues to stay on with us in the studio. Aman, a very interesting comment has come in from Amit Malviya, and let's try and deep dive into the same. He's talking about the 29 seats won by the BJP. He says the party has secured a vote share of more than 50%. In 8, he says it has a vote share between 40 to 50%. So he's talking about an increase for the BJP as far as its statistical performance is concerned. How would you view the BJP's performance overall, and what is the plan in place for the BJP given that the NC Congress combined have been able to sweep this election?
See, Kurukshetra, this is BJP's best performance in Jammu and Kashmir. They have secured nearly 29 seats, which is the best ever performance in J&K. Their vote share is also up from 23% in 2014 to about 25.6% this time. So the vote share is up. Last time the BJP in Kashmir had won 25 seats. This time it is looking at 29 seats. So obviously BJP has put up a very good show, its own best performance. That said, of course, it is not being able to form a government. The government will be formed by the Congress NC combined with Umar Abdullah as the chief minister. There are multiple reasons behind it. BJP also did not contest many of the Kashmir Valley seats, the Kashmir region seats. It had banked a lot on independents winning from there, but that has not happened. Only 9 others have won, and many of them are not those independents, which the BJP was looking to align with or like-minded, as some people were calling it to be. Engineer Rashid's party has completely collapsed. I think they have been only able to win 1 seat. BJP was hoping that these parties, Engineer Rashid's party, other small parties, independents, will be able to cut the votes of the National Conference. But I think in the Kashmir Valley, the voters have consolidated behind the National Conference. Even PDP has only been able to win 3 seats. So there has been no division of votes as such in the Kashmir Valley, which the BJP was hoping for. BJP has obviously performed well in the Jammu region, and that's what explains its 29-seat tally. But I feel even then, BJP needed to sweep the Jammu region to have a chance to form the government. In Jammu and Kashmir, there were 43 seats in the Jammu region. BJP is only winning about 26 out of them. So clearly, BJP had to hit nearly 35 seats, at least in the Jammu region, to have a chance at forming the government. That said, I think BJP has performed well in J&K. It's a good start for them after this first election, after the abrogation of Article 370 as well. PDP just winning 3 shows that the decimation of Mehbooba Mufti's party now. I think National Conference and the BJP are now the 2 poll points in the campaign. Congress is a big disappointment in Kashmir. Out of the 49 Congress NC plus seats we are showing, the Congress has only won 5 or 6 seats.
Yet they do seem to be taking credit for the alliance's performance.
They do, but they fought 31 seats and won just 5 and 6. In fact, they have dragged down the Congress NC alliance. If maybe NC had contested alone, it would have won 50 seats on its own, maybe given the way the results have come. So I think Congress has nothing to celebrate at all. It has lost Haryana and it has performed disastrously in J&K, pulling the Congress NC alliance down.
Okay, many thanks for that, Aman. Coming back to you in just a bit, let me go across to my colleague Ishan Wani joining us live from Srinagar. Ishan, we've been talking about the BJP performance. As far as Jammu region is concerned, it may not have bettered its performance from last time around, but most certainly has maintained its performance. That's one big takeaway. But there are those in the BJP who continue to highlight what the BJP is able to pull off in Kashmir Valley as well. For example, BJP losing Gurez in Baramulla by about 1,000 odd votes. So the BJP says, look, we're very close to now making inroads in Kashmir next.
Well, you will also have to look at the candidates. For example, their candidate in Gurez has earlier won, assembly elections as well. He's a very popular face there. So the BJP's bet was on the candidate as well. And he himself has accepted on multiple occasions that it may not be the party, but it is his face that the people have been voting for, because the promises that he had made to the people of Gurez were resonating with them. And that's why you see the margin of votes is very less. And, you have even in Shopia, at least 10,000 votes have been polled to the candidate who was backed by the BJP. So you would say that that BJP has been somehow able to create inroads, make inroads in terms of getting those indirect candidates or direct candidates having good number of votes. But at the same time, much hasn't changed in Kashmir in terms of taking away regional dominance from the National Conference or any other regional political parties that BJP might have wished, because they've been talking about disseminating and completely destroying these regional political parties. But now you have Ram Yadav coming out and congratulating National Conference for dominating Kashmir Valley, while saying that the Congress has again stood at zero and has got nothing for an alliance. Remember, we have been reporting from the day one, and specifically I was telling from the day one that it is the Congress riding on the National Conference's back in this particular alliance, because it was a compulsion for them to get together, because they are part of a larger India alliance and India bloc. So that's why it was a compulsion for the National Conference to take Congress forward. And if you look at the figures that the Congress has had since 2014, they have been on a down trajectory and they haven't really learnt anything from it. Even in last Lok Sabha polls, if you look at the data assembly wise, you will notice that Congress was again limited to 6 to 7 seats where they have been able to give lead to their candidates. Other than that, they haven't been doing well. So it's a cause of concern for the Congress. Congress, while may be celebrating today at the PCC headquarters in Srinagar, but the point to even actually think for them would be their poor performance in Jammu, which has been their bastion in the past, ever since the Hindutva wave swept away those parts of Jammu for them. So BJP is right in pointing out when they say that the Congress hasn't been accepted once again. And also in Jammu, you would notice that, most of those people who supported BJP this time around, they have said that this is a vote for the Prime Minister Modi. Why Prime Minister Modi? Because he has been able to bring the graph of violence, the development to Jammu region. While there are grievances, even those who voted for the BJP, they have them, but they feel that he is the only alternate that they had, and the Congress was not really able to project themselves well. And that's why you saw Rahul Gandhi's criticism coming in from Umar Abdullah, saying that he should have more campaigned in Jammu, which might have swung favors in their way. Even if you speak to the analysts from Jammu, they would tell you that when Bharat Jodo Yatra was held, it was sure shot that Congress will be up and their seats may go up. But after poor performance and poor, campaigning there, the seats have gone down and they are receding. While the National Conference today enjoy, Congress might think that what is happening and what has happened to them.
And you're right in pointing out, Rashid, that they did, give an easy pass to the Bharatiya Janata Party in Jammu region by not putting up a tough fight. As for the Congress overall is concerned, speaking of, the result in Jammu and Kashmir and in Haryana, they really do need to go back to the drawing board, given this is election season in other states across the country. Many thanks, Sishan and Aman, for joining us with the latest. We head into a very short break. News and updates continue on the other side. We'll be right back.
Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini coming out from his residence, moving towards first the temple to offer. You can see the victory sign. You can see the victory sign of Naib Singh Saini showing to the media and the confidence that is reflecting on his face. We'll try to speak to him. Let's see what he says.
सैनी साहब 16,000 से ज्यादा की लीड आपको मिली है। हरियाणा की बात कर रहे हैं। हरियाणा में भी मैंडेट आपको दिया गया है। हाथ में हाथ लग जाएगा। लाडवा की जनता का, लाडवा की माइक को लगने दो। धन्यवाद। नहीं मुंह पे पीछे रहेगा, मुंह से पीछे रहेगा। मैं उसके लिए लाडवा के लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के 80 लाख लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। और लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री, विश्व के नेता आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को पूरा का पूरा श्रेय मैं आदरणीय मोदी जी को देता हूँ। उनके आशीर्वाद से, उनकी गाइडलाइन के अंदर उनकी जो नीतियां हैं, उन नीतियों के ऊपर हरियाणा के लोगों ने मोहर लगाई है। मैं हरियाणा की जनता का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ, प्रणाम करता हूँ। वही आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो ये तीसरी बार हरियाणा की ऐतिहासिक जीत हुई है, इसके लिए भी मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं अपने उच्च लीडरशिप का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं हरियाणा के लाखों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि जिनकी कड़ी मेहनत और पसीना बहा करके उन्होंने इस ऐतिहासिक जीत का जो दिलवाई है वो पूरे धन्यवाद के पात्र हरियाणा के लोगों को दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। गोहाना की जलेबी की फैक्ट्री
खेतों हाथ अलग से
प्रधानमंत्री जी का उतर के आओ यार एक मिनट।
Welcome back. Let's talk about Jammu and Kashmir in more detail. The parties concerned that the performance that has been that of the Alliance of National Conference and the Congress. Remember, they've managed to pull off a 49, which is past the halfway mark. And we've picked up reactions already from Omar Abdullah, who Farooq Abdullah says is going to be the next Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. As far as Mehbooba Mufti is concerned, she too has said that she accepts people's verdict. Remember, her daughter has also not been able to make a positive poll debut this election in Jammu and Kashmir. Let's hear it from the two politicians first up.
बड़गाम के वोटरों का शुक्रिया करना चाहता हूं जिन्होंने मुझे अपने कीमती वोटों से नवाजा, मुझे यहां से कामयाब होकर भेजा और मुझे जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों की खिदमत करने का दोबारा एक मौका जो है हासिल हुआ है। जम्मू कश्मीर नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को पिछले 5 साल से खत्म करने की मुकम्मल कोशिश की गई थी। यहाँ बहुत सी ऐसी तंजीमें खड़ी की गई जिनका मकसद था नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को खत्म करना, लेकिन अल्लाह का फजल है कि जो हमें खत्म करने के लिए आए।
All right, that's the latest coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Shifting our attention back to the overall picture and the big takeaways coming in for the BJP and the Congress in Haryana, cutting across to Congress's press conference live.
और कैसे केंद्र सरकार ने रूल बाय प्रॉक्सी अपने लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर के माध्यम से किस तरह से जम्मू कश्मीर में भ्रष्टाचार, कैसे वहां के स्थानीय नागरिकों कि न सुरक्षा का ध्यान रखा, न रोजगार का ध्यान रखा। लगातार जो खबरें, आतंकवाद बढ़ने की खबरें, जम्मू रीजन तक में आतंकवादी हमले होने लगे, न आम नागरिक वहां सुरक्षित महसूस करता है, न पर्यटक महसूस करते हैं अपने आप को सुरक्षित। कश्मीरी पंडितों से जो वादे किए गए वो बिल्कुल भुला दिए गए पिछले 10 साल में। ये सब इन परिस्थितियों के बीच में जम्मू कश्मीर में एक चुनाव हुआ, ऐतिहासिक चुनाव था और जम्मू कश्मीर के बाशिंदों ने एक स्पष्ट जनादेश दिया। जम्मू कश्मीर आज भी हम उसको राज्य ही मानते हैं, तो मैं तो यही कहूंगा कि जम्मू कश्मीर राज्य के लोगों को बहुत बहुत मुबारक कि उन्होंने इस चुनाव में बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा लिया और करारा जवाब दिया उन लोगों को जिन्होंने जम्मू कश्मीर को की इज्जत को रौंदने में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी थी। जैसा कि आप सब जानते हैं, पूर्ण राज्य का दर्जा छीनकर यूनियन टेरिटरी बनाना अपने आप में अप्रत्याशित था। हरियाणा में चुनाव हुआ जिसके नतीजे बिल्कुल अप्रत्याशित हैं और यहां तक कि यह भी कहेंगे कि अस्वीकार्य हैं। जिस तरह की शिकायतें लगातार आ रही हैं, अभी हम जयराम रमेश जी और मैं जिस कमरे में बैठे थे वहां भी लगातार शिकायतें हमारे नारनौल के कैंडिडेट राव नरेंद्र सिंह हो गए या पानीपत के कैंडिडेट हो गए, 3 जिलों से हिसार, महेंद्रगढ़, पानीपत, यहां से लगातार शिकायतें आ रही कि कैसे बैटरीज जो मशीन की थी वो 99% थी और जिन मशीनों की बैटरीज 99% थी उन मशीनों में नतीजा एक आया, हमें हराने वाला नतीजा आया और जो मशीनें नहीं, जिनको छेड़ा गया, जिनकी बैटरी 60-70% जो स्वाभाविक है होनी चाहिए थी, उसमें हम जीत रहे हैं हमारे कैंडिडेट। तो हम ये सारी शिकायतें इकट्ठी कर रहे हैं। हमारे कैंडिडेट्स ने वहां रिटर्निंग ऑफिसर्स को शिकायतें दी हैं और दे रहे हैं अभी, लेकिन आने वाले कुछ दिनों में ये सारी शिकायतें लेकर हम चुनाव आयोग में जल्दी ही जाएंगे और अपनी शिकायत वहां दर्ज कराएंगे। इस तरह का नतीजा कहीं भी धरातल पे नहीं दिख रहा था। आप लोग भी गए, हम लोग भी गए, सब घूम रहे थे। कोई ये नहीं मान सकता कि हरियाणा में इस तरह का अप्रत्याशित नतीजा आएगा। हम सब अचंभित हैं। ये अगर एक लाइन में इसको कहा जाए तो ये तंत्र की जीत है और लोकतंत्र की हार है। हम इसे स्वीकार नहीं कर सकते। जयराम रमेश जी से मैं आग्रह करूंगा कि इस प्रेस वार्ता को आगे बढ़ाते हुए अंग्रेजी में अपनी बात रखें।
मैं सिर्फ ये बात कहूंगा कि जम्मू और कश्मीर के जनता ने स्पष्ट जनादेश दिया है नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस के गठबंधन को। भारी बहुमत से उनको जिताया है। सरकार बनेगी, साझा कार्यक्रम होगा और पूरा प्रयास किया जाएगा। हम पीछे नहीं हटेंगे। इस गठबंधन सरकार की प्राथमिकता यूटी को फिर से पूरे राज्य का दर्जा मिलना जरूरी है और यही प्राथमिकता होगी। और भी मुद्दे हैं, विकास से जुड़े हुए मुद्दे हैं। साझा कार्यक्रम, दोनों पार्टियों की मैनिफेस्टो भी है, साझा कार्यक्रम भी तैयार किया जाएगा और एक पारदर्शिता से जवाबदेही और संवेदनशील सरकार ये गठबंधन जम्मू और कश्मीर की जनता को देगी। हरियाणा के संदर्भ में हमने चुनाव आयोग से आज दोपहर से लगातार शिकायत कर रहे हैं। उनसे जवाब भी आया है, उस जवाब का जवाब भी मैं दे रहा हूं और उसके बाद भी 3 या 4 जिलों से बड़े गंभीर शिकायत आए हैं। वो सब कल या परसों हम चुनाव आयोग के सामने पेश करेंगे। पर मैं फिर से दोहराना चाहता हूं, हरियाणा के चुनाव के नतीजे अप्रत्याशित हैं, आश्चर्यजनक हैं और इसको हम स्वीकार नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि ये लोकतंत्र की हार हुई है और तंत्र की जीत हुई है। इसके ऊपर मैं आज कुछ नहीं कहूंगा। जब हम सारे शिकायत इकट्ठा करके चुनाव आयोग से समय मांगेंगे, हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि वो समय हमें मिलेगा। कल या परसों तक हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि हम चुनाव आयोग के सामने एक विस्तार से जो अलग अलग जिलों से, अलग अलग असेंबली कंस्टिट्यूएंसी से शिकायतें आई हैं, कुछ आज हमने इलेक्शंस कमीशन के सामने रखा था, पर और भी हैं और बड़े गंभीर मुद्दे हैं ईवीएम को लेकर। और जिस तरीके से एक माहौल पैदा करने की प्रयास की गई, दबाव स्थानीय अधिकारियों पर लाया गया और जहां जिन जिन सीटों में हमारी हारने की कोई गुंजाइश नहीं थी वहां हम हारे। मैं समझता हूं ये नतीजा लोक भावना के खिलाफ है, जो जमीनी हकीकत है और सभी ने ये हकीकत को महसूस किया है। ये नतीजा उसके खिलाफ जाता है। I will just repeat this in English very briefly. The people of Jammu and Kashmir have given a clear, decisive, convincing mandate to the National Conference, Indian National Congress Alliance. The priority for the alliance government will be the restoration of full statehood for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Of course, we have our manifestos, we will have a common program, and both the National Conference and the Indian National Congress are duty-bound to give a government, an administration that is responsible, responsive, accountable, and transparent to the people of Jammu and Kashmir. I just want to say that the people of Jammu and Kashmir have defeated the mischievous designs of the BJP to engineer a majority of its own. Till yesterday, this effort was being made. But today, I think the people's verdict has come out very clearly. And the moves of the BJP and those who were managing the elections to somehow cobble up a majority has been defeated. As far as Haryana is concerned, all afternoon I have been in touch with the Election Commission. The Election Commission has replied to my complaints. I have replied to the reply. We have received very serious complaints on the process of counting, the functioning of EVMs in at least 3 districts. In at least 3 districts. There are more that are coming in. We have spoken to our senior colleagues in Haryana, and this information is being collected. We hope to present this in a consolidated form to the Election Commission tomorrow or day after. We will seek time, but I just want to reiterate that the results in Haryana are totally unexpected, completely surprising and counterintuitive. It goes against ground reality. It goes against what the people of Haryana had made their mind up for, which was for change and transformation. I think under these circumstances, it is not possible for us to accept the results that have been announced today. Serious questions have been raised by our candidates. We will bring it to the notice of the Election Commission. And what we have seen today in Haryana is, I think, a victory for manipulation, a victory for subverting the will of the people, and it's a defeat for transparent democratic processes. So I will only say this, but the chapter on Haryana is not complete. It will continue. The chapter in Jammu and Kashmir, of course, there will be a coalition government. And as I said till yesterday, various attempts were being made to ensure that the majority will not come to the INC-NC coalition. But the people of Jammu and Kashmir have given a very clear mandate for this coalition government. Thank you.
सर मेरा सवाल सर आपको नहीं लगता कि आप ये कह रहे हैं कि जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर कोalition को मैंडेट मिला, लेकिन 38 सीटों में से कांग्रेस सिर्फ 6 जीत पाई है, 6 पे ही आगे चल रही है, आप लोगों के खाते में उतनी ही आई, वहां पर एज ए पार्टी आप लोगों को नुकसान हुआ है और आपके जो कोalition पार्टनर्स हैं शिवसेना की तरफ से जो उनकी सांसद है उन्होंने कहा जहां पर भी कांग्रेस की बीजेपी से सीधी लड़ाई होती है वहां पर कांग्रेस उनको नहीं हरा पाती, अलायंस के साथ ही हरा पाती है। और हरियाणा में आपको लगता नहीं कि इन फाइटिंग का नुकसान हुआ? 16 आपके सिटिंग विधायक जो है वो चुनाव हारे हैं, उस पर क्या कहेंगे?
हरियाणा के बारे में जो कुछ हमें विश्लेषण करना है जरूर हम करेंगे, पर पहली बात हमें इलेक्शन कमीशन तक जो शिकायतें आ रही हैं अलग अलग जिलों से वो पहुंचाना है। हमने क्या किया, क्या नहीं किया, गलती कहां हुई, इसका विश्लेषण जरूर होगा, इस पर चिंतन जरूर होगा, बहस जरूर होगी, एक समिति का भी गठन होगा ये प्रथा रहा है कांग्रेस पार्टी में, और सबसे बातचीत करके ही ये विश्लेषण होगा। पर अभी विश्लेषण का वक्त